If you were to go back to 1941, what would you do? Would you invest in the oil industry in advance, wait for the war to break out and for prices to skyrocket, and become an oil tycoon with countless oil wells? Or should one quietly hoard gold, wait for their wealth to double during times of global turmoil, and ultimately reach the pinnacle of wealth? Or perhaps, by leveraging future information advantages, one can navigate the currents of history with ease and enjoy the feeling of controlling the course of history? Every option seems tempting. But what if you went back to Pearl Harbor in 1941? At that moment, war clouds gathered over the Pacific, and one of the most devastating surprise attacks in history was about to occur. Only a few hours remained. All your plans, all your ambitions, could vanish in the flames of war. So, what could you possibly change? The man's name was Zhigan. Fate played a cruel joke on him. He not only actually returned to 1941, but he also arrived at Pearl Harbor, which was about to be engulfed by war. But what's even more outrageous is that, before this historical event that was about to shock the world occurred, he not only bound himself to a hegemon system, but also suddenly acquired a Yamato-class battleship. December 5, 1941, the Yamato-class battleships are sufficient for now. Zhigan muttered to himself, but quickly frowned again. Even if he owned a warship, he alone simply could not operate this behemoth with a full load displacement of 72,000 tons. However, Zhigan quickly put this problem out of his mind, because he suddenly noticed that a huge ship had appeared on the distant sea and was quietly anchored there. At the same time, a lifeboat was rapidly paddling towards him. System, are all these ships equipped with soldiers? Dear host, all warships obtained through military merit lotteries, purchases, or other special rewards are fully loaded and equipped with all crew members. All crew members are clones who have mastered all operating skills. If a crew member is killed in battle, the host needs to use military merits to recruit them again. Zhigan astutely gleaned a key point from the system's response. System, where do I obtain military merits? The host can obtain military merits by defeating enemy forces, and can also obtain military merits by actually controlling a certain area of land. While asking questions, Zhigan observed the sea. By this time, the lifeboat had reached the reef, and 4 soldiers in pristine white naval uniforms stood on it. Upon seeing Zhigan, they gave him a synchronized salute. Commander, welcome aboard! The Yamato-class battleships were enormous, with a full load displacement of over 70,000 tons, making them among the largest battleships on the planet. Standing on the reef not far away, one couldn't truly feel the imposing presence of this warship. But as the lifeboat approached the ship, Zhigan looked up and felt as if he were standing at the bottom of a 10 or 20-story building, gazing up at the top. Soon, Zhigan successfully boarded the warship via the gangway. Commander, welcome. I am the captain of this Yamato-class battleship, and my name is Ship 1. Zhigan had already learned about the ship's situation through the system. All the crew members were clones, and their names were ordered by their positions plus numbers. For example, Gunner number 1 is Gunner number 1. Boiler number 1 is the number 1 soldier in charge of the boiler room. Captain, where are we now? How far are we from Pearl Harbor? Where is the nearest naval port? Captain, our ship is currently in the Pacific Ocean, about 800 nautical miles southwest of Pearl Harbor. The nearest naval base is Midway Island, about 120 nautical miles away. 800 nautical miles, 2 days, that should be enough. After confirming his location, Zhigan had a bold idea in mind. He currently only had 1 battleship. Although the Yamato's firepower was extremely strong, it would still be outnumbered if faced with an entire fleet. The best course of action right now was to develop discreetly. Military merits are extremely important, primarily used to upgrade the system. Currently, Zhigan's system only allows him to exchange for and purchase warships from World War II. 1 million military merits can unlock technology from 1945 to 1975, with subsequent advancements in technology, even reaching the technology level of 2030. But all of this requires a massive amount of military merit. And now, Zhigan has his sights set on the U.S. Pacific Fleet anchored in Pearl Harbor. Historically, the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor was very rushed, and many ships were severely damaged but not completely sunk. Zhigan planned to finish the attack after the Japanese raid ended, before the rest of the American fleet returned. That way, he should be able to gain a large amount of military merit. Of the 8 battleships, the Japanese only sank 4. Add to that the various cruisers and destroyers, and if all are included, Zhigan could use his military merits to build his own small fleet. Pearl Harbor is the base of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, a carefully selected and excellent port. The harbor has an average depth of about 12 meters, sufficient to berth large battleships. However, precisely because of this shallow depth, the U.S. military believed that torpedoes dropped from aircraft could not travel effectively in such shallow water. For this reason, the U.S. military didn't even set up a torpedo interception network. However, the U.S. military didn't expect that Japan had already conducted nearly a year of training in a region in Kagoshima with terrain very similar to Pearl Harbor. Throughout the year, Japanese naval pilots underwent extremely rigorous training, with the most frequent exercise being the dropping of torpedoes at an extremely low altitude of 20 meters. Meanwhile, the Japanese also improved the torpedoes, so that they no longer needed to dive to a depth of tens of meters to be activated after entering the water, but could immediately propel them towards the target. This was one of the important reasons why the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor was so successful. In addition, Siki Bay, Ariake Bay, and the area around Lake Agawara were also important training bases for the Japanese Navy. These places not only simulated the layout of Pearl Harbor, but also had some decommissioned warships placed in the harbor and painted with U.S. military markings for various targeted training exercises. Is the radar malfunctioning again? Inside the Pearl Harbor radar station, a soldier on duty muttered to himself as he looked at the dots appearing on the radar screen, then slapped the radar machine hard. At the time, radar technology was very rudimentary, and misjudgments were frequent, such as birds or other flying objects being identified as airplanes. Sometimes the radar itself would malfunction, and the radar operator's most common method was to tap the machine a few times to see if it would return to normal. Shit! After he slapped it like that, the light spots on the radar disappeared briefly, but soon a large patch of light spots reappeared, and at the same time, the alarm sounded a piercing sound. The radar operator glanced at it, then unplugged the power and shut down the alarm. Finally, some peace and quiet, he muttered to himself, then leaned his head against the window and listened to the broadcast outside. Today is the weekend, a day off for the U.S. Navy. The morning broadcast is given by a female presenter with a sweet and pleasant voice. She is the goddess in the hearts of countless naval soldiers on the island, and this radar operator is no exception. Meanwhile, around Pearl Harbor, groups of newlywed sailors were gathering, preparing to head into the city for a stroll. Some, still hungover from the previous night, were stumbling towards their warships. At the entrance of the naval base, a large number of vendors had gathered. Knowing it was a day off for the Navy and many soldiers would be out, they had prepared various goods in advance, waiting for the sailors to come out and make purchases. As for the officers and commanders at the naval base, most of them had already returned to their homes in Hawaii last night. The commander on duty at this time was still asleep. What's that? About 20 minutes later, a vendor who was setting up a stall suddenly pointed to the distant sky and asked curiously, "Oh, that's probably a naval aircraft. Maybe an aircraft carrier is training." An aircraft carrier? Some people nearby clearly didn't understand what an aircraft carrier was. At this moment, a naval soldier scoffed. "It's just a crispy chicken that can carry airplanes. It's useless." Ha ha ha, they can indeed carry a lot of things. More and more black dots appeared in the sky. Some people gradually sensed something was wrong. Why are there so many planes? Maybe it's today's flight training? No, our aircraft carrier has already left. There's no aircraft carrier at the base. Could it be? A U.S. Navy officer suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. While aircraft carriers did indeed dock at Pearl Harbor, they held a very low status within the U.S. military system at the time. Later, some people, believing conspiracy theories, argued that the U.S. had anticipated the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, and therefore redeployed its carriers beforehand, leaving only battleships to be destroyed. However, the reality was that aircraft carriers held a very low status within the U.S. military at the time, which was related to factional struggles within the Navy and competition for resources with the Army. Those aircraft carriers that were not docked at Pearl Harbor were not relocated in advance for safety reasons, but rather assigned to missions that no one else wanted to do. The Enterprise was busy transporting fighter planes to Wake Island for combat readiness. The Lexington was responsible for transporting fighter planes to Midway. The Saratoga was currently loading aircraft on the mainland. The reason why aircraft carriers later became the core force of the U.S. Navy was largely due to the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. That attack nearly destroyed U.S. battleships and fully demonstrated the combat value of aircraft carriers, leading the U.S. to truly value them. Meanwhile, the black dot in the sky was gradually growing larger and began to descend. Some residents and sailors around Pearl Harbor were unaware of the danger and instead mistook it for their own plane. They even waved to the planes. "Damn it, these aren't our planes, it's an enemy attack." A naval pilot was the first to notice something was wrong. When he saw the planes descending, he immediately realized that they were not friendly aircraft, but enemy planes preparing to launch an attack. Enemy attack? Maybe it's an exercise. American soldiers had never seriously considered the possibility of an enemy attack. The base had indeed been conducting frequent drills recently, so many soldiers assumed it was just a routine exercise. However, at that very moment, Japanese aircraft launched their attack. The lead bomber began its dive. These pilots had undergone extremely rigorous training and possessed immense courage. The planes continued their dive until they were less than 200 meters above the sea before dropping their bombs. An aerial bomb slid off the fuselage and hurtled towards the battleship below. Boom! An aerial bomb struck the USS Arizona's No. 4 turret. A violent explosion followed by a sudden burst of flames engulfed the battleship in flames. Enemy attack! Only now did the American soldiers at Pearl Harbor realize that this was not a drill, but a real enemy attack. Sound the air raid sirens! All combat personnel, return to positions immediately. Quick! Air defense! Air defense! The American soldiers who had already gotten up rushed to their posts, ready to engage the enemy. Those still asleep were awakened by the continuous explosions. What's happening? No one answered him, only the relentless explosions responded. The residents of Hawaii were also awakened by the explosions. Some people looked out from higher ground and saw that Pearl Harbor was now billowing with thick smoke. God, what's happening? God help us! As time went on, more and more Japanese planes appeared over Pearl Harbor. The first torpedo bombers followed closely by torpedo bombers. Piloted by elite pilots, these torpedo bombers flew almost skimming the sea surface. One torpedo after another was dropped, and after hitting the sea, they immediately hurtled towards the American warships anchored in the harbor. Zhigan glanced at the time and said in a low voice, The Japanese attack has begun. I reckon the USS Arizona has exploded." At that moment, on the USS Arizona, 80 nautical miles from Pearl Harbor, the sonar had just picked up a huge explosion. That was the first victory achieved by the Japanese in their attack on Pearl Harbor, the USS Arizona. At 8:06 a.m., an 800-kilogram aerial bomb struck the forward deck of the USS Arizona, first detonating the black powder magazine of the seaplane catapult, and then triggering the smokeless powder magazine of the main gun turret, causing the entire warship to explode in a terrifying explosion. The massive explosion nearly woke up the entire island of Hawaii. Some initially thought it was just a routine exercise, but when the fireballs soared into the sky, everyone finally realized this was real war. By this time, Japanese aircraft had spread out completely over Pearl Harbor. Bombers and torpedo bombers took turns swooping down, frantically dropping bombs and torpedoes on the American warships anchored in the harbor. Another group of bombers stormed into the harbor and began bombing the U.S. airfields. Runways, fuel depots, and hangars were destroyed one after another, and many U.S. aircraft were bombed to death on the ground before they could even take off. For a full hour, Japanese planes ravaged the skies over Pearl Harbor. By the time the first wave of attacks ended, the entire harbor was engulfed in flames. Burning warships, collapsed buildings, and the constant roar of explosions mingled together. The sea, decks, rooftops, and even open ground were littered with the bodies of American soldiers. The surviving crowd scattered in panic, but some soldiers held their posts. Anti-aircraft guns on some warships began strafing the sky. At the Hawaiian airport, several pilots managed to take off before the runway was destroyed, flying their fighters towards the swarms of Japanese aircraft. However, reality is not a movie. Several fighter planes, running low on fuel and ammunition, were quickly surrounded and shot down by the dense formation of Japanese aircraft. Nevertheless, Pearl Harbor's anti-aircraft fire still managed to shoot down a few Japanese planes, but this loss was negligible against the massive air force. After the first bombing, Pearl Harbor was devastated. Surviving American soldiers emerged from every corner and began fighting fires, repairing ships, and treating the wounded. However, not long after, a new roar came from the sky again. Around 9 a.m., the second wave of attack aircraft launched by the Japanese aircraft carriers arrived and launched another attack on Pearl Harbor. Compared to the first attack, the Americans were somewhat prepared this time. Many surviving soldiers quickly took up anti-aircraft positions and opened fire as soon as they saw Japanese aircraft. Having just suffered heavy damage, their once intact air defense system had been largely destroyed. The second wave of Japanese troops successfully completed their bombing mission. However, this time, their losses were significantly greater. Meanwhile, due to prior preparation by the U.S. military, the results of the second wave of attacks were not significant. The only notable outcome was the violent explosion of the destroyer USS Shaw. Even so, the raid was still considered a success. The U.S. Pacific Fleet suffered a devastating blow. 4 battleships were sunk, 4 were severely damaged, and most of the remaining ships were also damaged. Within a short period, the entire Pacific Fleet was almost rendered inoperable. Just as the second wave of Japanese aircraft was preparing to return to base, several pilots suddenly spotted a massive warship approaching Pearl Harbor on the distant sea. "What is that?" "It's a battleship. It looks like the Yamato?" The Yamato was launched in August 1940, and many Japanese naval personnel had seen this behemoth, so some recognized the similar outline at a glance. One of the pilots chuckled in a low voice. "Even the Yamato is here. The US military is in even more trouble now." After he finished speaking, he deliberately lowered his altitude, flew in front of the warship, and even waved his wing as if to say hello. Meanwhile, on the deck of the warship, Zhigan looked up at the Japanese planes flying by, then gazed at the billowing smoke over Pearl Harbor in the distance. He knew he had arrived at the perfect time. The second wave of Japanese attacks had just ended. Now it was his turn to take the stage. Zhigan asked, "How far is it from Pearl Harbor?" "Report, 31 nautical miles. Closer to 20 nautical miles." "Yes, sir." If a battleship had dared to approach Pearl Harbor within 20 nautical miles before the Japanese attack, it would have been practically suicide. But now the situation is completely different. Most of the fleet inside the harbor has been severely damaged, and only scattered patrol destroyers remain on the outer perimeter, while the nearest Enterprise carrier strike group is still 500 nautical miles away. In other words, Zhigan has ample time to pull off a major heist. At the same time, an alarm suddenly sounded in Pearl Harbor. "Report! An unidentified warship has been spotted at sea." Admiral Husband Kimmel, who had just arrived at the port and was directing the rescue operation, immediately picked up his binoculars and looked out at the sea upon hearing the report. On the distant horizon, a massive warship was slowly approaching. However, the ship bore no nationality markings, only the hull number, 01, was barely visible. Kimmel's face instantly darkened. "Damn it, this isn't our warship!" The battleship that appeared here at this time could only be one thing: the Japanese Navy. He immediately ordered, "Are there any other warships in the harbor that are still operational?" If this warship wasn't forced to retreat, the heavily damaged ships in the harbor would become sitting ducks. The staff officer replied with a grim expression. "Report, all the warships are damaged." Kimmel gritted his teeth and said, "Find a few of the least damaged ones and prepare to set sail immediately. We can't let them wait to die in port." "Yes, sir." The staff officer immediately rushed to the dock to relay the order. Kimmel, however, remained intently focused on the approaching sunbreaker through his binoculars. As the distance closed, his heart sank deeper and deeper. At this moment, the Sun destroyer had closed to within 20 nautical miles. The warship began to slow down and turn, its massive hull slowly turning sideways towards Pearl Harbor. At the same time, the 3 triple-mounted Type 94-45 caliber 460mm guns slowly rotated, their huge muzzles gradually rising, pointing directly at Pearl Harbor. "Cannon 1 ready! Cannon 2 ready! Cannon 3 ready!" In the command room of the battleship Annihilation, all the gun emplacements had completed all preparations for firing. The air was tense, and everyone awaited the final command. Zhigan narrowed his eyes slightly and gave the order. "Fire! Cannons 1, 2, and 3, fire in sequence." Cannon 1 received. 1 test shot from the main gun, fire! With a deafening roar, the warship jolted violently. A burst of intense fire erupted from the port side of the No. 1 main gun on the foredeck as a 1.5-ton Type 91 armor-piercing shell, trailing smoke, hurtled towards the warship in Pearl Harbor. The 460mm main guns opened fire, and even at a distance of nearly 20 nautical miles, the muzzle flashes were still visible from the shore. The American troops in the harbor were thrown into chaos. "They've opened fire! Damn it, get cover!" Everyone knew the power of a battleship's main guns, and the soldiers scattered and fled, desperately trying to avoid the impending shelling. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in the harbor. The target of the test firing was originally the USS Pennsylvania in the dry dock. This flagship of the Pacific Fleet was undergoing repairs during the Japanese attack, thus avoiding the torpedoes and suffering only minor damage. After the Japanese aircraft withdrew, the battleship was preparing to leave the dock. However, before it could turn, it was locked onto by the USS Annihilation in the distance. The shells did not hit the USS Pennsylvania directly, but landed on a destroyer next to it. The destroyer had just extinguished the fire, and the crew was still searching for the wounded. The next second, the hull was pierced through. A massive explosion erupted inside the ship, detonating the ammunition magazine. The entire destroyer was thrown into the air, instantly transforming into a giant blazing inferno. Correct the impact point 0.1 to the left, second from the left, fire! The first shot was just a test. After confirming the impact point, the remaining 2 triple-mounted main guns quickly adjusted. 1 salvo, fire! The Sunbreaker fully bared its fangs. All 9 main guns simultaneously launched a devastating attack on Pearl Harbor, the sound of cannons exploding one after another. Thick smoke billowed, engulfing the entire warship. Shells, whistling through the air, rained down on the harbor. Pearl Harbor was already in complete chaos. Several warships that were still operational attempted to sail out to meet the enemy, but the waterways were blocked by wreckage, and debris from explosions was everywhere. That single cannon shot had plunged all the surviving ships into panic. Scatter! Scatter everywhere! Don't huddle together! Clear the way! Captain Charles M. Cook Jr. of the USS Pennsylvania roared from the command post. He knew perfectly well that their real target was them. He raised his binoculars and looked into the distance. When he saw the billowing smoke rising from the direction of the Yamato, he almost collapsed. The enemy had already begun firing a salvo. Full speed ahead! Ram through the channel! Ignore the ships in front, just ram them! His strong survival instinct led him to make the decision. If they remained in port, they would only be bombarded and sunk by the main guns. Although the USS Pennsylvania was undergoing repairs and had some ammunition removed, it still had 500 tons of ammunition on board. If it were hit and triggered a secondary explosion, the consequences would be unimaginable. Captain, no buts! Look at the USS Arizona! Charles Jr. calmed down completely. Only by breaking through Pearl Harbor could they survive. Soon, the 40,000-ton behemoth accelerated wildly in the harbor. The destroyers and frigates blocking the way were instantly terrified. To them, the battleship was like a steel mountain pressing down on them. Just then, boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly rang out. The USS Pennsylvania shook violently, equipment on the deck was blown off, and debris was thrown high into the air by the explosion, falling like raindrops. Immediately following, explosions erupted in succession. Flames shot out from all parts of the ship, shaking the entire port area. On the Sun destroyer, the observer quickly reported, "Commander, 1 salvo, 5 hit the target, for strafed." Zhigan, holding his binoculars, coldly stared at Pearl Harbor. "Continue firing. Today, we'll turn Pearl Harbor into scorched earth." The 9 main guns were reloaded. With the new order given, the Sun destroyer launched another salvo at Pearl Harbor. The port was in complete chaos. The USS Pennsylvania's foredeck had been hit by a main gun, creating a huge hole that was flooding in. The entire warship was forced to stop, and the sailors were desperately trying to repair it. But the USS Maryland was in even worse shape. Compared to the USS Pennsylvania, which only suffered minor damage in the Japanese attack, the USS Maryland was in a much more perilous situation when it was attacked at Pearl Harbor. It wasn't in dry dock, but rather anchored in the middle of the harbor without any cover, naturally becoming a prime target for Japanese bombers. Fortunately, several destroyers and frigates were anchored around the USS Maryland. When the torpedoes struck, one of the frigates rushed out to block them, using its hull to intercept the torpedoes and shielding the Maryland from a fatal blow. Although it evaded the torpedoes, the aerial bombs dropped by the bombers still ignited the warship. The superstructure was engulfed in flames, almost reducing it to ruins. Fortunately, the hull did not suffer fatal damage, and there was no secondary explosion of ammunition. After the Japanese planes withdrew, the crew of the USS Maryland thought they had escaped a disaster. However, they soon discovered that this was only the beginning of a greater nightmare. When the battleship USS Sunstrider appeared on the sea, the Maryland and the USS Pennsylvania had exactly the same thought: to escape from the harbor first. But problems soon arose. The destroyer that had shielded it from the torpedoes had sunk, and its wreckage was wedged in front of the USS Maryland, forming a steel wall that completely blocked its exit route. With no other option, the captain ordered a forced breakaway. However, due to the waterline and angle, the USS Maryland ended up straddling the wreckage, unable to break free no matter how much it accelerated or reversed. At this moment, the USS Maryland had become a stationary target. The second port gun of the third main gun of the USS Sunbreaker was already firmly aimed at it. The hit rate of battleship main guns against moving targets is not high, but against such immobile targets, the hit rate will increase dramatically. Moreover, the gunners on the USS Sunbreaker were all elites. Just as the USS Maryland was still struggling desperately, a huge main gun shell fell from the sky and hit the number 1 turret precisely. The large caliber shell instantly pierced the turret armor, penetrating the ammunition magazine and exploding inside. The next second, the entire ammunition magazine was detonated. A massive flame shot into the sky, and the USS Maryland was transformed into a giant torch in the despairing gazes of the American soldiers. The shockwave from the secondary explosion swept across the surrounding sea, affecting several nearby destroyers and frigates. A frigate just meters away was capsized and torn apart. The soldiers on board didn't even have time to react before they were swallowed by the sea in the explosion. The first salvo from the USS Sundown sank a battleship and destroyed several destroyers and escorts in the process. Inside Pearl Harbor, many American soldiers had already begun abandoning ship and fleeing for their lives. Counterattack! Counterattack! But some still refused to give up. On the battleship USS Tennessee, Captain Charles E. Leodane was still directing his crew to prepare for a counterattack. During the first wave of Japanese attacks, the outer West Virginia shielded the Tennessee from torpedoes, but 2 aerial bombs still hit the hull, rendering the second and third 14-inch main guns inoperable. Even more seriously, the USS Arizona exploded nearby, spilling large amounts of burning debris and fuel onto the USS Tennessee. Meanwhile, the USS West Virginia sank beside it, completely blocking the escape route. The fire engulfed the stern of the USS Tennessee, the intense heat destroying the stern structure and even causing the steel plates on the deck and near the waterline to warp. Even so, the USS Tennessee still had one main gun operational, the number 1 main gun on the foredeck. Leodane gritted his teeth and ordered, "Adjust the gun barrels and aim at the Sun destroyer." But soon someone reported, "Captain, the stern is taking on serious water, and the bow has been lifted up. It's difficult to aim the gun barrels at a target 20 nautical miles away." Worse still, an officer whispered a warning. "Once we fire, the recoil might accelerate our sinking." This caused a brief silence in the command room. Leodane slammed his fist on the table. "Main gun number 1, return fire on the target immediately." "Yes, sir." The turret slowly rotated, and the gunner recalculated the trajectory. Due to the bow being raised, almost all previous experience was invalid, and they could only conduct a test firing first. "Fire!" The cannon roared, and the entire USS Tennessee shook violently. One could even feel the ship sinking a little further. The shells landed 5 or 6 kilometers ahead of the Sun destroyer. Zhigan, watching from a distance, saw the water column rise and couldn't help but laugh. They can actually retaliate. Meanwhile, the Sun destroyer's second salvo of shells had already landed in Pearl Harbor. The flames in the harbor intensified, and explosions and thick smoke filled the air. Battleship main guns did not have a high hit rate, but Pearl Harbor was densely packed with ships, so as long as you fired at the harbor area, you would always hit your target. 3 minutes later, the USS Sunbreaker finished reloading, and thick smoke billowed from its muzzles. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions rang out again over Pearl Harbor. Just as the survivors were watching in horror, a huge flash of light suddenly appeared. The USS Tennessee had been hit by the ship's guns. The shell pierced the bow deck, leaving a huge hole. The crew members who had been busy on the deck vanished instantly, leaving only a charred crater. Seawater rushed into the hull, and this battleship, already teetering on the brink of collapse, was completely depleted of its last remaining strength. With a piercing sound of steel tearing apart, the bow structure was ripped in two and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. The midships also finally gave way and began to capsize, throwing many crew members into the sea. Several nearby destroyers desperately tried to escape, but the massive vortex created by the sinking USS Tennessee held them captive. Just then, another deafening explosion rang out. The one that exploded was the USS Pennsylvania battleship. The battleship, crippled in port after being hit by its main guns, narrowly escaped a second salvo. However, in the third salvo, a 460mm shell struck its bridge directly. The entire bridge was engulfed in flames in the explosion and then began to collapse. The Japanese attack set Pearl Harbor ablaze, while Zhigan's shelling caused the entire harbor to explode repeatedly. These were true explosions. The power of large-caliber naval guns far exceeded that of aerial bombs. Each shell that landed was accompanied by a deafening roar. Amidst the soaring flames, a warship was often sunk instantly. With nearly 100 warships and numerous other vessels anchored in Pearl Harbor, precise aiming was almost unnecessary. As long as a shell landed in the harbor, it was guaranteed to hit its target. The USS Tennessee was destroyed, the USS Maryland sank in the explosion, and even the battleship USS Pennsylvania was not spared. The three battleships that had survived the Japanese attack were now all reduced to scrap metal and slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. The sinking of a battleship weighing tens of thousands of tons had extremely serious consequences. The massive hull directly blocked the shipping lanes, and after the hull was blown open, large amounts of oil leaked onto the sea surface. Soon, the entire sea surface was covered with a black oil slick. As internal explosions continued, the fuel was quickly ignited. Flames spread across the sea, making the water seem to boil, and the entire Pearl Harbor was shrouded in heat and thick smoke. The already damaged smaller warships in the harbor suffered even worse losses. The minelayer Oglala, which had listed severely during the Japanese attack, could have barely held on until nightfall. But this time, a naval gunshot landed precisely on its damaged hull. With a deafening roar, the battered minelayer was torn to shreds and sank to the bottom of the sea, its spirit broken. The light cruiser USS Raleigh, the destroyer USS Shaw, and several other destroyers damaged in the attack were also hit by artillery fire. Explosions rang out one after another, and all of these warships eventually sank in Pearl Harbor. Zhigan stood on the deck of the Sun destroyer, holding binoculars, watching as warships exploded and sank in the distance amidst flames. In his mind, system notifications kept ringing. Sinking the battleship USS Pennsylvania, gaining 40,000 military merit points. Sinking the destroyer USS Downs, gaining 2,300 military merit points. The system notifications kept refreshing. Zhigan stared at the burning warships, a slight smile playing on his lips. In his eyes, those were no longer just warships, but rather piles of military merit points in his hands. In just half an hour of shelling, he had already earned 200,000 military merits. Zhigan ordered without hesitation. Exchange for an Iowa-class battleship. Compared to the Japanese Yamato-class battleships, he favored the Iowa-class. Although its main gun caliber was slightly smaller, its speed was higher, and its anti-aircraft firepower was denser. More importantly, the U.S. military will inevitably revolve around aircraft carriers in the future. The status of battleships will gradually decline, and giant ships like the Yamato-class will become increasingly awkward. The Iowa-class, on the other hand, can serve as a main battleship and will also be able to escort carrier strike groups in the future, offering greater potential for upgrades. Of course, there's another practical reason: it's cheaper. The system calculates the exchange based on tonnage. The Yamato-class requires over 70,000 military merits, while the Iowa-class only requires 58,000, a difference of nearly 20%. Just as Zhigan was about to make the exchange, a cold system notification suddenly sounded. The host has not established a naval base, therefore the exchange function cannot be activated. Zhigan was stunned. Naval base? The system immediately provided an explanation. Please establish a naval base as soon as possible. The naval base can provide functions such as warship exchange, repair, maintenance, and construction, and will also activate auxiliary modules. After checking the prices, Zhigan discovered that building the base only required 10,000 military merits. He quickly realized that this base was like a core hub, and all functions depended on it to be used. So he went into the command room, stood before the map, and cast his gaze across the entire Pacific Ocean, beginning his search for a suitable foothold. Initially, his target was Aldaria, an entire continent. But after careful consideration, he abandoned that idea. The strategic location there was too important. The British and Americans had been watching it closely, and the Japanese would inevitably launch a probing attack sooner or later. If he occupied it now, he would be facing 3 forces simultaneously. Before his strength was fully developed, he didn't want to become the target of everyone's attacks. Zhigan's plan was simple: to sabotage the operation from the shadows. He would impersonate the Japanese to attack Allied ports, and then impersonate American soldiers to strike the Japanese fleet, keeping the two sides evenly matched. This way, they could continuously accumulate military merits to improve technology while preventing either side from gaining control of the seas too early. They could then strike suddenly near the end of the war, sweeping everything aside. Therefore, he temporarily ruled out Aldaria. He then turned his attention to the small islands of the Pacific Ocean, such as Tonga, Fiji, and Vanuatu in later generations. But these islands were too small and located in the heart of the shipping lanes, making them easy to spot. Since that's the case, it's better to go directly to Aldaria. In the end, Zhigan's gaze settled on an archipelago northeast of New Zealand, the Kermadec Islands. This is an uninhabited island, about 1,000 kilometers from New Zealand, with a total land area of about 33 square kilometers. The largest of these is Raoul Island, which has an area of nearly 30 square kilometers. More importantly, this location is far from major shipping routes, with almost no ships passing by, making it ideal as a covert base. Developing here in peace, one will remain undetected for a considerable time. After identifying the target, Zhigan closed the map, walked back to the deck, and looked at the still burning Pearl Harbor. He turned to the captain and asked, "How much ammunition do we have left?" The captain immediately replied, "Report. 160 rounds used in the main guns, ample remaining ammunition. 740 rounds remaining in the main gun inventory." Each main gun of the Yamato-class battleship was equipped with 100 shells, and there were 9 guns and 3 triple-mounted arrays, for a total of 900 shells. In the past half hour of bombardment, only 15 salvos were fired. Ammunition was still plentiful. Zhigan nodded and calmly ordered, "Continue the bombardment." The captain immediately responded, "Yes, sir." The bombardment continued until around 5 p.m. The initial salvo had crippled most of the warships in Pearl Harbor. The USS Sunstrider then slowly approached the harbor, but did not get close, stopping only 10 nautical miles away, continuing to fire as it moved slowly. This time, however, the cannons were no longer aimed at the warships in the harbor, but instead turned to various military facilities on Pearl Harbor. Although the Japanese army had carried out 2 rounds of bombing, the first wave was mainly aimed at warships, and the second wave was blocked by anti-aircraft fire. Only the 7 airports in the harbor were actually destroyed, while the rest of the facilities were almost unharmed. Key support facilities such as naval shipyards, repair workshops, submarine docks, and torpedo depots were spared from bombing. As a result, the U.S. military was able to salvage and repair 5 battleships and recover many other ships in just 6 months. In addition, there was an even more crucial target, the Pearl Harbor oil depots, which also escaped bombing. These depots held 4.5 million tons of heavy fuel oil, and the ample fuel supply for the U.S. fleet in the Pacific theater was largely due to these reserves. Even critical infrastructure such as power plants remained largely intact. It can be said that the Japanese attack focused solely on warships and airfields. While it severely damaged the Pacific fleet in the short term, it did not truly destroy Pearl Harbor's core capabilities. However, now that Zhigan has arrived, he naturally won't let the Americans recover so easily. Boom! Boom! The roar of the main guns continued to ring out. The ships in the harbor had long since been reduced to ruins, and the flames of their fires were gradually dying down. A large number of corpses floated on the sea, some even carried by the currents to the vicinity of the Sun destroyer. The surviving American soldiers and residents on the island had long since left the port, and could only stand on higher ground, watching in despair as the massive warship bombarded the harbor round after round. Husband Kimmel stood on that high ground, his expression one of utter despair. If it were just a warship sunk, he would still hold a sliver of hope. The sunken ship could be salvaged and repaired. But when he saw the distant shipyard and repair facility engulfed in gunfire, the entire area ablaze, only one thought remained in his mind: it's over. Utterly over. Construction of Pearl Harbor began in 1900, and it took a full 10 years to complete the widening of the shipping lanes and the deepening of the harbor. It then took more than 30 years to develop it into the core base of the Pacific Ocean it is today. Established as a submarine base in 1919 and a naval air station in 1922, Pearl Harbor gradually developed from a single port of call into a large-scale military base integrating sea and air operations. Compared to the warships that were destroyed, the destruction of the port itself was the real blow to the U.S. military. This is the most important transit hub for the United States in the Pacific. If it is completely destroyed, all warships will have to depart from the mainland, and the costs of repair, resupply and maintenance will skyrocket. Boom! Another deafening explosion ripped through the dock, collapsing it completely. Kimmel's hands trembled slightly as he turned to face the equally stunned officers behind him. "Do we have any more ships we can deploy?" An officer replied with difficulty. "Reporting, Commander. All the warships have been destroyed. Only some fishing boats and cargo ships remain." Kimmel turned pale and hurriedly asked, "What about the planes? Are there any planes left?" Unfortunately, the answer was equally cruel. In the initial Japanese attack, almost all of Pearl Harbor's planes were destroyed, and the few that managed to take off were quickly shot down. At that point, Pearl Harbor was virtually defenseless. Kimmel was silent for a moment, then asked in a low voice, "Where's the submarine?" But all that could be heard were the sounds of explosions and the sea wind. No one answered. There were no warships, no planes, no submarines. All that remained was a group of surviving soldiers, watching helplessly as this Pacific naval port was gradually reduced to ruins. Just as the atmosphere reached its most oppressive point, an officer whispered, "Commander, at least the oil depot is still there." Hearing this, Kimmel finally looked up. This was indeed good news. The depot stored 4.5 million tons of heavy oil, and although he had privately resold some on the side, the majority of the quantity was still there. The bombardment continued until sunset before gradually ceasing. "Reporting to Commander, all key structures at Pearl Harbor have been destroyed," the captain of the USS Sunbreaker reported to Zhigan. As the last rays of the setting sun lingered, Zhigan gazed towards Pearl Harbor in the distance. The harbor was still ablaze, the flames illuminating the entire bay as if it were daytime. Zhigan spoke calmly. "Move towards Red Mountain and blow up their oil depots too." The Pearl Harbor Oil Depot is located in Red Hill, about 5 kilometers from the harbor. Built within a volcanic mountain, The depot is in a highly secluded location on a volcanic ridge between the South Harawa Valley and the Monalua Valley. The entire oil depot consists of 20 enormous storage tanks, each 100 feet in diameter and 250 feet high, equivalent to the height of a 20-story building. Each tank can store 12.5 million gallons of fuel, and if all are completed, the total capacity will reach 250 million gallons. There were also 3 oil pipelines that could directly transport fuel to Pearl Harbor. Because they were hidden within volcanic rock layers, they were completely undetected by the Japanese during their reconnaissance. These oil tanks were encased in 2 to 4 feet of concrete, and then covered by a 100-foot thick layer of rock, equivalent to more than 30 meters of bedrock. Ordinary aerial bombs would have virtually no chance of penetrating them. If it were 1943, Zhigan probably wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. But it was 1941, and the oil depot wasn't fully completed. Construction was still underway. This was an opportunity. An opportunity to completely destroy the Pearl Harbor oil depot. The USS Sunbringer slowly turned and headed towards Red Hill. With the warship gone, Pearl Harbor finally enjoyed a brief moment of peace. Although sporadic explosions could still be heard in the distance, they seemed insignificant compared to the constant roar of the ship's cannons. From 8 in the morning until sunset, the people of the entire island of Hawaii finally enjoyed a moment of peace. Some American soldiers, seeing the warships leave, burst into tears. Many more simply sat on the ground, gazing silently at the devastated harbor. Have the enemy ships left? Husband Kimmel slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant. Hearing footsteps, he managed to speak. Reporting, Commander, the enemy ships have withdrawn. Go and assess the losses, then report to the President. Yes, sir. Kimmel slowly raised his head, gazing at the distant sea. The warship that had wreaked havoc outside Pearl Harbor for hours was gradually disappearing into the distance. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything, and could only silently watch the Sunbreaker vanish into the night. Pearl Harbor at this moment resembled hell. Although the USS Sunstrider had departed, hours of continuous bombardment had completely destroyed the harbor. Burning warships littered the sea, billowing black smoke. Compared to the daytime, it was eerily quiet. The cries and pleas for help from the trapped soldiers could no longer be heard. Only the crackling of flames and the rumbling of collapsing buildings remained in the port area. The sea breeze swept across the broken steel beams and ruins, making an eerie wailing sound. The air was filled with the smell of burning and the acrid fumes of burning fuel. The once orderly harbor buildings are gone, leaving only ruins. The reinforced concrete structures are now broken walls and piles of rubble. The entire Pearl Harbor seems to have been completely erased. Kimmel's legs went weak as he slowly walked into the port area. The roads were littered with debris overturned by the shockwaves of the explosions, and huge craters were everywhere. Each shot from the 460mm guns of the Sun Destroyer could blast a crater nearly 20 meters in diameter and 7 or 8 meters deep into the ground. Through those craters, one could even see the layers of reef beneath the Hawaiian Islands. Surviving American soldiers and island residents walked into the ruins, their faces filled with despair. Someone kept calling out, "Is anyone still alive? Is anyone there? Answer me!" The only response they received was the crackling of the flames and the sound of falling debris. Night had fallen, and no one dared to venture further. The power plant had been destroyed in the shelling, plunging all of Hawaii into complete darkness. In the darkness, someone lit a torch. But just as the torch was raised, a terrified voice rang out. "It's a naval gun!" Before the words were even finished. Boom! A deafening roar followed, and a shell exploded in the crowd. It was a shell fired from the main gun of the Sun Destroyer. Although the Sun Destroyer had left the port, it hadn't gone far, instead stopping near Red Hill. Red Hill was very close to Pearl Harbor, still within range of the ship's guns. On board the warship, Zhigan listened to the system's continuous notifications, a smile playing on his lips. The system calculates military merit not only for sinking warships and destroying facilities, but also for killing enemy soldiers. Although the reward for a single soldier is far less than that for a warship's tonnage or a large building, it adds up. Zhigan knew very well that there would be many more opportunities to use military merit in the future. At this moment, the captain approached. "Commander, the Hongshan oil depot is just ahead," he said, pointing to the dark sea in the distance. Zhigan glanced at it and immediately ordered, "Fire flares, prepare incendiary bombs, and assess the situation at Hongshan first." "Yes, sir." Soon, several flares were launched into the night sky, exploding with a deafening roar high above. A blinding white light instantly illuminated a large stretch of coastline. Zhigan squinted, then smiled after seeing the distant view clearly. "As expected, it's not finished yet." Under the glow of flares, the outline of Red Hill was clearly visible. The hillside was covered with signs of artificial excavation, resembling a massive construction site. Construction had ceased after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, but numerous construction vehicles and excavating equipment could still be seen parked around the area. Zhigan continued. Launch the carrier-based aircraft and illuminate the entire area from Hongshan to Hawaii. Understood. The Yamato-class battleships were also equipped with carrier-based aircraft. Battleships of this era almost always carried several reconnaissance aircraft for observation and correction of artillery fire. These aircraft are not fighter jets, but seaplanes for reconnaissance. They are equipped with floats underneath their fuselages, allowing them to land directly on the sea surface and be recovered by a warship's crane. The catapult system is also rudimentary. It's not steam-powered or electromagnetic, but a mechanical catapult similar to a slingshot. The catapult uses spring force to launch the light aircraft directly off the deck. Soon, a seaplane was launched from the stern. At the same time, the USS Sunstrider fired more than a dozen flares between Red Hill and Pearl Harbor, illuminating a large area as if it were daytime. This anomaly was quickly noticed by the survivors of Pearl Harbor. What's that? Someone exclaimed, looking up. An officer examined it closely, his expression changing drastically. It's a flare, coming from the direction of Red Hill. Red Mountain? Upon hearing those two words, Kimmel's heart sank. The oil depot was located on Red Mountain, and that battleship was currently off the coast of Red Mountain. A pale-faced officer beside him said, Commander, the enemy might be heading for the oil depot. Everyone knew what the Hongshan oil depot meant. It stored a huge amount of fuel oil, and if it were ignited, the consequences would be unimaginable. Someone whispered, There are 4.5 million tons of heavy oil inside. If it explodes, not only Pearl Harbor, but the entire Hawaiian Islands could be devastated. Kimmel suppressed his panic and said in a deep voice, Don't panic. The oil depot is inside the mountain, covered by a 100-foot-thick layer of rock. Battleship shells can't break through it. These words brought a slight sense of relief to those around them. However, a vague sense of foreboding lingered in everyone's heart. At the same time, reconnaissance planes in the air had already transmitted intelligence back to the Sun Destroyer. Upon hearing the reconnaissance plane's report, Zhigan did not immediately order the firing. He stood in the command room, gazing at the distant Red Mountain. There, a full 4.5 million tons of fuel oil were stored, and the extinction ship was too close. If it were detonated, the resulting secondary explosion would be beyond his estimation. The consequences of such a massive oil slick exploding were unimaginable. Zhigan pondered for a moment, then finally gave the order. Have the warships retreat 10 nautical miles. At this point, the extinction sun was about 8 nautical miles from Hongshan. If it retreated another 10 nautical miles, the distance between it and the Hongshan oil depot would increase to about 33 kilometers. This distance would at least allow the warship to be in a relatively safe position. Yes, sir! With the order given, the Sun Destroyer slowly retreated. The gunners took the opportunity to relock the firing coordinates, while the reconnaissance planes continuously circled in the air, repeatedly confirming the target's position to ensure that the strike coordinates were completely accurate. Meanwhile, in the White House conference room in Washington, an emergency meeting that started in the morning was still ongoing. According to the original plan, Japan was supposed to declare war on the United States an hour before the surprise attack, so that the US could claim that it was not an undeclared war. However, the reception and translation of telegrams from the embassy in Washington were severely delayed, and the declaration of war was not delivered until 80 minutes after the attack. The White House conference room was filled with smoke. Several hours had passed since the attack on Pearl Harbor. Robert Redfield held a series of meetings. Although the United States had long been preparing for war, the original plan was not to formally declare war until mid-1942. However, this surprise attack completely disrupted the plan, and the American war machine was not yet fully prepared. Nevertheless, the High Command had already decided to enter the war, and the focus of discussion now was the direction of the war and its priority objectives. We cannot abandon the Pacific, said the cripple in a deep voice. Although the fleet has suffered heavy losses, Pearl Harbor is still in our hands, and the core facilities have not been destroyed. He then looked at William S. Knudsen, the head of the production administration, and asked, How long would it take to rebuild the Pacific Fleet? After thinking for a moment, Knudsen replied, At least a year. If the ship sunk at Pearl Harbor can be salvaged and repaired, the time might be shortened. Luo the cripple shook his head. A year is too long. I'll only give you 6 months. I want a Pacific Fleet capable of defeating the Japanese combined fleet. He then turned to Chief of Naval Operations Harold Stark. I know many of you don't like aircraft carriers, but Japan has proven that future naval warfare belongs to aircraft carriers. I don't want to hear any more arguments against developing aircraft carriers. Immediately convert and build aircraft carriers. At the same time, the Army Aviation Corps must also send outstanding pilots to support the Navy. At that time, the United States did not have an independent Air Force, only Army and Naval Aviation, with Army Aviation being much larger than Naval Aviation. The highest commander of the Army Aviation was Henry Arnold, who later became known as the father of the modern U.S. Air Force. Although reluctant, Henry nodded in agreement. Yes, sir. The Navy did not object. The Pacific Fleet's battleships were almost entirely lost. Developing aircraft carriers would allow them to quickly restore their fighting strength. Moreover, Roosevelt himself was a naval veteran, and the Naval High Command was well aware of this. Although the infrastructure of Pearl Harbor is still intact, to ensure the port's security, we need. Just as he was about to discuss the next issue, an assistant suddenly pushed open the door and entered. Sir, a telegram from Pearl Harbor. Luo the cripple took the telegram, and after reading its contents, his brows furrowed instantly. Everyone in the conference room looked at him, realizing that things had probably taken another turn for the worse. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Damn those Japanese devils, they've sent battleships to bombard Pearl Harbor, and the port is almost completely destroyed. A deathly silence fell over the conference room. Luo the cripple slammed his hand on the table, trying to rouse everyone. It seems our operational plan must be readjusted. Pearl Harbor has suffered extensive damage. Reconstruction will be a massive undertaking. You'll be quite busy for the next while. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Brian Burke Somerville, the Army Chief of Engineering. Somerville pondered for a moment, and then said, Sir, we need to reassess the extent of the damage to Pearl Harbor. If the port is too badly destroyed, perhaps we should choose another location to build a new naval port. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone in the Navy objected. No, Pearl Harbor is still the best choice. Although the port was damaged, the Red Hill Oil Depot is still there, storing 4.5 million tons of heavy oil. We don't have time to find a new storage location. The Army personnel were stunned when they heard the number. 4.5 million tons? That much? What if something goes wrong? Many people even subconsciously looked at Luo the cripple. After all, he was from the Navy, and such a huge oil reserve shocked even the Army. Navy Secretary Stark immediately explained. Don't worry, the Red Mountain Oil Depot is built inside the mountain and covered by a 30-meter thick layer of rock, as solid as a rock. There will absolutely be no problem. Just as everyone was still discussing, the conference room door was flung open again. Another assistant rushed in, looking flustered. Report! Pearl Harbor, no, the whole of Hawaii, something's happened. The moment those words were spoken, everyone in the conference room turned to look at the assistant. Luo the cripple's face instantly turned ashen, and he snatched the telegram. After reading its contents, he froze, his voice trembling as he uttered, The Hongshan Oil Depot is gone. The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Harold Stark, in particular, gaped, his mouth agape. Just minutes before, he had confidently assured everyone that the Red Hill Oil Depot was rock solid, and now it was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Stark stood up abruptly and retorted loudly. The Red Mountain Oil Depot was an important naval project. He had personally inspected the site and found its structure to be robust and impossible to destroy easily. He paused for a moment, only able to think of one explanation. Unless the Japanese have already landed in Hawaii. In his view, only a Japanese army landing on the island could have destroyed the oil depot. But a question then arose. If the Japanese could land in Hawaii, why would they only destroy the oil depot? A few minutes earlier, on the sea, the Sun destroyer had retreated 10 nautical miles. All 9 main guns were loaded with incendiary shells, their muzzles aimed at the oil pipeline area of the Red Mountain Oil Depot. Fire! With the order given, the battleship opened fire again. Soldiers and civilians at Pearl Harbor saw flashes of light on the sea in the distance, and moments later, the muffled and terrifying sound of artillery fire came again from afar. Boom! 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 Shells rained down on the oil pipeline area of the Red Hill Oil Depot. After the shelling ended, reconnaissance aircraft quickly flew overhead to investigate, and immediately reported the shell impact points. Correct the trajectory, second salvo, continue loading incendiary shells. The first salvo did not directly hit the pipe. After all, at a distance of 18 nautical miles, it's difficult to achieve absolute precision in the shell impact points. At that moment in Pearl Harbor, American soldiers were observing the Red Hill area from a distance. What are they doing? It looks like they're shelling the Red Hill Oil Depot. Upon hearing this, Pacific Fleet Commander Husband Kimmel immediately tensed up. An officer reassured him. Commander, there's no need to worry. The Red Mountain Oil Depot is built into a 30-meter thick layer of rock. That Key-class battleship simply can't penetrate it. Kimmel nodded, but still frowned, and ordered. Send someone over to check it out,
and be careful. Soon, the second round of shelling landed. The shells missed the oil depot, but ignited the forest surrounding Red Hill. The raging fire instantly illuminated the entire mountainside. Kimmel stood on high ground, observing through binoculars. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Damn it! They're not bombing the oil depot, they're bombing the oil pipeline! Realizing the problem, he immediately searched for the officer in charge of logistics. But after searching around, no one responded. Where's Lewis? Where is Lewis? Who's in charge of logistics? Reporting to the commander, Lewis was killed in the attack just now. Kimmel's face instantly turned grim. Was the oil pipeline shut off or not? The surrounding officers exchanged bewildered glances. None of them could answer. If the pipeline was shut off, the impact of the explosion would be limited. But if it wasn't shut off, and it were to be blown open, the consequences would be extremely serious. Send someone to check immediately. If it's not shut it off right now. The order had barely been given when a massive pillar of fire suddenly shot up from the direction of Red Mountain in the distance. The flames soared into the sky, exceptionally bright against the night, clearly visible from several kilometers away. When Kimmel saw this, he collapsed to the ground. It's over. He knew all too well what that meant. The oil pipeline had been blown open, the heavy oil had sprayed out and been ignited by flames, and the entire oil pipeline system was out of control. An officer was about to say something when Kimmel jumped to his feet, his voice trembling with terror. Run! Evacuate immediately! The Red Hill oil depot stored a large amount of fuel. A chain reaction of explosions would have unimaginable consequences. Send a message to the White House immediately. Something's happened at the Red Hill oil depot. Meanwhile, on the sea, on the destroyer. Sun Destroyer. Zhigan stood on the deck, watching the distant pillar of fire soaring into the sky, knowing that the shelling had hit the oil pipeline. But he was not satisfied. His goal was to blow up all the oil pipelines, causing all the heavy oil inside to burn. Even if an explosion didn't occur, he wanted to completely burn all the fuel stored by the US military. 20 minutes later, the Sun Destroyer launched several more rounds of bombardment. The fire on Red Mountain grew larger and larger, and from the sea, the entire mountain appeared to have transformed into a wall of fire, separating Hawaii from the ocean. Looking at the sea of fire in the distance, Zhigan finally gave the order. Retreat. In his view, even if the oil depot hadn't exploded, it was essentially destroyed. 30 meters of rock might have stopped artillery shells, but it might not have been able to withstand the continuous high temperatures. As long as the fire continued to burn, the oil tanks inside the cave would leak sooner or later. The Sun Destroyer then turned off its lights and began its evacuation in the designated direction, its destination the Chromatic Islands. Meanwhile, Red Mountain resembled a burning volcano. The entire mountain was engulfed in flames, strikingly visible in the night, like a giant lighthouse at sea. Just then, boom! A huge explosion suddenly rang out. Zhigan, who was tallying his military merits, looked up abruptly. Immediately afterward, a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, hosts, for destroying the Hongshan oil depot. You have gained 100,000 military merits. The adjutant quickly reported. Commander, the explosion came from the direction of Hawaii. Zhigan immediately raised his binoculars and looked. He saw a huge mushroom cloud rising in the direction of Hongshan. Even the Mieri ship, dozens of kilometers away, felt the shockwave. The ship swayed noticeably, and the sea was churning. Looking at the magnificent sea of fire in the distance, Zhigan sighed softly. It really is spectacular. With this explosion, Pearl Harbor was completely destroyed, and the Red Hill oil depot was reduced to ruins. It was virtually impossible for the US military to restore its combat capability within 6 months, as it had done in history. Now Zhigan's only remaining target is Japan. At the same time, he also plans to use this time to begin planning his strategic layout in the region of Odalia and New Zealand. When the Americans return to the Pacific, he will make them understand one thing: times have changed. When the sun rose again, the front pages of almost all major American newspapers were filled with the same news: the attack on Pearl Harbor. The Japanese had shamelessly attacked Pearl Harbor, annihilating the Pacific Fleet. The Hawaiian crisis demanded an immediate end to the fighting. The homeland was under fascist invasion, and the flames of war were drawing near to the American continent. The news ignited public opinion in the United States. At the time, isolationist sentiment was rampant in the US, and the government needed to ensure everyone knew what had happened at Pearl Harbor to garner public support for the war. Therefore, immediately after the attack, Robert Redfield instructed newspapers nationwide to dedicate their entire front page to the Pearl Harbor attack the following day. To incite anger, he even deliberately exaggerated the damage at Pearl Harbor. However, When he received a telegram from the front lines that morning, he realized that he had underestimated the scale of the disaster. As the first rays of sunlight touched Hawaii, the residents barely felt the dawn. All night long, the Red Mountain area burned, the raging fire spreading from the volcanic region all the way to Pearl Harbor. After the Red Hill Oil Depot explosion, the fire swept across the entire island of Oahu. Sparks of fire rained down from the sky like a meteor shower, but these meteors, upon landing, ignited everything around them. Oahu is the third largest and most densely populated island in Hawaii. As the fires spiraled out of control, massive numbers of residents began a frantic escape. People rushed to ports and airports, desperately fleeing to surrounding islands like Hawaii Island and Maui, plunging the entire island into chaos overnight. Some people tried to fight the fire, but the shockwave from the explosion of 4.5 million tons of fuel at the Hongshan Oil Depot had already collapsed numerous buildings. Roads were blocked and facilities were paralyzed, making it impossible for the fire brigade to operate. They could only watch helplessly as the inferno continued to expand. Even more terrifying, the effects of the explosion reached as far as the island of Hawaii, 10 kilometers away. The shockwave whipped up debris that flew across the sea and crashed onto the island, killing some residents who were watching the fire from a distance. That night, Pearl Harbor was burning, Red Hill was burning, the entire island of Oahu was burning. The fire was almost completely out of control. Fortunately, 3 hours after the Red Hill Oil Depot explosion, it finally started to rain. But strangely, the rain was black. The dust from the explosion and the ash from the fire polluted the entire sky, and the rain that fell was like black ink. However, this black rain brought only one benefit: it gradually suppressed the spreading fire. When daybreak came and people saw Oahu again, they could hardly recognize it. The entire island was shrouded in thick smoke, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. White smoke rose from buildings and trees extinguished by the rain, making it look like an eerie sea of fog from afar. When the surviving residents and U.S. soldiers returned to the island, they found everything had been completely changed. The entire island of Oahu was almost blackened by fire, with charred houses, collapsed buildings, and corpses and animal remains scattered everywhere. Looking around, almost no intact buildings could be found. Pearl Harbor was completely destroyed. Oahu was also nearly ruined. The explosion at the Red Hill Oil Depot not only burned the entire island but also severely polluted the surrounding water sources. For a short period of time, this area was no longer suitable for human habitation. But for the survivors, the only good news was that the explosion did not trigger a volcanic eruption. Otherwise, the entire island would likely have been completely engulfed. Even so, the U.S. military's losses this time were still extremely heavy. A Pacific base painstakingly built over decades was reduced to ruins overnight. Even with America's incredible industrial capacity, rebuilding Pearl Harbor would have taken at least several years. When these photos were sent back to the United States, public opinion exploded. Those who had been hesitant before were instantly enraged, with large numbers taking to the streets and launching attacks against Japanese people living in the U.S. Meanwhile, in the Pacific Ocean, Chuchi Nagumo had already led the combined fleet back to port. After the successful surprise attack, he immediately sent a signal to Isoroku Yamamoto and the Japanese Imperial General Headquarters. Tora! 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 This signifies the success of the surprise attack. Interestingly, however, the mastermind behind the entire operation, Isoroku Yamamoto, was not in the fleet at the time, but rather stationed on the battleship Nagato in Hiroshima Bay. After the initial euphoria, Yamamoto Isoroku calmed down. Now, he only wanted to know one thing: how much had the United States actually lost? This would directly impact Japan's strategic deployment in the Pacific. In the original historical accounts, American media deliberately exaggerated the damage to Pearl Harbor, even spreading various misleading reports, such as that the Japanese had already landed in Hawaii. This information successfully misled the Japanese leadership. Yamamoto Isoroku thus concluded that the U.S. Pacific Fleet would be unable to regain its combat capability for at least 1 or 2 years, which indirectly led to the disastrous defeat at Midway. Just as he was pondering this, an assistant rushed into the room. "Report! News!" the assistant exclaimed, waving a telegram with obvious excitement. Because telegraph communication between the US and Japan had been disrupted after the outbreak of war, Yamamoto Isoroku specifically arranged several ships in the Central Pacific as telegraph relay stations in order to obtain information as quickly as possible. All intelligence from the American mainland had to be relayed back through this method. Isoroku Yamamoto abruptly stood up. "What's the situation?" his assistant excitedly reported. "Report! The fire at Pearl Harbor burned all night, the harbor has been razed to the ground, and it has completely lost its value as a forward base." Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Isoroku did not show the expected excitement. Instead, he frowned. He knew very well that while the Japanese fleet was indeed large enough to severely damage the Pacific Fleet, completely destroying Pearl Harbor was virtually impossible. This is why the focus of the operation was to bombard the fleet, rather than port facilities. Long-range raids can carry limited ammunition. The first wave targets the warships, and the second wave attacks the ports, by which time firepower is already insufficient. Yamamoto Isoroka looked up and asked, "Any other intelligence?" His assistant immediately handed him a stack of telegrams. These were information compiled from media reports by intelligence agents operating in the United States. Yamamoto Isoroka reviewed the intelligence reports, his expression gradually growing serious. Battleships bombarding the port? The Red Hill oil depot exploding? After a moment's thought, he immediately ordered, "Send a telegram to Nagumo Chuchi, instructing him to secretly dispatch reconnaissance planes back to Pearl Harbor to confirm the true situation at the port." A few hours later, a new telegram arrived in Yamamoto Isoroka's hands. Reconnaissance planes confirmed. Pearl Harbor had indeed been reduced to ruins. The intelligence was largely accurate. But a problem arose. Yamamoto Isoroka looked at the telegram, lost in thought. Pearl Harbor is destroyed like this. Where did those battleships come from? 2 days later, the photos taken by the reconnaissance plane were sent back to the Japanese mainland. In the images, Pearl Harbor was almost completely reduced to ruins. The reporting officer pointed to the photos and explained, "This is the location of the Red Hill oil depot. It has now been blasted open with a huge gap. Comparing the photos before and after, we can confirm that a violent explosion occurred here." The report continued, "And here, this place was also completely destroyed." Photos were laid out on the table, showing the entire port area in ruins. Yamamoto Isoroka listened to the report, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper, before asking in a low voice, "Are all these the spoils of Nagumo Chuchi?" The person next to him immediately replied, "Yes." Chuchi Nagumo's explanation is that the bombing may have accidentally hit the U.S. oil pipeline, causing the fire to backflow into the oil depot, which triggered the massive explosion at the Hongshan oil depot. After hearing this, Isoroka Yamamoto fell into deep thought. As a staunch advocate for aircraft carriers, he practically single-handedly spearheaded the establishment of the carrier fleet, so he was acutely aware of the capabilities of carrier-based aircraft. The scale of destruction before him seemed impossible to achieve solely by carrier-based aircraft. After a long silence, Yamamoto Isoroka finally said only one sentence. "Understood. Announce the results to the outside world." But there were a few questions that he couldn't figure out. For example, the U.S. military report mentioned that the Key-class battleship appeared outside Pearl Harbor. However, Japan never built the Key-class battleships. They remained only on paper and could never have appeared on the battlefield. So what exactly did the U.S. military see? Was the wrong ship identified? Or is someone deliberately lying? Or perhaps, there was actually a third party involved in the attack on Pearl Harbor that day. Either possibility made Yamamoto Isoroka uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, he gave the order. "Inform Nagumo Chuchi to come see me immediately upon returning to Japan." The only person who truly understood the situation on the ground was the commander at the time, Chuchi Nagumo. And Nagumo had already taken all the credit for himself 2 days earlier. In his report, he stated that the massive destruction of Pearl Harbor was entirely due to his excellent command, although there were some accidents. But the final result was a successful and devastating attack on Pearl Harbor. Such a record was enough to warrant another promotion for him. So even though he had doubts in his heart, he never voiced them, instead keeping all the credit firmly in his own hands. He even wondered if it was during his command that the Hai or Kurashima had gotten close to Pearl Harbor. Regardless of the doubts harbored by the U.S. military in Japan, following the attack on Pearl Harbor, the United States quickly declared war on Japan and simultaneously on Germany. Thus, the scale of World War II expanded once again. The Allied powers almost universally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news, except for Germany, which was exceptionally furious. This was because they had been working for years to maintain American neutrality. From 1939 to 1941, Germany spent a great deal of money lobbying and giving speeches in the United States in an attempt to influence public opinion. Although the effect was limited, at least the two sides maintained a superficial peaceful relationship. Meanwhile, Germany was also accelerating its military development, with some even predicting that the United States might not officially enter the war until 1942. Therefore, their navy was secretly expanding in preparation for the future. But Japan's sudden attack on Pearl Harbor disrupted all plans. Many unfinished preparations also became meaningless. However, after their initial fury, Germany reacted swiftly. The day after the attack on Pearl Harbor, they lifted restrictions on submarine attacks against American ships, and soon formally declared war on the United States. Just as the global situation was escalating rapidly, Zhigan's fleet had already sailed for 2 days after leaving Pearl Harbor and finally arrived at the Chromatic Islands. This archipelago, located in northern New Zealand, consists of Raoul Island, Macquarie Island, Curtis Island, and Esperance Reef. Raoul Island is the largest, with an area of approximately 29.38 square kilometers. As early as 1788, a British ship, the Lady Penning, discovered this place and named the archipelago the Chromatic Islands after its captain. At this moment, the Annihilation ship was slowly slowing down. Zhigan stood on the bridge, gazing at the small island in the distance. The island wasn't large, but it was more than enough as a temporary base. At that moment, an officer reported, "Commander, the island of Raoul in the Chromatic Islands is just ahead." Zhigan nodded and simply ordered, "Land on the island." Since there are no ports around the island, ships cannot dock directly. Zhigan had to transfer to a lifeboat to reach the island. After circling the island, he finally chose a circular bay in the northern part of Raoul Island. The terrain here is naturally enclosed, making it ideal for building a naval port. Once the location was confirmed, the system immediately displayed a prompt. "Confirm construction of a naval base?" Zhigan answered without hesitation. "Confirmed." The next second, an astonishing scene unfolded. The once empty beach began to transform rapidly, with facilities such as docks, warehouses, barracks, shipyards, and command buildings appearing as if they were growing out of the ground. In just 10 minutes, a complete old-style naval port appeared in the circular bay. The entire base has 4 berths, 2 of which can accommodate ships of 100,000 tons or more, and the other 2 are suitable for ships of less than 50,000 tons. Immediately afterwards, the system notification sounded again. "Congratulations, hosts, on the construction of the naval base. Construction system activated." The previously locked system panel then unlocked, and a row of new building options appeared on the interface: radar station, desalination plant, food processing plant, shipyard, Marine Corps barracks, equipment manufacturing plant, weapons manufacturing plant, naval university, and so on. As Zhigan looked through the instructions, he couldn't help but exclaim, "So there's a whole construction system here. It's incredibly complex." Facilities like food processing plants and freshwater conversion stations are easy to understand. Both ordinary soldiers and clones need food and fresh water supplies. On a deserted island like this, these 2 resources are the foundation of survival. Without a stable supply of food and water, even the most powerful fleet cannot last long. However, what attracted Zhigan's attention the most was the shipbuilding factory. The price of directly exchanging warships through the system was extremely high. It took 10,000 military merits to exchange for a warship with a displacement of 10,000 tons. Sinking an enemy ship of the same tonnage would only yield roughly the same amount of military merit. Therefore, exchanging for warships is actually very uneconomical. But shipyards are different. Building warships through factories costs only about 1/10 of what you'd get from the system, though it requires a large number of workers. If Zhigan can provide the blueprints and raw materials, the ships can be manufactured in the factory without even expending military merits. Upon seeing this, he almost immediately decided to prioritize building shipyards, as this was the best way to break free from system dependence. After all, he didn't know where the system came from. If the system suddenly disappeared one day, he would need to have the ability to build a fleet independently. Besides the shipyard, another important building is the Naval Academy. This facility is responsible for training its own naval personnel. As long as the Naval Academy trains officers and the shipyard produces ships, even if the system disappears one day, it will still have the foundation to continue developing. Chapter 13: Expanding the Fleet. In addition, the Marine Corps also caught Zhigan's eye. Zhigan now possesses warships but lacks amphibious landing forces, much like at Pearl Harbor, where he razed the entire harbor to the ground but was unable to occupy the island of Hawaii. But with the Marine Corps, everything changed. Naval guns bombarded ports, aircraft carriers destroyed military facilities and cities, and Marines conducted amphibious landings to eliminate the remaining enemy forces. Zhigan had been considering how to develop an army, otherwise they would only be able to drift at sea in the future. It now appears that these problems have been resolved. Seawater desalination plants, food processing plants, shipyards, naval academies, and Marine Corps camps sprang up on the deserted island, quickly filling the circular harbor. "Let's rename this island Sun and Moon Island from now on." Zhigan was not satisfied with the name Chromatic Islands and decided to change the name of the islands. At the same time, one's own identity also needs to be changed. A force that suddenly appears must have a background. "Ship 1, from now on you will be called Yumieri." Zhigan looked at the captain of the battleship Annihilation in front of him. "Thank you for the name, Commander." Upon hearing the name Yu Zhigan had given him, Yumieroi became quite agitated. Yu Zhigan keenly noticed this. It seemed that although the clone soldiers would not betray him, they would have emotions. If you keep exploiting them, they might not betray you, but they will definitely become passive and unmotivated. Let's compile a list of the soldiers who distinguished themselves in the attack on Pearl Harbor, and I'll name them all. After the order was given, Yu Zhigan clearly felt that the crew of the entire Extinction-class battleship became excited. Similar to his own deduction, these clone soldiers were not machines. They also had their own emotions and preferences. From now on, we are the descendants of the Ming dynasty, and our fleet is the Ming dynasty fleet. After thinking for a long time, Yu Zhigan decided to seek an identity from the Ming dynasty. Soon, Yu Zhigan fabricated a storyline about Sun and Moon Island. Yu Zhigan's troops are descendants of Zhu Yuman, who lived 539 years ago. When Nanjing fell, Zhu Yuman's confidants, along with Zhu Yuan and some others, fled overseas and hid on a small island deep in the Pacific Ocean. To avoid being hunted down by Zhu Di, they all changed their surname to Yu. Through the efforts of more than a dozen generations, the technology of the Ming dynasty has gradually surpassed that of this era. It has only recently re-established contact with the world and begun to expand outwards. Yu Zhigan fabricated this story not only to find a legitimate identity for himself to recruit laborers and civilians in China, but also to boost the confidence of the Chinese people through this propaganda. At this time, the country was experiencing a dual invasion, both culturally and militarily. A century of humiliation and inferiority complex have been etched into the bones of many. They believe that our nation is inherently inferior to other nations, belonging to a second-class or inferior nation. They can't even stand up straight when they meet foreigners. What Yu Zhigan needs to do is to help them stand up straight. A descendant of the Ming dynasty, living alone overseas, was able to develop warships and technology that surpassed those of the great powers. This shows that the problem wasn't with our ethnic group, but with the Akarasai from back then. Yu Zhigan believed that when news of his existence reached China, it would excite many people and prompt them to reflect on the notion of an inferior race and the notion that foreigners are advanced civilizations. After renaming the island and the warship, and fabricating his own background, Yu Zhigan began exchanging for warships. Although he already has a shipyard, Yu Zhigan currently has no workers or raw materials, so he can only choose to exchange military merits for warships. Currently, Yu Zhigan commands one battleship, the Destroy the Sun, but no escort ships or supply ships. The victory at Pearl Harbor was entirely due to the Japanese attacking the Americans first, crippling their fleet and rendering them unable to retaliate, which allowed Yu Zhigan to reap the benefits. Otherwise, a bare battleship encountering a fleet at sea would be in grave danger. After building the naval base and various other structures, Yu Zhigan had only 300,000 military merits left, leaving 50,000 for the base's daily operations. Battleships still play a very important role. One Yamato-class battleship is clearly not enough. We still need a main battleship. Yu Zhigan pondered for a moment, and then focused his attention on the Iowa-class battleships. 45,000 military merits can be exchanged for an Iowa-class battleship, which is almost half the price of a Yamato-class battleship, but its firepower is not much weaker, and its anti-aircraft firepower is even better. In addition, the Iowa-class battleships were superior to the Yamato-class battleships in later upgrades and modifications. After all, the Iowa-class battleships were still involved in wars decades later. Besides the Iowa battleship, Yu Zhigan turned his attention to the aircraft carrier. First, after excluding the Bogue-class aircraft carriers used by the U.S. Navy as filler, there are not many types of aircraft carriers to choose from. One is the Yorktown-class. The famous Enterprise is a Yorktown-class aircraft carrier, and the other is the Essex-class aircraft carrier. This type of aircraft carrier performed exceptionally well in the Pacific War. However, Yu Zhigan ultimately set his sights on the 1945 commissioning, but missed out on the Midway-class aircraft carriers of World War II. Compared to the Essex-class aircraft carriers, the Midway-class aircraft carriers were a step up, with a larger full-load displacement and the ability to carry more carrier-based aircraft. Currently, it is equipped with a hydraulically driven catapult, but in the later stages, a steam catapult can be added. In terms of service life, the Midway-class carriers also far exceed the Essex-class carriers. Although it costs nearly 20,000 more military merits, it allows you to get the best deal in one go and maintain a leading position for the next few years. Therefore, Yu Zhigan ultimately chose 2 Midway-class aircraft carriers, 2 battleships, 2 fleet carriers, and then the configuration of frigates and destroyers. The main roles of frigates and destroyers are escort and mine protection. The future belongs to aircraft carriers. Since aircraft carriers and battleships have limited anti-aircraft firepower, other warships are needed to provide anti-aircraft firepower to make up for the lack of anti-aircraft firepower of main warships. Deflecting torpedoes was also one of their important tasks. These days, naval guns are powerful, but their accuracy is very low. To sink a major warship, you basically have to rely on torpedoes. Battleships and aircraft carriers are both large ships that are difficult to turn around. If they don't observe in time, the torpedoes will rush towards them, and it will be difficult to avoid them. At this point, these frigates are needed to shield them from the torpedoes with their own bodies. Without Zhigan, only a few of the American battleships at Pearl Harbor survived thanks to the selfless protection of these escort ships. Otherwise, they would have been torn to pieces by torpedoes long ago. Chapter 14 Fleet Formation. Besides those reasons, another core function of frigates is anti-submarine warfare. Submarines pose a significant threat to capital warships, and frigates can be considered the most formidable fathers of submarines. There were many types of frigates during World War II, and quite a few performed exceptionally well. Among them, the British Black Swan-class frigates were considered outstanding. However, after carefully reviewing the data of the Black Swan-class frigate, Zhigan decided to give up, as it was too slow. The Black Swan-class frigate has a speed of only 19 knots, less than 20 knots. This speed is too slow, and in the event of a battle, it is very likely that it will not be able to keep up with the main warships that it needs to escort. Therefore, Zhigan turned his attention to the U.S. Navy's Barclay-class destroyer. These were the most numerous destroyer escorts built by the United States during World War II, with a total of 154 ships constructed. The most famous of them was HMS England, which sank 6 Japanese submarines in just 12 days. The sonar on the Barclay-class destroyer is the most advanced available, and Japanese submarines can be locked onto almost as soon as they appear. In addition, the Barclay-class corvettes can reach a top speed of 24 knots, far exceeding the Black Swan's 19 knots. Moreover, its displacement is only 1,300 tons, making it much cheaper than the Black Swan-class frigate. So after some consideration, Zhigan decided to purchase 10 Barclay-class destroyer frigates. We have battleships, aircraft carriers, and frigates, but we lack destroyers. Many people are unclear about the difference between frigates and destroyers. Frigates are generally used as shields, serving as the last line of defense alongside the main fleet. Destroyers, on the other hand, serve as a supplementary source of firepower. They are characterized by their high speed, powerful firepower, and considerable anti-aircraft capabilities, making them the spearhead of the main fleet's offensive operations. Destroyers have many uses. During the intense phase of combat, they can serve as firing positions to engage in firefights with the enemy. When pursuing, they can also rely on their superior maneuverability to hunt down the most valuable targets of the enemy fleet. Even when at a disadvantage, it can still provide some rearguard capability to cover the retreat of the main fleet. They are essentially the backbone of a fleet. In terms of destroyers, there are many options. Among them, the American Fletcher-class destroyers are known as the king of air defense destroyers. They are equipped with 5 12mm Quach's 127mm dual-purpose guns, 3 twin-mounted Bofors 40mm anti-aircraft guns, and 10 Oerlikon 20mm anti-aircraft guns. It can be said that any aircraft passing through its air defense range during World War II would suffer severe damage. Moreover, its displacement is only 2,100 tons, its maximum speed can reach 38 knots, and its price is only 2,100 military merits. Therefore, Zhigan exchanged for 10 Fletcher-class destroyers without hesitation. In addition to anti-aircraft firepower, Zhigan also had his eye on the Japanese Kajiro-class destroyers. Compared to the Fletcher-class destroyers, the Kajiro-class destroyers did not have exceptional anti-aircraft capabilities, but they possessed 6 127mm naval guns and 8 610mm torpedo tubes, as well as more than 20 anti-aircraft guns, giving them a certain level of anti-aircraft capability. If the Fletcher-class destroyer's advantage lies in air defense, then the Kajiro-class destroyer's advantage lies in balance. Its firepower, air defense, and attack capabilities are all very well-rounded, with no particularly outstanding advantages, but also no obvious weaknesses. Together with the Fletcher-class destroyers, he formed a destroyer group that perfectly compensated for the Fletcher-class destroyer's lack of torpedo launching capability. The Kajiro-class destroyer is slightly cheaper to exchange than the Fletcher-class, requiring only 2,000 military merits. Moreover, the most famous warship of the Kajiro-class destroyers is the renowned Yamato-class, whose name is familiar to many. Zhigan redeemed a total of 5 Kajiro-class destroyers. After reviewing his military merits, Zhigan redeemed another Shimakaze-class destroyer. If the Fletcher-class destroyer is the king of air defense, then the Shimakaze-class destroyer is the king of torpedo warfare. The Shimakaze-class destroyer is equipped with 3 5-cell 610mm torpedo launchers on one side, which can launch 15 torpedoes at a time. Moreover, these torpedoes have a maximum range of 40 kilometers and a payload of 780 kilograms. A single torpedo can send a battleship to its doom. The most outrageous thing is that the Shimakaze-class destroyer can reach a maximum speed of 40 knots, which is comparable to the speed of a torpedo boat, and it is still a destroyer with 3 twin-mounted 127mm naval guns. Zhigan exchanged for an Shimakaze-class destroyer because he wanted to be a surprise weapon. After the combat ships have been exchanged, the next step is to acquire various logistical support ships. In addition to these surface combat ships, some submarines are also needed underwater, as well as a large number of auxiliary ships. When a fleet sets sail, it doesn't just consist of combat ships. There's also a series of auxiliary ships following behind. The most common type is the oil tanker, because many warships have a range of only a few thousand kilometers, and oil tankers are needed to resupply them in the rear for long-range operations. Besides these, there are also food supply ships. After drifting at sea for several months, fresh water and food are crucial, so food supply ships are needed. Then there are medical ships, which are specifically used to house the wounded and some patients. In addition, there are repair ships, which are equipped with some commonly used spare parts for ships, and replacement parts will be sent in case of malfunction. If a ship suffers a major accident or is severely damaged during a combat mission, a tugboat will be needed to tow the warship back to its base. There is also a type called a floating dock, which is a dock that can be disassembled and transported, allowing for temporary dock repairs when ships are damaged. Then came a whole host of transport ships, landing support ships, minesweepers, communications ships, and so on. These various auxiliary ships could number in the dozens. Generally speaking, a fleet consisting of 30 combat ships is followed by a logistics fleet consisting of approximately 80 to 100 auxiliary ships. When these fleets are not on combat missions, they will follow behind the main fleet. If there is a combat mission, the main fleet will usually be refueled and supplied with ammunition, and then kept at a distance of about 100 nautical miles behind the main fleet. If the main battleships win a naval battle, they will immediately rendezvous with the main battleships to clean up the battlefield, repair ships, and rescue the wounded for the main fleet. If the main fleet is defeated, they will immediately turn around and flee. Taking the United States as an example, during the Pacific War, the U.S. military logistics fleet had nearly 3,000 auxiliary ships of various types. It was thanks to these auxiliary ships that the Japanese combined fleet was able to be completely defeated. After Zhigan replenished all the auxiliary ships, he finally assembled a fleet with the capability to conduct long-range operations. Chapter 15 Fleet Departure. December 30th. Sun Moon Island Naval Base. One by one, the warships slowly departed from their home port in battle formation, heading towards the deep blue sea in the distance. Zhigan currently commands 2 battleships, 2 heavy aircraft carriers, 16 destroyers, and 10 frigates, with a total tonnage of 280,000 tons. Looking across the entire Pacific, it is a powerful fighting force. Unless the entire Japanese combined fleet is deployed, it would be difficult for any naval military force to destroy it. Zhigan named the fleet the Ming Dynasty Fleet. All of the battleships in the series begin with the character, Mie, with the flagship being the Yamato-class battleship, Mieri, which had a displacement of 72,000 tons. The other ship was the HMS Miwa, an Iowa-class battleship with a full load displacement of 58,000 tons. The 2 battleships formed the core combat force of the Ming Dynasty Fleet. The battleship Miwa will serve as the deputy command ship. If the battleship Mieri encounters an accident, command will be transferred to the battleship Miwa to continue. The 2 heavy aircraft carriers were named with Dragon in their names. The 2 aircraft carriers, namely Longyin and Longxiang, each carried 100 carrier-based aircraft, including 60 fighters and 40 bombers. The fighter aircraft was the Hellcat, which was specifically designed to fight Zero fighters. It was equipped with 6 12.7mm machine guns, had robust armor, and a long range, making it a formidable adversary of the Zero. The bombers used were SBD, Dauntless, bombers, along with 40 spare TBF, Avenger, torpedo bombers. However, Zhigan's purpose in setting off this time was not to engage in a decisive battle with the fleet, but for another purpose, so he carried dive bombers instead of torpedo bombers. If the Japanese fleet is encountered en route, torpedo bombers can be transferred from the logistics fleet to the aircraft carrier. The command system for destroyers begins with the character Jin, and includes names such as Jinhai, Jinyan, Jining, Jinbang, Jinin, Jinyue, etc. The frigates were not given separate names, but were named by numbers from frigate 1 to frigate 10. It wasn't that Zhigan was being lazy, rather, Naming the frigate this way was more efficient and convenient. In addition to these warships, Zhigan was accompanied by a number of supply ships, including 2 landing ships, carrying a total of 2,000 marines. Apart from a few torpedo boats and small coastal patrol vessels, no other large surface ships were deployed from the entire home port. This time, the target is the Japanese mainland. The Japanese had just completed their surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, and were still celebrating. They never dreamed that someone would be lurking behind them like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the Oreo behind. At this time, part of the main Japanese fleet was supporting the Wake Island operation. This fleet was transferred from the fleet that attacked Pearl Harbor, including the aircraft carriers Soryu and Hiryu, as well as the heavy cruisers Tone and Chikuma. Meanwhile, the main force of the combined fleet on the Japanese mainland will also depart from the Seto Inland Sea in the next few days, pass through the Truk Islands, and launch attacks on the South Pacific. The furthest point even saw air raids on Odalia. It wasn't until February that a few of the main warships returned home, while the rest of the fleet headed to the Banda Sea. Later, the Japanese fleet set sail for the Indian Ocean, intending to destroy the British Far East Fleet. It can be said that the 6 months following the attack on Pearl Harbor were the most glorious period for the Japanese Navy. They fought in numerous battles, achieving resounding victories until the Battle of Midway. Zhigan's previous plan was to have his fleet attack the Japanese fleet first, in order to earn some military merits. However, after some consideration, this proposal was rejected. At that time, the Japanese had no idea that someone could challenge them in the Pacific Ocean, so they were not on high alert. If our own fleet attacks their fleet, although we may achieve some results, it will also alert the Japanese. Why not take this opportunity to raid the Japanese army's territory? Zhigan's battle plan this time was to head north from Ryu Island, pass through the Marshall Islands, and head directly east towards the Japanese capital. This way, we can avoid the area where the Japanese fleet is active. The Japanese fleet is currently expanding southeastward from the Philippines and other regions, towards New Guinea. The only place where an unexpected event might occur during the entire voyage is Wake Island. This place is not far from the Marshall Islands, and it is also an island that the Japanese have just occupied. It is an important fulcrum in the Central Pacific region. The Japanese may want to build and develop here, and many ships will pass through here. So before setting sail, Zhigan had some Japanese flags prepared. Zhigan would not fire the artillery and expose himself until he reached the Japanese mainland. In addition to the eastern part of the Japanese mainland, Zhigan also targeted several important Japanese port cities in this attack. If the plan went smoothly, these areas could be razed to the ground. In addition to this, there is another problem. Zhigan has no military merits. Building the base and purchasing warships depleted Zhigan's military merits, leaving him with very little merit left besides the merits needed for the base's daily operations. At this point in time, the Americans are preparing for something big, and the Japanese are expanding wildly. This is also the best time for Zhigan to expand. The reason why Zhigan did not choose to fight the Japanese fleet was that he needed the Japanese to help him expand. However, the Japanese could not be allowed to expand too much, so the Japanese were allowed to maintain the size of the combined fleet, so that while they could continue to expand, their foundations would be destroyed. Once the Americans have recovered, Zhigan can send the Japanese away in one fell swoop and then focus on dealing with the Americans. After Zhigan's fleet departed from Ryu Island, the Japanese side was also formulating a battle plan. On Japanese soil, an imperial conference was held. Your Majesty, it can be confirmed that Pearl Harbor has been razed to the ground, and General Chuchi Nagumo deserves immense credit for this. Yamamoto Shikiya is reporting the battle results to the Japanese general, Tenko. Although more than 20 days have passed, Yamamoto Shikiya is still worried. In particular, he always believed that the American reports that Pearl Harbor was almost razed to the ground were a lie. It's a lie the Americans are trying to use to lull them into a false sense of security. Therefore, during this period, Yamamoto Shikiya kept repeatedly confirming the results of the battle. They even sent people to Hawaii to take photos. It was eventually confirmed that the Hawaiian Islands suffered heavy losses, and Pearl Harbor lost all its functions as a naval port. Only after the oil depot, repair shop, and shipyard were all destroyed, and the warships could not be salvaged, did they breathe a sigh of relief. Although some doubts still lingered in my mind. But the result was good. The Americans were unable to confront them in the Pacific region in the short term. Before the attack on Pearl Harbor, Yamamoto planned to cripple the U.S. Pacific Fleet for at least 6 months. He actually did it. Chapter 16 The Combined Fleet Leaves the Homeland. Yamamoto Shikiya is a gambler, but he is also a gambler with a clear understanding of his situation. He was well aware that, given the Japanese industrial strength and overall war potential, they had no chance of winning a war against the Americans. Similarly, if the Navy did not sail south and expand into Southeast Asia to plunder its oil and rubber, the Japanese would also perish. And they'll only die faster. That's why he devised the plan to attack Pearl Harbor. He hoped to create a combat power vacuum in the U.S. Pacific Fleet for more than 6 months through a surprise attack. This period of time was sufficient for the Japanese to complete the occupation and defensive deployment of key areas in Southeast Asia, build a strategic defense line favorable to themselves, and thus eliminate any concerns about their maritime rear when they went south to fight. However, Yamamoto Shikiya underestimated America's manufacturing industry and overestimated the results of the attack on Pearl Harbor, which ultimately led to Midway Island. At that moment, Nagumo Tadashi raised his head high upon hearing Yamamoto Shichiji's praise. Indeed, you deserve great credit. Pearl Harbor was reduced to ashes, and Wake Island was also captured by us. Yamamoto-kun, will the Empire be able to move south next? At this moment, Yamamoto Shichiju raised his head and said, Your Majesty, the Imperial Combined Fleet can sail south with confidence. Before the U.S. Pacific Fleet is rebuilt, we will occupy the entire Southeast Asia region, and then build a maritime defense force along New Guinea Island, Midway Island, and our mainland. The Americans are far away from us. If they want to return to the Pacific, they must establish forward bases in places like Australia and Midway. As long as we control these areas, their navy will not be able to sail freely in the Pacific. The Pacific Ocean is vast. Although modern warships can travel tens of thousands of nautical miles, crossing it once requires a distance of 5,000 nautical miles. Without a supply base, these ships will not be able to receive effective supplies and maintenance, and even if there are supply ships, it will be useless. Once or twice is fine, but if it happens too often, the cost becomes unbearable for anyone. Therefore, Yamamoto's 7x8 plan was to completely drive the U.S. military out of the Pacific Ocean, so that in the future decisive battle with the U.S. Pacific Fleet, the Japanese fleet could wait in comfort and take advantage of the home field. Very good, then proceed according to your plan. Although the Japanese army wanted to oppose it, the southward advance plan had already begun, and the Navy now held the initiative, so they had no choice but to continue to cooperate. January 1st, the first day of 1942. The main force of the Japanese Combined Fleet, located in the Seto Inland Sea, the Japanese homeland, began to slowly leave the port and embark on a large-scale southward journey. The purpose of this joint fleet is to first head south to seize the islands in Southeast Asia, and then advance all the way to the vicinity of Australia. Then head north and remove a thorn in the side of the U.S. military in the Pacific, Midway Island. The combined fleet's deployment was scheduled for 6 months. According to the Japanese operational plan, 6 months was enough time for the combined fleet to clear all obstacles. The area outside the port was already crowded with Japanese civilians who had come to see them off. Most of these people were family members of the Japanese Navy, and some were fanatical supporters of militarism. The successful attack on Pearl Harbor greatly boosted the confidence of ordinary Japanese civilians in the victory of the war. Especially when the Japanese began to spread propaganda that they were about to occupy the rich Southeast Asia and that a steady stream of supplies would be transported to their homeland, the cheers among the Japanese people resounded through the sky. At the same time, the Japanese also experienced a new wave of recruits. Both the Navy and the Army were expanding rapidly during this period. The Japanese combined fleet was very large. This was the peak of the Japanese Navy's power, with a total of 10 battleships. The first Yamato-class battleship, the Yamato, had already entered service. In addition, there were 10 main aircraft carriers, and it was 6 of them that led the attack on Pearl Harbor. Regarding destroyers, the Japanese had about 120 destroyers at this time. Although some of them were relatively old, there were also quite a few new ships like the Yukikes. There were 38 cruisers, including 18 heavy cruisers and 20 light cruisers. However, the Japanese did not have many escort ships. The role of escort ships was generally taken by destroyers. In addition to these surface ships, the Japanese also had more than 60 submarines. At that time, the Japanese Navy ranked third in the world in terms of total tonnage, with the United States first and Britain second. However, the U.S. needs to implement a two-ocean defense system, defending the Pacific Ocean in the west and the Atlantic Ocean in the east, which prevents the U.S. fleet from rendezvous. The British Royal Navy, on the other hand, has a higher proportion of old warships than the Japanese Navy. The Japanese Navy's actual combat strength at this time was perhaps even higher than its tonnage ranking. That's why the Japanese were so rampant at this time. They weren't afraid of Britain and the United States, whether in terms of paper strength or combat power. While the combined fleet was heading south, Zhigan's Ming fleet had already crossed Fiji and continued heading east. Red indicates the direction of Zhigan's fleet, and blue indicates the direction of the Japanese combined fleet's movements. For the Ming fleet, the key now is to avoid being discovered. The section of road heading north from Ryu Port is the most difficult because there are many islands along the way. Moreover, it is located in a shipping lane, and cargo ships frequently pass by. However, after passing through Fiji, it basically crossed the busiest shipping route in the entire Pacific Ocean. The next test is Wake Island. On the night of January 5th, Zhigan's fleet, under the cover of darkness, passed to a distance of 160 nautical miles west of Wake Island. The Japanese soldiers on the island did not find anything unusual, nor did they encounter any Japanese transport ships or cargo ships. The entire fleet is still 1,700 nautical miles east longitude. After passing Wake Island, it was basically within the actual control of the Japanese Navy. Japanese fishing boats started appearing here from time to time. Order the fleet to change to the Japanese flag. Be careful not to be discovered. Besides encountering fishing boats, there was another problem: Japanese planes. Wake Island is more than 1,700 nautical miles east, or about 3,200 kilometers east. However, the Japanese can take off from Kwajalein Atoll or South Bird Island and arrive at Wake Island. When they attacked Wake Island, they took off from Kwajalein Atoll and bombed Wake Island. After the Japanese occupied the island, they wanted to make Wake Island a key hub in the Central Pacific region. We are currently in the period when the Japanese are building Wake Island, so we may encounter transport planes or cargo ships. Zhigan had to be extremely careful to avoid being discovered by the Japanese in advance. Soon, the entire Ming fleet changed its flag to that of the Japanese. From a distance, it looked like the Japanese combined fleet was setting out. In particular, the Yamato-class battleship, Nippon no Kami, at the head of the fleet would not be suspected by the Japanese Navy. Chapter 17. The Empire is truly growing stronger. Only 100 nautical miles to Minami-Torishima Island, time to get a good night's rest. About 100 nautical miles northwest of Minami-Torishima Island, a dozen cargo ships are sailing at sea. The captain was still chatting with several sailors. However, we still have a few days to go before we reach our destination. Hopefully, we won't encounter a storm. Have you ever been to Wake Island? I've never been there. This is my first time going too. Following the Empire's army, I've been to many places I've never been before. I heard that the Empire is going south to Southeast Asia, so after I go back this time, I plan to make a trip to Southeast Asia. The captain looked at the vast ocean stretching into the distance, and couldn't help but sigh. There's a lot of fruit over there, and it's delicious. However, I still hope to visit China. I think it's a better place. Once the Empire has completely conquered that area, whether it's Southeast Asia or China, we can go wherever we want. Upon hearing this, everyone on the ship burst into laughter. These Japanese soldiers were ordinary Japanese soldiers, but as the Japanese expanded outwards, they also enjoyed the benefits. For example, these Japanese soldiers who worked on ships were able to receive a steady stream of transportation orders. The mission involved transporting supplies from the Japanese mainland to the Japanese-occupied territories, and then bringing back the supplies the Japanese needed from those territories. They were fervently supportive of the Japanese expansion. For example, this time, the shipment of goods to Wake Island was taken on voluntarily by them. Some ship owners even transported military supplies for free in order to support the Japanese expansion. Behind them were more than a dozen ships following them, heading towards Minami-Torai Island. Minami-Torishima Island is located between the Japanese mainland and Wake Island. Before the Japanese occupied Wake Island, it was a key foothold for the Japanese in the Central Pacific region. In 1933, the Japanese evacuated the original residents of Minami-Torishima Island ahead of schedule and began to transform the island into a deep-sea naval base. To meet military needs, the Japanese built a weather station and an airport runway on the island, and at its peak, the garrison numbered over 4,000. What's that? A fleet? Just as the group of Japanese captains were chatting, some small black dots appeared on the distant horizon, and there were quite a few of them. It seems so. Let me see. A captain looked over with binoculars and exclaimed, "It's our warship. It's quite a large scale. Is it the combined fleet? Have no idea." A group of people looked at the black dot in the distance, and started discussing it. How come there's a fleet here? Some people have raised questions. At the same time, Zhigan also spotted the convoy of cargo ships through his binoculars. How far is it from Tokyo? It's about 800 nautical miles away. 800 nautical miles! Zhigan gazed into the distance. 800 nautical miles was neither far nor near. If the fleet maintained a speed of 15 knots, it would take about a day to reach Tokyo. It's still 100 nautical miles from here to Minami-Torishima. Zhigan put down his binoculars and pondered for a moment before saying, "Order the fleet to prepare to wipe out this transport convoy and sink it entirely." "Yes." Zhigan's fleet will need about another day to reach Tokyo, but this cargo ship may arrive at Minami-Torishima Island in 6 or 7 hours. If they were to casually mention that they had encountered a fleet on the way after landing on the island, the whereabouts of Zhigan's fleet would likely be exposed. Zhigan's strategy is to launch a surprise attack, so it's best not to reveal the fleet's location before reaching the attack range. "Yes." Upon hearing Zhigan's order, Yumire quickly issued the battle order. There is no need for battleships to deal with these cargo ships. Soon, the 15 destroyers, led by the Kajiro-class destroyer, began to break away from the formation and approach the cargo ship. "It's the Kajiro-class and the Yamato-class. It's our fleet." As the two ships drew closer, the crew on board were able to make out the general appearance of the opposing vessel. These Japanese sailors had seen most of the Japanese warships, especially the Yamato-class battleships. Once they saw them, they could never forget them. "Is that the main force of the combined fleet? I didn't expect to run into them here. What luck! Didn't they head south? What are they doing here?" The captain, holding binoculars, observed the Sun destroyer while asking curiously, "Captain, let's not speculate about military matters. Who could have imagined we would attack Pearl Harbor?" "That's true. I wonder where they went this time, but they must have won." "Captain, warships are heading our way." "Really? I see it, it's a Kajiro-class destroyer. Oh, it's a pity I don't see the Yukikes. I have a friend who works on the Yukikes." After the captain finished speaking, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. These warships are very new. Moreover, although the models were all ones he had seen before, he had never seen the whole numbers. He also served in the Navy, and only started working on cargo ships after being injured and discharged. "Captain, what kind of aircraft carrier is that? It's so big. I've never seen one like it before." Upon hearing this, the captain looked at the Dragon's Roar aircraft carrier through his binoculars. "Oh, a new aircraft carrier? This is the first time I've seen one." "A new aircraft carrier?" "Yes, it's a new aircraft carrier. I can confirm it. I've never seen this type of heavy aircraft carrier before. No wonder the Yamato is here. It must be the new aircraft carrier undergoing sea trials, and this carrier is here to escort it." Upon hearing this, many people gasped in surprise. "Sigil! Captain, you really are very knowledgeable. You'll get to know each other since you'll be going out to sea so often." Just as the captain was speaking, another crew member pointed at the Fletcher-class destroyer and asked, "Captain, what kind of ship is that? I've never seen one before." "This is the first time I've seen this either. Many of the ships in this fleet are new. It seems the Empire's navy has become stronger again." There were Yamato-class battleships present, and the Japanese flag was flying over the ships. No one doubted that these ships were Japanese vessels. Not only this cargo ship, but also the people on the other cargo ships were studying this fleet. Many people recognized the behemoth at the head of the group as the Yamato battleship, which had just entered service last month. The Yamato was absolutely magnificent. "I really hope I can go aboard the Yamato and take a look." Just as the group of Japanese sailors were expressing their feelings, the two sides are getting closer and closer. The Sun destroyer maintained a certain distance from them, but the 15 destroyers were very close. Are they trying to tell us something by getting so close? As the destroyers drew closer, many crew members ran onto the deck, waving and greeting the ships. "The Empire is truly growing stronger and stronger." A Japanese captain looked at the brand new warships before him, speaking as he smiled. Chapter 18 Attack on the Cargo Ship. "Long live the Empire! Long live the Empire!" As the destroyer formation gradually approached the Japanese cargo ship, some Japanese crew members excitedly rushed to the side of the ship and began waving at the destroyers. "Do those Japanese devils really consider us one of their own?" Looking at the excited Japanese soldiers through the binoculars, Zhigan couldn't help but snort coldly. "Order the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd destroyer squadrons to signal to them, then attack when they get close." "Yes." Soon, Zhigan's destroyer responded to the Japanese by sounding its horn. "Wah!" The sound of the ship's horn rang out on the sea, which excited the Japanese soldiers even more. "The Imperial warships have responded to us. They responded to us." The Japanese soldiers shouted excitedly. The cargo ships then began responding to the warships not far away. The sound of ship horns rose and fell across the sea. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer amidst a series of whistles. So close? Is the Imperial Navy encountering some problem? At this moment, the experienced old captain felt a vague unease in his heart, as if something was not right, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Should we send a telegram to inquire about it? Someone beside him asked in a low voice. Just then, a sailor ran in breathlessly. Report, Captain, the Imperial warships have signaled with flags, asking if we have any extra food. Upon hearing this, the captain's doubts were dispelled. It turns out they were lacking food. Tell them immediately that we still have some food reserves, and how much they need. Yes. It seems we're lacking food. The captain muttered to himself, still finding it somewhat strange, given that the combined fleet had only been at sea for a short time. However, the two sides were getting closer and closer, and the captain did not continue to think about it. 5 nautical miles, 3 nautical miles, the distance between the two sides is now only about 1 nautical mile. The cargo ship began to slow down, and the destroyer also began to slow down. And the distance between the two sides is still closing. Some people on the cargo ship had already taken out some food to give to the Navy. The Japanese are currently in a state of frenzy. They will contribute whatever the army lacks or whatever they have to support the army in its war of aggression. Let's get started. The two sides were less than a nautical mile apart. Zhigan gave the order in a low voice. If these cargo ships could escape within a nautical mile, Zhigan wouldn't need to launch a surprise attack on Dongjing. He could simply turn around and head back home. There's some fruit here. There are some canned goods here. Let's send them over together later. How wonderful it would be to board a warship. The Japanese soldiers on these cargo ships were constantly busy. Some people took out their belongings, intending to give them to the people on the destroyer. Others were also watching the Fletcher-class destroyer intently. This was a warship they had never seen before. Some people were looking at the distant sun destroyer with binoculars, their eyes filled with anticipation. The Yamato-class is truly magnificent. The Japanese crew members looked at the distant annihilation ship and muttered to themselves. However, at that moment, all the destroyers that were close to the cargo ship began to turn their guns around. The 5 single-barreled 127mm dual-purpose guns turned very quickly and all locked onto their targets. Meanwhile, the ship's 3 twin 40mm Bofors cannons and 20mm Oerlikon cannons were also aimed at these cargo ships. What are they doing? At this moment, the crew members on the ship also sensed that something was amiss. Because of the destroyers not far in front of them, all the ships had their cannons pointed at them. Have no idea. It looks like they're going to attack us. Attack us? Impossible. One of the crew members nervously swallowed, somewhat incredulous. Captain, what are you doing? Are you saying hello to us? A sailor on the ship, who was standing next to the captain, asked curiously after seeing that all the ship's cannons were aimed at them. The old captain, who was doing something else, looked up and glanced at it. I only glanced at it, but immediately realized something was wrong. This is an action to launch an attack on them. Otherwise, there would be no reason to turn the cannons around and aim them at them. Quickly, accelerate immediately, accelerate! But no sooner had the words left his mouth than an attack order was issued from the destroyer squadron. Beat! The first to fire was the Zhigan, hull number Q01. At Captain Yu Zhinhai's command, 5 127mm dual-purpose guns began firing at one of the cargo ships. Thump! 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 The 127mm naval gun has a firing rate of 15 rounds per minute. However, this time the Zhigan did not choose to fire at full speed, but instead maintained a firing rate of 5 rounds per minute. Their primary target was the cockpit of these cargo ships. The goal is to ensure that they lose their ability to communicate, and cannot send out distress signals to their surroundings as soon as possible. A 127mm naval gun would not cause much damage if it hit a warship. The materials used in warships are different from those used in ordinary ships. However, they can easily destroy the whole structure of these civilian vessels. A shell hit a cargo ship called Maruta. Boom! After an explosion, thick black smoke billowed from the ship's cockpit. Immediately afterwards, the second and third naval guns hit the cockpit, instantly destroying the cargo ship's cockpit. The other 2 naval guns were aimed at the cargo ship's waterline. Boom! Boom! 2 loud explosions rang out. Huge holes appeared in both cargo ships. Seawater began to pour into the 2 cargo ships. Torpedo! Just as the crew members on these cargo ships were at a loss, a torpedo was launched from the torpedo tube and fell into the sea. Immediately afterwards, the torpedo appeared less than 300 meters from the cargo ship and rushed towards it at full speed. The Jinhai was equipped with 533mm torpedo tubes. A torpedo of this caliber would severely damage even a battleship, a major warship. If hit in a critical position, it could render the ship combat ineffective or even risk sinking. This is based on the premise that the main warships use special steel and have various sealed compartments. These cargo ships, however, are inferior to warships in terms of both the strength of the materials used and their structure. The Japanese soldiers on the cargo ship could only watch helplessly as the torpedo rapidly approached them. There's no way to avoid it. They've already slowed down, and it will take time for them to accelerate. And the distance was too close, really too close. They were less than 300 meters away and rushed to the front of the cargo ship in an instant. Chapter 19: Destroying the Fleet. Some of the Japanese soldiers on the cargo ship had already jumped ship. They knew very well that staying on the ship meant certain death, and that jumping into the sea was their only chance of survival. Some of the Japanese soldiers were so frightened that they stood frozen in place. They simply couldn't understand why the Empire's warships would attack them. These Japanese soldiers, stunned and paralyzed with fear, watched helplessly as the torpedo struck their cargo ship. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. The cargo ship, weighing over 5,000 tons, experienced severe shaking. Immediately afterwards, it was seen that the ship broke in half from the middle. The ship is broken! A Japanese crew member stared in horror at the middle of the ship where a huge crack had appeared, and the crack was spreading rapidly, like a spider web. The deck began to collapse, and all the cargo loaded on it fell off. The ship then began to sink toward the middle. Crack! An unpleasant metallic scraping sound rang out, constantly tormenting the eardrums of those around. The crew members on deck began to slide uncontrollably toward the middle of the ground, and then rolled into the huge crevice. Boom! Another explosion rang out. After the ship's hull was torn apart, the Jinhai did not let go of these Japanese cargo ships. Shells continued to fall into these cargo ships. After the Japanese cargo ships were torn in two, they continued to be bombarded, and flames began to burn on the parts exposed to the sea. The remaining dozen or so cargo ships didn't fare much better. Those who were lucky enough were only hit in the front or stern by torpedoes and were not blown in two, but the subsequent shells still sent these ships sinking to the bottom of the sea with a strong sense of resentment. Flames burned on the sea surface, and the ship, which was intact just minutes before, was now torn to pieces. The sea is teeming with Japanese soldiers. These Japanese soldiers struggled desperately in the icy seawater. However, at this time, the crew members of several destroyers, including the Jinhai, had come to the side of the ship to help the Japanese soldiers who had fallen into the sea to escape, so that they would no longer have to struggle in the sea. The surrounding sea began to turn red, attracting some predators. Half an hour later, when the last cargo ship sank into the sea, only some debris was still floating on the surface, and besides that, there were mostly the corpses of various Japanese sailors. These carcasses turned the sea red and became a buffet for various carnivorous fish. On the surface of the sea, groups of shark fins and various other fish can be seen feasting on their food. After patrolling the area several times with 3 destroyers, the Jinhai, having confirmed that there were no survivors, began to accelerate and pursue the fleet ahead. Did these cargo ships send out distress signals? Sinking a cargo ship can earn you some military merits, but compared to a warship, the number of merits is directly halved. Despite sinking 13 cargo ships, Zhigan only earned a little over 40,000 military merits, not even enough to build a main warship. Report, no radio signals detected. Okay, let's keep going. After dealing with this cargo fleet, Zhigan's fleet continued its journey northeastward. There was nothing unusual, except that they occasionally encountered a few Japanese fishing boats. These fishing boats were heading towards the deep sea, probably preparing to continue fishing, so Zhigan did not order them to be sunk. With no targets found around Minami-Torishima Island, the raid was already halfway to success. Zhigan's fleet was less than a day's journey from the Japanese-occupied Dongjing Bay. At this point, it didn't matter if they were exposed. The Japanese combined fleet had already sailed south for several days, and even if they returned at full speed, it would be too late. What we need to do now is to get as close as possible to Dongjing Bay, so that the Japanese don't find us and catch them off guard. Otherwise, the Japanese fleet left behind could have laid mines in Dongjing Bay, which would have caused some minor trouble for Zhigan's fleet. When the sun rose again, Zhigan's fleet had arrived at Hakijajima, one of the 7 islands of Aizu, belonging to the Japanese. Arriving here means entering the core territorial waters of the Japanese. This place is only 155 nautical miles, or more than 280 kilometers, away from the core area of the Japanese-occupied Dongjing Bay. East longitude is now within the bombing range of carrier-based aircraft. However, Zhigan did not intend to take off and bomb Tokyo immediately. Instead, he continued to advance because his goal was not to bomb Tokyo, but to destroy all the Japanese industrial facilities around Dongjing Bay. However, after arriving at the Isa 7 Islands, the number of ships around them gradually increased. Fishing boats are frequently seen in the area, and occasionally cargo ships can also be encountered. This used to be a busy waterway, mainly a trade route between the Japanese and the United States, but after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, the number of cargo ships on this route has become very small. Around the same time, the Japanese garrison on Minamotorishima Island was thrown into chaos. The supply ship, which was supposed to arrive last night, did not. Minamotorishima Island is thousands of kilometers away from any of the surrounding islands and is known as the most isolated island in the world. All supplies on this island are transported by sea. They were still in contact with these cargo ships this afternoon, but now there's been no news at all. Most importantly, the Japanese soldiers on the ships started to go hungry. The Japanese are currently facing a shortage of supplies, so most of their food rations are precisely targeted down to the day. Especially for troops stationed on islands, they might receive an extra day or two of supplies, but because the amount allocated is so small, what seems like an extra day or two of supplies is actually not enough to eat. So every month, the soldiers stationed on the island would go hungry for the last few days. Yesterday, after confirming that the food that wasn't urgent would arrive in the evening, the Japanese soldiers on the island had already squandered all of it. But they waited all night, and no ship came. Could something have gone wrong? Probably not. The weather has been normal lately, with no extreme weather events. A group of Japanese soldiers stood on the dock, gazing into the distance, hoping to spot the fleet. But they never received the missing items. We waited until it started to get dark again. At that moment, someone saw something floating towards the sea from a distance. What is that? One of the Japanese soldiers pointed to something drifting in the distance and asked curiously. It looks like a pile of junk. Clutter? How come there's clutter here? Upon hearing this, all the Japanese soldiers on Minamotorishima looked at each other. Yes, they lived deep in the Pacific Ocean, far from human settlements. Why are there so many objects on the sea surface here? Chapter 20 Arrival at Japanese Homeland. Half an hour later, a group of Japanese soldiers from the islands rowed back in a small boat with the debris they had found. A few planks of wood, and some other things. However, these items indicate that they belong to a cargo ship. Furthermore, based on the extent to which these planks were soaked in water, it can be determined that they were not soaked for an extended period of time. Most importantly, they found bullet holes in these wooden planks. The cargo ship has sank. And it wasn't because of a natural disaster, it was an attack. An experienced Japanese soldier looked at the shipwreck in front of him and said through gritted teeth. Because he could clearly see the bullet holes, the marks left by a 20mm anti-aircraft gun. Pirate? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other, wondering if there were any pirates. However, pirates usually target ordinary fishing boats, and when they do target cargo ships, they target lone cargo ships. This fleet was organized by the military and carried some weapons, so it was not afraid of encountering ordinary pirates. It can't be pirates. Pirates wouldn't have such a large caliber machine gun. This was fired from anti-aircraft guns. They've encountered a fleet. After saying that, the Japanese officer looked around and said, A fleet passed by here and attacked this convoy in order not to reveal their whereabouts. The Japanese officer paused here, then began to mutter to himself. The fact that they arrived near our Minamotorish Island but didn't want to be exposed means they have a more important objective. Could it be that they intend to attack our combined fleet? The Japanese soldiers stationed on Minamotorishima Island knew that the Japanese fleet had launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, and had succeeded. Therefore, he naturally concluded that the enemy was also planning a surprise attack on them, and that their combined fleet was the target. Moreover, Minamotorishima Island is too remote. They had no idea that the combined fleet had already headed south. Thinking of this, the Japanese officer suddenly stood up and said, Quickly, immediately send a telegram to the naval headquarters. An unknown fleet has passed through Minamotorishima Island and attacked a cargo convoy, suspected of planning a surprise attack on our combined fleet. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other Japanese soldiers changed. They realized the seriousness of the situation. When was the last time we communicated with the cargo ship yesterday? Around 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. 1 o'clock. Almost 30 hours have passed. Thinking of this, the Japanese officer plopped down on the ground. If his guess is true, then it may already be too late. 30 hours is enough for this fleet to reach the mainland, and perhaps the attack has already begun. It's too late, really too late. The Japanese officer's analysis was correct. If Zhigan had let the cargo ship go and allowed it to reach Minamitorai Island, he might have been able to guess that it was a fleet preparing to attack the Japanese mainland. This allowed for early warning, giving the Japanese troops time to prepare. Unfortunately, the Pacific currents were too slow, and by the time the cargo ship's wreckage was washed ashore at Minamitorishima Island, Zhigan's attack on Dongjing had already begun. It was already past 5 p.m., and the winter sky takes longer to get dark. A massive fleet has arrived at the outskirts of East Longitude Bay. The closer you get to the vicinity of East Longitude Bay, the more ships there are around. But no one doubted the fleet's purpose. This fleet was led by Yamato-class battleships and escorted by Kajiro-class destroyers. In addition, they were also flying Japanese flags. The Japanese soldiers who encountered this fleet simply assumed that a detachment of the combined fleet had arrived at Dongjing Bay. Even the small Japanese warships patrolling the sea only sounded their horns when they saw it, without demanding an inspection. They didn't dare to inspect such a fleet. No one would have imagined that a fleet, posing as a Japanese fleet, would appear on the outskirts of Dongjing Bay, and that they would even have a Yamato-class battleship. It should be noted that the Japanese first Yamato-class battleship had been in service for less than a month. Zhigan's fleet is now like the British Victory battleship of yesteryear, charging directly into the formation of the Franco-Spanish Allied forces while the warships are lined up to bombard each other. No one expected that it could be fought like this. Report, the entrance to Dongjing Bay is just ahead. Dongjing Bay was one of the most important core areas for the Japanese, serving as their economic and transportation lifeline, as well as a key defensive position. Around the East Bay, there is the Japanese capital of East Bay, Yokohama, the most important city for foreign exports, Kawasaki, a major industrial city of Japan, and Chiba. Meanwhile, Yokosuka, an important port of the Japanese Navy, is also located on the west bank of Higashi Bay. The entire Dongjing Bay area now accounts for 60% of the Japanese's industrial capacity. Destroying this area would essentially mean completely cutting off the Japanese's war potential. However, this was also the area where the Japanese forces had the most tight defenses. Along the East Longitude Bay, the Japanese set up a total of 200 artillery positions. In addition, there are supporting measures such as airports. Will it be possible to take off and land tonight? Zhigan looked at Dongjing Bay in the distance and slowly asked. Report, Commander, there are no storms today, and we are capable of nighttime takeoffs and landings. One of the important reasons why Zhigan chose the Midway-class aircraft carrier was that, although other aircraft carriers had a certain ability to take off and land at night, their accident rate was very high. The Midway-class aircraft carrier was equipped with pilot takeoff and landing equipment, and also added things such as deck lighting. In calm conditions, the success rate of nighttime takeoffs and landings is far higher than that of other classes of aircraft carriers. Aircraft carrier, prepare to bomb. First, blow up the surrounding Japanese airfields. Yes. Destroy the sun, destroy the harmony. According to the plan, destroy the sea batteries in East Longitude Bay, and then destroy the land batteries. Yes. Because aircraft carriers need lights for nighttime takeoffs and landings, Zhigan positioned the carrier at a distance of 50 nautical miles, far from the range of the gun emplacements. The battleships Mieri and Miehi were the core combat force used to destroy Japanese artillery batteries, and they were currently cruising about 20 nautical miles east of the sea. Meanwhile, at this time, the Yokosuka naval base was located in the western part of East Longitude Bay. Is the Yamato outside Dongjing Bay? At that moment, Koga Minaichi, the commander of the Yokosuka naval base, was at home when he received a call from the base. Yes, Commander, it is indeed the Yamato. Yamato? Koga Minaichi frowned. The combined fleet had already headed south, but the Yamato had not left and was undergoing final adjustments in the Seto Inland Sea. He also did not receive any news that the Yamato would come to East Longitude Bay. Send a telegram to the Yamato and ask them their purpose. Hi. After hanging up the phone, Koga Mine went back to his table to eat dinner. Chapter 21 The bombing begins. Dongjingwan Radar Station. In the autumn of 1941, the Japanese had developed a radar system, which they named the Ultra-Shortwave Alarm System Type B. This radar is currently only available in a few locations, including Dongjing Bay and Katsupo Lighthouse, while new radars are also under research. This radar can detect aircraft taking off from 15 kilometers away. The distance is very short, but the Japanese radar was just starting out, so being able to detect at 15 kilometers was a kind of progress. At this moment, inside the Japanese radar station, several Japanese soldiers were intently watching the screen. Several older people stood beside them, instructing them. Radar is a new technology, and the Japanese need personnel in this field. They plan to deploy dozens of radar stations in the future, and are currently training new personnel day and night. This is the alarm. It will sound an alarm once any suspicious target is detected. You need to rely on the radar feedback. Before one of the old Japanese soldiers could finish speaking, the radar alarm went off with a buzzing sound. Report, sir, there's an alarm. Is there an aircraft approaching? An airplane? No need to worry, it's nighttime, no planes will take off. Let me see what this is. The Japanese veteran looked at the radar screen, which was very simple and looked a bit like an electrocardiogram. After the radar waves are reflected back, they form peaks, which radar operators then use to determine the distance to the target. Oh, so many? It should be a flock of birds. This is another thing I wanted to tell you. Radar often misidentifies flocks of birds as aircraft. You need to be careful about this and rely on your own experience to make judgments. For example, it's nighttime now, and very few planes can take off at night. The target is still on the sea surface, and it's even more impossible for an aircraft carrier to take off and land at night. It can only be a bird. Upon hearing this, the radar operators at the radar station all recorded the old Japanese soldiers' experience. Meanwhile, over the East Longitude Bay, bombers had completed their nighttime takeoffs and were beginning their flight toward their targets. Their target was none other than the Japanese airfields around Dongjing Bay. There are Japanese naval airfields and Japanese army airfields here. The Japanese had 3 airports in the East Bay: Haneda Airport, Chofu Airport, and the naval airfield in Yokosuka. Haneda Airport was Zhigan's primary bombing target, while Yokosuka Airport was within range of naval gunfire. Normally, nighttime bombing raids require ground guidance, but the unique terrain of Dongjing Bay makes ground guidance unnecessary. The Japanese homeland has not yet been bombed, and the leaflet dropping on May 19, 1938, does not count as bombing. Therefore, there is no blackout in the Japanese cities now, and the plane can clearly see the city below after it arrives overhead. Even at this time, the searchlights in the various Japanese military bases were not on duty and had not been turned on for a long time. A dozen minutes later, over Haneda Airport in Tokyo. What's that sound? It sounds like an airplane overhead. The Japanese man working at the airport asked, frowning. As someone who frequently deals with airplanes, he was extremely familiar with this sound. That's the sound of an engine roaring. In 1934, the Japanese developed an aircraft that could take off and land at night, called the Aichi Type 96 Night Reconnaissance Seaplane. However, this aircraft had various problems, and the Japanese only produced 15 of them. Production and research were subsequently halted until last year when the Kawasaki Ki-45 series twin-engine heavy fighter jet, known as the Dragon Slayer, was finally developed. However, at this time, the aircraft had not yet officially entered service and was still in the testing phase. Perhaps they are testing aircraft that can take off and land at night. Upon hearing this, the people around him nodded and looked up at the dark night sky. They had conducted nighttime takeoff and landing tests here before, so they had no further suspicions. This time it doesn't seem to be just one. It seems like there are many. As the roar of the planes grew louder, one of the Japanese soldiers sensed something was wrong. Generally, 1 or 2 aircraft are tested at a time. However, it is clear that this test involved not just 1 or 2 aircraft, but a group of them, otherwise there wouldn't have been such a loud roar. It seems like it will be long before it officially enters service. An old Japanese soldier lit a cigarette and said with a chuckle, unaware that there was any problem. The sound is right above us. They're probably preparing to land. Hopefully, we can land safely. A group of Japanese soldiers chatted as they looked up at the dark night sky, hoping to locate the plane. We have arrived over Haneda Airport. We can see some lights below, but we cannot pinpoint the location of the oil depot. Prepare to drop 2 incendiary bombs. Unit 1 received. After arriving over Haneda Airport, the bombers began to circle. Unlike the Japanese planes, which could not communicate by radio, the American planes could communicate by radio and thus better formulate tactics. Soon one of the bombers broke away from the battle formation and began to descend. Then, its belly opened, and 2 incendiary bombs fell toward the ground. When an aerial bomb falls, it is accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound as it plummets towards the ground. What was that sound? It looks like something is about to fall. The sound was very loud. When the Japanese soldiers on the ground heard the noise, they looked at each other in disbelief. Suddenly, one of the Japanese soldiers' expressions changed. Oh no, that's the sound of bombs falling. A bomb? How could that be? This is Haneda Airport. One of the Japanese soldiers rolled his eyes. What a joke! This is East Asia, how could there be a bomb here? Boom! An explosion rang out, and then the ground suddenly seemed to be ignited, with flames bursting out from all directions and setting everything around them ablaze. This is... The Japanese soldier stared wide-eyed at his surroundings. Incendiary bombs, damn it, could it be a training plane that dropped the wrong ones? Even at this point, the Japanese soldiers didn't realize they had been attacked. It was probably an accident. Boom! Another incendiary bomb landed on the ground. The fire spread once again throughout the airport. The first incendiary bomb landed around the runway, illuminating everything around it after it landed. The second incendiary bomb landed on a building at the airport, and once ignited, the fire spread even faster. Quickly, put out the fire! Quick! Upon hearing the commotion, many Japanese soldiers in the airport immediately rushed out to put out the fire. At the same time, the airport lights were turned on, and the combination of the firelight and the lights made the airport clearly visible. Chapter 22, Scared Out of His Memory. The airport below was illuminated, allowing pilots in the air to clearly see the situation there. In particular, after the Japanese turned on their lights, they could even spot some of the targets they were looking for. 1 set of target hangars, 2 sets of target runways, 3 sets of target fuel depots. 1 set received. Second team received. At this moment, the Japanese soldiers fighting the fire on the ground were unaware of what was happening. Why is it on fire? Have no idea. It looks like an incendiary bomb. Incendiary bombs? Were we under attack? It shouldn't be that. It's probably nighttime training. Just as the Japanese soldiers were completely bewildered and putting out the fire, a sharp whooshing sound came from the sky. Call out! Call out! Boom! An aerial bomb landed in a hangar at Haneda Airport, piercing the hangar roof before falling into the room. The explosion rang out, instantly destroying all the Japanese fighter planes stored in the hangar. Some of the aircraft's fuel tanks still contained fuel, which was ignited, causing secondary explosions. The massive explosion ripped off the roof, and the wreckage of the plane, still burning, flew in all directions. The wreckage of the plane, still burning, ignited everything around it once again. At this moment, the Japanese soldiers around the airport realized that this was not an accident, or a mistake during a drill, but that Haneda Airport had been bombed. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out, and bombs fell all over the airport and runways. Meanwhile, a large number of Haneda Airport staff and Japanese pilots were putting out the fire at the airport. The group stared in disbelief at what was happening before their eyes. Gurgle! A Japanese soldier stood there, stunned. It was he who had just said that what had just happened was probably an accident, not an air raid. Boom! Another explosion rang out, and an aerial bomb landed among the Japanese soldiers. The aerial bomb missed its target, but it killed a whole group of Japanese soldiers in the vicinity. Haneda Airport began to burn, and from the air, the buildings on the ground became increasingly clear. The bombers overhead also began to drop bombs with greater precision. At this moment, the Japanese troops at Haneda Airport sounded the alarm and quickly reported the news. Meanwhile, at the residence of Private First Class Tojo. Haneda Airport is about 20 kilometers away from Private First Class Tojo's home. The loud explosion made Private First Class Tojo, who was just about to go to sleep, sit up in bed. What happened? Did the factory there explode? Private First Class Tojo's first reaction was that there was a problem at some factory. At that moment, the adjutant in charge of his daily life came in through the door. Your Excellency, the sound is coming from the direction of the airport, and it seems there is a fire in the airport area as well. Upon hearing this, Private First Class Tojo frowned as he put on his clothes. He felt things weren't that simple. A vague sense of unease crept into my heart. Just then, a Japanese soldier rushed into the room. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, urgent telegram. Is it about the explosion? Yes, the airport has been attacked. Private First Class Tojo, who was getting dressed, froze in midair, his eyes wide with disbelief. Say it again. Private First Class Tojo had considered countless possibilities, but he had never imagined that Haneda Airport would be attacked. Report! Haneda Airport is under attack. Who attacked? Have no idea. Damn it. Just then, another Japanese soldier rushed over. Report! His Majesty summons you. New! Private First Class Tojo was not surprised by the summons from Einokage. Given the magnitude of the attack on Tokyo, Einokage would surely convene a meeting. At the same time, the surrounding Japanese ministers also received orders to rush to the residence of the Japanese minister, Tenko. However, what they didn't notice was that 2 bombers were circling in the sky, trying to find targets on the ground. At the same time that Haneda Airport was bombed, the other 2 airports around the Japanese-occupied Dongjing Bay were also bombed. Chofu Airport is a newly built airport, and is not yet fully completed. Some areas are still under construction overnight, so there is no need to drop incendiary bombs to identify the target below. However, compared to Haneda Airport, there were no fighter jets here, so the damage from the bombing was much less than that of Haneda Airport. However, the losses at these 2 airports are relatively small compared to those at Yokosuka Airport. Yokosuka Airport was an airport belonging to the Japanese Navy. A large number of Japanese naval carrier-based aircraft, of various models, are parked here. Compared to the poor state-owned army aviation, the Japanese Navy was relatively wealthy, so they had more aircraft. In addition, Yokosuka Airport is located right next to the port, which is responsible for not only resupplying Japanese aircraft but also fuel. There is also an ammunition depot here, used to refuel the Japanese aircraft carriers' carrier-based aircraft. After the bombers arrived overhead, they continued to use incendiary bombs to illuminate the targets below before beginning their bombing. However, compared to Haneda Airport and Chofu Airport, these 2 airports have almost no air defense capabilities. After being bombed, Yokosuka Airport quickly organized its air defense forces. The Japanese Navy's anti-aircraft guns began firing into the sky, while searchlights on the ground also turned on the sky to search for bombers. However, since the Japanese had never expected an attack on their airfield, the number of anti-aircraft guns deployed around the airfield was very limited, and they did not pose much of a hindrance to the bombers. These dive bombers can easily begin their dive bombing runs. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out continuously in the Japanese airfield. The loud explosion made all the residents of Dongjing City get up and look in the direction of the fire. What happened? Have no idea. Could it be that it's been attacked? At this moment, the air raid sirens sounded throughout Dongjing City. The piercing sound of the sirens shattered the sky and woke everyone in Dongjing City. At this moment, the Japanese Imperial Palace was completely dark. All the lights that were on were turned off, except for one large hall where candles were lit. The Japanese soldier, Tian Huang, sat silently at the head of the main hall, his face grim. When Private First Class Tojo arrived, the atmosphere inside the room was eerily strange, and everyone's eyes were on him. What exactly happened? Who bombed Dongjing? Upon seeing Private First Class Tojo, the Japanese soldier Tenko could no longer contain his anger and loudly questioned him. He was just busy creating a small locust, and the explosion gave him a psychological trauma. Chapter 23 Bombing the Royal Palace. Your Majesty, we do not yet know the other party's identity, but I think... At this point, Private First Class Tojo glanced in the direction of the Navy. It must be the American forces coming to bomb us. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Shikiya immediately stood up and said, Impossible! The U.S. military no longer has that capability. Besides the U.S. military, I can't think of any other country that has this capability. Maybe it's a Russian bear. At this point, someone speculated. This statement did indeed cause many people to frown. It seems that the only country around that could bomb the Japanese is the Russians. But just then, a palace attendant walked in. Report! We've discovered a telegram from Minamitorishima Island. Minamitorishima Island? Upon hearing this, everyone looked over. Yes, the garrison on Minamitorishima Island reports that the ships that were supposed to deliver supplies to them yesterday did not arrive. Tonight they found some cargo ship debris on the beach. The cargo ships that were delivering supplies to them, as well as the cargo ships that were delivering supplies to Wake Island, were attacked. After the telegram was read aloud, Private First Class Tojo immediately looked at Yamamoto Shikihachi. Yamamoto-kun, you said it couldn't be the U.S. military. Considering the time and distance, there's no way such a coincidence could happen. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yamamoto Shikiya's mind raced. The U.S. Pacific Fleet had been destroyed and was no longer capable of launching an expedition. Perhaps it's just a retaliation by the U.S. military. At this moment, the Japanese soldier Tian Huang spoke up, having already made his judgment. Your Majesty, the homeland has been bombed, and the people may be in turmoil. We hope you can intervene. Private First Class Tojo hadn't finished speaking. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. Meanwhile, outside the main hall, distant lights could be seen, as if a sun was rising in the distance, illuminating the night sky. Everyone in the main hall turned their gaze towards the distance. Send someone to investigate immediately and find out what happened.
Yes.
Soon, the results came. The oil depots and ammunition depots at Yokosuka Naval Base were blown up. About a minute ago, at Yokosuka Naval Base. The flames continued to spread, but since this was a naval port, it put up resistance after being bombed. Even some Japanese warships docked in the port began to raise their anti-aircraft weapons and strafe the air, hoping to shoot down one or two bombers. Meanwhile, the bomber formation in the air did not drop all its bombs at once, but continued to search for key targets.
Report! We've discovered the Japanese oil depot. Report! We've discovered what appears to be an ammunition depot at the Japanese airfield. Roger that, go and blow them up. Yes.
After confirming their target, the two SPD Dauntless dive bombers in the air quickly began to climb, prepared to begin dive bombing. The remaining bombers, upon learning that they had discovered the fuel depot and ammunition depot, also ceased their bombing missions, began to climb, and prepared to leave the vicinity of Yokosuka Airport. After all, if a secondary explosion were to occur in these two locations, the power would be quite significant, so it's best to stay away from them for now. The two bombers climbed up one after the other, and then began to dive toward their target. Because it was night, the two planes did not fly very low. Instead, when they were still 400 or 500 meters above the ground, they began to pull up their noses and drop the largest aerial bomb they were carrying.
Call out! Call out!
Two aerial bombs, accompanied by terrifying sounds, fell toward the ground.
Boom!
A deafening explosion rang out, and the Japanese soldiers around Yokosuka had seen the mushroom clouds slowly rising several years in advance. This is an oil depot explosion. After the oil depot exploded, the ignited fuel splashed in all directions, igniting everything around it once again. But then, another deafening roar followed, and another mushroom cloud slowly rose. This time it's an ammunition depot. The ammunition stored by the Japanese Navy at Yokosuka Airport exploded. Compared to an oil depot explosion, an ammunition depot explosion is more powerful and destructive. The explosion of numerous shells generated a massive shockwave that shattered everything around it. Meanwhile, some shells that had not yet detonated were carried away by the shockwave and flew to other places, eventually exploding. The entire Yokosuka airport was almost reduced to ruins after the two explosions. At the same time, the Japanese Yokosuka naval base was also affected, and the fire began to spread towards the naval base. Inside the Japanese imperial palace, a group of people stared in disbelief at the distance. They knew that an explosion must have occurred in some important place, otherwise there wouldn't have been such a large-scale explosion. They soon found out the result. A Japanese soldier hurriedly scrambled into the main hall.
Report, Your Majesty, Yokosuka Airport has been bombed. The oil depot and ammunition depot have been detonated, resulting in heavy losses.
The Japanese soldiers, Tenko and Yamamoto Shirchi, who had just been calm and composed, now looked quite grim. Previously, the Japanese commander, Tian Huang, thought that a single bombing would not cause any significant damage. Yamamoto Shikiya knew that Haneda Airport and Chofu Airport, which were bombed, were both Army Air Force airports, and the Navy had suffered no losses. He even had a kind of amused attitude. However, now that Yokosuka Airport has been bombed, as the commander of the combined fleet, he is well aware of the relationship between Yokosuka Airport and Yokosuka Naval Base. Such a powerful explosion could only have occurred when an oil depot or ammunition depot was detonated. The Navy's losses were far greater than the Army's.
Gentlemen, now we...
Just as the Japanese soldier Tian Huang was about to say something.
Boom!
An explosion was heard. The expressions on everyone's faces in the main hall changed. Although they heard the explosion, they could clearly tell that it came from a distance. But now, the explosion is nearby.
Quickly, take His Majesty to the air raid shelter.
Yamamoto Shichika reacted the fastest, immediately letting out a loud shout. At this moment, the others also realized what was happening and ran towards the outside of the main hall. At this point, the Japanese soldier Tian Huang didn't have time to say anything and followed the others towards the air raid shelter on the west side of the palace.
Boom!
Another explosion rang out. This time the explosion was even closer to them. At this moment, searchlights were turned on around the palace to search for the bombers in the sky. At the same time, several anti-aircraft guns began strafing the sky, but the sporadic firepower was no match for the bombers continuing to drop bombs. Meanwhile, outside the East Longitude Bay, Zhigan looked at the large number of military merits he had earned, and at the half of the sky in the distance illuminated by flames.
Prepare to fire! Yes.
The main guns of the battleships, the Sun Destroyer and the Harmony Destroyer, slowly turned, beginning to search for their targets. Chapter 24: The First Sea Fortress. There are 200 forts in Dongjing Bay, which sounds like a lot, but most of them are in disrepair. These forts are older than many people, some even over 100 years old. At that time, Japan was weak and the Black Ships incident made them extremely insecure, so they built forts all over Dongjing Bay. At that time, the Japanese were mainly focused on homeland defense and preventing themselves from being invaded. Later, as Japan's national strength gradually increased, Japan also began to change its national policy, shifting from territorial defense to external expansion. These gun emplacements gradually lost their original function, but the Japanese Navy still allocated some funds to build some more gun emplacements. There are only about 20 gun emplacements still in use today. Among the more famous ones are the Shinagawa-Odaiba series of forts, including the First Sea Fort and the Second Sea Fort. The Second Sea Fort was destroyed in the earthquake and now only some anti-aircraft guns remain. Of these forts, the First Sea Fort and the Shinagawa-Odaiba series of forts pose the greatest threat to Zhigan's fleet. Among them, the Shinagawa-Odaiba series of forts are products of the Edo period, located inside the East Bay, and are the last line of defense for the East Bay. The original plan was to build 11 gun emplacements, but only the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 6th emplacements were actually completed. These gun emplacements are equipped with cannons with a caliber of only 150 mm, but due to the unique terrain of Dongjing Bay, they are able to play a certain role. The First Sea Fort was equipped with 14 280 mm howitzers, one 190 mm cannon, and other types of artillery. At this moment, the garrison on the First Sea Fort had already heard the explosions around them, and many of them ran out to look into the interior of East Longitude Bay. Has something unexpected happened again? Most of the garrison troops at the fort rotate shifts every 6 months. Apart from those who deliver supplies weekly, they can only receive news from the outside world by listening to the radio. I don't know, but it looks like there's a lot of trouble. But at that moment, a soldier stationed at the gun emplacement rushed out. Something's wrong. The eastern frontier has been attacked. Naval headquarters has ordered us to immediately go on alert and turn on the searchlights. Upon hearing this, all the soldiers' expressions changed, and they returned to their posts. But at this very moment, boom! A huge explosion rang out from the First Sea Fort. Enemy attack! On the sea! Find the target! The sudden bombing startled the Japanese soldiers at the First Sea Fort. This was the first time the naval battery had been attacked. Most of the naval soldiers who were able to be stationed on the gun emplacements were people with connections in the east. They didn't want to go to the battlefield, so they found an easier job, guarding the artillery positions. Since the Black Ships incident, the Japanese mainland has never been attacked. They have always been the ones attacking others, and they have never been attacked on their own doorstep. Therefore, guarding the forts is a safe and easy job. Even some people with connections, nominally serving here, actually remain at Dongjing's home. This also resulted in the garrison troops at these forts being neglected in their training. Caught in a sudden attack, these Japanese soldiers didn't even know what to do. Fight back! Fight back! Get into position immediately! Where are the shells? Where are the shells? Captain, I don't know how to fire the cannon. On the Japanese artillery position, most of the Japanese soldiers were frantically dealing with the situation. However, the first round of shelling was just a test firing. Cannon number 1 is ready! Cannon number 2 is ready! Put! On board the Sun Destroyer, the main guns fired once again. After adjusting its firing angle, the 460 mm naval guns began to fire upon the distant First Sea Fortress battery. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out around the First Sea Fort. The large caliber naval gun instantly blasted the rocks on the island, and one shell landed above a 280 mm howitzer. The shell blasted a hole in the concrete structure above the gun emplacement. However, because the fort was not built with excessive corner cutting, it withstood this round of shelling. However, because it was built over 60 years ago, the First Sea Fortress has become dilapidated after being hit by a large caliber naval gun. Inside the emplacement, various miscellaneous items were constantly falling from above, hitting the heads of those around them. Meanwhile, the Japanese soldiers inside the fort were in a frenzy. Some were busy searching for ammunition, some were observing the sea for enemies, and some were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Boom! Boom! The explosion rang out again. The fort was hit by artillery fire 3 times in a row, and the already shaky turret began to make some strange noises. Immediately afterwards, splash! A series of sounds, including the cracking of rocks, rang out, and the top of the turret began to collapse. Whole chunks of stone began to fall into the turret. Meanwhile, on the sea, several small boats were rapidly approaching the location of Fort Number 1. After the 5 rounds of shelling ended, the Sun Destroyer did not continue shelling, waiting for the Marines to report their results. The target of the mule was some old gun emplacements in the surrounding area. Compared to the first sea fortress, these gun emplacements hadn't been repaired much in many years. A single shot from a battleship's main gun would cause them to collapse. After the shelling ceased, several landing craft arrived at the first sea fort's dock. Marines have already boarded the Japanese first sea fortress. The first sea fort is not very large, and there are about 300 troops stationed on the island. At this time, the Japanese soldiers on the island were busy in their gun turrets, and had no idea that anyone would land. Over here! The soldiers in charge of this landing operation found the entrance to a turret. A staircase leads deep underground, and shadowy figures can be seen moving around in the light. At the same time, you can hear the Japanese soldiers shouting loudly inside. Let's do it! The Marine Corps under Zhigan's command was called the Jiaolong Special Forces. Zhigan was too lazy to come up with a name, so he simply took the names of some units from later generations and used them directly. Upon hearing the order to act, the 2 team members quickly went down the stairs to the doorway. One team member took out a grenade, while the other placed his hand on the doorknob. Then one of them opened the door and threw the grenade inside. I saw the door behind me being opened. One of the Japanese soldiers inside the house frowned and turned his head. Grenade! However, when the Japanese soldier saw what had been thrown into the house, his expression changed drastically, and he let out a gasp. A grenade? Where did you get a grenade? Even the Japanese soldiers expressed their doubts. But at this very moment, boom! Chapter 25 must be the Atlantic Fleet. An explosion was heard from inside the turret. Then the door was opened again, and this time, several more grenades were thrown in. What happened? Upon hearing the explosion, the Japanese soldiers in the other rooms inside the turret immediately ran outside. As they saw the mess inside the house, another explosion rang out. More than a dozen Japanese soldiers were killed on the spot. At this time, the Marines rushed into the room and began to clear out the remaining Japanese soldiers in the turret. Such incidents occurred repeatedly throughout the first sea fortress turret. Half an hour later, the Japanese had spent over 1 billion yen to build their sea defenses, and they were so easily captured, with only 1 gun emplacement destroyed. The other gun emplacements were all intact. Report, Commander. The landing team reports that they have taken control of the Japanese first sea fortress. Yes, order the troops to continue advancing. Yes. Controlling the first sea fortress was tantamount to controlling the entrance to the East Jing Bay for the Japanese. Now, any Japanese fleet or ships that want to enter Dongjing Bay are under the fire of Zhigan's guns. In fact, besides the first sea fort, there were several other sea forts, but those sea forts had been in disrepair for many years. Apart from the soldiers stationed there, the gun emplacements were no longer usable, and after the recent shelling, they had been reduced to ruins. However, Zhigan still sent people to land and take control, ensuring that his fleet could enter and exit Dongjing Bay without encountering any obstacles. Meanwhile, the Japanese soldiers, having been attacked at the first sea fort, finally realized what was happening. Report, Your Majesty, the first sea fortress has been shelled, suspected to be an enemy battleship. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Yamamoto Shikihachi once again. At this time, they were all hiding in an air raid shelter, not far apart. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Shichiju also frowned. He initially thought it was just an air raid, but now it seems things are not so simple. Battleship? Yes. The Russian fleet? Yamamoto Shichiko thought for a moment, then shook his head, dismissing the idea. The Russian Pacific Fleet had already been driven to hide near the Arctic Circle and dared not show itself. Then it could only be the U.S. fleet. Your Majesty, perhaps the U.S. military has moved its Atlantic Fleet to the Pacific for revenge. The Atlantic Fleet? Upon hearing this, many people frowned. They were also aware of the size of the U.S. Atlantic Fleet. It consisted of 4 aircraft carriers, 3 battleships, 11 cruisers, and 56 destroyers, plus some other ships. Before the attack on Pearl Harbor, the Japanese had internally discussed whether the Americans would transfer the Atlantic Fleet to the Pacific if the Pacific Fleet was destroyed. However, it was ultimately believed that the U.S. would not, because the U.S. Pacific Fleet had another mission, to defend against Germany and to escort the Atlantic shipping lanes. If the Atlantic Fleet were deployed to the Pacific, German submarines could attack American cargo ships with impunity, cutting off supplies to both Britain and the Soviet Union. This would likely lead to a German victory, something the United States could not tolerate. Very likely. It seems we underestimated the Americans' determination. Yamamoto Shichijiya thought about it for a moment, and also felt that it was very likely. It seemed that the only ones in the world capable of attacking the Japanese mainland were the American fleet. Moreover, it passed near Minami Torishima Island, and judging from the direction, it could only be an American fleet. What should we do now? The Japanese soldier Tianhuang frowned as he looked at Yamamoto Shichijiya. Your Majesty, we should immediately order the combined fleet to return, and at the same time, assemble a special fleet of ships from the Seto Inland Sea to reinforce Tokai Bay. After saying that, he glanced at everyone and said, Everyone, now is the time for everyone to cooperate. The U.S. military's surprise attack on Dongjing Bay this time was aimed at destroying our war potential. The area around Dongjing Bay is the lifeblood of the Empire, so I hope everyone can unite and cooperate. Army, deploy all available artillery to the narrow part of Dongjing Bay to hold off the enemy. Navy, send out all ships. At the same time, lay mines in Tokyo Bay to stop them. Once our combined fleet returns, we can easily annihilate them. After Yamamoto finished speaking, he turned his gaze toward the army. At this moment, the army soldiers looked at each other, but no one spoke. This is trouble caused by your navy. At that moment, an army general suddenly spoke up. Exactly. Your navy insisted on advancing south and even launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. Now you've created such a huge mess, with the enemy at your doorstep. If you had supported our plan and gone north. Baka! The Empire is now facing a life-or-death crisis. This is not the time to concern ourselves with such things. Yamamoto Shichikechi's face was ashen. He was fed up with the pointless arguments and checks and balances between the navy and the army. Wasn't that trouble you guys caused? The army personnel seemed oblivious to Yamamoto Shikihachi's anger and continued to discuss it amongst themselves. At this moment, the Japanese soldier Tianhuang glanced at the army. Although the army and navy were at odds, it made his position as the heavenly locust easy. However, the Japanese were also well aware that this was not the time for internal strife. If the U.S. Pacific Fleet were to invade Dongjing Bay, all their years of hard work would be in vain. Tojo-kun, let's carry out Yamamoto-kun's plan. Upon hearing this, Private First Class Tojo nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. After saying that, he glanced at Yamamoto Shichika with some dissatisfaction. The Japanese General Tianhuang personally gave the order, which did have some effect. The Japanese soldiers quickly got to work. First is the Seto Inland Sea. This is one of the Japanese naval headquarters, located between Honshu, Kyushu and Shikoku, forming a semi-inland sea. It was also the home port of the Japanese combined fleet. After the Japanese combined fleet sailed south, some ships in the port were still being repaired or were on standby. The battleship Yamato was among them. In addition, there were the battleships Nagato and Mutsu. The Yamato was delayed because there were still some issues that needed to be fixed. The Nagato and Mutsu were responsible for homeland defense and fleet preparation. However, among the main warships that remained, there were no aircraft carriers, only battleships and some auxiliary warships. It was already late at night. Apart from a few Japanese soldiers still on duty, the rest were asleep. But just then, an emergency alarm sounded in the night sky. Assemble! Emergency assembly! Assemble! All combat personnel, board the ship immediately! All warships, depart immediately to support Dongjing Bay! Chapter 26. This is a Navy conspiracy. Supporting Dongjing Bay? These words stunned many of the Japanese soldiers. Are you going to East Asia? Some naval officers' eyes lit up. Don't think nonsense. Dongjing has been attacked. We're going to its aid. Upon hearing this, many Japanese naval soldiers showed expressions of disappointment. They thought they were going to the east to wipe out the army. But soon, some Japanese soldiers realized that Dongjing had been attacked. The U.S. Atlantic Fleet is attacking East Longitude Bay. We must go there to provide support immediately. The Japanese Navy in the Seto Inland Sea acted quickly, wanting to immediately support the East Bay, but they needed to wait. Because these ships do not have combat readiness missions on a regular basis, especially the Yamato, which has not yet completed its final testing, the supplies on board are not much and can only be replenished. The Nagato and Mutsu were similar. They both started their boilers first, a process that took about half an hour. Then they needed to refuel and replenish their ammunition, which took several more hours. In addition, auxiliary ships also need to be replenished with various supplies. The docks in the Seto Inland Sea were bustling with activity, as vehicles carrying supplies continuously transported various goods to the warships and then delivered them onto the ships. Meanwhile, at the location of the Seto Inland Sea estuary. A dozen or so submarines under Zhigan's command are also in place. However, they did not enter the Seto Inland Sea immediately. The main problem is that the Seto Inland Sea has an average depth of only 37 meters. As the Japanese Navy's home port, the Japanese took its defenses quite seriously, deploying mines at several key shipping lane locations. In addition to these mines, there are various anti-torpedo nets, as well as sonar equipment for detecting submarines, and so on. The best option is for the submarine to stop when it reaches the outer edge of the Seto Inland Sea. Before preparing to attack Dongjing Bay, Zhigan had anticipated that Japanese ships from the Seto Inland Sea would come to his aid. They dispatched submarines to wait here. Ideally, they could take out a few of the main warships, otherwise they would just buy some time. Meanwhile, the Japanese army also received orders. Compared to the Navy, the army has much louder complaints. Have the US military attacked? Navy idiots, they caused all this trouble. Why should we clean up their messes? Shut up, this isn't the time to talk, get to work. Naval idiot! A group of Japanese army soldiers couldn't help but mutter curses under their breath. However, since it was an order personally given by the Japanese emperor, the Japanese soldiers dared not say anything and could only start working as required. The Japanese army did not have many troops stationed around the eastern border. There was only one Imperial Guard division. This Imperial Guard division had previously been deployed to the South China region for combat operations. It was returned to its original location at the end of last year. Although the Japanese army had a small number of regular troops, it had a large number of reservists. After receiving the order, a large number of reservists were mobilized. The first thing the Japanese army did was to move all the artillery pieces from the Field Artillery Regiment of the Imperial Guard Division toward the side of the main peninsula. The Japanese Army's Imperial Guard Division's Field Artillery Regiment possessed 24 Type 90 75mm field guns and 12 Type 91 105mm field guns. Sefang Peninsula is the narrowest point at the entrance to Higasshiki Bay, and is only about 6 kilometers away from Kanenzaki on the Miura Peninsula to the west. If these heavy artillery pieces are properly deployed, they can blockade Dongjing Bay. Meanwhile, inside the Yokosuka Naval Port. At this moment, Koga Minaichi, the commander of the Japanese Yokosuka Naval Base, was frowning. Because he was considering whether the U.S. Atlantic Fleet attacked Dongjing Bay, or whether the Navy staged the attack itself. Damn it, these bastards, couldn't they have notified me before doing something? As a naval admiral and an important figure in the Japanese Navy, Koga Minaichi was very angry at this moment. He didn't believe the telegram sent by Yamamoto Shikihachi at all, which said that the U.S. Atlantic Fleet had attacked East Longitude Bay. He had received a telegram before nightfall that the Yamato was lingering outside Dongjing Bay. Since it was the battleship Yamato that was shelling Dongjing Bay, it is self-evident who was attacking Dongjing Bay. What is that bastard doing? After Koga Mine finished speaking, he took a deep breath and walked to the phone. After kicking everyone out of the house, he dialed Yamamoto Shichiji's telegram. Reporting, Commander, General Koga Minaichi is looking for you. This was Yamamoto's command post at the time. Yamamoto Shikiya was packing his things. He needed to rush to Yokosuka to personally command the fleet in battle. At this time, there were still 3 main warships docked in Yokosuka port. They are Shokaku, Shinano, and Akizuki. Among them, Shokaku was the new and main aircraft carrier of the Japanese Navy. On January 1, 1942, it departed from Truk Atoll and returned to Yokosuka with the purpose of transporting fighters from the mainland to supplement the carrier-based air force. It arrived at Yokosuka Naval Base 1 day earlier than Zhigan's fleet. The Shinano should not be called the Shinano yet, because it was not yet completed. Originally, this battleship was the 3rd ship of the Yamato-class battleships. Construction began in May 1940 at the Yokosuka Naval Shipyard. In December 1941, due to adjustments in the war situation, the construction of the battleship was suspended in preparation for conversion into an aircraft carrier. However, its main structure is complete, its power system is installed, and it is also equipped with some weapon systems. The Akizuki was the lead ship of the Japanese Akizuki-class destroyers, undergoing final adjustments before its launch at Yokosuka Naval Base in January 1942. It was among the first Japanese warships to be equipped with radar. In addition to these 3 warships, there are also some auxiliary vessels that can provide some fire support. Give me! Upon hearing that it was Koga Minaichi calling, Yamamoto Shikiya felt a sudden tightness in his chest. He was worried about the Yokosuka Naval Base suffering losses, especially the Shinano, which was crucial to the Navy's future, as well as the Akizuki. This is Yamamoto Shikihachi. Has something happened at Yokosuka Naval Base? After Yamamoto Shikiya answered the phone, he immediately asked anxiously. You bastard Yamamoto! Why didn't you inform me beforehand about such a large-scale naval operation? Are you planning to seize power? Koga Minaichi's angry voice came through the phone. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Shikiya was taken aback. General Koga Minaichi, I don't know what you're talking about. Baka! You're lying to me now? Do you think an old man like me isn't worthy to board your new era's ship? Tell me, what's your plan? Are you going to wipe out those army bastards? Or what? At this moment, Koga Minaichi felt that Yamamoto Shikiya was trying to sideline them, the older generation of naval admirals, and still believed it was a conspiracy by the Navy. Chapter 27 Who's lying? Admiral Koga Minaichi, what exactly are you trying to say? Yamamoto Shichiji said somewhat angrily. When Koga Mine heard that Yamamoto Shichika was still pretending, he simply laid his cards on the table and said, If it weren't for your orders, why would the Yamato have shelled East Longitude Bay? Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Shichijuya stood frozen in place. What did you say? The Yamato bombarded Dongjing Bay? Wasn't that the U.S. Atlantic Fleet? Baka! This evening, the Yamato arrived at East Longitude Bay. Many people saw it. What else could it be but the Yamato? Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Shichiko took a deep breath. Admiral Koga Minaichi, please tell me the details of what happened. You didn't do it? Koga Minaichi was also somewhat surprised by Yamamoto Shikiya's answer. He had originally thought that Yamamoto Shikiya and his group had conspired to do this, but now it seemed that he might have misjudged the situation. Are there other people involved? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yamato? What Yamato? Isn't the Yamato based in its home port, the Seto Inland Sea? After calming down, Admiral Koga Minaichi said in a low voice, Yamamoto-kun, the Yamato was built in our Yokosuka port. Our men wouldn't be mistaken, it's definitely the Yamato. If it's not you. Yamamoto Shichika's face also darkened. General Koga Minaichi, you hold the Yokosuka naval base steady for now. I need to report this news immediately. Yamamoto Shikiya considered countless possibilities in his mind. The fact that a fleet suddenly appeared and attacked Dongjing Bay is itself somewhat suspicious. However, if there was an internal rebellion, then everything makes sense. However, a new question soon arose in Yamamoto Shikihachi's mind. Why did this fleet rush to launch a mutiny before even entering Dongjing Bay, instead of doing so after arriving in Dongjing? At this moment, Yamamoto Shichika's mind was in complete chaos. He originally intended to report this matter to Tianhuang, but when he walked out of the command post, he stopped in his tracks. He quickly walked to the phone and dialed the number. I am Yamamoto Shichihachi. Commander, this is the Seto Inland Sea Naval Base. Have your ships departed yet? Not yet, all ships are warming up. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Shikiya took a deep breath and asked, Is the Yamato in port? Oh, I'm here. Are you sure? Sure. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Shichiju frowned again. He then hung up the phone. After pacing back and forth for a while, he called over a communications officer and asked him to send a telegram to a captain. The destroyer captain was a former subordinate of Yamamoto Shikihachi, one of his most trusted men, and also a member of his original family. Yamamoto Shikihachi was not originally named Yamamoto. He was originally called Takano Shikihachi. He was given this name because his father was 56 years old when he was born. Later, in order to go further, Takano Shichiji, who was already a naval lieutenant commander, was adopted by Yamamoto Tateto, the samurai leader of the Nagaoka domain during the Meiji Restoration period, as his adopted son. With the support of the Yamamoto family, Yamamoto Shichijiya was able to get to where he is today. It's worth mentioning that Yamamoto Shikihachi's father, Takano Sadakichi, didn't also have the surname Takano. He was also an adopted son-in-law, and both father and son had a history of marrying into the family. Strictly speaking, Yamamoto Shikihachi should be called Hasegawa Shikihachi, because before he invaded and married into the Japanese, his surname was Hasegawa, a common surname among Japanese soldiers. Soon Yamamoto Shikiya received a telegram from Takano Ichiro. The battleship Yamato is preparing for battle and is ready to depart. Upon seeing the contents of the telegram, Yamamoto Shichiji's brows furrowed once again. Someone is lying. It could be Koga Minaichi, or it could be someone from the Seto Inland Sea. However, Yamamoto Shikiya did not believe that anyone could control the entire Seto Inland Sea without him noticing, and that even the person he trusted most had sided with him. Was Admiral Koga Minaichi lying? Yamamoto Shikiya muttered something to himself, and after thinking for a moment, decided to go to Yokosuka Naval Base first. Meanwhile, at Yokosuka Naval Base, all of the Japanese warships had been assembled, consisting of only one destroyer, some torpedo boats, and other vessels. Their movement speed was much faster than that of the Japanese soldiers in the Seto Inland Sea. An hour later, a group of ships began to rush towards the outer edge of East Longitude Bay. Warriors of the Empire, today is a day of shame for the Empire. Our homeland has been attacked. Although we don't have any main warships, the ship we're on now is our last shell. Sink these enemies who dare to invade us outside Dongjing Bay, and never let them enter Dongjing Bay. Long live His Majesty the Emperor! May the Empire be victorious! On the Akizuki, the temporary fleet captain, Yoshino Mizuta, loudly broadcast to all the Japanese soldiers. A group of Japanese soldiers immediately responded fiercely. Victory! 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 Yokosuka Naval Base has few main fleet vessels, but many auxiliary vessels, including small patrol boats, torpedo boats, and mine-laying boats. Torpedo boats are high-speed vessels, typically equipped with 2 twin torpedo launchers, carrying 4 torpedoes. These ships have little ocean-going capability, but they are quite capable of coastal defense. The tactic was to send a swarm of high-speed torpedo boats, each over 30 knots fast, rushing toward the main warship, launching torpedoes as soon as they got close, and then running away. These torpedo boats are worthless. Their mission is accomplished once they can take down a capital warship. As for mine-laying boats, they are not warships. Their mission is to blockade the sea and lay mines in shipping lanes. The rest are patrol boats and gunboats. These patrol boats and gunboats are equipped with naval guns of several tens of millimeters, and at most carry naval guns of 155 millimeters. These naval guns are sufficient to deal with ordinary cargo ships or small boats. However, these naval cannons are at best ineffective against main warships. But there was no other way. The Japanese main fleet was not there, and they only had so many ships available, so they had to send them all out. Instead, outside Dongjing Bay, the battleships Mieri and Yehi were less than 10 nautical miles away from Dongjing Bay. The radar of the Mua has detected various ships heading out to sea. It seems the Japanese have deployed all the ships from their Yokosuka naval port. Prepare to meet the enemy. The reason Zhigan did not enter Dongjing Bay immediately was that he was waiting for the Japanese ships to come out. Dongjing Bay is not large, especially the entrance, which is only 6 kilometers long. The Japanese had many auxiliary ships in the naval port. Torpedo boats, in particular, are small but pose a significant threat. In the open sea, a single wave can capsize a torpedo boat, but in the unique terrain of Dongjing Bay, it can truly create miracles for them. So Zhigan kept waiting. He finally got what he was waiting for. Chapter 28: Destroying the Japanese Temporary Fleet. Order the Annihilation and all destroyers to prepare for saturation fire, with the Annihilation's secondary guns providing auxiliary artillery support. Although the guns of the Mieri were 460 mm, they were more powerful than the 406 mm guns of the Miehi. However, the fire control system of the Extinction Sun is inferior to that of the Extinction and Harmony. The Japanese Yamato-class battleships still relied on traditional aiming methods to calculate target positions, which required experience from the crew. The American Iowa-class battleships, on the other hand, were equipped with fire control calculators. The calculator here is not the telegraph of later times, and it doesn't have chips or anything like that. It's a mechanical calculator that corrects the artillery based on the target's speed, direction, and other factors to improve firing accuracy. Therefore, the main gun hit rate of the Iowa-class battleship was much higher than that of the Yamato-class battleship. When the Japanese makeshift fleet appeared near the mouth of Dongjing Bay, more than a dozen flares suddenly rose into the air and landed directly overhead. Thump! Thump! A dozen or so flares of varying sizes landed overhead, illuminating the Japanese makeshift fleet clearly. More than 40 ships of various types were rushing toward Zhigan's fleet at full speed. The fastest of these were the torpedo boats, which charged recklessly into the sea, pushing their engines to maximum speed. After the flares were lit, the ships were not afraid at all. Instead, they accelerated and the soldiers on board shouted various slogans as they continued their charge. Put! Meanwhile, Zhigan's fleet, consisting of 15 destroyers, was all ready, with their hulls facing the direction of Dongjing Bay. The main gun and secondary gun ammunition had been loaded. At a command, all the warships opened fire. Thump! 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 On the dark sea, a series of flashes of light suddenly appeared, then immediately disappeared. However, immediately afterward, the Japanese temporary fleet passed through the sea area. Shells rained down on them. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed continuously on the sea surface. The water columns generated by the explosions of the shells caused some of the surrounding ships to shake violently. Some unfortunate Japanese ships were hit by cannon fire. A torpedo boat was hit by the main guns of the battleship, and after turning into a huge fireball, it disappeared on the surface of the sea. Even if the main gun of the Murigo missed these torpedo boats, if it landed near them, the resulting explosion would capsize the torpedo boats, and the Japanese soldiers on board would fall into the water. Even so, these Japanese soldiers were not afraid. Instead, they continued to drive their torpedo boats in suicidal charges toward the distant fleet. The purpose of these torpedo boats was simple: to get close to the enemy fleet, launch torpedoes, and if successful, they never thought they would return alive. However, they soon discovered that getting close to the enemy's main warships was a pipe dream. Because they were facing 15 destroyers. Destroyers are the best warships to deal with these torpedo boats. They also have high speed and large caliber main guns. Although the caliber of these main guns is not large, their rate of fire is very high. Once these torpedo boats get close, they will be fired upon by the main guns of these destroyers. Torpedo boats sacrificed ship protection for high maneuverability, so if hit by a destroyer's main gun, they would be instantly destroyed. After 2 salvos, as the remaining torpedo boats approached, the destroyers began hunting their targets. Why are there still Kajiro-class destroyers? Is that the Yukikes? Soon, some sharp-eyed Japanese soldiers noticed that something was amiss, because among their enemies was a Kajiro-class destroyer. Fire a flare, let's take a look. Yes. Some Japanese soldiers fired flares at the location of the destroyer. When the flares exploded and the silhouette of the Kajiro-class destroyer was revealed, many Japanese soldiers froze on the spot. Who exactly is our enemy? Report this immediately. There has been a defection in the navy. While the Japanese were in chaos, Zhigan's fleet maintained its own battle rhythm. The destroyer began bombarding the torpedo boats relentlessly. With its high rate of fire, the main gun can sink any torpedo boat it locks onto. Most of these Japanese torpedo boats were unable to get close to the main warships. Some were sunk outright, while others launched their torpedoes before sinking. As for what the torpedo will hit, we can only leave it to fate. 1 hour later. The location of the estuary of Dongjing Bay is burning. The Japanese destroyer Akizuki was burning and sinking towards the seabed. Meanwhile, some other ships were still burning on the sea. These vessels are the torpedo boats we just saw, along with some other auxiliary vessels. Surrounded by an interception network of 15 destroyers and 10 frigates, the Japanese Navy's suicidal charge failed to achieve any results. They all sank at the mouth of Dongjing Bay. Around the same time, the first batch of carrier-based aircraft launched by Zhigan also began to return to base one after another. Previously, there were concerns about insufficient light sources to provide illumination, which could be dangerous when the bombers landed. However, at this moment, these burning ships provided a lot of light on the sea's surface and provided coordinates. Of the bombers that took off at night, only 2 failed to land and were forced to land on the sea. The rest returned safely. 2 hours later, a second wave of bombers took off again, but this time their target was not east longitude, but the airfields around east longitude. Zhigan's current objective is to take advantage of the Japanese planes' inability to take off and land at night, destroy the airfields around Dongjing Bay, and provide cover for tomorrow's battle. Around the same time, Zhigan's fleet, except for the aircraft carrier, slowly passed through Dongjing Bay. The reason for the slow passage was that the Japanese mine-laying boats had dropped a number of mines during that period, some of which were magnetic mines. When a ship passes by, it will be sucked onto the bottom of the ship and then explode. However, these types of mines are relatively few in number. Most are conventional mines. Among the ships that were just sunk, there were some Japanese transport ships carrying ram-type mines that tried to approach the warships, and they were all sunk. These ram-type mines were later used by the Japanese special attack motorboats. The method involves attaching a mine to the top of a long pole on a small boat, then striking the enemy vessel to detonate the mine. It has a similar effect to the Japanese soldiers' happy stick. Meanwhile, Yamamoto, Shirchi and Hachi finally arrived at Yokosuka Naval Port. Chapter 29: The Real and Fake Yamato. Where's the boat? When Yamamoto Shirchi arrived at Yokosuka Naval Port and saw that the port was empty, he couldn't help but turn to look at Koga Minaichi. Upon hearing Yamamoto Shikia's question, Koga Mine lowered his head and said, "Yamamoto-kun, I have dispatched all the ships." Yamamoto Shichika took a deep breath and asked, "How was the effect?" "Completely annihilated." Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Shikia grabbed Koga Minaichi by the collar. "Baka! Where are the gunboats? Where are the torpedo boats? Did you send them out? Hi. They've all been sent out. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Shichiju's face darkened considerably. Baka! Why did you send out all the gunboats and torpedo boats? Don't you know they can be most effective in Dongjing Bay? Koga Mine lowered his head, realizing that his command had gone wrong. Yamamoto-kun, I want to keep the enemy out of East Jingwan. Yamamoto Shikiya looked at Koga Minaichi with some despair, took a deep breath and said, Are there any other ships left in the entire East Longitude Bay? Besides fishing boats and cargo ships, there are only the Shokaku and Shinano. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Shikiya released his grip and stared intently at Koga Minaichi. According to his plan, he intended to hide all the torpedo boats and gunboats. Once the enemy enters Dongjing Bay, launch a surprise attack. But now everything is over. Now we can only hope that the Seto Inland Sea Navy will come to our aid. You are a sinner of the Empire! After Yamamoto finished speaking, he glanced at the Shokaku aircraft carrier in the harbor and said, Immediately start the Shokaku aircraft carrier and let it take cover. Hopefully, it can avoid the enemy's shelling. The enemy has entered Dongjing Bay. Yamamoto Shikiya knew that there was little he could do left, and he could only leave the rest to fate. He now only hopes that the enemy is unfamiliar with the East Jing Bay and will first bomb the cities around the bay, dragging it out until the main fleet arrives in the Seto Inland Sea. He also ordered the combined fleet to return. Yamamoto-kun, there's another matter I need to report to you. Although Koga Minaichi was a general, Yamamoto Shikiya was of higher rank, so even though Yamamoto had grabbed him by the neck, he couldn't get angry. You say? Yamamoto Shichika stared blankly at the empty naval port, pondering how to stop the enemy's sabotage. Our warships reported that among the ships attacking them, we spotted several Kajiro-class destroyers. How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Shikiya frowned and looked over, but when he realized that Koga Minaichi didn't seem to be joking, he immediately became serious. With the Kajiro-class destroyers and the earlier Yamato, is there really a problem with the Navy? Indeed, this is a telegram. Koga Minaichi handed a telegram to Yamamoto Shikiya. After reading the book, Yamamoto Shichijiya remained silent, lost in thought, his mind a jumble of thoughts. However, he soon had an answer. When the sun rises again. Zhigan's fleet arrived inside the East Jing Bay, less than 10 kilometers from Yokosuka Naval Base. Yamamoto Shichiji stood on high ground, holding binoculars, his eyes and mouth wide open, watching the Yamato bombarding the Yokosuka Naval Port and the Kajiro-class destroyers escorting him. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Yamamoto Shichijiya exclaimed in surprise. When Koga Mine first reported to him, he thought it was all fake, but now he saw it with his own eyes. He was certain he couldn't be mistaken about the Yamato battleship. Because that is the pride of the Empire, the pride of the Imperial Navy. But now, a ship that was once the pride of the Empire is wreaking havoc in the heart of the Empire. Last night, after Zhigan's fleet entered Dongjing Bay, it did not speed up its voyage and proceeded at a very slow speed. Because Dongjing Bay is already an inland sea. The environment here is very complex, and we need to check for mines in the waterway, so we have to be very careful when we move forward. Last night, in desperation, Yamamoto Shikiya summoned all the ships he could muster around Yokosuka Naval Base. These vessels are all cargo ships or fishing boats, and have no combat capabilities. However, they can be used to lay mines. Therefore, Yamamoto Shichiji ordered these ships to be covered with mines and then to lay many mines in the waterway. This arrangement did indeed serve to delay them. Zhigan's fleet did not enter the core area of Dongjing Bay until dawn. As the sun rises, a new day begins, but for the Japanese soldiers, this day holds no hope, only despair. 2 battleships are wreaking havoc in East Longitude Bay. Large-caliber naval guns roared with a deafening force, firing at them from time to time. Yamamoto-kun, it really is the Yamato! Koga Minaichi was so shocked that he couldn't speak and could only turn to look at Yamamoto Shikiya. It's not the Yamato! After calming down, Yamamoto Shikiya slowly spoke. He knew the Yamato all too well. The Yamato didn't have a hull number, but this ship did. Furthermore, the Yamato bears the imperial crest of a 32-petaled chrysanthemum, and the symbol of Kikusui, which are the symbols of the Japanese imperial family. Because this ship was the top-tier battleship of the Japanese Navy, the Japanese emperor granted permission to use these symbols. However, these markings were not present on the Yamato. Even though it was still flying the Japanese flag, Yamamoto Shikiya still figured out that it wasn't the Yamato. Not the Yamato? Koga Mine frowned and said, How could it not be the Yamato? Both the structure and layout of the ship are based on the Yamato, a fact that Minaichi Koga is well aware of. Because in the naval port beneath our feet, there is the third ship of the Yamato-class. Look at the chimney and the hull, there are no signs of the locust family. Upon hearing this, Koga Minaichi picked up his binoculars and observed the area. Indeed, as Yamamoto Shikiya had said, there were no such markings. And this warship? It's likely that a country stole the design data for the Yamato and built a copy. Upon hearing this, Koga Mine was immediately stunned. The design data for the Yamato was absolutely confidential and could not possibly be leaked. It must be the Americans, only they have this capability. Yamamoto Shichiji put down his binoculars and slowly began to speak. So what do we do now? After watching the distant destroyer Sun destroys a factory with its cannons, Koga Minaichi asked in despair. He was well aware of the power of the Yamato-class battleship's main guns. He had even witnessed the test firing and praised it as a cannon capable of restoring order. But unexpectedly, the shells have now landed on Japanese soil. Order all ships to set sail. We must defend the heart of the Empire. The Empire cannot be dishonored. Hi. Chapter 30 Yamamoto's Purpose. With a command from Yamamoto Shichijiya, all the fishing boats and cargo ships in Dongjing Bay were started. These fishing boats and cargo ships were filled with explosives, and some were even equipped with makeshift torpedo launchers. The people on the ship were replaced by Japanese naval soldiers and some Japanese civilians who were willing to be loyal to the locusts. Their sole objective was to rush alongside the enemy fleet, ram their warships, detonate explosives, and sink them. Report, Commander! The Japanese have deployed fishing boats and cargo ships, and they are heading this way. On the extinction sun, Zhigan also noticed these somewhat unusual ships. The Japanese devils are planning to fight us to the death. Order all ships to open fire freely and sink any that approach the target. Yes. The Japanese devils love to gamble, and they also love to go all in. Especially when they are at a complete disadvantage, the Japanese like to use everything they have for a final desperate gamble. For example, the Japanese called for a plan to die for the emperor with 100 million lives, but unfortunately, they never implemented it. In addition, there are various so-called special forces. The method of using fishing boats and cargo ships to ram the enemy is also a tactic employed by special forces. In front of each of these cargo ships, there would be a Japanese soldier, holding a naval samurai sword, his upper body bare in the cold wind, a sanitary napkin wrapped around his head, and his hands raised high. Long live the Empire! Attack! These Japanese soldiers were the most fanatical believers and supporters of Japanese militarism. They used extremely exaggerated body language to incite the emotions of those around them. Some people were initially afraid and worried. But after seeing these people's exaggerated expressions and actions, my original worry and fear disappeared, replaced by all sorts of impulses. For His Majesty the Emperor! Charge! At the bow of the ship, a Japanese officer stood, loudly encouraging the troops as they charged toward the distant fleet. At this moment, the warships beside Zhigan's fleet also slowly turned their cannons and aimed them at these ships. There were many ships, at least 200 or 300, rushing in from all directions in dense formation, and some other figures could be seen in the distance. On a normal day, people would definitely think this is a spectacular scene of hundreds of boats racing. But reality is quite cruel. Put! At the captain's command, the Jinhai destroyer fired first. The 127mm main gun fired at distant ships. Thump! 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 The 5 main guns were firing at full speed, capable of firing nearly 30 shells per minute. The first shells fired did not hit the ships, but landed around them, which greatly boosted the confidence of the people on board. In their view, as long as they are not hit by the enemy and can get close to the enemy, it is a victory for them. However, after the first few rounds of test firings, the hit rate of these destroyers' main guns began to improve. Boom! A shell hit a fishing boat, even though the caliber of the 127mm main gun was not large among warships. However, it is extremely lethal against these wooden fishing boats. The shell easily tore through the hull of the fishing boat and exploded inside the cabin. The explosion then set the ship ablaze. The fishing boat caught fire from the middle and began to list. However, the ship continued to charge towards Zhigan's fleet, but its speed was getting slower and slower. The surrounding boats were also gradually overtaking the fishing boat. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and the fishing boat exploded, igniting the explosives it was carrying. The massive explosion shattered the already dilapidated fishing boat into pieces. The debris on the fishing boat was carried high into the air by the explosion, and then randomly fell into the sea, some of which directly killed some Japanese soldiers on the adjacent boat. Some crashed onto the sea surface and continued to burn. Boom! 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 Japanese fishing boats and cargo ships kept exploding from all directions. These ships had no chance against the main guns of these destroyers. Once hit, they were instantly killed. Even so, the Japanese soldiers remained relentless. At this time, Japan was in a period of expansion and had not yet suffered a complete defeat. The Japanese had a very high belief in winning the war. Even as they saw ships being sunk all around them, the Japanese soldiers continued to charge forward. Keep charging! Destroy them! Black Card Chaos! The Japanese soldiers continued their frenzied charge, and the surrounding warships kept firing, sinking these ships one after another. Meanwhile, high above the sea, Yamamoto Shichiji watched expressionlessly as cargo ships and fishing boats charged across the water. Koga's mind was somewhat agitated. Yamamoto-kun, you ordered them to charge. Why now? Why can't they charge at night? You're sending them to their deaths. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Shichika turned and glanced at Koga Minaichi. I know, but I have to do it. You knew? And you still sent them to their deaths? Yamamoto Shichika's expression twisted grotesquely. Then tell me, what's the solution now? If we don't use them to deplete this fleet's ammunition, this fleet will fire all its ammunition into the factories throughout East Longitude Bay. The Empire cannot afford such severe losses. Only by sending these ships and these civilians to their deaths can we deplete their ammunition. This way, Dongjing Bay will suffer less damage. The Empire has already launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor and declared war on the United States. If the Gulf of East Asia suffers huge losses at this time, how can the Empire fight against the United States? These factories are the lifeblood of the Empire. If they are destroyed, the Empire will truly be finished. At this point, Yamamoto Shichiji's face twisted in pain as he said, These people, this is the last contribution they can make for His Majesty the Locust and for the Empire. The Empire will not forget them. Upon hearing this, Koga Minaichi was so startled that he took 2 steps back. Although he didn't really treat these ordinary people as human beings either. However, there are a dozen or even dozens of people on this one boat, because if there are too few people, these boats simply cannot be started. That adds up to several thousand people. These people were all skilled individuals, but under Yamamoto Shichiji's command, they became objects to be sacrificed at will, even if the purpose of the sacrifice was merely to deplete the enemy's ammunition. Moreover, this fleet should be one of the main fleets of the United States, and that battleship should be the new generation of main warships of the United States, the Iowa-class battleship. As long as we destroy this fleet, I am 100% confident that we can defeat the Americans. After saying that, Yamamoto Shikiya looked around and said, Besides, their sacrifice wasn't in vain. Chapter 31 The Army's Counterattack. At this point, Yamamoto Shichijiya looked into the distance and said, The army should be ready by now. The army? Koga Minaichi asked in surprise. After all, everyone knew that the army and the navy were at odds, so why would the army help the army? Yamamoto Shichiko nodded. This is a crisis for the Empire. Not only will our navy suffer losses, but once these factories are destroyed, our army will also face considerable losses. So the army also deployed the Guards Division. Their field artillery regiment has been mobilized, and in addition, some surrounding troops have been mobilized, bringing all the artillery that could be brought over. These ships are merely there to deplete the fleet's ammunition and to draw its attention. After Yamamoto Shichiji finished speaking, he fell silent. Meanwhile, in a secluded spot not far from Yamamoto Shichijiya, a Japanese artillery fleet is deploying. Their original plan was to head to the location of the side peninsula and block Zhigan's fleet. However, they were slow. They had just set off when they received news that Zhigan's fleet had entered Dongjing Bay. Therefore, they had to adjust their battle plan and look for opportunities to bombard this fleet. Report! The enemy fleet is approximately 15 kilometers away. Get ready to aim! 15 kilometers is not a long distance. The Japanese artillery could hit it. This time, the Japanese have really pulled out all the stops. They even brought out the Type 105mm cannon, of which only 64 were ever produced. 15 kilometers, maximum range reach, move forward 1 kilometer. The person in charge of this mission was a Japanese prince, Prince Mikasa Takito, who was the youngest brother of the Japanese General Tenko. Based on his resume, he should be going to Nanjing next year to serve as a major staff officer. It was because of this prince that the Japanese army cooperated so well. After all, Prince Mikasa was the Japanese general's favorite younger brother. Besides the Type 105mm cannon from the 14th year of the Taisho era, the Japanese army also brought out quite a few other things. For example, the Type 92 105mm howitzer, currently the world's longest-range army artillery piece, has a range of 18.2 kilometers. There was also a Canadian 120mm cannon that had appeared in the Battle of Wuhan, which was originally a naval gun and was later seized by the army. There are also some old relics, such as the Type 89 150mm cannon. Although this thing has a caliber of 150mm, its range is even shorter than that of the Japanese 105mm cannon, at only 18.1 kilometers. At the same time, the Japanese also brought out the Type 96 150mm cannon, which had not yet been put into service, and which had a range of 26.2 kilometers. This thing was originally intended for the Guangdong Army, mainly to be used as a fortress cannon, but at this point the Japanese didn't care about anything else and dragged it out of the warehouse. The Japanese brought over 70 artillery pieces. These cannons are arranged in a row, and their positions vary depending on their range. Are you ready? Not yet. Hurry up. Yes. Because of the hasty preparations, the Japanese logistics were also in disarray, and some artillery pieces couldn't even find their shells. However, after messing around for about 10 minutes, the Japanese devils have finally completed all their preparations. Shooting! After seeing that all the cannons were ready, Prince Mikasa of the Japanese army immediately ordered them to fire. Thump! 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 The gunners quickly pulled the cannon ropes, and shells flew out of the barrels, heading towards Zhigan's fleet on the sea. Boom! 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 The Japanese army's artillery shells fell into the sea and exploded around the fleet, creating waves. In the first round of test firings, only 3 ships were hit by these shells, but all of them were hit on the side decks of the hull. Moreover, these cannons were not large in caliber, and were not able to penetrate the sides of these ships, only leaving a dent in the hull. Report, Commander, we are under Japanese artillery fire. Yes, I know. Zhigan was already using binoculars to search for his target. However, it is difficult to locate the enemy's artillery positions using only binoculars. Meanwhile, the artillery on the battleship Annihilation was also rapidly calculating trajectories and locating the enemy artillery. Report, reconnaissance aircraft reports, enemy artillery formation spotted, northeast, 18 kilometers away. Order the Extinction Japan and Extinction Peace ships to prepare for artillery fire and destroy the Japanese artillery positions. Yes. Using land artillery against battleships was a last resort, and the idea of mounting land-based artillery on ships was a heartbreaking and helpless act. Because warships have large main gun calibers and longer ranges, once an army artillery piece is discovered, it has no chance of survival unless it is immediately moved. As a naval power, the Japanese are well aware of this. The Japanese observers were constantly monitoring the movements of Zhigan's fleet on the sea. When they saw the main guns of the Sun Destroyer and the Harmony Destroyer begin to rotate, they immediately ordered a relocation. We need to relocate. Our position has been exposed. The Japanese plan was to fire a shot and then move on to another location, looking for an opportunity to sink or damage the enemy ship. Besides that, the strategy is to stall, to hold off the enemy fleet so they can't bombard the core area of East Longitude Bay, and wait for the combined fleet to return. Upon seeing the battleship's main guns turn their muzzles, the Japanese artillerymen immediately began packing up their equipment and preparing to move the cannons. However, these artillery pieces are all large caliber, making them very difficult to move. In addition to folding up the mounting brackets, the artillery pieces also need to be connected to the tractor. However, the Japanese were well prepared. The tractor was right next to the artillery, so once it was loaded, it could be pulled away. However, the Japanese soldiers' every move was clearly seen by the reconnaissance planes in the air. Report! The Japanese are trying to escape, and they're equipped with a tractor. It's up to you now! Zhigan wasn't particularly skilled in naval command, so when the fleet attacked, he simply issued attack orders or set strategic objectives. Tasks requiring technical skills are assigned to the captain. Upon hearing this, Yumieroi quickly began to calculate, and then ordered. The first round of firing targets remain unchanged, the second round targets are extended by 1. Yes. Soon, the naval guns had completed their angle adjustments, and the main guns of the 2 battleships were ready. However, to deal with the Japanese army, the battleship's main guns do not need to fire salvo, they only need to fire in sequence. After all, the main guns of a battleship have a limited lifespan. Soon, the main guns of the Sun Destroyer and the Harmony Destroyer were ready and began firing. Meanwhile, the Japanese fleet that had sailed out of the Seto Inland Sea was finally about to reach the mouth of the East Longitude Bay. Chapter 32 The Japanese Prince. The fleet that set sail from the Seto Inland Sea consisted of 3 battleships, 6 destroyers, and 5 escort ships. This was the core defensive force that the Japanese left behind on their homeland. The flagship was the Yamato battleship, which had just been commissioned and launched by the Japanese. In addition, there was the Nagato and the Mutsu. All 3 battleships were the mainstays of the Japanese army. The Yamato and the annihilation of Japan were of the same class. These warships immediately began to get busy after receiving the news yesterday. However, since the homeland had not been attacked before, and the fleet needed time to start up and replenish ammunition and fuel, the task was not yet complete. The fleet didn't set sail until late at night. With limited shipping lanes in the Seto Inland Sea, it took some time before we finally arrived at the mouth of Higashiki Bay at daybreak. However, the fleet did not notice that several submarines were following them from behind. These submarines originally intended to launch an attack immediately after the Japanese fleet emerged from the Seto Inland Sea. However, when the Japanese ships emerged from the Seto Inland Sea, their escort ships and destroyers came out first, and their main battleships came out last. The Japanese were quite vigilant. After leaving the Seto Inland Sea, these escort ships began sonar detection to ensure there were no submarines before allowing the main warships to leave the Seto Inland Sea. The submarine could only remain silent at first, and had no way to launch an attack. A team followed them in search of a suitable attack location. For a submarine to successfully attack a main warship, it needs the support of a surrounding fleet or special terrain, such as a naval port or a narrow sea area, which limits the main warship's operational range. So after the Japanese fleet left the Seto Inland Sea, the submarine could not find a suitable opportunity, and could only follow from a distance, making sure it would not be detected, until it reached the mouth of the sea. At this moment, aboard the battleship Yamato, Captain Matsuda Chiaki was in contact with Yamamoto Shikiya to inquire about the situation in East Longitude Bay. Boom! A huge explosion rang out from the artillery position of the Field Artillery Regiment of the Army's Guards Division. A 460mm naval gun shot landed in the Army artillery position. The explosion of the large-caliber naval gun blasted away all the surrounding Japanese heavy artillery and artillery soldiers. The Japanese artillery was blown to pieces in the massive explosion. These pieces flew everywhere, turning into huge bursts of killing intent that reaped the lives of the surrounding Japanese soldiers. A cannon barrel that had been blown away spun and bounced in the air, crushing and killing every Japanese soldier it touched. Just as the Japanese were still in a state of panic, the second naval gunshot landed, destroying all 20-odd naval guns that had just been loaded onto trucks and were ready to be moved. Baka! Retreat! Retreat! Seeing the horrific scene before him, Prince Mikasa shouted loudly, ordering the soldiers to retreat. Artillerymen are different from other ordinary soldiers. They are technical troops who need time to train. If you run out of artillery, you can build more, but if all the artillerymen are killed, there is no use in having artillery. But at that moment, a Japanese communications soldier ran up and said, "Report, Yamamoto telegraphed us. He wants us to continue shelling and hold off the enemy." Upon hearing this, Prince Mikasa snatched the telegram and tore it to shreds. "That idiot Yamamoto, let him do it himself. Retreat immediately, the naval guns are too powerful." The army and navy have always been at odds, and Prince Mikasa himself has a bad relationship with the navy, so naturally he wouldn't fight to the death for the navy at this time. And how can we fight like this? We've already been discovered by the enemy. If we don't retreat now, we'll just be sitting ducks. Army artillery fire is like a tickle to the enemy. It can't even cause any real damage to enemy warships. However, Zhigan's main warships could wipe out their artillery positions with a single shot. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Shikiya was also observing the army artillery positions. "Baka! These army idiots are retreating like this. Tell them there's a reverse slope not far away, and let them set up artillery positions there so they won't have to worry about being shelled." "Hi!" Soon, Prince Mikasa received another telegram from Yamamoto Shikihachi. After reading the telegram, Prince Mikasa's face turned even uglier. This Yamamoto Shikihachi was using the army as a target. Why didn't he tell them in advance that he had a position that could be built on a reverse slope? Although this area is near East Longitude, the area around Yokosuka is naval territory, and the army rarely comes here, so they are not familiar with the terrain. Therefore, it is unknown where a reverse slope artillery position can be established. As for Yamamoto Shikiya, he watched expressionlessly as the army artillery positions in the distance were shelled. His goal was simple, to have the army tie down the fleet. The Navy has already dispatched fishing boats and cargo ships to deplete the enemy's firepower, and the army has lost some artillery. What's the problem? Yamamoto-kun, that's His Majesty's own brother. What if His Majesty blames us? Koga Minaichi said with some concern. Yamamoto Shichija said in a deep voice. This is a necessary sacrifice. The Seto Inland Sea Fleet has now arrived outside the East Cosmos Bay. We need to hold them off until our fleet arrives, and then all the problems will be solved. Admiral Koga Minaichi, what you need to do now is to hide our submarines and be ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at any time. Hi. Koga Minaichi didn't say anything more, but looked at the fleet raging on the sea, feeling a vague unease. Your Highness, we... Prince Mikasa took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, Order the troops to move towards the target. But this grudge is forgivable. At this point, Prince Mikasa gritted his teeth and said, I'll remember this grudge, and I'll make the Navy pay for it. Hi. Let's move. Hi. After Prince Mikasa finished speaking, he got into a car and prepared to move towards the target location. However, his vehicle had only driven a short distance. Boom! A loud explosion rang out not far from the vehicle. Although Prince Mikasa's vehicle was not directly hit by the ship's guns, the huge shockwave from the explosion threw the car into the air, where it spun 2.5 times before crashing heavily to the ground. Your Highness! Your Highness! A group of people rushed over in a frenzy after the explosion, seeing the overturned vehicle carrying the prince. There was no sound from inside the car at that moment. A Japanese soldier covered in blood rushed to the front of the vehicle and pulled open the door handle. Several more Japanese soldiers rushed over and saw Prince Mikasa covered in blood, his body curled up in the car in an extremely contorted position. Your Highness! Several Japanese soldiers, seeing Prince Mikasa's condition, realized something terrible had happened. The prince was dead. At the same time, the Japanese Seto Inland Sea Fleet at the entrance to Dongjing Bay also received orders to enter Dongjing Bay. Chapter 33 Bombardment of the Port. Looking at the telegram in his hand, Matsuda Chiaki slowly said, Order the fleet to maintain battle formation and enter East Longitude Bay. Hi. Although Matsuda Chiaki held the rank of colonel at the time, he was the captain of the battleship Yamato, so this fleet hastily assembled in the Seto Inland Sea was temporarily under his command. After the order was given, the frigates and destroyers in the fleet took the lead and began to head towards Dongjing Bay. The frigates led the way, followed by the destroyers, and finally the main battleships. Meanwhile, on the gun emplacements of the First Sea Fortress, Zhigan's marines could clearly see through binoculars that these warships were entering Dongjing Bay. Send a message to the commander, enemy ships are entering East Longitude Bay. There are 3 battleships, 6 destroyers, and 5 frigates in total. Yes. On the battleship Annihilation, Zhigan received a telegram from the Marine Corps. Order the Marines to do everything in their power to stop the Japanese fleet. Yes. Soon, the Marines on the First Sea Fort began adjusting the cannons in the remaining emplacements. 3 of the Japanese First Sea Fort's gun emplacements were destroyed by Zhigan's naval guns. Although the remaining gun emplacements were also bombarded, they did not suffer destructive damage, and the cannons inside the turrets were still usable. After receiving the order, the Marines quickly carried out the shells, loaded them, and began shelling the Japanese fleet at the estuary. Thump! 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 The First Sea Fortress began firing on the Japanese fleet. Boom! 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 Shells kept falling around the Japanese fleet. These artillery emplacements faced the same problem as the Japanese army's heavy artillery. The main guns of the Japanese emplacements were not large in caliber, so even if they hit a Japanese warship, they could not kill it with a single shot. Report, Captain. First Sea Fortress has opened fire on us. At this moment, on the battleship Yamato, Matsuda Chiaki was somewhat stunned by the sudden attack. However, the Japanese quickly determined the direction of the attackers, the First Sea Fortress, the most important defensive barrier at the mouth of the Dongjing Bay. Damn it, the First Sea Fortress has been occupied. Why didn't anyone notify us? At this point, the Japanese home fleet had begun to pass through the narrowest part of East Longitude Bay, and it would be difficult to avoid being attacked at this time. Send a telegram to Commander Yamamoto. The First Sea Fortress is firing on our troops. Hi. When Yamamoto Shikiya received the telegram, his expression also turned grim. The last telegram First Sea Fort sent to Naval Headquarters stated that the fort had been destroyed, and there was no further news. Yamamoto Shikiya thought the First Sea Fortress had been completely destroyed, but he never expected it to have been occupied. Tell Matsuda Chiaki to pass through East Longitude Bay at full speed. Hi. After thinking for a moment, Yamamoto Shichiji gave the order through gritted teeth. He knew that forcing his way through the area of fire coverage of the First Sea Fortress might result in some losses. However, compared to the losses of this fleet, Zhigan's main fleet had already begun bombarding Yokosuka. Yes, Zhigan's fleet has already begun bombarding the Yokosuka naval base. The cargo ships and fishing boats that were previously dispatched have all been destroyed. At this moment, flames are burning on the sea surface inside the East Longitude Bay. A large amount of garbage and debris were floating in the air. Not long ago, these were all fishing boats and cargo ships. Now it can only become garbage floating on the sea. In Zhigan's view, the Japanese soldiers' method of trying to kill each other was ineffective, and only served to waste ammunition. After resolving these troubles, Zhigan ordered the fleet to point its cannons at the Japanese Yokosuka naval base. Since the American Pearl Harbor was destroyed, Zhigan was not going to be biased and destroyed one of the Japanese seaports as well. Yokosuka port was an important port for the Japanese, and most of their large warships were built there. In addition to destroying the port, Zhigan also set his sights on the Shinano, which was docked in the shipyard awaiting refitting. Although the Shinano was sunk by the US on its first voyage after its refit, it is the fastest aircraft carrier to sink in the world. But after all, it was based on the Yamato. Zhigan planned to pull him back and complete the final assembly himself, still intending to build it into a battleship, so that Zhigan would have 3 battleships. From now on, we can focus all our efforts on developing aircraft carriers. At this moment, explosions continued to be heard in Yokosuka Naval Base, and large-caliber naval guns fell into the harbor, destroying one building after another. As Yamamoto Shikiya watched the Yokosuka naval port below being destroyed bit by bit, his heart bled. These are the fruits of the Japanese army's labor. They have accumulated a century's worth of wealth since the Meiji Restoration. But now it is being destroyed little by little. Baka! Yamamoto Shichika cursed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do but watch helplessly. Where is the combined fleet? Although Yamamoto Shikiya's heart was bleeding, he knew that he absolutely could not panic at this moment, otherwise the Empire's losses would be even greater. Report, they are already on their way back. The first and second fleets will need about 3 days to return to the mainland. Have all the warships in China been recalled? The Japanese also had quite a few warships in China, but most of them were not main warships and served mainly as deterrents. The order has already been given, and they're on their way back. After listening to this, Yamamoto Shikiya stopped talking and could only hope that the Seto Inland Sea's home fleet would arrive soon. However, looking at the size of the enemy fleet, Yamamoto Shikiya was not confident. Are the surrounding airports ready? Yamamoto Shikiya asked again, revealing that he still had some trump cards up his sleeve: airplanes. However, Yamamoto Shikiya also knew that if they relied solely on air bombing without the support of the surface fleet, it would be difficult to sink this fleet. That's why he used other methods to delay, waiting for the Seto Inland Sea's home fleet to arrive so they could act together. Ready! How much longer will it take for the home fleet to arrive? We expect to arrive in about an hour. 1 hour! Yamamoto Shichiji looked at the Yokosuka naval port. If the enemy continued to bombard it for an hour, Yokosuka could really be reduced to ruins. Finally, gritting his teeth, he said, "Order all available airfields in the vicinity to launch 50 bombers to harass the enemy fleet. Hi! Send a telegram to Matsuda Chiaki, telling him to go at full speed and get there as soon as possible. Hi!" Meanwhile, the Japanese home fleet, which was passing through the mouth of Dongjing Bay, encountered trouble. The bombardment of the first sea fortress did not cause them much damage. Only 2 frigates and 1 destroyer were hit by shells, but none of them were in vital areas, and no fires were caused. However, when the main battleships Yamato, Nagato and Mutsu entered the channel, several torpedoes appeared behind them. Chapter 34 Joint Offensive. Fish, torpedo! On the battleship Yamato, an observer spotted the watermarks left by a torpedo and cried out in alarm. Immediately afterwards, the Japanese scout shook the bell beside him vigorously. This bell is located next to a special pipe, along with a device that amplifies the volume. The sound of the bell can be transmitted through the pipe to the command room. This method is primitive, but it is very effective and has been used for a long time in later generations. Inside the command center of the battleship Yamato, Captain Matsuda Chiaki was discussing how to eliminate Zhigan's fleet. The enemy has only 2 battleships, while we have 3, but the enemy has more destroyers. Just then, a Japanese major suddenly stood up. Report! The observer has activated the torpedo warning. At the same time, another Japanese soldier rushed in. Report! Torpedoes have appeared behind and on our flanks. Torpedo? Where did it come from? Upon hearing this, Matsuda Chiaki felt a sudden unease. Submarine! There's a submarine around. Baka! Immediately evade the torpedoes, have the frigate turn around and eliminate the submarine."
"Yes."
The Yamato had a displacement of over 70,000 tons, making it difficult for the ship to turn around. Zhigan's submarines waited for several hours before finding an opportunity to attack, so they chose to launch torpedoes from two angles at the same time. The torpedo's trajectory was two fan-shaped segments, and its target was the Yamato, which was located in the central area. At this time, all the escort ships and destroyers around the Yamato were scouting ahead, with the battleship Nagato being the closest. Both battleships were targets for submarines. Just as the Yamato spotted the torpedoes, several more torpedoes were launched from the submarine, and the Yamato also located the submarine. "Shoot down those submarines!" The Japanese soldiers on the Yamato quickly adjusted their guns in preparation for firing, while the submarine began an emergency dive. Their mission is complete. Now it remains to be seen whether these torpedoes can hit the Yamato. "Hard to port. Calculate the torpedo's trajectory. Prepare to evade. Prepare for impact." At this moment, all the Japanese soldiers on board the Yamato were working frantically, as if they were in a frenzy. This was the Yamato, and absolutely nothing could go wrong. The Japanese quickly calculated the torpedo's trajectory. Based on the trajectory, they determined that if they steered hard to the left, they had a high probability of avoiding the torpedo attack. At the same time, the Yamato's secondary guns began firing at the spot where the submarine had just submerged. They wanted to sink all the submarines that were secretly preparing to attack them. Just then, small black dots appeared in the distant sky. The carrier-based aircraft of the Longxiang and Longyin aircraft carriers were deployed once again. In addition to the 20 escort fighters leading the way, this sortie also included 40 TBF Avenger torpedo bombers. The submarine will launch its attack at this time. Everything is prepared. The Yamato is currently located at the narrowest point of the East Longitude Bay, leaving it with limited space to maneuver. If attacked by torpedoes, one must try to evade them. At this time, if bombers were to be dispatched, they might be able to kill the Yamato battleship in one blow. "Enemy aircraft! Prepare for air defense!" After the plane appeared, a piercing alarm sounded on the Yamato. Several Japanese soldiers holding hand-cranked air raid sirens were frantically turning them. Upon hearing the alarm, some Japanese soldiers rushed out of the ship's cabins. These were the Japanese soldiers responsible for the Yamato's anti-aircraft fire. They had not been able to take up combat positions until recently because no aircraft had been spotted. At that moment, an airplane appeared in the sky. Upon hearing the alarm, the Japanese soldiers quickly rushed to their posts. To be fair, the Japanese Navy was quite disciplined. Even with torpedoes approaching from behind and planes overhead, the Japanese naval soldiers remained calm and carried out their tasks in an orderly manner. One by one, Japanese soldiers entered the 6 Type 89 twin-mounted 127mm anti-aircraft guns, which were the main anti-aircraft firepower of the Yamato. In addition, the Yamato also had 8 Type 96 triple 25mm anti-aircraft guns and 2 Type 93 13mm anti-aircraft machine guns. These anti-aircraft guns, along with the anti-aircraft machine guns, totaled only 38 guns. This was the entire anti-aircraft firepower of the Yamato. After the upgrade in 1944, it consisted of 12 twin-mounted 127mm anti-aircraft guns, 52 triple-mounted 25mm anti-aircraft guns, and 6 single-mounted 25mm anti-aircraft guns, for a total of 188 anti-aircraft guns. As time passed and the torpedoes drew closer, everyone on the Yamato awaited the final outcome. They had done everything they could, turning hard to port and speeding away from the torpedoes' attack range. At this moment, the air defenses opened fire first. The 127mm anti-aircraft guns began firing into the air, leaving black streaks in the azure sky. The Japanese even equipped the Yamato's 155mm secondary guns with delayed fuses in preparation for air defense. The two battleships next to the Yamato, Nagato and Mutsu, were also operating at full anti-aircraft firepower at this time. The Nagato and Mutsu had similar anti-aircraft firepower, both equipped with 4 twin-mounted Type 89 127mm anti-aircraft guns and 10 twin-mounted 25mm anti-aircraft machine guns. Overall, the Nagato had a few fewer anti-aircraft guns than the Yamato. At this time, the anti-aircraft firepower of the main Japanese warships could not be described as fierce. It was practically non-existent. They only began hastily modifying their aircraft after suffering heavy losses in the Pacific theater and witnessing the power of carrier-based aircraft, but it was too late. Meanwhile, the destroyers and frigates of this home fleet also spotted the aircraft in the sky and realized that something was terribly wrong. They began to collectively change course, preparing to return to the side of the main warships to help them with air defense. However, the entrance to Dongjing Bay is very narrow, only 6 kilometers wide. It sounds wide, but it is impossible for a fleet to turn around together here, as the turning radius of the fleet is too large. But the Japanese soldiers couldn't care less about those things now. They just wanted to adjust their course as quickly as possible and get alongside their main warships. The entire Dongjing Bay estuary is in complete chaos. Meanwhile, Fort No. 1 continued to fire shells, harassing the Japanese fleet. Boom! A frigate had just completed its turn when it was hit by a shell that struck the deck, creating a hole. Several unlucky Japanese soldiers were killed on the spot by the bomb. But the frigate was oblivious to all that and was still turning wildly. Boom! Another shell landed, this time on a destroyer. After it completed its turn, it happened to be hit by a shell, and a gap was blown in its side. Chapter 35 Torpedo Bombers, Attack! The Japanese no longer cared about the losses of these frigates and destroyers, because the bombers in the air had begun to descend. It's a torpedo bomber! A Japanese lieutenant colonel on the Yamato cried out in terror. Although he didn't recognize the bombers, he could tell from their flight patterns that they were torpedo bombers. The TBF Avenger torpedo bomber, which had been flying high in the sky, had now dropped to a very low altitude. They were only about 20 meters above sea level, and the distance was still decreasing. These bombers eventually came within 10 meters, or even only about 5 meters, of the water's surface. From a distance, it even looked as if they were flying close to the water's surface. This is a bombing method unique to torpedo bombers. This is to allow the torpedo to travel smoothly at a depth of about 3.5 meters after entering the water, avoiding damage to the torpedo due to excessive entry angle or speed, while also reducing the probability of being intercepted by enemy air defense fire and increasing the success rate of the torpedo hitting the target. Open fire! We can't let them drop their bombs. At this moment, Matsuda Chiaki also realized that something was very wrong. In such a narrow bay, there were more than a dozen torpedoes heading towards them from behind. If those torpedo bombers dropped dozens more torpedoes, the Yamato, or rather the entire home defense fleet, would be finished. Thump, thump, thump! Thump, thump, thump! Da-da-da! The 3 Japanese battleships unleashed their full firepower, rapidly adjusting the muzzle angles of their main guns, secondary guns, and anti-aircraft guns to fire at the oncoming torpedo bombers. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and a torpedo bomber, number 35, was hit in the wing by a shell, causing the plane to crash uncontrollably into the sea. Boom! Another plane was hit by anti-aircraft fire and crashed into the sea. However, all the other torpedo bombers reached the area where they could drop their bombs. Bomb! As the pilot pressed the bomb release button, the enclosed cockpit opened instantly, and a Mark 15 aerial torpedo was launched from the cockpit, falling into the sea immediately. This 533mm torpedo weighs 1,742 kilograms, contains 363 kilograms of TNT, and is powered by a wet-heated combustion steam turbine with a compressed air tank, powered by a 2-stage pulse turbine consisting of alcohol and air. The torpedo can reach a top speed of 45 knots, but at high speed, its range is only about 5 kilometers. However, the entire east longitude bay is only 6 kilometers wide, so these torpedoes were adjusted to high-speed mode from the very beginning. After entering the water, the torpedo plunged headfirst into the sea. Then, the engines at the tail of the torpedo were started, and the torpedo began to adjust its attitude and accelerate. After they completed their attitude adjustment, white splashes appeared on the sea surface, indicating that the torpedoes were moving forward at high speed. Torpedo! High-speed torpedo! 3 kilometers away! Avoid! The Japanese soldiers on the Yamato spotted the torpedoes heading their way. These torpedoes were incredibly fast. They had already traveled a considerable distance by the time he shouted. The Yamato now faces a dilemma. If it continues to steer hard to port to evade the torpedoes behind it, it will be hit in the belly by newly appearing torpedoes. Chiaki Matsuda's hand holding the binoculars was trembling. He knew very well that now was the time for him to make a decision. Right immediately and prepared to meet the impact head-on. Matsuda Chiaki knew that if the Yamato's belly were used to catch these torpedoes, the Yamato would likely be sunk. Only by using its strongest bow to meet the torpedo impact could the Yamato have a chance of survival. Get back on track! Prepare for impact! At this moment, the Japanese soldiers on the Yamato also began to pray, hoping that they could escape this calamity. As the torpedo drew closer, most of the Japanese soldiers clung tightly to whatever they could reach, waiting for the sound of the torpedo exploding. Boom! A huge explosion was heard at the mouth of Dongjing Bay. The Yamato was hit by a torpedo on its forward left side, Although the Yamato battleship tried to right itself, the torpedoes were simply too fast. The 3-kilometer distance was covered in the blink of an eye, leaving them with very little reaction time. A huge hole was blown into the bow of the Yamato, and seawater was rushing in towards it. The ship rocked violently before finally coming to a stop. Fortunately, the ship was hit at the bow, so the damage was manageable and the power system was functioning properly. Boom! Another explosion rang out. Another torpedo hit the Yamato. This time, it hit the stern of the Yamato. These are torpedoes launched by the submarine. The Yamato could have avoided these torpedoes by simply turning hard to port, but at the last moment it chose to right itself and use its bow to take the high-speed torpedo head-on. However, the Yamato was too long, and its stern was grazed by a torpedo. The torpedo, carrying a large amount of explosives, instantly destroyed the propeller at the stern of the Yamato, and at the same time, a huge hole was blasted in the stern of the Yamato, into which seawater rushed in. The Yamato's power began to gradually weaken until it finally lost power altogether. The bad news is that the Yamato was hit by torpedoes both at the bow and stern, and was seriously damaged. This symbol of the Japanese Navy, its strongest battleship, was severely damaged on its very first official combat mission. The good news is that the Yamato's hull structure was not damaged, and it evaded other torpedoes. In plain terms, they are still alive and not in danger of sinking. Compared to the battleship Mutsu beside it, it was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The situation faced by the Mutsu was much better than that of the Yamato. After all, the targets of torpedo bombers and submarines were the maritime behemoth Yamato, and the Mutsu and Nagato did not receive any special attention. However, while Mutsu was dodging torpedoes, it was hit by a shell from Fort No. 1, which struck the command compartment. In an instant, the Mutsu found itself without a commander. Just as the Mutsu was in a state of panic, a high-speed torpedo hit the Mutsu's flank, blasting a huge hole near the Mutsu's waterline. Seawater surged wildly into the Mutsu, as if trying to tear this 40,000-ton behemoth to pieces. But misfortune never comes singly, just as the Mutsu was being hit by a torpedo and taking on water. Another torpedo hit the middle of the Mutsu, in a similar spot to the previous torpedo. The area, which already had a gap blasted open, was hit again, and the gap blasted open became larger and larger. The Mutsu even began to show slight cracks in its hull, and the entire ship began to list. Taking advantage of the situation, the turrets on Fort No. 1 discovered the badly damaged Mutsu, turned their guns around, and bombarded the battleship with all their might. During the new book launch period, updates will be slower as we wait for the debut. After the debut, I guarantee at least 3 chapters per day. Thank you for your continued support. Please feel free to urge me to update and send me some free gifts. Thank you. Chapter 36 Red Sun, Yellow Moon, and Rising Flag. Call out. Boom! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom! 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 Taking advantage of its weakness, more than 20 bombers were circling overhead, continuously dropping various aerial bombs on the Yamato. 100-kilogram aerial bombs were just the appetizer. 300 kilograms and 500 kilograms of bombs continued to fall. At this point, the Yamato had suffered heavy damage to its bow and stern, and its speed had already decreased. Even though Captain Matsuda Chiaki ordered the boilers to be turned up to maximum power and to move forward at full speed, it had no effect. The stern propeller was damaged, and the Yamato is still able to move, partly due to inertia. Boom! Another huge explosion rang out, and an aerial bomb landed on the deck of the Yamato, blasting a huge hole in the deck. At the same time, the flames from the explosion ignited the deck and interior compartments, and the foredeck of the Yamato was burning. Put out the fire! Put out the fire quickly! A group of Japanese soldiers rushed out with various firefighting equipment, trying to put out the fire. Meanwhile, a group of Japanese soldiers were submerged in the water below, closing the valves of the sealed compartment to prevent seawater from flowing back in from the bow. Thick smoke billowed from the Yamato, while the Mutsu next to it was also badly damaged and listing. The Yamato was targeted by bombers, while the Mutsu was targeted by the turrets of Fort No. 1. The dozen or so cannons on Fort No. 1, although the largest caliber was only 200 mm and the main gun caliber was not as large as that of the main guns of ordinary battleships, were numerous. Shells rained down on the Mutsu and the surrounding sea like hail. Fires were raging on the deck, the command compartment, and even the deck of the No. 1 main gun. Even so, the biggest problem for the Mutsu now is the huge hole in its side. The hull has begun to list uncontrollably, and some crew members can no longer stand on the deck. Most of the crew members had already begun to flee for their lives. Some chose to use lifeboats, while others jumped directly into the sea and swam desperately towards the shore. Of the three main battleships, the only one in slightly better shape was the Nagato. The Nagato was positioned on the far left and luckily escaped being hit by a torpedo, thus remaining undamaged. However, there were still occasional opportunities for bombing to come over his head and drop a few bombs. The bombs did not cause any damage to the Nagato, but the Nagato was powerless to do anything about the heavily damaged Yamato and the sinking Mutsu. The anti-aircraft gun barrels of the Nagato were already glowing red, but even so, they could not stop the bombers from ravaging the sky. The Japanese air defenses were too weak. Although the appearance of Yamamoto's seven-handed battleship prompted the Japanese to focus on developing aircraft carriers, most of these battleships were built before the advent of aircraft carriers. At the time, no one believed that aircraft could sink capital warships, and they were almost entirely equipped with anti-aircraft firepower. The carrier-based aircraft that Zhigan's aircraft carrier was equipped with were carrier-based aircraft from the late stages of World War II, all of which had been tested by both the Germans and the Japanese. They are fast, robust and durable, and have powerful firepower. Even if they are occasionally hit by their ship's guns, they will only be injured. They will only explode in midair if they are hit in some key parts. So far, apart from 2 torpedo bombers, only 3 bombers have been damaged and returned to base while still smoking. In addition to dealing with aerial bombers, the Japanese fleet also had to be constantly wary of submarines. Zhigan's submarine force did not retreat, but kept a watchful eye from a distance, occasionally surfacing to drop a torpedo. The Japanese frigates and destroyers could not devote all their efforts to air defense, and they also had to be constantly vigilant against these submarines that suddenly appeared. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Shikiya was still waiting for his home garrison fleet to arrive. A Japanese naval staff officer hurriedly approached Yamamoto Shikihachi, swallowed hard, and then said in a trembling voice, "Report, Commander-in-Chief, urgent telegram from the Yamato." "Huh? Are those bastards finally coming?" At this point, Yamamoto Shikiya was becoming increasingly anxious. Yokosuka had been bombarded and was in ruins. Most of the buildings had been destroyed under the bombardment of the naval guns, and the port was in complete disarray. The opposing fleet even dispatched a small landing force to land directly at the Yokosuka naval base. Yamamoto Shikiya wanted to send men to destroy this landing force, but before they even reached the port, a single naval cannon shot sent them to meet Amaterasu. Those who landed at Yokosuka naval base did not venture deep into the base, but instead went directly to the Shinano, the third Yamato-class battleship of the Japanese Navy, and began to start up the Shinano, preparing to sail the warship away. Yamamoto Shichiju saw everything, but was powerless to do anything about it. "Report! Urgent telegram from the Yamato. They were attacked by enemy submarines at the entrance to East Longitude Bay, and also by enemy carrier-based aircraft. The Yamato was hit by torpedoes at the bow and stern, and the Mutsu is seriously damaged." "What?" Upon hearing this news, Yamamoto Shichika swayed, snatched the telegram, and quickly began to read it. After reading the telegram, Yamamoto Shikiya collapsed to the ground, his body limp. "It's over. Everything is over. There is no hope left." "Baka!" Yamamoto Shikiya let out a roar, glaring angrily at the fleet outside Yokosuka naval base. If looks could sink warships, Zhigan's fleet would have been sunk countless times already. At the same time, Zhigan also received a telegram about what had happened in Dongjing Bay. "Well played." After saying that, Yuji chuckled and ordered, "There's still one Nagata left. Have the me take the ship and deal with that battleship. We're heading to Dongjing port," Zhigan said with a smile. Yokosuka naval base has been almost completely destroyed. Next up is the Japanese eastward expansion. Zhigan knew that it was impossible for a single fleet to destroy or occupy Dongjing, but he still wanted to let the Japanese taste the bitterness of having their capital bombed and burned. "Replace all warships with incendiary bombs. I want to turn the east into a sea of fire." "Yes." "Also, raise our flag. Now we don't need to hide it anymore." Previously, the Japanese flag was flown to get as close as possible to Dongjing Bay. Now that all threats to Dongjing Bay have been eliminated, the Japanese flag has lost its purpose. It's time to proudly display our own flag. "Yes." The soldiers of Zhigan's fleet quickly took out the sun and moon flags that they had prepared beforehand. "Commander, they've changed their flag." The Japanese had been keeping a close eye on Zhigan's fleet's every move. When the Japanese flag, representing the Japanese invaders, was thrown into the sea, a Japanese flag was raised. All the Japanese soldiers were stunned. They had never seen this flag before. At that moment, a Japanese officer suddenly muttered to himself, "Red sun, yellow moon, blue background, this is the sun and moon flag. This is the flag of the Ming Dynasty." Chapter 37. The Ming Dynasty has been gone for 300 years. The Ming Dynasty? What Ming Dynasty? Yamamoto Shichijiya blurted out his name. Red represents the sun, yellow represents the moon, and together they form the character Ming, which is the symbol of the Ming Dynasty. Upon hearing this, everyone around was stunned. The Ming Dynasty? Didn't the Ming Dynasty die 300 years ago? The Ming Dynasty? It has been a fallen nation for 300 years. The current state of China is impossible, absolutely impossible. Yamamoto Shichijiya didn't want to believe it, and neither did the surrounding Japanese soldiers. They would rather believe that the fleet belonged to the Americans than admit that it belonged to the Ming Dynasty. If it truly is the Ming Dynasty's fleet, then it represents the fleet of China. China? Now they see it as China. For the Japanese, losing to anyone was acceptable, but they absolutely could not admit that they had lost to China. At this moment, the thing the Japanese least wanted to remember was the time when they were a vassal state of China and were called Wa. Moreover, the Ming Dynasty has been gone for 300 years. Even if it hadn't, it wouldn't have had such a warship. Commander, the enemy's Yamato is heading towards Tokyo port. Just as Yamamoto Shichijiya and the others were still in shock at the fleet's flag, a Japanese soldier spoke up to remind them. Send a telegram to His Majesty immediately, ordering him to leave the palace and seek refuge. Yes. Furthermore, all aircraft capable of taking off from the surrounding airports, at all costs, destroy this fleet. Even if you have to ram them, sink them. Yamamoto Shichijiya gritted his teeth and said. This was his last trump card. He originally planned to launch an attack on the fleet after the home garrison arrived, in conjunction with the aircraft. The fleet is now out of hope. We can only rely on airplanes. He knew it would be difficult for planes to destroy a fleet, especially one that was moving freely, but he couldn't worry about that now. After Yamamoto Shichijiya gave the order, the Japanese Navy fleet reacted quickly. All the planes at Japanese naval airfields far from Dongjing Bay took off and flew towards Dongjing Bay. After receiving this order, the army then reported it. Report! The Navy has ordered us to send aircraft to take the enemy fleet down with them. Perish together? When Private First Class Tojo saw the telegram, he tensed up, then frowned and asked. Where is the Naval Air Force? They received the same order. Where is the enemy fleet now? The army's losses so far are not too great. It's just a field artillery regiment, and a prince. The Navy suffered the greatest losses. If Zhigan's fleet had retreated directly at this point, the Japanese army would have happily sent them away. Heading towards Dongjing port. Damn it, that bastard Yamamoto! He didn't even notify us of something this important. Notify all army units immediately and evacuate from the east. Hi. At this time, chaos had broken out in Dongjing City. Yokosuka is only about 50 kilometers east of the Earth's longitude. When the Yokosuka naval port was bombed, many people already knew about it. At this time, the Japanese soldier Tianhuang was waiting for news. Upon receiving Yamamoto Shichiji's telegram, the Japanese emperor immediately ordered, Run! No, move! He took his wife and children and ran towards the outer perimeter of the east longitude. Meanwhile, within Dongjing City, the Japanese soldiers with even a little bit of information knew that the enemy fleet would soon arrive at Dongjing port, and they all began to flee for their lives, dragging their families along as they ran out of the city. Those who can use cars should drive cars, and those who can ride bicycles should ride bicycles. Meanwhile, the ordinary Japanese soldiers inside Dongjing City remained completely unaware of the situation and continued working in the factories. Some of the Japanese soldiers sensed something was wrong, but there were people watching the factory gate, preventing them from leaving and forcing them to continue working. Some Japanese soldiers secretly escaped and ran away together. Among these people were some Chinese who were stranded with the Japanese. Most of these people came here to study before the full-scale war with the Japanese, and stayed here for various reasons. Another group fled to Japan because they had committed crimes in China and offended some people. What happened? Why are all the Japanese soldiers running out of the city? I don't know. I heard that the Japanese mainland has been attacked, and an American fleet has entered the East Longitude Bay. Really? This group is small in number, and most of them know each other. Because they had a very difficult time living with the Japanese, and often faced discrimination and various attacks, they usually banded together. Really, you didn't hear the explosion? I thought something had happened at the factory. The Japanese factories frequently experienced accidents due to long hours and overtime work. They would often explode, which was one of the reasons for the poor logistics of the Japanese and frequent production line problems. Let's go to the port and see what's going on. I'm stuck in Japan, an international student said excitedly. Are you out of your mind? Someone immediately pulled him aside. Even if I die, seeing the Japanese homeland bombed makes it all worthwhile. As soon as he said that, everyone around him nodded in agreement. Some decided to escape first, while others suggested going to the port to see who had attacked the Japanese homeland. Don't go to the port, it's dangerous there. I know a place by the sea where there are no factories, just some fishing boats. It should be safe there. Good. A group of people immediately ran towards that location. The place this person was referring to was originally a Japanese fishing boat, but when they arrived, there were no fishing boats left in the fishing village, the simple dock was empty, and only the carcasses of some dolphins killed by the Japanese were hanging on the shore. At this moment, some fleets of ships could be seen on the distant sea. Immediately afterwards, a huge explosion was heard in Dongjing port. The Japanese mainland has really been attacked. It's still in the hard area, this is big news. The Chinese who were stranded with the Japanese immediately became excited. It's so far away, I can't see clearly, I don't know which country it's in. It's definitely not ours. I reckon it belongs to the Americans. The Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, they were asking for trouble. The Americans are retaliating. Upon hearing this, everyone around thought it was possible. All they could think of was that it was American retaliation against the Japanese. It doesn't look like Americans. The flag on the ship isn't an American flag. How can you see so far away? A telescope. Old Chen, where did you get a telescope? Everyone turned their heads and saw a man called Old Chen holding a pair of binoculars. Show me. Let me see it too. A group of people immediately surrounded them. Don't rush, take it one at a time. I see, it's really not an American flag. What kind of flag is this? Ming? The Great Ming? The Great Ming? Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Because he saw several flags fluttering on the top of the Sun Destroyer. One of the flags, with a yellow background and black characters, read, Great Ming Dynasty. Immediately behind them was a red flag with black characters that read, Destroy the Japanese. Chapter 38 Kamikaze Special Attack Corps? Chinese characters, they are Chinese characters, they are our warships. The stranded man, known as Old Chen, shouted excitedly. Calm down, calm down. Don't you know what our country is like? It can't possibly be ours. Yes, calm down, maybe it's just a symbolic image. At first, everyone was very excited when they saw Chinese characters, but they quickly calmed down. Everyone knows what the situation is like in China. But this also resembles some kind of cuneiform or hieroglyphic script, which is Chinese characters. Old Chen was still reluctant to give up, holding the binoculars and staring intently at the screen. That's definitely the character Ming, and the characters Miari are Chinese characters, meaning it's aimed at the Japanese devils, there's no mistake. Old Chen shouted. The group of people looked at each other without saying a word, just staring at the fleet in the distance. They also wanted to know the answer. Whose fleet was this? The Ming, do you think it could be one of the branches of the southern Ming dynasty from back then? Their descendants after they went to Southeast Asia? At this point, some people turned their attention to a Chinese man with dark skin. This man was a Chinese man from Southeast Asia who came to study in Japan. It's possible. Anyway, there's always been a legend in Southeast Asia that there are descendants of the Zhu family in our area, but nobody knows exactly where they are. That makes sense. It must be the Southern Ming branch. They've endured humiliation and hardship for so many years, secretly developing their power. Now that they know the Japanese are invading China, they've stepped forward. Old Chen said excitedly. Old Chen, calm down, calm down. I'm calm, I'm determined to find out. After Old Chen finished speaking, he looked around the harbor. There were no fishing boats, but there were small flatboats, which were generally used as transportation in the harbor, going back and forth between ships and the harbor. Moreover, this small sampan looks rather dilapidated, and it seems like it could sink as soon as it hits the water. But Old Chen rushed over, grabbed the boat rope, and sprinted into the sea. Old Chen, are you out of your mind? Who's coming with me? Qin Yong pretended not to hear and shouted to the group of people, looking for like-minded people. Me too. I want to know if it's from the Ming dynasty. More people raised their hands, joining Old Chen. You're all insane. You're all crazy. Some people tried to dissuade them, but the two had already jumped onto the boat, each grabbing a paddleboard, and rowed out to sea. As the two figures receded into the distance, everyone turned their attention to them. The two people's small boat gradually sailed further and further away, drifting on the sea with the waves. Just then, small black dots appeared in the distant sky. There were many dark spots, very dense, flying from the land direction towards the east longitude bay. It's a Japanese plane! Old Shin, old Joe, come back quickly, come back quickly! The Japanese planes are coming! But the two people in the distance seemed not to hear, and continued to row vigorously toward the fleet. At this moment, inside the fleet command post, Zhigan looked up at the Japanese planes in the distance, and immediately ordered, "Order all air defense units to open fire at full speed, and order the Longyin and Longxiang to immediately dispatch fighter jets to support our unit." "Yes." Soon, a dark mass of Japanese planes arrived over Dongjing Bay. Among these aircraft were fighter jets, bombers, torpedo bombers, and attack aircraft. The Japanese launched every available aircraft on their homeland, hoping to gain an advantage through sheer numbers. Fire! As the Japanese planes entered attack range, the battleship Annihilation opened fire first. Thump! 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 Da-da-da! Compared to the Yamato, which only had a pitiful 38 anti-aircraft weapons, the Meets Hero was a modified version of the Yamato with a total of 188 anti-aircraft guns of various types. After unleashing their full firepower, a dense no-fly zone was created overhead. Boom! 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 Several Japanese bombers that were the first to rush over were hit by 25mm anti-aircraft guns. These Japanese bombers were very different from the American bombers. The Japanese planes were notorious for being thin-skinned and easily blown up. After being hit by a 25mm anti-aircraft gun, it instantly emitted thick black smoke and plummeted towards the sea. At the same time, 10 Fletcher-class destroyers also joined the battle. The Fletcher destroyer was designed specifically for air defense. In addition to the 5 127mm main guns for anti-aircraft defense, the ship also had 12 40mm machine guns, 8 single-mounted 20mm Oerlikon anti-aircraft guns, and 6 twin-mounted 20mm Oerlikon anti-aircraft guns. The anti-aircraft firepower of this ship exceeded that of the Japanese Yamato. Furthermore, the 127mm main gun can also fire radio proximity fused shells, greatly improving the interception rate against these aircraft. 10 Fletcher-class destroyers, plus 1 USS Sunstrider and 4 frigates, formed a dense anti-aircraft firepower. In an instant, the sky above the fleet, spanning approximately 10 kilometers, was transformed into a death zone. Boom! 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 Japanese fighter planes and bombers were constantly being shot down in midair. These fragile lighters would turn into flames if hit by a shell. Even so, these Japanese soldiers did not give up, but instead charged towards the planes while shouting various slogans. Black Card Chaos! A Japanese pilot roared and piloted his fighter jet toward the annihilation of the sun. Boom! An explosion rang out, and the fighter jet was blown up in midair when it was still more than 300 meters away from the sun destroyer. But this was only the first one. Then came the second, the third, and so on, all rushing toward the sun destroyer. However, the anti-aircraft firepower of the Japanese was extremely powerful. Even though the Japanese launched their passive kamikaze attacks, the scale was not large. Moreover, these attacking planes were different from the modified kamikaze planes of later generations. They were too slow and easier to intercept. One plane after another was shot down. The number of airplanes that used to fill the sky has visibly decreased. Dumplings, belching black smoke, were falling continuously from the sky. However, the Japanese attack was not without effect. Despite the large number of planes attacking together, some managed to reach the fleet's airspace and begin dropping bombs. Boom! The forward deck of the battleship Apocalypse was hit by an aerial bomb. However, the aerial bomb weighed only a little over 200 kilograms and only blasted a hole in the foredeck, without causing any other major damage. Even so, seeing that an aircraft had successfully damaged the Miari, the Japanese soldiers observing from the side finally saw a glimmer of hope. But their hopes were quickly extinguished. In the distance, black dots appeared again, but these were not Japanese reinforcements. They were Zhigan's carrier-based aircraft arriving over the battlefield. Chapter 39 Incendiary Bomb. The carrier-based aircraft of the Dragon's Roar and Dragon's Soar arrived over the battlefield. The Hellcat fighter was a fighter plane developed by the United States in the later stages of World War II after studying the performance of Japanese aircraft. Whether in terms of speed, firepower, maneuverability, or armor thickness, it could crush all Japanese aircraft of that era. Even the Zero fighter plane, which the Japanese were so proud of, could only become a Zero lighter in front of him. Faced with this group of Japanese Type 97 attack aircraft, and all sorts of other fighter jets, I just felt like they were selling off Seoul. Da-da-da. 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 A Hellcat fighter was equipped with either 6 12.7mm Browning M2 heavy machine guns or 2 20mm cannons and 4 12.7mm machine guns. Whether it was the former or the latter, the firepower of a Hellcat fighter far exceeded that of its opponent. 40 Hellcat fighters stormed into the battlefield like tigers descending a mountain. Some Japanese pilots, after spotting Zhigan's fighter planes coming to provide support, chose to intercept them. But they soon realized that this was the worst decision they had ever made. The fighter jets in front of them climbed rapidly, then suddenly dove down and strafed. Before they could even figure out what was happening or react, their planes were blown up. In the sky, Japanese pilots were constantly parachuting, accompanied by Japanese planes billowing thick black smoke. Meanwhile, the Japanese soldiers standing at the port, and those secretly observing the situation discovered with despair that their fighter planes were almost all gone. The fleet's anti-aircraft firepower was simply too fierce. Their planes had a hard time penetrating such dense anti-aircraft firepower, and could only desperately drop one after another like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Yamamoto-kun! At this time, Yamamoto Shikiya had already received the battle report from the front lines. Was the aircraft strategy really wrong? More than 200 aircraft of various types achieved almost zero results. Only a few aircraft broke through the defense line and dropped a few bombs, or used suicide methods to ram enemy warships. Yamamoto Shikiya was a staunch supporter of the Japanese aircraft carrier faction, and he was the one who pushed forward the Japanese aircraft carrier program with all his might. But now he has doubts about his own path. Commander, the aircraft strategy is correct. Our warships suffered heavy losses after being attacked. I think the problem lies with our air defense firepower. The staff officer beside him noticed the problem and said in a low voice. Although the enemy's Yamato-class battleship is very similar to ours, even in the layout of its main guns, its anti-aircraft firepower is significantly greater than ours, and those destroyers also have very strong anti-aircraft firepower. Most of the Empire's warships are old and lack anti-aircraft capabilities, which allowed the enemy to exploit the situation. We just need to increase our air defense firepower, and we won't have this problem next time we face this situation. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Shichiko nodded. That's true. The development of torpedo bombers cannot be stopped either. Their torpedo bombers are very strong. Although he couldn't see how the torpedo bombers cooperated with the submarines to damage the Yamato and Mutsu, Yamamoto Shikiya still gleaned many problems from the battle reports. Even when bombed by traditional aerial bombs, warships can still maintain a certain level of stability, and as long as there is no secondary explosion, there will not be any major problems. However, torpedo bombers can sink warships, especially high-speed torpedoes, which leave warships with no time to evade. These are the things that the Japanese will focus on developing in the future. Yamamoto Shichijiro silently memorized all these things, and once this matter was over, they immediately ordered the handling of these matters. The air battle outside Dongjing port had almost ended by this time. Of the more than 200 Japanese fighter planes that flew in, only a dozen or so managed to escape. Report, Commander, our anti-aircraft firepower is running low and needs to be replenished. More than an hour of high-intensity air defense consumed a huge amount of ammunition. Fortunately, there was a logistics fleet following the aircraft carrier, lingering in the waters outside Dongjing Bay. If the Japanese planes attack again, how long can we hold out? It can probably withstand one more attack of this size. Okay, that's about enough. Bomb the eastern section one more time, then we'll retreat. In reality, Zhigan didn't intend to stay in Dongjing Bay for long. He came here just to launch a surprise attack on Dongjing Bay and bomb it once. After all, Zhigan's fleet is still not big enough to contend with the main force of the Japanese combined fleet. The Japanese planes left, and they resorted to their last resort, but they failed to sink or repel Zhigan's fleet. The east is starting to suffer. First, the guns of the Annihilation ship adjusted their angles and began firing at east longitude. The primary objective was the Japanese Imperial Palace. The Japanese Imperial Palace was only about 10 kilometers from the coast of the east, within the range of naval guns. Boom! Guided by a reconnaissance plane, a naval gun shot hit the main hall of the Japanese Imperial Palace. With a huge explosion, the main hall of the Japanese Imperial Palace collapsed instantly. There were also some guards inside, who were left behind to guard the house after the Japanese devils ran away. Some of them were unlucky enough to be blown up. Those who were lucky escaped, but before they could even celebrate, a second naval gunshot landed and took them all away. After dealing with the Japanese locusts, the second target was the Japanese latrine, which was also within the range of the naval guns. The reason for destroying these two targets was not that Zhigan had too much ammunition and wasted it, but rather to destroy the morale of the Japanese. At this time, Japanese militarism was rampant, and the Shinto shrines and other religious sites were one of the spiritual pillars of the Japanese. The Japanese Shinto shrines and Bushido were combined to create a so-called Shinto religion. This thing was the spiritual pillar of most Japanese soldiers. Through extensive brainwashing, they were made to believe that expansion and aggression were the mission of God, and then Japanese soldiers and civilians were made to be loyal to God and sacrifice themselves for God. The destruction of the imperial palace and the sacred toilets was intended to undermine the Japanese soldiers' confidence in these areas, letting them know that they were not gods and that everything they owned could be destroyed. Apart from these two locations, Zhigan did not waste any of his naval gun ammunition, replacing it all with incendiary bombs, targeting various buildings within Dongjing City. At that time, Dongjing was the largest city in Japan, with a population of about 6 million, not counting the surrounding Yokosuka and other 7 or 8 cities. In addition, the Japanese have not yet carried out effective urban planning, so most of the buildings are very densely packed and are made of wood. Boom! After an incendiary bomb landed, an area was ignited. Clusters of flames began to spread throughout Tokyo. 80,000 words, now in the verification period. Please give me some encouragement to update. Don't skip ahead. Also, please give me some free gifts. Thank you all for your continued support. Chapter 40 The City Burns. Flames began to spread within the city of Dongjing. Old houses and crowded buildings became the best fuel. After an incendiary bomb landed, an entire surrounding area was ignited. It's still winter, and the entire eastern longitude is very dry. After the flames ignited, they began to spread rapidly, aided by the northwest wind. At first, it was just small patches of fire, but as the incendiary bombs continued to fall, the flames began to spread over a large area. The fire was first ignited in areas where ordinary people lived, where houses were densely packed, and once it started, it became uncontrollable. After the entire area was ignited, the fire became uncontrollable, spreading with scorching heat to other areas of Dongjing City. The Japanese soldiers fled, the nobles fled, but the ordinary Japanese soldiers and the factory workers did not. They were forced to continue working. As the fire spread, these people began to flee for their lives. A group of Japanese soldiers ran frantically towards the outskirts of the city. Some lucky ones were still able to see areas that hadn't been ignited. Some of the Japanese soldiers, when they ran out, found themselves surrounded by flames. The fire is spreading in their direction. There were also some Japanese soldiers. The factory gates were closed, and they tried to open them, but they couldn't open them no matter what they did. They could only feel that the area around them was getting hotter and hotter. Looking eastward from a distance, one can see boundless flames spreading rapidly from the civilian settlements outwards. Fire! Put out the fire quickly! The Japanese soldiers did not sit idly by and wait to be killed. Some of them were busy putting out the fire. But it was no use at all. The fire was too big, and the firefighting forces dispatched by the Japanese were simply unable to put it out. Deep firing, extending 15 kilometers forward. At this moment, on the battleship Annihilation, Zhigan held a telescope, looked at the burning city in the distance, and slowly spoke. His tone was extremely cold, devoid of any emotion. Extending 15 kilometers further back, Zhigan was preparing to block the retreat route of the Japanese troops inside Dongjing City. Let the fire burn simultaneously from both the east and west sides. As for the Japanese soldiers inside, that's up to fate. Yes! Yumierue swiftly carried out Zhigan's orders, raising the cannon muzzle and adjusting the firing angle. Thump! A dull thud sounded. Then came the second, the third, the fourth. The 460mm naval gun, carrying incendiary bombs, flew towards Dongjing City. The shells flew over the burning area and landed on the western edge of Dongjing City. At this time, a large number of Japanese soldiers had gathered here. These soldiers had just escaped from the city. These Japanese soldiers were still thankful that they had escaped being burned to death in the city. Boom! An explosion rang out. The sound of an incendiary bomb exploding was not loud, but the 460mm caliber ammunition still made a loud noise when it hit the ground. A dozen or so unlucky Japanese soldiers nearby were crushed to death on the spot. The remaining Japanese soldiers fled in terror, but flames burst forth from around the shells and spread outwards. These Japanese soldiers hadn't even run a few steps before their bodies were set ablaze. Help! Ita! Item! A group of Japanese soldiers began to flee in all directions, but the flames were burning too fast, and the Japanese soldiers were excellent fertilizer, so the flames continued to spread on a large scale. Let's set the north side on fire too. Zhigan looked at the burning East China Sea in the distance and continued speaking. The 3 sides of the east longitude are ignited, leaving only the last side, which is the sea. If you don't want to be burned to death, then you have no choice but to jump into the sea. Commander, a small boat is approaching our fleet. Boat? Upon hearing this, Zhigan picked up his binoculars and looked over. Not far from their own fleet, a small sampan was about 2 or 3 kilometers away. Because it was just a small sampan, the fleet did not fire. Judging from their distance from the shore, this small sampan must have been planned for quite some time. It must have set off before the Japanese planes arrived. They were able to escape unscathed when the Japanese planes were ravaging overhead. The 2 people on the boat were rowing and waving their hands, looking very excited and as if they wanted to say something. Send someone over to check? If it's the Japanese, kill them on sight. Yes. Zhigan felt that these 2 people didn't seem to be Japanese soldiers. In later generations, Zhigan could easily distinguish between Japanese soldiers and Chinese people, but now, he might not be able to tell the difference. The closer Qin and Zhou Qianghua got to the warship, the more shocked they became. Warships and other vessels don't look very big from a distance, but once you get close, you'll feel your own insignificance. A person standing next to a ship with a displacement of 10,000 tons would appear as small as an ant, let alone a battleship like the Annihilation of the Sun with a displacement of over 70,000 tons. Old Chen, look, some of them are coming down. Zhou Qianghua kept his eyes fixed on the extinction ship, and he noticed it immediately when it lowered a lifeboat. Really? You saw us? Qin looked up and saw the lifeboat, and immediately waved his hands excitedly. Their journey was extremely difficult. These small sampans were easily capsized by even the slightest bit of wind and waves. Fortunately, this is Dongjing Bay, where the sea is very calm and there are no big winds or waves. However, the 2 had not covered a third of the distance when the Japanese planes arrived. Looking at the densely packed planes, they were initially worried that the warships would be severely damaged. Although the identity of this warship could not be confirmed, they considered anyone who fought against the Japanese as a friend. But soon, their worries shifted from fears of the fleet being severely damaged to concerns about whether they could successfully reach the vicinity of the warships. Japanese fighter planes kept falling overhead. These fighter jets, after crashing into the water, created huge waves that nearly capsized the small sampan. Besides that, the scariest thing is that various pieces of debris could fall from above at any time. These fragments were various parts of the Japanese plane, falling like rain. The closest piece of metal to them landed in the sea, almost grazing their ship. Some Japanese pilots who parachuted into the sea couldn't swim, and drowned. Some of the Japanese soldiers could swim. After breaking free of their restraints, they floated on the sea and, upon seeing their small sampan, excitedly swam over. Not long ago, a Japanese soldier swam towards their sampan, shouting for help. He was shot to death by 2 men with paddle boards. A pistol was found on his body, and with that pistol, the 2 men also killed several Japanese pilots who tried to get close. Chapter 41 First Contact. They're here! They're here! How should we greet them? As the lifeboat drew ever closer, Qin was momentarily at a loss, unsure of what to say. Use English? Let's use English. There are plenty of people who speak English. Good. As the lifeboat drew closer, Qin shouted, Hello, hello. Just as he was about to continue, the soldiers on the lifeboat raised their guns and shouted, Put down your weapons and state your purpose. When Qin and Zhou Qianghua heard this, they were both stunned. Zhou Qianghua, in particular, was so excited that he forgot to put down the pistol in his hand. It's Chinese, they're speaking Chinese, I can understand it, I can understand it. Zhou Qianghua shouted excitedly. Put down your weapons and state your purpose. At this moment, the soldiers on the lifeboat spoke up again to issue a warning. Zhou Qianghua then remembered that he was still holding a gun, and immediately put the weapon down. We are Chinese, Han Chinese. We saw that your warships are marked with the name Great Ming, and we wanted to come and take a look. We have no ill intentions. The lifeboat had already approached the small sampan. After the soldiers on board glanced around and confirmed that there was no danger on board, one of them jumped aboard. After checking the 2 men and finding that they were not carrying any other weapons, he put the gun down. Are you Chinese? Which unit are you from? Are you really from the Ming dynasty? The Southern Ming or somewhere else? You. Qin was so excited that he didn't know what to say, and blurted out all his questions. Zhou Qianghua seemed to realize something, and he waved frantically at the dock behind him, while giving a thumbs up and nodding vigorously, trying to tell his companions on the shore that they were on his side. We are crew members of the Ming dynasty fleet. We have nothing else to say. After the soldiers finished speaking, they led the 2 men onto the lifeboat. Our commander wants to see you. Ah, see us, good. Qin Yong touched the lifeboat, his heart filled with excitement. Zhou Qianhua then said, we still have some of our companions on the shore. Dongjing is on fire now, could you go and fetch them? The soldiers didn't say anything, but led 2 people to the side of the Sun Destroyer. When Qin Yong and Zhou Qianhua arrived at the side of the annihilation ship, the 2 were so shocked that they were speechless. You can never truly feel the oppressive feeling of a ship weighing tens of thousands of tons until you stand in front of it. It felt like there was a towering mountain in front of us, and we had to crane our necks to see the ship's railings. What's the name of this warship? Qin Yong touched the enormous warship in front of him and asked, his hands trembling. The Sun Destroyer! The Sun Destroyer? Destroy the sun, great, great! Qin Yong couldn't stop the tears from flowing. This was the first time he had seen hope. He chose to study in Japan so that he could learn advanced experience and technology, and return to serve his country. After the Japanese invaded China, he thought about returning home immediately to join the army and serve his country. However, he knew that he couldn't change anything on his own. Despite the scorn of everyone and the discrimination from the Japanese, he stayed in Japan to continue his studies. Later, the Japanese began to discriminate against Chinese students studying abroad, expelling him from the school and confiscating all his belongings. Unable to return home and unable to afford a ship ticket, he had to stay with the Japanese. However, he did not give up his studies. He relied on acquaintances to do manual labor, and by books to continue his studies. Occasionally, he would even sneak off to attend classes at Japanese universities. I hope to return to my country one day to serve my country. However, every time he saw the Japanese propaganda about their great victories on the domestic battlefield, he felt even more desperate. From Beijing to Shanghai, Nanjing, and Wuhan, the Japanese army's repeated victories gradually plunged him into despair. Having served the Japanese for many years, he was well aware of their strength. The vast disparity made him see no hope of victory. But today, he saw hope. A dozen minutes later, in Zhigan's command room, Qin Yong and Zhou Qianhua stood nervously in front of Zhigan. Are you Chinese? Hello, Commander, my name is Zhou Yong, and I am Chinese. My name is Zhou Qianhua, and I am also Chinese. Zhigan sized up the 2 people. They were the first Chinese people he had met since he came into this world. How did they end up here with the Japanese? We were. The 2 briefly shared their resumes, and Zhigan roughly understood that this group of people were international students who had been trapped in Japanese territory by the Japanese. There were only a few hundred of them, and they only had the opportunity to return to China after the Japanese were defeated. Yes, thank you for your hard work. Send someone to the shore to fetch the rest of the people. No sooner had Zhigan finished speaking than Qin Yong impatiently asked, Commander, is this fleet our Chinese fleet? The Ming Dynasty's fleet? Does the Ming Dynasty still exist? Upon hearing this, Zhigan smiled and said, My surname is Yu. You can just call me Commander Yu. We are indeed Chinese. As you can see, we are descendants of the Ming Dynasty. Of course, the Ming Dynasty still exists. Upon hearing Zhigan's explanation, Qin Yong couldn't hold back his tears any longer and began to sob loudly. Zhou Qianhua, standing beside him, was also sobbing with his head down, his fists clenched tightly, extremely agitated. Commander Yu, can your great Ming, no, our great Ming, counterattack the Japanese mainland now? Can we annihilate the Japanese? After a while, Qin Yong finally realized what was happening and said excitedly, Yes, but it's not the right time yet. Not the right time? Qin Yong asked, somewhat puzzled. That's none of your concern. Since you're here to learn from the Japanese, what are you all learning? Oh, I'm a mechanical engineering student. I studied chemical engineering. The 2 did not dare to ask any further questions, and answered Zhigan's questions. Then are you willing to come back to the Ming Dynasty with me? Upon hearing this, Qin Yong and Zhou Qianhua nodded without hesitation and said, Yes, I'm willing too. I'd love to. After bringing the rest of the people on the shore over, Zhigan asked about the other dozen or so people, and since they all agreed, he settled them on a Fletcher destroyer. At the same time, the fleet began to withdraw from Dongjing Bay. When I arrived, Dongjing Bay was still the heart of the Japanese army, an industrial base. However, in just 2 days, some important areas of Dongjing Bay have been reduced to ruins. In particular, Yokosuka and Higashikuni. Yokosuka was reduced to ruins, while Higashikuni was still engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, the Miwa also sank the Japanese battleship Nagato at the mouth of Dongjing Bay. Of the Japanese home fleet, only the Yamato remained, struggling to hold on. Chapter 42 Yamato Explosion. The main guns of the Yamato were still roaring, and carrier-based aircraft were circling in the sky, constantly dropping bombs around the Yamato. At this moment, the Yamato was like a trapped beast, making its last stand. In order to avoid torpedoes, the Yamato chose to turn hard to port, and the battleship maintained an unusual posture at the entrance of East Longitude Bay. Although the main guns were still usable, the Yamato chose an angle from which the main guns of the Yamato could not turn, so the Yamato could only take the bombardment, and could not retaliate. Although the Yamato battleship made a concerted effort to adjust its attitude, it was eventually able to aim one of its guns at the Mitsuwa. However, due to the severe damage to its bow, the Yamato is now top-heavy, with its stern tilting upwards, making it extremely difficult for its main guns to be aimed. Even so, the Japanese did not give up. They tried every means to make the Yamato leave the mouth of Dongjing Bay, while firing cannons to intimidate and destroy the Yamato. However, due to the damage to the propeller, the Yamato suffered a severe power shortage, and this battleship of more than 70,000 tons could only move slowly on the sea. Initially, only the two aircraft carriers, Ryujin and Ryusho, deployed bombers to besiege the Yamato. Without torpedo bombers, it is extremely difficult to sink a battleship with bombers. Although aerial bombs falling on the Yamato could cause bursts of fire, this steel behemoth with a displacement of more than 70,000 tons remained sturdy. Large-caliber aerial bombs would only leave some scars on him, but would not completely destroy him. The ship's 38 anti-aircraft guns were almost completely destroyed, and thick black smoke billowed from the hull, but the core area remained undamaged. At this time, the target of the Murgo was the Japanese Nagatogo. This Japanese warship was the least damaged battleship in the Homeland Garrison Fleet. It is also the only combat force that can maintain mobility. There are only two paths facing the Nagato. Either retreat and advance to save yourself. However, the remaining destroyers, escort ships, and the Yamato will all be destroyed by the enemy fleet. Either continue fighting, fire the last shell, and hope for a miracle. Ultimately, the Japanese ordered the battleship Nagato to retreat. At this point, the Japanese were also well aware that the situation was beyond redemption, and that they should try to save as many battleships as possible. Just as the Nagato began its retreat, several black dots appeared again in the distant sky, and several torpedo bombers appeared once more. Their target is the Nagato. While the battlefield was in chaos, the 6 submarines completed their torpedo refitting and resurfaced. This time, instead of choosing the Yamato, which was already a trapped beast, they set their sights on the Nagato battleship, the only battleship that the Japanese could still operate. Splash! Splash! The sound of waves breaking echoed on the sea surface, and several torpedoes launched by submarines appeared on the surface first. Beneath the white waves lies the most lethal weapon against targets on the sea surface, the torpedo. The locations where these torpedoes appeared were also specifically calculated. If the Nagato were to proceed at full speed, it would inevitably collide with these torpedoes. The only options now are to slow down or turn. Meanwhile, torpedo bombers in the air had begun to fly close to the sea level. The purpose of these torpedoes was to slow down the Nagato battleship, giving torpedo bombers a suitable opportunity to attack. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions rang out, and 2 huge holes appeared in the hull of the battleship Nagato. 2 torpedoes struck the battleship Nagato, tearing open its hull and causing seawater to rush in. At that very moment, the extinction ship joined the battle. With large-caliber naval guns, they could simply aim at the Nagato and fire. When Zhigan's fleet arrived near the entrance to Dongjing Bay, the Nagato has sunk, leaving only the Yamato struggling to stay afloat. What a pity! Let's send him into the sea! Zhigan glanced at the Yamato in the distance. The warship was badly damaged, but it was still floating on the sea. Zhigan said it was a pity because he was unable to capture the Yamato at that time. If this steel behemoth weighing over 70,000 tons could be captured, repaired, and modified for air defense, it would be an excellent weapon against the US military. Boom! 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 The main guns of the battleship Destroyer of the Sun were firing at the Yamato. At this time, the Yamato was riddled with shell craters. Some were left by aerial bombs, and others by the turrets of Fort No. 1. However, none of these injuries were fatal. The real fatal injury was caused by the torpedo. But when the main guns of the battleship's Sun Destroyer and Warrior began to bombard him, he faced his final judgment. Boom! Boom! 460mm gun shells kept falling around the Yamato, with the first 10 or so shells missing their mark. Just as the Japanese soldiers on the Yamato were celebrating their narrow escape. Boom! A huge explosion came from the middle of the Yamato. A shell from the main gun of the Yamato landed amidships of the battleship. The 406mm shell blasted a hole directly in the middle of the ship's hull. The ship was shaking violently. Immediately afterwards, various items on the bridge began to fall downwards. Flames also began to burn on the main body of the Yamato, coinciding with the explosion. The Yamato's last remaining power also disappeared, and it came to a stop in place. Splash! Splash! At that moment, several torpedoes suddenly appeared on the sea surface and flew towards the Yamato. Boom! Boom! Once the Yamato was completely anchored on the sea, it became exceptionally easy to aim at. His displacement of over 70,000 tons made him the biggest target at this moment. Shells kept falling. 155mm shells, 205mm shells, 406mm shells, 460mm shells. Shells of various calibers exploded continuously on the Yamato, creating a beautiful symphony. The Yamato, filled with deep resentment, emitted a piercing tearing sound as its steel engines roared. The ship began to tilt uncontrollably to one side. Boom! 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 3 more loud explosions followed, and 3 more torpedoes struck the Yamato once again. The Yamato's already damaged hull finally gave way, and cracks began to appear in the hull. The final, fatal blow came from the destroyer. A main gun shot hit the main gun on the foredeck of the Yamato. The shell pierced the protective compartment beneath the main gun and landed in the ammunition compartment. Boom! Chapter 43 Dazzling Fireworks. A magnificent firework blooms on the sea. This warship, costing 160 million yen and taking the Japanese more than 4 years to build, was kept under strict secrecy throughout and represented the Japanese hope and dream. At that moment, it exploded like a firework that quickly fades. 160 million yen may not seem like much to later generations, given the exchange rate of the yen, but at that time, 4 yen could be exchanged for $1. If you don't yet have a direct understanding of it, then it's gold. 160 million yen can be exchanged for 120 tons of pure gold. This warship can be described as a gold-plated vessel, the ultimate weapon of the Japanese invaders, embodying their ambitions and hopes. However, this one warship, like the future of the Japanese, was sunk by Zhigan at the mouth of Dongjing Bay. What a pity! Zhigan said it was a pity once again. The Yamato-class battleships were considered the pinnacle of battleship design, and even the yet-to-be-released Montana was no match for them. Zhigan also wants to capture him if possible, but it will be quite difficult. Besides, Zhigan didn't have much time to waste. However, there was some good news as well, because the third ship of the Yamato-class battleships, the Shinano, had already been captured by them. Is the Shinano able to move now? Report, Commander, the Japanese haven't removed the power system, but they're running low on fuel. Once we reach a safe area, have the auxiliary ships give him some fuel and take him back. Yes. Pick up the Marines, let's retreat. Yes. Zhigan's fleet slowly departed from Dongjing Bay. Occasionally, various gunshots could be heard from the warships, as the soldiers on board were shooting at the Japanese soldiers in the sea. Before Zhigan arrived, Dongjing Bay was a vibrant place where everything was thriving. However, after Zhigan's fleet left, the seawater in Dongjing Bay had turned red. There were not only some fish corpses here, but also a large number of Japanese soldiers' corpses. In addition, there was a large amount of debris floating in Dongjing Bay at this time. To the naked eye, it was clear that some of these objects belonged to Japanese ships, and others to airplanes. The cities on both sides of the east longitude base suffered even greater losses. The Japanese naval port of Yokosuka was now a ruin, while on the other side, a fire was still burning in Higashikuni Castle, even though it was already evening. But under the glow of the fire, Dongjing was still very bright, and there were familiar faces everywhere. Commander, what's next? Let's head east first, circle around Minamitorai Island, blow that island up, and then make a decision. Yes. Zhigan originally wanted to continue shelling some other areas. However, ammunition reserves are already insufficient, and replenishing fuel and ammunition at sea will take a lot of time. The Japanese combined fleet is definitely heading towards Dongjing Bay at full speed, and it may return to the Japanese mainland in 1 or 2 days. Zhigan didn't want to be caught up with the combined fleet, so what he needed to do now was to withdraw from the battle. If the combined fleet were to pursue, Zhigan did not recommend leading them in circles. Meanwhile, on a mountain outside Dongjing City, the Japanese soldier, Tianhuang, stood on high ground, silently staring at the burning Dongjing City in the distance. At this point, he could no longer see what Dongjing City looked like. The thick smoke from the fire blotted out the sun, and only the flames could be seen dancing in the black smoke, expanding piece by piece, leaving behind a scorched earth. Eastern Jing, it's over! It's a Japanese locust, the devil muttered to himself. At this time, at least half of the area within Dongjing City that could be seen with the naked eye was damaged. The industrial zone was the hardest hit area, with fires spreading rampantly and explosions occurring frequently. Report, Commander, the Yamato has been sunk! Just then, a staff officer cautiously reported the situation to Yamamoto Shichiji. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Shichikechi, though mentally prepared, still couldn't help but sway slightly. This was the Yamato, the Japanese army's strongest battleship, their hope. It had just officially entered service when it was sunk. And it's right at my doorstep. Yamamoto-kun, what happened? After a long silence, the Japanese soldier Tianhuang slowly opened his mouth and asked. Your Majesty, the Yamato has been sunk. Upon hearing this, the Japanese soldier Tianhuang did not speak, but simply stared silently into the distance. Yamamoto-kun, can the Empire win this war? Gizi Tianhuang suddenly asked. Your Majesty, the Empire's main fleet has not been damaged. We still have hope. Yamamoto Shichiji gritted his teeth and said. In fact, Yamamoto Shikiya knew that if the Japanese had suffered such heavy losses before the attack on Pearl Harbor, they could have withdrawn from the war more gracefully. For example, negotiate with China, then stop the war, rest for about 10 years, and then continue to expand. But now that they have attacked Pearl Harbor, there is no way out. The Japanese soldier Tianhuang remained silent, waiting for Yamamoto Shichiji to speak. First, we need to find out which country this fleet belongs to. It definitely can't be the Ming dynasty. I suspect it's the American fleet. They're worried that the Germans will notice the Atlantic fleet coming here, so they use this method. Secondly, we must accelerate the plunder of resources in Southeast Asia. Although these factories have been destroyed, the core of the Empire is still there, and the Empire still possesses these technologies. The Empire can recruit a large number of people from Southeast Asia to rebuild. Secondly, the resources of Southeast Asia will allow the Empire to recover more quickly. Besides, Yamamoto Shikiya slowly said, the destruction of these regions is not necessarily a bad thing for the Empire. Upon hearing this, the Japanese soldier Tianhuang became interested, raised his eyelids slightly, and said, Tell me in detail. Hi. Most of the Empire's industry is concentrated on its homeland, which to some extent limits the Empire's expansion. The Guandong army had a well-developed industry in Manchuria, which enabled it to develop rapidly and move south into China. The Imperial Navy's industry is concentrated on the mainland, making its long-range combat capabilities relatively weak. In the past, the Empire's industries were well-developed, so there was no need for additional expansion. However, we can take advantage of this opportunity to establish Imperial naval bases in the coastal areas of China and Southeast Asia, preferably in the Odalia region, and build naval shipyards. There are abundant gold mines there that can alleviate the Empire's current financial difficulties, and there's also an industrial base. Once we control that area, the Imperial Navy can contain the entire Pacific Ocean. Yamamoto Shikiya lowered his head and finished explaining his thoughts. There are actually some things he didn't say. He had the same idea at first, but there was a lot of opposition within the Navy. Relocating these naval ports would infringe upon the interests of many parties, so the topic has been kept out of reach for a long time. But now the opportunity has finally arrived. Chapter 44 Yamamoto's Proposal. Especially Odalia. It used to be the place that Yamamoto Shichiji valued the most. However, most people within the Navy supported entering Southeast Asia and ultimately swallowing up Odalia. However, the situation has now changed. Local industries have suffered heavy losses, and even if resources from Southeast Asia were sent to Japan, they could not be converted into combat power. Odalia has industry and abundant resources, especially industry, which is exactly what the Japanese need. It can become a region that allows the Japanese to recover their losses in a short period of time, while all internal and external resistance disappears. Your Majesty, I believe there is no need for our combined fleet to return immediately. Yamamoto Shichiko thought for a moment, and then spoke again. The enemy has retreated, and even if the combined fleet returns now, it will be unable to pursue them. I think the most important thing now is to find a way to resume production as soon as possible. Fortunately, this fleet only attacked the East Port and Yokosuka Naval Base. Our naval bases at Kure, Hiroshima Bay, Sasebo, Northwest Kyushu, Maizuru, the Sea of the Demons, and Aminato, Northern Honshu, are still intact. Especially Wu Port, the Empire has not lost its shipbuilding capacity. It only needs to restore some parts production enterprises to continue building warships. Kure Port was a construction base for the Japanese, and the Yamato was built there. The Shinano was stationed at Yokosuka Naval Base for upgrades and refits. Therefore, I suggest that the combined fleet detach one group return to the homeland, while the remaining warships are divided into two parts. One part continues the attack on Southeast Asia, and the other part immediately launches an attack on Odd Area and takes Odd Area. After Yamamoto Shichijiya finished speaking, he waited for the reply from the Japanese locust. This choice was extremely risky. If the enemy did not retreat but instead made a feint and continued to attack the homeland, especially Kure port, then the Japanese would completely lose their war potential. But Yamamoto Shichijiya was gambling. They were betting that the enemy would know when to stop, since they had suffered considerable losses in Dongjing Bay and would definitely retreat. Your Majesty, I believe we should send the Allied fleet back. Only by sending the Allied fleet back can we appease the people of the Empire at this critical moment. Private First Class Tojo, unable to stand by and watch, retorted. Your Excellency Prime Minister, I believe the Empire needs a major victory. The return of the joint fleet is a waste of time. We should launch a large-scale offensive now to take Southeast Asia and the Australia region to boost national morale. What if the enemy continues to attack the homeland? The enemy fleet has already used up a lot of ammunition. Enough! Tianhuang turned his head and glanced at the two of them. Do as Yamamoto-kun says, Tojo-kun. Trust Yamamoto-kun's judgment of the Navy. But Your Majesty, go and carry it out immediately. Hi. Etc. After speaking, the Japanese locust paused for a moment, then looked at Yamamoto Shichijiya. Besides these matters, Yamamoto-kun, there is another very important matter that the Empire needs to address. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Shichiju's expression turned serious. Hi, Your Majesty, please enlighten us. Among the warships that attacked the homeland, there was a Yamato-class battleship. Although the Yamato-class battleship was a later improved version of the Yamato, it can still be identified from its appearance, size, and other aspects as the Japanese national treasure, the Yamato-class battleship. Yes, that's right. I've confirmed it with my own eyes. It's a Yamato-class battleship. Upon hearing this, the Japanese soldier Tianhuang stared at Yamamoto Shichika. Yamamoto-kun, I remember that the Yamato-class battleships are a top-secret matter of the Empire. I need an explanation. The Japanese Yamato-class battleships were kept highly secret. Although the Americans had been receiving intelligence intermittently, they were unable to confirm the specific parameters of the Yamato-class, only knowing that the Japanese were building a warship that exceeded their specifications. The final intelligence obtained was about the Ki-class battleships, but these remained on paper and were never built. The previous error regarding the U.S. military's claim about the Yamato-class has been corrected. Thank you for pointing it out. The U.S. only obtained all the parameters and specifications of the Yamato-class battleship after the Japanese surrender. In fact, if it weren't for Zhigan's warship, the U.S. wouldn't have been able to capture images of the Yamato until August of this year. Your Majesty, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. The enemy has built a Yamato-class battleship that is exactly the same as the Japanese Yamato-class battleship. There is only one possibility. The design blueprints for the Yamato-class battleship have been leaked. However, Yamamoto Shichiya was also uneasy. Battleship design blueprints piled up together could fill several warehouses. Could this thing be leaked? But the facts are right in front of us, and we have to investigate. Moreover, this person must be a core member involved in the construction of the Yamato, and at a high level. It is definitely not just one person, but a group of people. We must find this group of people, otherwise they will know in advance what warships they will build in the future. An hour later, the Japanese Navy held a brief internal meeting and approved Yamamoto's 7x8 strategy. Soon, the Japanese combined fleet received orders from the naval headquarters. Chuchi Nagumo looked at the contents of the telegram and slowly put it down. The telegram was very long, and its first point was that the combined fleet had been divided into 3 parts. The first part is the first air fleet led by Chuchi Nagumo. It consists of 4 aircraft carriers, 1 battleship, 7 cruisers, and 19 destroyers. The aircraft carriers are Akagi, Shokaku, Zuikaku, and Ryujo, and the battleships are Hai and Kurashima. The fleet has only one objective, to immediately change course and attack Odalia. At the same time, the army will also send 2 divisions of landing troops to cooperate with the naval operation, requiring them to capture Odalia within 2 months. The second part was the fleet returning to the homeland, consisting of 4 battleships, Ise, Hyuga, Fuso, and Yamashiro, 4 heavy cruisers, Atego, Maya, Takao, and Shokai, and 2 aircraft carriers, Kaga and Hiryu. The fleet's objective was to protect the homeland and track down the fleet that attacked the Japanese homeland. The commander was the combined fleet commander, Yamamoto Shikihachi. The last one was the fleet that attacked Southeast Asia. This fleet mainly consists of heavy cruisers. It consisted of 6 heavy cruisers, 12 cruisers, 2 light aircraft carriers, and destroyers. Besides attacking Southeast Asia, this fleet also had another objective, to destroy the British Far East Fleet entrenched in Southeast Asia. The fleet commander was Jisaburo Ozawa. The remaining warships were assigned tasks in detail according to the previous combined fleet organization. While the Japanese were adjusting their strategic objectives here, news of the attack on Japanese territory quickly spread throughout the world. This attack was so large that even if the Japanese wanted to hide it, they simply couldn't. Chapter 45: The Americans' Reaction. So white inside the palace. Luo the Cripple is handling matters for the Americans. Since the bombing of Pearl Harbor, aside from giving speeches, Luo the Cripple has been coordinating various internal affairs within the United States. Going to war is not a simple matter. The larger the country, the more preparations it needs to make before war. Although the US had realized a year or two ago that war was inevitable, when the war came, the previous preparations were still insufficient. The allocation of various resources, wartime control, economic issues, people's livelihood issues, and many other issues all require multifaceted consideration. War is not a fight between ordinary people, where a few words are exchanged and someone gets carried away and grabs a bottle of liquor to charge forward. Before a country can enter a state of war and put its war machine into operation, there are so many things that need to be prepared, and even in later generations, it still takes a long time to prepare. At this time, the Americans were in the same boat. The reconstruction of Pearl Harbor, the mobilization of troops, personnel appointments, the construction of warships and other matters meant that Luo the Cripple could only sleep 3 or 4 hours a day. Sir, here is some important intelligence. Important intelligence? The Japanese have made a move against Odalia? No, it's good news. The Japanese mainland has been attacked. Yokosuka Naval Base has been bombed into ruins, and Higashikoji Port has been severely damaged. The fire is still burning. Upon hearing this, Luo the Cripple, who had been engrossed in processing documents, suddenly looked up. Who did this? It's not known yet, but there are reports that the attacking fleet was flying the flag of the Ming Dynasty. The Ming Dynasty? As Luo the Cripple took the telegram, he frowned and said, 2 aircraft carriers, 2 battleships, and more than a dozen destroyers? Could this be a ruse by the Japanese? Luo the Cripple had just briefly gone through it in his mind. I never expected that a country would be capable of sending a fleet to attack the Japanese homeland. Currently, only the United States, Britain, Germany, and unexpectedly, Russia, possess this capability in the world. The Americans themselves didn't do it, and the Pacific Fleet was gone, leaving only the Atlantic Fleet, which was still playing a cat-and-mouse game with German submarines in the Atlantic. The British military has the capability. After all, the reputation of the Royal Navy still resounds on Earth, but the British fleet is busy dealing with the threat posed by the German Navy's battleship, tirpitz, and U-boats. A small number of them were stationed in the Indian Ocean region, guarding the safety of the crown on their heads, and were simply not capable of crossing Southeast Asia to attack the Japanese mainland in the East China Sea. As for the German fleet, he was an ally of the Japanese and was being watched by the Royal Navy, so it was impossible for him to be involved. The Soviet Union's Pacific Fleet, that thing is probably hiding somewhere in the Arctic Ocean, hiding from the Japanese fleet. The Italian fleet, also an ally of the Japanese, was engaged in a contest with a portion of the British fleet in the Mediterranean. In addition, the French Navy was in Toulon, which was being watched by the German army. Moreover, at this time, the French Navy belonged to the Vichy French camp and had already raised the white flag, so they would not launch a surprise attack on the Japanese. Besides, there are only a handful of countries in the world with a certain naval strength. The Netherlands? It has no battleships, no aircraft carriers, only 2 light cruisers, such as the De Ruyter, 10 destroyers, and 15 submarines. Currently, it is messing around with the British Far East Fleet in the Indian Ocean region. Odalia? This is the most likely geographically, but the Odalia Navy only has 5 cruisers, let alone aircraft carriers or battleships, and even its 2 heavy cruisers are old relics. It can't be a ruse. Our intelligence personnel have confirmed it. The Japanese Yokosuka Naval Base is in ruins, a large number of factories have been destroyed, and the eastern part of the city has been turned into a sea of fire, with flames engulfing half of the city. At this point, the assistant continued. 3 more Japanese warships were sunk, the Nagato, the Mutsu, and another, possibly the ship that attacked Pearl Harbor, a massive battleship. According to intelligence, the Japanese named it the Yamato. Its exact specifications are unknown, but its displacement was at least over 60,000 tons. Upon hearing this, Luo the Cripple frowned. Such a huge loss? It certainly can't be a ruse. But what exactly is the identity of this fleet? And what is the Ming dynasty? The assistant shook his head and said, Sir, there is some information worth noting. The flagship of this Ming dynasty fleet is also a Yamato-class battleship, and it looks exactly the same. The ship that appeared outside Pearl Harbor may also be this one. Luo the cripple lit a cigar, and the room began to fill with smoke. The Ming dynasty fleet. What country is the Ming dynasty? A fleet consisting of 2 aircraft carriers, 2 battleships, and more than a dozen destroyers is definitely a powerful force. A fleet of this size must belong to a regional hegemon, but I have never heard of this fleet before, nor have I heard of any newly emerging country with this capability. Perhaps a small country in the Pacific region? Even so, why has it never appeared in international settings? The Ming dynasty? I've thought of something. At this moment, one of the aides in the room suddenly spoke up. Luo the cripple looked at him and said, Have you heard of this country? The aide nodded and said, I've heard of it, but that country no longer exists. It exists in history. It was a dynasty in China 300 years ago called the Ming dynasty. They called themselves the Great Ming. A dynasty from 300 years ago? Luo the cripple couldn't help but laugh. Our country hadn't even been established yet back then. Ha! The group of people immediately burst into laughter, clearly taking the remark as a joke. Send people to thoroughly investigate the faction to which this fleet belongs, and also... Luo the cripple paused for a moment. Check if the Yamato-class battleships in this fleet are the same Yamato-class battleships that attacked Pearl Harbor. Yes. By the way, immediately activate the intelligence agents on the Japanese side. I need a detailed report on the Japanese losses. Yes. After so many days, we finally have some good news. After giving the order, Luo the cripple showed a relaxed smile. If what the intelligence reports are true, then the Japanese war potential has been almost completely destroyed, which would indeed make things much easier for the Americans. Around the same time, news of the bombing of the Japanese mainland also reached China. It wasn't that there were any intelligence agencies in Japan at that time, but rather that the information was leaked from within Japan itself. The Japanese mainland was attacked? Is it true or false? If it's true, that would be fantastic news. The news spread very quickly. When the sun rose again, many newspapers published this news as their headline. The country instantly erupted in excitement. Chapter 46 Magic City. 5 days later, at 6 in the morning, 100 nautical miles off the coast of Shanghai. A battleship, an aircraft carrier, and 6 destroyers are slowly heading towards Shanghai. Report, Commander's Chambers. Intelligence confirms that a portion of the Japanese combined fleet has arrived in the mainland. No trace of the Japanese fleet has been found around the port of Shanghai. The fleet heading towards Shanghai on the sea is the first squadron of Zhigan's fleet. After leaving Dongjing Bay, Zhigan led his fleet eastward, first destroying Nanbird Island, and then immediately heading south. However, the fleet was split in 2. The Nuri was slightly damaged in the Battle of Dongjing Bay and was now returning to Ryu Island with the Longxiang and the other destroyers. Aside from returning to its home port for repairs, the main task was to safely send the 3rd Yamato-class battleship, Shinano, back to Nichigetsu Island. Zhigan boarded the Mi and led the Longyin to the Demon City. Zhigan's original plan was to become the 6th soldier in the Pacific region, attack Japanese merchant ships, and gradually accumulate military merits to expand his own strength. However, Zhigan calculated that after the naval base was completed, he would be left with nothing but ruins to rebuild. The goal is to gain actual control of Australia before 2004 or 2005, so Zhigan doesn't have much time left. Therefore, Zhigan chose to launch a surprise attack on the Japanese at Dongjing Bay. The reason we're going to Shanghai now is to tell the world that the Ming dynasty exists. Because Shanghai was then considered the central region of Asia, it was home to businessmen and intelligence personnel from all over the world. The news of Zhigan's fleet's appearance will spread throughout the world at top speed. In addition, Zhigan also needs to recruit people. Whether it's the Naval Academy, the docks, or the shipyards, they all require a large number of people. They are not clones, but people of this era. Zhigan plans to take control of the port of Shanghai and recruit a group of people to take it away. The destroyers and supply ships behind them could hold about 10,000 people, who would be the first inhabitants of the Ming dynasty. According to the plan, take off the bombers and destroy the Japanese airfield first. Yes. On the aircraft carrier Longxiang, bombers were fully fueled and loaded with explosives, awaiting the order to take off. As the commander on deck signaled for the aircraft to proceed, the engines of the bombers roared as they accelerated and took off in formation from the carrier deck, flying towards Shanghai after a makeshift aerial formation. Meanwhile, Shanghai was slowly waking up, with the sun peeking out from the distance. Various shouts and hawking sounds came from the streets. In front of the wonton stall, several people who had come out early to prepare for work were chatting quietly. Have you heard? The Japanese mainland has been bombed. Really? I heard it from a friend who came from out of town. Shanghai doesn't allow this kind of news to be published, but it's all over the place. A young man in a long robe spoke loudly. Shanghai used to be very well informed, but after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, the Japanese occupied the Shanghai International Settlement. Shanghai became a place where the Japanese had absolute power. Although some underground organizations occasionally printed newspapers, they were not very large. Unlike before, when you could buy a newspaper in the concession and know everything about any news. Which country did it? It's definitely the Americans. The Japanese are doomed. The young man said somewhat emotionally. The bombing of the Japanese has been the hottest topic in Shanghai these past few days. Some people were overjoyed, while others thought it was fake, and whispers circulated about it in the streets and alleys. The Japanese wanted to control it, but they couldn't, given the sheer size of Shanghai's population. However, before the young man could finish speaking, a black peaked cap was placed next to his table. I don't know if the Japanese are finished or not, but if you keep talking, you're finished. A policeman from the puppet government sat down beside them and said with a sneer. Run! Upon seeing the dark-skinned man, the young man became even more agitated, but his companion pulled him back. Boss, how much for wontons and pancakes to go? Just give me 3 yuan, including the deposit for the bowl. You can return the bowl, and I'll refund you 2 yuan. Note 1. The two of them stuffed 3 yuan into the purse strings, then left with the wontons and the flatbread. After walking a distance, seeing that the dark-skinned man hadn't followed, he squatted down by the roadside and continued eating. Old Wu, how many times have I told you? Keep your voice down next time you speak, or the Japanese will hear you and people will die. Upon hearing this, Wu Wenjun, while eating with his head down, said, I knew it. All right, I can't persuade you anymore. Have you decided where you want to go? I'm planning to go check out the mountain city. Oh, I won't see you off. Just as the two were eating and saying goodbye. Suddenly, a piercing air raid siren blared over Shanghai. Wah! Wah! A sharp wailing sound rang out over Shanghai. Most people in the city looked up at the sky in confusion. Is that an air raid siren? How many years has it been since they last heard an air raid siren? Before the Japanese invaded Shanghai, we often heard air raid sirens like this, since Japanese planes frequently harassed us. But ever since the Japanese invaded Shanghai, we haven't heard of it again. Was it a plane from Chongqing? I don't know, let's hide for now. No, I want to see. Wu Wenjun said somewhat stubbornly. Air raid sirens sounded over Shanghai, indicating that someone was coming to fight the Japanese. No matter who was fighting the Japanese, Wu Wenjun had to watch. Soon, small black dots appeared in the distant sky. Look, the plane is coming. That's the seaside, right? It came from the sea? At sea? Could it be the fleet that attacked the Japanese mainland that has come to Shanghai? Wu Wenjun shouted excitedly. As soon as he said that, everyone around him realized what he meant. Initially, there were some concerns, but now most people are choosing to wait and see. Everyone wanted to know whether the Japanese mainland had been attacked, and what kind of fleet had attacked it. Rumor has it that it's the Ming dynasty's fleet. But everyone who heard the news thought it was impossible. The Ming dynasty has been gone for 300 years. Meanwhile, at the Japanese Shanghai Garrison Command, Commander-in-Chief of the Japanese 13th Army, Sawada Shigeru, also heard the air raid siren. Air raid siren? Is there an air attack? Where are the planes coming from? Report, Commander, the radar station has detected dozens of aircraft outside Shanghai port, heading towards Shanghai. On the sea? Upon hearing this, Sawada Shigeru suddenly stood up, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Note 1. Regarding the book about Li Yunlong, some people said that wontons couldn't be taken away, which is outrageous. My response was useless. This book is noted separately. Back then, you could take the bowl with you and just pay a deposit to get it packed. Chapter 47 Bombing the Airport. Immediately order the Army aviation units to take off and intercept. Hi. Although Shigeru Sawada was in Shanghai, he was very clear about what was happening in his home country. He estimated that the plane was very likely the one that attacked the Japanese fleet on the Japanese mainland. Damn it, weren't they supposed to be heading towards the Americans? How come they're in Shanghai? Sawada Shigeru stood up and paced back and forth before finally saying, Send a telegram to headquarters immediately, Reporting the situation in Shanghai. Hi. Also, immediately notify the surrounding airports that all planes should proceed to Shanghai to provide support. Hi. Soon, the airport in Shanghai, the capital of Japan, began to bustle with activity. One by one, the Japanese pilots rushed out of their dormitories, searching for their planes. Meanwhile, the ground crew pulled out weapons and ammunition from the ammunition depot and loaded them onto the aircraft. Hurry up! No need to add any more, they're here, let's go meet them! The Japanese pilot kept urging them on anxiously. But when they saw small black dots appearing in the distant sky, the Japanese pilots knew that time was running out. If we continue to refuel or add weapons, they might be shot down before they even have a chance to take off. However, the Japanese pilots didn't have much time left. Only about 20 Japanese planes completed takeoff. But before they could even gain altitude, the first wave of escort fighters locked onto them and launched an attack. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. At this time, most of the planes at the Japanese airport had just taken off and had not yet reached speed or altitude. Before the Japanese pilots were ready to engage, they were pierced by oncoming machine gun fire. Boom! An explosion rang out, and one of the Japanese planes that had taken off first was shot down in midair. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out continuously, and the Japanese planes that had just taken off were shot down one after another. Some planes were hit by strafing fire as soon as their tires left the ground and exploded on the runway. The remaining Japanese pilots were also well aware that now was definitely not the time to engage in a direct confrontation with the enemy. We lack speed, altitude, and even our aircraft performance is inferior to the enemy's. As the saying goes, high ground attacks low ground, and it's all about taking down idiots. This applies to the army, and it applies to the Air Force as well. So these Japanese pilots abandoned the climb and started accelerating at low altitude, first gaining speed and then looking for an opportunity to climb. The Japanese pilots of today are considered to be relatively elite, most of them having undergone long-term training and possessing extensive flying experience. Compared to the later kamikaze pilots, their flying skills are all quite good. Meanwhile, the fighter pilots under Zhigan's command directly dispatched 10 fighter jets to pursue these aircraft that were escaping at low altitude. The remaining aircraft began to dive and strafe the enemy. The main target was the Japanese planes waiting to take off on the runway and on both sides of the runway. The primary missions of these fighter jets were escorting and clearing dangerous targets for the bomber formations behind them. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. The planes swooped down and strafed the airport. When the group of Japanese soldiers saw the plane heading towards them, they immediately scattered. However, the large-caliber machine guns shredded the fleeing Japanese soldiers into pieces. Bullets swept across the parked planes, leaving large holes in some of them. Some aircraft had their fuel tanks punctured, instantly catching fire, and then exploding. The Japanese pilot hurriedly scrambled out of the cockpit, but before he could land, he was blown away again by the explosion. After performing a series of difficult maneuvers in the air, he crashed to the ground and became a pile of lumps. The runway was blocked by parts from the exploding plane and the pilot's body. The planes waiting to take off were unable to take off smoothly. Explosions and screams continued to ring out. Some lucky Japanese soldiers who were quick enough managed to hide in the warehouse and the machine room. Just as these Japanese soldiers were congratulating themselves on escaping a disaster, small black dots reappeared in the distant sky. The bomber formation arrived over the Japanese airfield. At this point, the anti-aircraft firepower around the Japanese airfield had been completely exposed, and some of it had been destroyed by fighter jets. Some of the fighter jets that took off were shot down, while others escaped and are being pursued. There were simply no aircraft capable of intercepting these bombers that flew over the airport. After inspecting the buildings at the airport below and confirming that there was no threat, the bombers began their dive bombing raid. The advantage of dive bombing is its high bombing accuracy. The downside is that if there is heavy anti-aircraft fire, it is very likely to be shot down. Call out! Call out! Call out! The aerial bombs, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, swooped down from the sky, targeting important facilities at Shanghai airport such as hangars, runways, and oil depots. Boom! A huge explosion was heard as an aerial bomb accurately hit a hangar. At this time, there were many Japanese soldiers gathered in the hangar, most of whom were ground staff who had just taken cover from fighter strafing. These Japanese soldiers hadn't even had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Then a sharp whooshing sound rang out overhead. They were all too familiar with those voices. Previously, it was always them who watched as the enemy, upon hearing these sounds, would flee in terror. Now it's their turn. Aerial bomb! Right above my head! Some of the Japanese soldiers screamed in terror. But it was all too late. The last thing they saw was a huge hole punched in the building above them. Then a flash of light appeared, and they knew nothing more. Boom! The explosion collapsed the entire hangar, sending debris flying and scattering in the air. Some unlucky Japanese soldiers were hit by these fragments. Then came the second and third explosions. The Japanese hangars, fuel depots, and ammunition depots were all given special attention. Amid a series of explosions, the airport built by the Japanese was instantly paralyzed. After completing their mission, the bombers immediately began their return flight. The fighter jets continued to clear out the remaining Japanese soldiers on the ground. Meanwhile, the few escape planes in the skies above Shanghai attempted to lure Zhigan's carrier-based aircraft to the airspace above Shanghai harbor. Because there are ships there, and these ships are equipped with some anti-aircraft firepower, they can provide them with some fire support. However, the Japanese planes were far slower than the Hellcats. Before they even reached the airspace above Shanghai harbor, they were shot down one by one. Good! Well done! Kill the Japanese devils! On the streets of Shanghai, people excitedly danced and cheered as they watched fighter jets with Japanese flags painted on their wings being shot down one after another. Just then, more than a dozen bombers flew towards Shanghai from the distant sky. Chapter 48 Promotional Flyer. This batch of bombers did not carry bombs. The Japanese had many military targets in Shanghai. However, most military targets are surrounded by civilian buildings. This is a common tactic used by the Japanese. They have no humanity and will use civilians as shields. Even in later generations, they still use the excuse of those who died under the mushroom eggs. They knew very well whether they were wronged or not. Not a single one of them was wrong. These bombers were carrying leaflets. Zhigan needs some useful talent, and needs to recruit some people. Zhigan's current strength is not enough to take over the entire city of Shanghai. However, Zhigan's troops can control the port of Shanghai. At this time, Shanghai was the headquarters of the Japanese 13th Army. However, Shanghai does not have many troops. The Japanese 13th Army had a large defense zone, controlling Shanghai and the Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Anhui regions, with a total strength of about 120,000 troops, including the 15th, 17th, 22nd and 116th divisions. The 116th division is currently stationed around Wuhan, while the other three divisions are stationed in different areas, such as Nanjing and Xiantang. The Japanese had only one division or so of troops stationed in Shanghai, which was just over 20,000 men. In addition, there was also a Japanese Marine unit here, which was the same Marine unit that held off the attack of the mountain troops during the Battle of Shanghai until reinforcements arrived. It numbered about 2,000. Including the Japanese military police and some other miscellaneous troops, the total number did not exceed 40,000. These 40,000 people are distributed throughout the entire Shanghai area. What Zhigan needs is to control the port of Shanghai. Once a large-scale Japanese force is discovered, they will be wiped out directly with naval guns. Soon, these bombers arrived over Shanghai, their fuselages opened, and leaflets began to flutter in the wind. What's this? It looks like paper, probably promotional paper. Look what it says on it. The bombers carried a lot of leaflets. The aircraft carrier had simple printing equipment, so printing these things was not difficult. The main task was to transport these things onto the aircraft and secure them. Numerous flyers fluttered in the wind, eventually settling slowly on the ground. Why? Wu Junwen jumped up and snatched the promotional paper from above his head. What does it say on it? Let me see. Wu Junwen spread out the flyer and quickly read it aloud. A letter to all citizens of Shanghai. Our ship is the second fleet of the Ming dynasty. Our country is descended from Emperor Zhu Yunwen of the Ming dynasty. We found a piece of land in the South Seas isolated from the world. Recently, we learned from trade with the outside world that the world has changed and the Japanese dare to rebel. Therefore, we are ordered to declare war on Japan. My fleet arrived at the capital of Japan 5 days ago, burned the capital to the ground, caused rivers of blood to flow in Higasshiki Bay, and razed Yokosuka naval base to the ground. However, our country has long been located overseas and its population is dwindling. Therefore, we have dispatched a fleet to Shanghai to search for Han Chinese people to return home. The Ming dynasty needs to expand its fleet and requires various workers and students. Our ship will dock at Shanghai port in 4 hours. Those who wish to go to the Ming dynasty can return home to pack their belongings and wait for our assistance. Wu Junwen quickly finished reading the contents. Immediately afterwards, he became excited. It's true, the Japanese mainland was bombed. It was the Ming dynasty's fleet that did it. It was our own fleet. Our own fleet? Really? Didn't the Ming dynasty fall more than 300 years ago? And how long has it been since the Zhigan rebellion? I don't believe it. After reading the contents of the flyer, the group of people started discussing it animatedly. Some were excited, some were skeptical, but others immediately turned and ran home. Old Wu, slow down, what are you doing? I'm going back to pack my things. I'm going to the port, to the Ming dynasty. Upon hearing this, his companion immediately said anxiously, Old Wu, calm down. We don't even know if it's true or not, and the Japanese won't let us pass so easily. The Japanese have also received intelligence. The Ming dynasty fleet? Recruiting in Shanghai? Upon receiving this news, Sawada Shigeru slammed his fist on the table. Baka! Do these people think that Shanghai is a place they can come and go as they please? Immediately order the troops to blockade the port of Shanghai. Anyone who approaches the port will be killed without mercy. Hi! The Japanese reacted quickly, immediately dispatching a regiment to Shanghai port to begin defenses. Immediately afterwards, the Japanese began to send military police, garrison troops, and police into the streets. No one is allowed to possess any leaflets. Anyone found possessing any leaflets will be executed immediately. Everyone, hand over your flyers immediately. Everyone must return home immediately and not go out on the streets. In the streets and alleys, Japanese soldiers and puppet troops carried loudspeakers to spread propaganda. Most ordinary people reacted quite agitated upon seeing the leaflets, but after being intimidated by the Japanese, they immediately threw them away and hid at home. These people were not Zhigan's targets. In reality, most ordinary people in this era have become numb. Survival is the thought of many ordinary people. In those chaotic times, ordinary people saw and witnessed far too much. Many of them started as passionate young people, but later had to bow their heads in order to survive. There's no need to be harsh on these ordinary people, nor is there any need to blame them. Being afraid of death is normal. Zhigan's target is those passionate young people. For example, Wu Junwen, after returning home, quickly packed his things and prepared to go out. Old Wu, calm down. The Japanese are arresting people all over the streets. You'll die if you go out. Wu Junwen glanced at his classmate beside him. Old Wang, are you going or not? Old Wang looked at Wu Junwen, wanting to say something, but he didn't. Until we meet again. After Wu Junwen finished speaking, he picked up his things and prepared to leave. Upon hearing this, Old Wang gritted his teeth and said, Wait a minute, I'll pack my things and go with you. Good. There are many young people who share the same thoughts as Wu Junwen and Lao Wang. After packing their things, these people sneaked out of their homes and began to slowly approach Shanghai harbor along some small paths. Meanwhile, outside the port of Shanghai, the Japanese troops had imposed martial law, set up roadblocks, and had soldiers patrolling to prevent anyone from getting close. However, it was at this time that Zhigan's fleet was only about 20 nautical miles away from the port of Shanghai. Report, Commander! Reconnaissance aircraft report. The Japanese Izumo has already departed from the Huangpu River. Report, Commander. Reconnaissance aircraft report. The Japanese have approximately 15 warships in the port of Shanghai. In addition to the Izumo, there are 2 cruisers, the Atake and the Tenryu, as well as 6 destroyers and several coastal defense ships. Upon hearing this, Zhigan raised an eyebrow. 15 ships? That's so few? Some of them were probably urgently recalled to their home country and have not yet returned. Understood. Deal with these warships first, then land in Shanghai. Yes. Chapter 49 Izumo. Outside the port of Shanghai, the Izumo. The cruiser Izumo was a rather legendary warship. Built by Armstrong Company, Elswick Shipyard in the UK, it was the lead ship of the Izumo-class armored cruisers. Construction began on May 14, 1898. It was launched on September 19, 1899, and completed and delivered to the Japanese Navy on September 25, 1900. With a standard displacement of 9,750 tons, its main armament consisted of 4 twin 203mm guns, 14 152mm secondary guns, and 4 torpedo tubes. This warship is legendary because it served from 1900 until it was sunk in Kure in 1945, witnessing the entire process of the Japanese Army's rise and fall. Moreover, this ship is also one of the glory of the Japanese, having participated in the 3 key battles of the Russo-Japanese War, captured the flagship of Russian fleet commander Rozhesvensky, and won the most glorious naval victory in modern Japanese history. In addition, during World War I, it participated in the attack on the German colony of Qingdao and the occupation of German islands in the Pacific, making it one of the few Japanese warships to have participated in both World War I and World War II. This ship participated in the Battle of Shanghai in 1937, using its 203mm main guns to bombard the city center and the defending positions of the Shanghai army. After the Japanese occupied Shanghai, this ship was docked in Shanghai harbor for a long time, becoming a symbol of the Japanese Navy's presence in China. The reason why the Japanese chose such an old ship as a symbol of their Navy's presence in China is because this ship was built with the reparations paid by the Qing government after their defeat in the First Sino-Japanese War. In the eyes of the Japanese, the idea of conquering China by paying reparations gave them a unique feeling. However, Zhigan's arrival still stirred up some butterflies. The Izumo was undergoing major repairs at the time. After the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, it headed south to attack the Philippines, but accidentally struck a mine and nearly sank. However, thanks to Zhigan's finishing blow outside Pearl Harbor, the Japanese achieved an unprecedented victory and slightly adjusted their southward strategy. The Izumo was not dispatched this time and remained stationed in the port of Shanghai, which saved it from disaster. "Captain, enemy ship is 20 nautical miles away." At this moment, in the bridge command room of the Izumo, the first mate was observing the distant sea. 20 nautical miles is a long distance, but today the sky was cloudless, and with binoculars I could vaguely see the silhouette of the Me in the distance. "How many enemy ships are there?" "Report, we have detected 1 battleship, 8 destroyers, and 1 aircraft carrier. Command the fleet to advance at full speed." "Hi. Order the immediate deployment of mines within the port of Shanghai. All other ships shall set sail and prepare to engage the enemy." "Hi." At this moment, Captain Ariga Kosaku of the Izumo calmly gave his orders. "Captain, we—" The vice-captain beside him whispered something. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Kosaku Ariga. "Matsuda-kun, I understand what you mean. Although our fleet is old, we absolutely cannot retreat without a fight. Moreover, I have already relayed the message to the surrounding ports, and fleets will be coming to our aid soon. If we can hold off this fleet, Commander Yamamoto will send his main fleet to support us." "Hi." Upon hearing this, the vice-captain, Matsuda Jengo, immediately lowered his head and said no more. Meanwhile, aboard the Me, Zhigan looked at the Japanese fleet heading in his direction and couldn't help but laugh. Are all the Japanese this fierce? Or do they think they have the advantage of fighting 9 out of 15? Order the torpedo bombers to start, and the rest of the ships to fire freely and sink the enemy warships. Yes. You're all old relics, why don't you retire and disband properly? You insist on staying in our Chinese port. Today is your burial ground. Zhigan deeply loathed the Izumo. This warship not only bombed Shanghai during the Battle of Shanghai, but also participated in the battle in Lianyungan, the city that fought the longest single-city resistance against Japan in China. It shelled the port of Lianyungan and Yuntai Mountain, causing a large number of casualties. Zhigan didn't understand why the Japanese would leave the Izumo, such an old relic, in China. After learning about these things, he realized how disgusting the Japanese were. They not only killed people but also destroyed their spirits. Facing the old ship in the distance, Zhigan had only one thought, to send it to sea. Although this old-fashioned main gun has a caliber of 203mm, it is a product of the last century. At a 30 degrees elevation angle, it has a maximum range of 18 kilometers, is equipped with 116 kilograms shells, and has a rate of fire of 2 rounds per minute. With its short range, slow rate of fire, and low power, even if the enemy had 10 cruisers like the Izumo, Zhigan's fleet could easily sink them. On the aircraft carrier Longxiang, the first batch of fighter jets and bombers that took off have returned. The torpedo bombers have been moved out of the hangar, and are waiting for orders on both sides of the runway. As Zhigan gave the order to take off, torpedo bombers quickly took off, formed formation in the air, and began to fly toward the Japanese fleet not far away. If the Japanese Yamato-class battleships had an anti-aircraft capability of 10 before their refit, then the Izumo's anti-aircraft firepower was basically equal to 0.99 out of a possible 100. You say he has no anti-aircraft firepower? He has 2 Armstrong 76mm rapid-fire guns and 8 47mm Hotchkiss rapid-fire guns. However, these 2 anti-aircraft guns are also the oldest of the old. They are 76mm rapid-fire guns with a range of only 5 kilometers. They require 7 people to operate and are called rapid-fire guns. They can only fire less than 10 rounds per minute. As for the 47mm rapid-fire cannon, its range is only 3 kilometers, and its rate of fire is only a dozen rounds, and it is extremely prone to jamming. Zhigan even suspected that the Japanese had some ammunition left for those 2 cannons. Therefore, the Izumo's air defense firepower is 0.99, which is present, but essentially negligible. When the torpedo bombers were about 10 nautical miles away from the Izumo, they began to descend and prepared to drop their bombs close to the sea surface. At this moment, the Izumo did not fire. The other frigates and cruisers beside him also did not fire. Among these warships, the only one that can be considered relatively advanced is the Atake, which displaces about 1,000 tons. This ship has been modified and fitted with two twin-mounted 13mm machine guns. These warships, seeing the torpedo bombers, began to descend. They watched as the torpedo bombers began to fly close to the sea surface, getting closer and closer to them. 10 nautical miles, 8 nautical miles, 5 nautical miles. They still didn't fire. It's not that we don't want to, it's just that the range is simply not enough. Chapter 50: The Sinking of the Izumo. When they were about 3 nautical miles away, the torpedo bombers began dropping their bombs. Splash! 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 More than a dozen high-speed torpedoes entered the sea, hurtling toward the Japanese fleet. At this moment, the Izumo finally opened fire. The distance of 3 nautical miles is close to the effective range of the Izumo-class anti-aircraft guns, which is about 5 kilometers. The Japanese soldiers on these anti-aircraft guns waited anxiously for the torpedo bombers to come within their firing range. Then he stepped on the launch pedal. But by this time, the torpedo bomber had already dropped its bombs. With a pull-up, the plane shot into the sky like a spring rising from the ground. Meanwhile, the Japanese anti-aircraft guns were still pointed at the water. Quickly, turn, aim at the sky! The anti-aircraft gun operator shouted loudly, signaling the soldiers to quickly raise the muzzle of the anti-aircraft gun. By the time the Japanese soldiers raised the muzzles of their anti-aircraft guns, the torpedo bombers had already completely escaped their range and swaggered away. Some torpedo bombers even fired a few shots at the Izumo, their machine guns hitting the hull and leaving holes. Torpedo! Take evasive action! Meanwhile, aboard the Izumo, Captain Ariga Kosaku was observing the torpedo bombers. The moment the torpedoes entered the sea, he ordered the fleet to immediately adjust its course to prepare to evade them. Captain, the torpedoes are too fast! The Izumo is an old relic. When it was built, its maximum speed was only 20 knots. After 40 years of aging, the Izumo's maximum speed is now only 15 knots. High-speed torpedoes can reach speeds of 45 knots. Although a torpedo can only travel 5 kilometers at high speed, the distance it can drop is precisely calculated, and the Izumo is within the attack range of a high-speed torpedo at full speed. At this moment, the vice captain, Matsuda Gengo, was somewhat desperate. At this point, the Izumo had not yet reached its maximum speed, and it was too late to turn around. Immediately steer hard to left to evade. Hi! Kosaku Ariga knew that he might not be able to dodge the high-speed torpedo attack, but he still had to take the risk. What if he managed to dodge it? But at that moment, a group of bombers flew over the Japanese ship Izumo. Prepare for air defense! Upon spotting the bombers, the old anti-aircraft guns on the Izumo became busy once again, with the Japanese soldiers constantly cranking the cylinders, trying to aim at the planes in the sky. But the bombers didn't even glance at them, and continued flying towards Shanghai. These bombers continued to carry out bombing missions against Shanghai and the surrounding airports. They're not here to bomb us! After watching the bomber leave, a Japanese soldier let out a long sigh of relief. He knew very well how terrible the Izumo's air defense capabilities were. If the enemy targeted them, they could at most struggle a bit and shout a couple of times. You idiot! This is outrageous! A Japanese soldier standing nearby felt humiliated, as the bombers didn't even glance at them. Boom! Just as the Japanese soldier was cursing angrily, a shell from the naval gun landed around the Izumo. The shells barely grazed the Izumo as they fell. The shells created a huge splash upon entering the water, causing the Izumo to rock violently. At least the main guns of a battleship. Although the Izumo was an old ship, the Japanese soldiers on board were quite experienced. The caliber of an enemy ship's main gun can be determined by the spray and water column created by the explosion of shells on the sea surface. At least 380 millimeters in caliber. One of the Japanese soldiers muttered something under his breath, his face turning extremely grim. This type of main gun has a very long range. The biggest weakness of the Izumo-class destroyer was its short range and slow speed. Being targeted by such a warship means certain death. Because the Izumo couldn't hit them at all, they could only be kited around. Who exactly is our opponent? A Japanese naval soldier muttered to himself. Just then. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. The Izumo experienced violent shaking. Immediately afterwards, the Japanese soldiers felt as if the hull of the ship was tilting backward. We've been hit! The stern has been hit! The remaining Japanese soldiers on the ship screamed in terror. The stern of the Izumo was hit by a high-speed torpedo, which blasted a huge hole in it. The Izumo, an old ship, was hit by a torpedo. Although it wasn't a critical part, the whole structure cracked instantly. At first, only a large hole was blown in the stern of the ship, and then a crack appeared on the hull. The crack quickly began to spread towards the hull. As seawater continued to pour in, the ship's hull began to show signs of tilting upwards. At the same time, various unpleasant and harsh metallic scraping sounds were heard, and problems also appeared inside the ship. Some cabins began to collapse and break apart, and the ship's sealed compartments were also damaged. The entire process, from the torpedo hit to flooding and rapid sinking, took less than 5 minutes. "Captain, abandon ship!" At this moment, the vice-captain grabbed Ariga Kosaka and said loudly. Ariga Kosaka looked at the Izumo and took one last deep breath. "Abandon ship!" Upon hearing this order, the Japanese soldiers on the Izumo breathed a sigh of relief and dropped what they were holding. Some jumped into the sea, while others boarded lifeboats, each using their own methods. But at this very moment, boom! Another huge explosion rang out. A 406mm naval gun shot landed on the hull of the Izumo. This old ship, which was already on the verge of collapse, suffered a fatal blow. Flames shot into the sky, and the ship broke apart in the middle. All the Japanese soldiers around the point where the shells landed were killed. Some Japanese soldiers who had managed to jump into the sea early saw flames shooting into the sky from the Izumo, which they had just been on. The ship had broken in the middle, and the bow, which had been raised, was now crashing heavily into the sea after breaking in half. Image included, but not of the Izumo. Meanwhile, the bodies of Japanese soldiers on board were also swept to the surface of the sea by the blast wave. You can also see some Japanese soldiers who were a little further away from the explosion site. They were not killed on the spot, but their bodies were burning and they were struggling desperately. However, these Japanese soldiers on the sea didn't have time to be happy for long. Boom! Another huge explosion. The Izumo suffered a secondary explosion. After the ammunition depot was detonated, the Izumo's hull was completely blown apart, and various fragments fell into the sea. In addition, after the hull was broken, the ship's oil began to leak, and the sea surface was also ignited. Flames burned on the surface of the sea. The Japanese soldiers who jumped into the sea were either crushed to death or set on fire, struggling desperately in the water. Some Japanese soldiers who were in lifeboats also perished. Their lifeboats were set ablaze. Chapter 51 Arrival at Shanghai Port. A huge fire was burning on the sea. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sounds of metal scraping, splashing into water, and screams, the sounds overlapped continuously outside the port of Shanghai. The Izumo sank with a deep sense of resentment. This warship, which witnessed the Japanese army's rise to the top and its rise to power, finally sank outside Shanghai harbor after witnessing the destruction of the Japanese army's Dongjing Bay. After sinking the Izumo, the Japanese fleet docked in Shanghai was rendered completely incapable of combat. The remaining warships were called cruisers, but they were all old relics with a displacement of only a little over 1,000 tons. Moreover, these ships had little speed, and their main guns were no match for Zhigan's fleet. Their most powerful weapon was the torpedo launcher they carried. However, Zhigan's fleet would not give them any chance to get close. Led by the Zhigan, several destroyers rushed to the front and began shelling the remaining Japanese warships. The two sides maintained a distance of about 5 or 6 nautical miles. The destroyers, including the Zhigan, relied on their high maneuverability and the high rate of fire and power of their guns to suppress the dozen or so Japanese warships. Boom! An explosion was heard, and the Attica caught fire. The other Japanese warships weren't much better off. These old-fashioned warships had a firing rate that was basically at the level of World War I, otherwise they wouldn't have been deployed to places like Shanghai. These warships are older than many of the Japanese soldiers. The main guns of these warships could only fire about 1 shot per minute. On the other hand, the Zhigan, facing them, had 5 main guns, each capable of firing 20 to 30 shells per minute. The shells rained down on us. When dealing with battleships or heavy cruisers, the main guns with a caliber of over 150mm are like a tickle, and may even cause ricochets. However, for such an old-fashioned vessel with a displacement of only around 1,000 tons, it is fatal. The remaining 14 Japanese warships were all damaged. Some ships have already started emitting black smoke, and others have begun to take on water. Meanwhile, the destroyers of Zhigan's fleet were completely unharmed, and they didn't even bother to launch torpedoes. Full speed ahead! Ram them! A Japanese captain, looking at the damaged ship, gritted his teeth and gave the order to try and achieve a one-for-one trade. Hi! Upon hearing this, the Japanese soldiers on the ship also went into a frenzy. The old-fashioned vessel began to accelerate, maximizing its power as much as possible, wanting to crash into the sunrise as quickly as possible. Black Card Chaos! The Japanese crew members also shouted slogans, trying to suppress their inner fear. The other Japanese ships followed suit after seeing this. They steered their dilapidated ships and charged toward the Zhigan. Those Japanese devils want to advance at full speed with us. I was worried about wasting ammunition, but they've come here to die. On board the Zhigan, Captain Li Jinhai quickly ordered all main guns to adjust their firing angles and fire at full speed. Thump! 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 Cannon number 1, ammunition! Zhou Qianghua roared, and Qin Yong, upon hearing this, immediately rushed over with ammunition. The two were assigned to the Zhigan by Zhigan. However, the two of them were not idle. There were casualties in the previous battle of Zhigan, and the two of them are now working on the ship, responsible for handling ammunition. Although it was quite tiring, neither of them felt tired at all. Another Japanese warship has been sunk, it looks like the Izumo. During a break in the handover of ammunition, Zhou Qianghua smiled and said to Qin Yong, Really? That's great. The Japanese bought that warship with our compensation money. We finally took it down. That's satisfying. After Qin Yong finished speaking, he continued running towards the ammunition depot to continue pulling more ammunition. Meanwhile, the Japanese fleet was launching a desperate charge. Their idea was good. Decades ago, this method of warfare would have been fine, since warships had a very slow rate of fire back then. If they charged at full speed, they might actually be able to take out 1 or 2 ships. However, at this time, the Japanese warships were slower than the Fletcher-class destroyers such as the Jinhai, Jinyang, and Jinri, so it was impossible for them to collide with each other. Moreover, these warships have a high rate of fire, and the closer the distance, the more accurate their main guns become. Boom! An explosion rang out, and a Japanese warship billowing thick black smoke burst into flames. Then, as if out of control, the ship tilted towards the water. The explosion seemed to topple a domino effect, causing the Japanese ships that were charging towards them to explode one after another and sink to the bottom of the sea. Zhigan's fleet, on the other hand, maintained a distance of 5 or 6 nautical miles from these warships, giving them no chance to perish together. After the last Japanese warship, filled with resentment, disintegrated in flames, the sea returned to calm. Occasionally, there were still some explosions, the last sounds from the warships that had not yet completely sunk into the sea. A large number of corpses and various debris were floating on the sea. Some carnivorous fish in the nearby waters also smelled the strong smell of blood and began to come over. Randomly selected. Report, Jinhai reports. We have cleared out all Japanese warships. Yes, let's keep going. Yes. After annihilating this fleet, Zhigan's fleet continued its advance towards Shanghai. When we were about 8 nautical miles from Shanghai, we stopped. This is the furthest range that several artillery emplacements around Shanghai can fire, and it's also at the edge of the range of heavy firepower from the Japanese army in Shanghai. Most of the artillery positions in Shanghai have been abandoned. Some were destroyed when the treaty was signed between the Japanese and the Qing dynasty, while others were blown up by the Japanese themselves. Report. The Japanese have laid a large number of mines in the port of Shanghai. Clear a channel that allows landing ships to land. Notified the Longxiang to send out reconnaissance aircraft to observe the Japanese ground forces at Shanghai port and provide them with key fire guidance coordinates. Yes. Soon, 5 reconnaissance planes arrived over Shanghai and began monitoring the Japanese army troops below the city. At this time, a portion of the Japanese army had arrived around the dock, and their mission was to blockade the dock and prevent Zhigan's troops from landing. Sending the army to guard the dock was a terrible mistake. Back then, Yamashiro had put his troops under the guns of the Japanese ships, and now the Japanese had given the same order. In addition, Japanese troops around Shanghai began to assemble, preparing to enter the city. The Japanese plan was to engage in street fighting with Zhigan's troops after they landed. At this time, it was in a military camp about 20 kilometers away from the port of Shanghai. The 53rd Regiment of the 17th Division of the Japanese Army has just completed its assembly. A regiment of Japanese soldiers is listening to their regimental commander's instructions, preparing to enter Shanghai. Chapter 52 The End of the 53rd Regiment. Gather! In the 53rd Regiment's camp, a series of urgent whistles and shouts rang out. One by one, Japanese soldiers, armed with weapons, rushed out from every corner of the camp and began to line up. The 53rd Regiment has been stationed around Shanghai, and their main task is to conduct pacification operations in the vicinity of Suzhou. Later generations all know the heinous crimes committed by the Japanese in Nanjing, but after occupying Shanghai, the Japanese committed even more crimes on their way to Nanjing. After being occupied by the Japanese carried out repeated mopping-up operations and bloody rule over this area. On the anti-Japanese battlefield, although the Soviet army was not well known, the 13 Tai Bao, a group of unorganized soldiers, were the most numerous members of the Martyrs' Cemetery. For example, on November 29, 1937, the Japanese invaders attacked Changzhou city from 3 directions: Kishuian in the east, Wei Road in the south, and Qinglong Township by waterway in the north. The Japanese invading forces that first occupied Changzhou were the Kurono and Katajiri units. After entering the city, they burned down every house they saw. The fire in the city burned for several days. Of the small city with a population of less than 50,000 at the time, less than 10,000 remained after those who fled. More than 4,000 people were massacred by the Japanese. In his book, Marching Towards Nanjing, Japanese war correspondent Katsuchi Honda wrote about Wuxi County. The streets of Wuxi were desolate. On both sides of the road lay some naked corpses that had been run over by wheels and burned. Some had their abdomens ripped out by dogs like half a watermelon, and some were just bones. After the main force set off, it was almost impossible to find a single resident in Wuxi, a city with a population of 200,000. The Zhenjiang Massacre, the Suzhou Purge, and so on. Colonel Katakura Takashi, the commander of the 53rd Regiment, glanced at the Japanese soldiers lined up below. "Order!" A group of Japanese soldiers immediately raised their heads and looked over. "Commander orders that Shanghai may be under enemy invasion. Our unit must immediately deploy within Shanghai to prevent the enemy from capturing the city. Tianshui Battalion proceed." At roughly the same time, aboard the battleship Mia. "Report, Commander, reconnaissance aircraft report. Japanese Army assembly point detected, approximately 1,000 men, coordinates. Fire immediately." "Yes." The assembly point of the 53rd Regiment of the Japanese Army was about 20 kilometers away from Shanghai port. This distance was considered a safe distance by the Japanese Army. Given the relationship between the Japanese Navy and Army, they wouldn't specifically remind the Army that this distance was also within the range of the battleship's main guns. It sounds a bit anti-intellectual, but for the Japanese Army, the largest artillery they could access was only 155 mm in caliber, with a range of less than 20 kilometers. The intelligence they received indicated that the enemy was preparing to land a few nautical miles off the coast of Shanghai, completely unaware that their assembly area might be bombarded by the main guns of battleships. "This time we need to cooperate with the Navy. I know everyone is dissatisfied with the Navy's stupidity, but for the sake of the Empire, you can ignore them. If they take any excessive actions, you can retaliate, but be careful with the limits." Upon hearing this, the Japanese soldiers below immediately burst into laughter. "Ready to go. Hi. Get ready to board. Check the weapons." The shouts of the Japanese battalion commander rang out continuously, and the Japanese soldiers, in their respective units, began to prepare to depart. But at this very moment, boom! A huge explosion rang out next to the military camp. This is the first test-fired shell, used to correct the trajectory. The landing point was less than 400 meters from the Japanese military camp. The reconnaissance plane in the air immediately reported back the location of the shell's impact. The sudden explosion caught most of the assembled Japanese soldiers off guard. Although the shells landed 400 meters from the military camp, the power of the large-caliber naval guns was immense, and the shockwave from the explosion destroyed some surrounding buildings. At the same time, the shockwave from the explosion reached the Japanese military camp. Caught off guard, the Japanese soldiers were scattered and destroyed by the shockwave. Some Japanese soldiers were even killed by the shockwave, but most of them were only knocked down or injured. Theoretically, at a distance of about 400 meters, the Japanese should have suffered heavy casualties, but because of the surrounding buildings, the power of the shock wave was mitigated to some extent. Most of the Japanese soldiers only suffered minor injuries and had no major health problems. "What happened?" Some of the stunned Japanese soldiers stood up from the ground and looked around in confusion. The surrounding area was in complete disarray. The barracks where they had lived were now in disarray, with many buildings completely collapsed. In particular, their camp gate and some wooden sentry posts had all collapsed, and some unlucky Japanese soldiers who had been standing around the sentry posts were killed by falling logs that pierced their chests, and were coughing up blood. On the ground, Japanese soldiers were everywhere. Most of them were only affected and not seriously injured, but they were all lying on the ground groaning. "Will it explode? Fire! Spread out immediately!" At this moment, the Japanese officer was caught off guard and immediately shouted, "Artillery fire? Where did the cannons come from?" At this moment, the ordinary Japanese soldiers were still completely bewildered. Centered on Shanghai, the surrounding areas are all under their control. Even if there are guerrillas, they are located in northern Jiangsu and in various rivers outside. "It's a naval gun!" At that moment, a Japanese officer gritted his teeth and said something. "Naval guns? Ha! It's a large-caliber naval gun, exceeding 300 millimeters, possibly even larger. Naval idiots, how could you not report such important information to us? Report this to the division immediately." Before the Japanese soldier could finish speaking, another shell landed in the Japanese army camp. This time, the shells landed precisely in the center of the Japanese troops' assembly point. The Mio was an Iowa-class battleship. The fire control system of this battleship was much better than that of the Yamato-class, so after a round of corrections, the shells landed very accurately. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. This explosion was different from the last one. Along with the explosion, a red light spread in all directions. The shells landed among the Japanese soldiers, and the explosions blasted the surrounding soldiers into pieces. With the high temperature generated by the explosions, these pieces disappeared completely, turning into something resembling blood mist and blood that spread in all directions. This time, there was no cushioning material, and there was no explosion. It landed right in the middle of the Japanese troops. The Japanese soldiers around didn't even have time to react when the shells landed. When the explosion ended, the surrounding area was a deep crimson. There is a large pit in the very center of the Japanese army camp. There were no corpses around the pit, but red blood was constantly flowing into the pit from the cracks around it. Chapter 53. The headquarters building is indestructible. Crack! After the explosion, there was a deathly silence, with only the sound of burning barracks around the area remaining. The once bustling open space has now been transformed into an endless inferno. The blood in the crater had already accumulated considerably, but the surrounding blood continued to flow into the crater. The land was stained red with the blood of the Japanese soldiers, but there were no corpses to be seen on the ground. Occasionally, some charred things were scattered, along with some scattered strips of yellowish-brown cloth, which represented the uniform of a former Japanese soldier. At the very center of the shell's impact point, there were no living people, not even a single intact corpse. Looking out from the crater, about 50 meters from the explosion, some identifiable objects could be seen, parts from the Japanese soldiers' bodies. However, the parts were not large and were mostly internal fragments. More than 100 meters further out, you can see some larger components. These parts were scattered everywhere, some on the roofs of the Japanese-built houses that had collapsed, some piled up together, and some on the surrounding trees. About 100 meters further out, or about 200 meters from the explosion's epicenter, some intact Japanese soldiers could be seen. However, these Japanese soldiers were also bleeding from their 7 orifices and stopped breathing. This part of the Japanese soldiers were killed by the shockwave. Another part of the Japanese soldiers were even more unlucky. They were hit by shrapnel from the shells, and their bodies were twisted into all sorts of strange shapes. Within this area, there were still no living Japanese soldiers, only corpses. It wasn't until we reached a point about 300 meters from the crater that we could hear some whispers from the Japanese soldiers, who were screaming in pain. These Japanese soldiers coughed up mouthfuls of blood, replenishing the ground with nutrients, while making incomprehensible sounds. "Help me, help me! It hurts, it hurts! Someone kill me! It hurts so much!" As they went further out, the screams grew louder and louder. These Japanese soldiers who had originally been standing on the periphery were now the ones who had miraculously survived. However, these people were covered in blood, lying on the ground in various strange positions, with some other Japanese parts scattered around them. 500 meters outside the explosion's epicenter, some Japanese soldiers who were still able to move could be seen. These Japanese soldiers all fell down the moment the shelling hit them. At that moment, I could only feel a buzzing in my ears. When they got up, what they saw was a horrifying scene. Just now, a regiment of men gathered, about 3,000 people, in the middle of the camp. But now, what you see is not these 3,000 people, but all kinds of corpses and wounded. There is a large red crater in the distance. The place where the regimental commander spoke has disappeared, and the regimental commander is gone too. The Japanese flag that used to hang on the flagpole in the middle is gone. What came into view was a blood-red landscape. It was an entire region. The Japanese soldiers scrambled to their feet in a panic, looking around in confusion, not understanding what had happened. Why were so many people in a regiment almost all killed in an instant? Are there any survivors? There's a peach girl! Mikami-kun! Aoi-kun! Ozawa-kun! A devastated Japanese soldier struggled to his feet and shouted into the distance the names of his closest friends, but no one responded, as if they had all been retired. Madam! Some of the surviving Japanese soldiers, seeing the scene before them, broke down, clutching their heads in anguish and screaming loudly. But at that moment, another shell landed. Boom! This time, the shell landed about 200 meters away from the previous landing point. Before these surviving Japanese soldiers could say anything more, they were silenced forever. 2 of the 3 naval gunshots hit the camp of the Japanese 53rd Regiment, killing more than 2,000 of the more than 3,000 Japanese soldiers. Only a few Japanese logistic soldiers who were relatively far away remained, but these soldiers had also suffered some injuries. The Japanese soldiers of the 53rd Regiment were not the only ones subjected to artillery fire. The Mio was an Iowa-class battleship with 9 main guns, fired in triple turrets. The area where the Japanese 53rd Regiment was gathered was bombarded by the 1st to 3rd main guns on the foredeck. Meanwhile, the other 2 main guns of the Mio were aiming at other places. One is the building of the Japanese Marine Corps, and the other is the Japanese military camp stationed in Shanghai. The Japanese Marine Corps building was the most fortified building the Japanese had constructed in Shanghai, and also served as the headquarters for the Japanese garrison in Shanghai. When the Battle of Shanghai first began, the Japanese had less than 3,000 Marines in Shanghai, and the goal of the Chongqing side was to drive these Japanese soldiers into the sea. When General Zhang personally came to Shanghai to inspect the Japanese defensive positions, he discovered that these buildings used sturdy concrete structures that required heavy artillery to breach. However, the Yamashiro side seemed not to hear this, and after the battle began, they repeatedly called for a halt to the fighting, allowing the Japanese to drag the war out until reinforcements arrived. Today, Zhigan will personally test whether General Zhang is right or not, and whether large-caliber heavy artillery can break through the hard shell of the Japanese devils. The Japanese Marine Corps building was originally built in 1924. The original building was demolished and rebuilt in 1932, and it was officially completed in August-September 1933. The reason it was demolished and rebuilt is that it was destroyed by the mountain troops during the January 28 incident, and the Japanese later rebuilt the current building on the original site. The structure is a reinforced concrete frame structure, with a fortress-like design in the shape of the Chinese character, Ko. It covers an area of approximately 6,130 square meters, with a 2,200 square meter playground in the center. Surrounded by office buildings, warehouses, and dormitories, with an open-air parade ground in the center, it can accommodate more than 2,000 soldiers and armored vehicles. Facing east, it resembles a sailing warship from a distance. There is a tower, ship-style observation tower, in the southeast corner, with windows designed as firing ports and equipped with openable and closable steel plates for protection. The reinforced concrete walls of this building are 0.8 to 1 meter thick. In addition to reinforced concrete, thick steel plates are added to key parts for reinforcement. The overall structure adopts a full-frame load-bearing structure, which is not an ordinary brick concrete structure, and has extremely strong impact resistance. During a critical moment in the Battle of Shanghai, this building was subjected to a fierce attack by 150 mm howitzers, which only left grooves in the walls and failed to destroy the main structure. This allowed the Japanese soldiers to hold out over the building until reinforcements arrived. But this time, it was the fortress in Shanghai that the Japanese had meticulously built. It was facing the bombardment of the Metsuwa's 406 mm main guns. Meanwhile, the Japanese soldiers inside the building were still busy and had not yet withdrawn. In the eyes of these Japanese devils, this Marine Corps building is as solid as a rock and indestructible. Chapter 54: The Collapsed Building. Inside the Japanese headquarters in Shanghai, a group of Japanese soldiers were busy at work. Report: the First Fleet has destroyed the Shanghai Fleet and is rapidly approaching Shanghai. Report: Headquarters has replied that reinforcements have been dispatched to support Shanghai, and the support fleet is on its way. As Sawada Shigeru listened to his subordinates' continuous reports, a smile appeared on his face when he heard that the home fleet was coming to provide support. This was good news. Report: telegram from headquarters. Do everything in your power to stop the enemy fleet. Report: Army telegram. Army aviation aircraft from Nanjing, Qiantang and other places have been dispatched to support Shanghai. Report. With a constant stream of good news coming in, Sawada Shigeru's expression relaxed considerably. I reached for the teacup on the table, intending to have a cup of coffee to perk myself up. The instant his hand touched the teacup, boom! A huge explosion rang out. The headquarters building of the Japanese Army and Navy Corps, where Shigeru Sawada was located, shook violently. Sawada Shigeki withdrew his hand and squatted down. What happened? At that moment, the door was pushed open, and a staff officer rushed in, using both hands and feet. Report, Your Excellency Commander, the headquarters has been shelled. Artillery fire? Don't panic, headquarters is as solid as a rock. The staff officer was interrupted by Sawada Shigeru before he could finish speaking. Shigeru Sawada was very confident about the building he was in. After all, it had been tempered in the flames of war, withstood fierce artillery fire, and was later reinforced by the Japanese. In the entire city of Shanghai, you won't find a building more sturdy than this. Sawada Shigeru was the commander of the army, so his thinking was also based on the army's mindset. He believed that the building in front of him could withstand the bombardment of heavy artillery with a diameter of about 200 millimeters, so he thought there would be no problem. In any other country, the Navy would remind the army that the main guns of a battleship can reach 300 or even 400 millimeters. But the Japanese will absolutely not give you a heads up. The fact that the Japanese Navy and Army could cooperate was only because they had suffered heavy losses on their homeland, and it was a life-or-death moment when the Emperor personally ordered their cooperation. Otherwise, they would never have cooperated. Commander, a huge gap has been blown in the east wall of the headquarters. Seeing that Sawada Shigeru looked completely unconcerned, the staff officer immediately spoke up. What? Upon hearing this, Sawada Shigeru wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. The enemy is a battleship, with battleship main guns of at least 400 millimeters caliber. Our buildings can't stop them at all. The staff officer blurted out everything he had to say in one breath. Upon hearing this, Sawada Shigeru panicked. Damn it, why didn't you report this sooner? Damn it, those idiots in the Navy, they knew the power of the enemy battleship's main guns, yet they didn't warn us. Damn it, I thought they were like that old guy on the Izumo. Get to the basement immediately. Sawada Shigeru hurriedly got up, glanced at the table, picked up his cup, and prepared to take it with him. It contained the coffee he had just brewed. Commander, this way please. The staff officer immediately opened the door, preparing to take Sawada Shigeru to the basement to hide. Just then. Boom! Another huge explosion rang out. Sawada Shigeru felt his body was unsteady, and the floor beneath his feet was shaking. Amidst the violent shaking, he heard various screams coming from outside. It collapsed! It collapsed! Run! Run! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Japanese Marine Corps building began to shake violently once again. This time the tremor was much stronger, accompanied by other sounds, as if something had fallen to the ground. Commander, are you alright? Get to the basement right now! Hi! The staff officer immediately pulled Sawada Shigeru to go downstairs. As soon as he stepped out the door, Shigeru Sawada turned his head and glanced at the east wall of the building. He saw that the wall, which should have been as solid as a rock, now had 3 huge gaps. The east wall has begun to collapse, exposing large amounts of stones and steel bars. Below, some unfortunate Japanese soldiers are trapped under the rubble. In the open space in the middle, a group of Japanese soldiers could be seen fleeing in panic. Gurgle! Sawada Shigeru swallowed hard, then quickly ran downstairs. But at that moment, a sound came from behind. Turning around, he saw that after the east wall collapsed, the entire building began to collapse as well. The building's exterior walls are nearly a meter thick and are entirely load-bearing. The collapse of one wall would trigger a chain reaction. The top floor began to collapse, and the collapse was rapidly spreading in his direction. Baka! Run! After cursing, Sawada Shigeru quickly ran towards the stairwell. Meanwhile, aboard the battleship Miwa. Report from the reconnaissance aircraft. The east outer wall of the Japanese headquarters building in Shanghai has collapsed. Upon hearing this, Zhigan smiled slightly. This Japanese headquarters building was a nightmare for countless soldiers during the Battle of Shanghai. Countless people carried explosives and tried every possible method, but they could not blow it down. After the war, the Japanese even held various ceremonies here to demonstrate their power. But now, this building, which represents the Japanese invaders in Shanghai, is beginning to collapse under the bombardment of naval guns. Switch to high-explosive bombs and blow up all the Japanese soldiers inside. Yes. Previously, the Manga-class used armor-piercing shells. The goal was to first blow up a gap in the Japanese headquarters building. The 406mm naval gun is very powerful. The shell weighs 1.2 tons and can penetrate 820mm of homogeneous steel armor at close range, within 18 kilometers. Even at a distance of 27 kilometers or more, it can penetrate 381mm of steel armor. These are steel armors, which are even easier to deal with concrete structures. The armor-piercing shells of the 406mm main gun can penetrate a 9-meter-thick concrete structure. This is not just theory, but based on real combat experience. In 1991, during the final dance of a battleship, a single shot pierced through a 3-meter-thick reinforced concrete command post, completely destroying it. Armor-piercing shells have good wall-penetrating capabilities, but the number of rounds they carry is too small to kill all the Japanese soldiers in this building. After blasting a breach, use high-explosive bombs, and the Japanese soldiers inside will be doomed. Hurry up! While holding his own cup, Sawada Shigeru urged the staff officer on. At this point, many of the surrounding buildings had developed large cracks, and if they didn't get into the underground command center soon, they might be buried here. Hi! Meanwhile, on the sea, the gun barrels of the Mua once again flashed, and 3 shells flew toward the building filled with the crimes of the Japanese devils. This should be my debut soon, so please give me some encouragement and small gifts. I hope the debut data looks good, please. From now on, I'll update 3 times a day, occasionally 4 times. I think I still owe some chapters from my previous book, but I'll make up for it in this one. The bonus chapter rules will be the same as before. I'll give you a bonus for every 3,000 requests for updates, and another bonus chapter for every verified author. Chapter 55 Landing in Shanghai. Shigeru Sawada kept holding a coffee. He was a little tired and needed this cup of coffee to perk him up. Since the air raid siren sounded, he has been processing various documents, responding to various orders, and issuing various commands, his brain constantly working at high speed. Looking at the partially collapsed headquarters, Sawada Shigeru felt somewhat unwilling, but he knew that he could only passively defend until reinforcements arrived. I raised my cup, ready to drink my coffee. At that very moment. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and a high-explosive shell fell from the collapsed east wall into the open space in the middle of the Japanese command post. The explosion instantly killed all the Japanese soldiers in the open space of the central square. Meanwhile, the already crumbling Japanese naval headquarters finally succumbed to the explosion and began to collapse. The other 3 walls collapsed outwards, with large amounts of stones falling off, and finally, layer by layer, they collapsed. Meanwhile, some Japanese soldiers who were on guard outside the Japanese headquarters, as well as some newly recruited Japanese civilians, were hit by falling debris from the wall. From a distance, this Japanese headquarters, the building representing the highest power of the Japanese in Shanghai, was billowing dust and smoke, and then black smoke began to spread. The building, which was originally several stories high, gradually turned into ruins. But this is not the end. A second high-explosive shell fell, this time hitting the collapsed building. The immense power of the explosion shattered large rocks on the ruins into smaller pieces. These stones became deadly weapons, like a Gatling gun with no blind spots, indiscriminately sweeping across the surroundings. The shells inflicted deep damage on the destroyed building, and the scattered debris, along with the shockwave, became the death knell for the Japanese soldiers surrounding the headquarters. The Japanese originally planned to use overseas Chinese to form a unit, just like during the Battle of Shanghai, to arrest those who were preparing to defect to Zhigan. These Japanese expatriates responded to the call and all rushed over to await the distribution of weapons. But what they are getting now is not weapons but death. When the 3rd shell landed, the area returned to calm. After the explosion, all that remained was ruins and countless corpses. There were Japanese soldiers' corpses everywhere. Occasionally, screams could be heard, but only a pack of stray dogs came running at the smell of blood. Shigeru Sawada was also killed in the explosion. His cup was right next to him, but the coffee inside was gone, replaced by his blood. The Japanese headquarters in Shanghai was destroyed, along with the Japanese military police building and an office of the puppet government in Shanghai. These places are not in densely populated areas, but in some slightly remote areas, and the surrounding buildings have been cleared out for the sake of secrecy and various other needs. Therefore, when Zhigan's shells fell, there would be no casualties. They blew up all the Japanese soldiers and traitors from the puppet government here. The Japanese command in Shanghai was instantly paralyzed. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai docks, a group of Japanese soldiers had occupied various buildings and set up defensive positions. Their goals were twofold: first, to prevent the enemy from landing at sea, and second, to kill the Shanghai residents who wanted to come to the docks. What did headquarters say? The Japanese troops at the Shanghai docks numbered about 2 large battalions, and their commander at the time was named Shigito Chiharu. This person was in Shanghai during the January 28th incident, and directed 32 rioters to attack Sanyu Industrial Company, burn down the factory, and kill workers. Later, after the Japanese occupied Shanghai, he became an officer in the Japanese military police and was promoted to lieutenant colonel. During his time as a military police officer, he arrested people all over Shanghai, and at least 300 to 500 people died at his hands. Report, unable to contact headquarters. Upon hearing this, Shigito Chihara looked towards the direction of the thick smoke with some worry. From his current position, he couldn't see the Japanese headquarters in the distance, but the smoke coming from that direction gave him a bad feeling. Send someone to headquarters immediately to check on the situation there. Hi. Several Japanese soldiers immediately grabbed their weapons and ran out. At that moment, a series of explosions rang out on the sea. The mines that the Japanese had painstakingly laid were beginning to be cleared by mine-clearing boats. Meanwhile, the Zhigan and some other warships were clearing out the remaining small Japanese boats in the port of Shanghai. Most of them were auxiliary vessels, and the Japanese didn't have time to move them away, so they could only be bombed in the port. Report, Lieutenant Colonel, enemy warships have appeared on the distant sea. At this moment, the observer loudly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Chihara Shigito picked up her binoculars and looked over. She saw several warships on the distant sea, aiming in their direction. The enemy is preparing to bombard the port. Move into position immediately. After the bombardment, the enemy will land. We must not let them get ashore. Hi. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of flashes of light appeared on the distant sea. The destroyers, including the Zhigan, began shelling the port. Boom! 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 Shells kept falling on the buildings in the harbor, but the main guns of the Zhigan and other destroyers were only a little over 150 millimeters in diameter, so their power was not very great. The Japanese chose to build their defensive positions in sturdy buildings. Only some inexperienced Japanese soldiers chose relatively simple houses, and a single shell fell, destroying both the Japanese soldiers inside and the houses. Boom! 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 The explosions continued, and the building where Chihara Shigito was located was also hit by several shells. Although these buildings were not reinforced with reinforced concrete, they were still quite sturdy, and apart from leaving some craters, the shells did not affect the overall structure. Hey, the enemy's artillery isn't very powerful. As long as our positions are still intact, the enemy won't be able to set foot on Shanghai's port. After finishing speaking, Shigito Chihara put down the binoculars, took out his katana, and prepared to clean it, as it might come in handy during the battle. Meanwhile, on the battleship Mi, the 9 main guns had been turned and aimed at the Shanghai dock. Thump! 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 A dull sound rang out. An hour later, Zhigan's marines arrived at the Shanghai dock in small boats. A group of soldiers set foot on the land of Shanghai. Yu Yan was the brigade commander of the Marine Corps brigade under Zhigan. After stepping onto the dock in Shanghai, he immediately reported the situation to Zhigan. Then, a total of 2,000 Marine Corps soldiers gradually boarded the Shanghai dock. They began clearing out any remaining Japanese soldiers from the dock. At this time, the Shanghai docks were already in ruins. The positions that the Japanese soldiers had just been holding have all disappeared. The only evidence that Japanese soldiers once lived here is the presence of some guns on the ground and an arm holding a samurai sword. Chapter 56: The Japanese Reaction. The Japanese's hometown, Kyoto. The fire in the east burned for 2 days before the Japanese soldiers finally extinguished it. However, the fire spread over a wide area, and even if it were extinguished, the east longitude would not be able to return to normal in a short period of time. The Japanese soldiers had no choice but to select a new area as their temporary base. The Japanese initially targeted Osaka, but this suggestion was rejected by the Japanese General Tenko. Because Osaka has the sea. The monarch of a maritime power is now too frightened to live in a city near the sea. There was no other way. The Japanese emperor didn't want to experience being so frightened in the middle of the night that he almost became infertile again. Thinking back to the night the Japanese capital was bombed, the Japanese emperor still felt lingering fear. However, Japan is an island nation, and a very long and narrow one at that. While it has inland cities, most of them are underdeveloped and lack electricity. It is impossible for Japanese soldiers to live there. So after much deliberation, I finally chose Kyoto. This place used to be the capital of the Japanese. Although it has a coastline, Kyoto is about 50 kilometers away from the coastline, so naval guns cannot reach this place. After the Japanese soldiers arrived, they immediately mobilized the troops of the Imperial Guard Division and began to deploy air defenses around the area. At the same time, air defense forces from other surrounding cities were mobilized to build a ring of air defense firing points around the city, and a thick air raid shelter was also built in their own residence. Your Majesty, a telegram from Shanghai. The Navy is going too far. After Private First Class Tojo finished speaking, he glared fiercely at the Minister of the Navy. Upon hearing this, the Japanese Emperor's expression turned somewhat grim. The Navy and Army had only been cooperating for 2 days, and they were already starting to cause trouble again. The Japanese headquarters was already aware of the arrival of the Ming Dynasty fleet in Shanghai and had begun directing the Shanghai forces to prepare for the attack. However, facing a fleet with battleships, Shanghai's fleet, consisting of only the old Izumo, was no match at all. The Japanese High Command was aware that this situation would occur, so when the news of the Izumo's sinking came, there was no surprise. In fact, the Japanese commander even ordered the army to cooperate with the Navy. However, it now seems that there must have been some problems with the cooperation between the two sides. Tojo-kun, our Navy is fully supporting your army. Yamamoto Shichijiya replied with a frown. Then why don't you tell us the power of these battleships' main guns? Upon hearing this, the group of naval personnel exchanged glances and looked at the army with the same disbelief they were receiving. Isn't this common sense? Your Majesty, because the Navy failed to report these crucial data, the headquarters building in Shanghai was bombarded by the main guns of a battleship and has collapsed. The 53rd Regiment, which was assembling 20 kilometers from Shanghai's port, was also bombarded, and the regiment was almost completely wiped out. After reading the telegram, Gizi Tianhuang immediately realized that something might have happened in Shanghai and asked, "What is the situation in Shanghai now?" Your Majesty, the port of Shanghai has been occupied by the Ming fleet. A force has landed in Shanghai and taken control of the docks and the Huangpu River estuary. I have mobilized surrounding troops to prepare for a counterattack. At this point, Private First Class Tojo looked at the Navy and said, "But Your Majesty, the Navy is incompetent. Without the support of warships, it will be difficult to recapture the occupied area within the range of the ship's guns." At this moment, Navy Minister Shigetaro Shimada stepped forward. "Your Majesty, this matter has nothing to do with our Navy. The Army cooperates with our Navy and has not inquired about the battleships. Our Navy has already mobilized fleets to sail south from Qingdao and north from Guangzhou. Together with the fleets departing from the mainland, it will only take a day and a half to be able to surround the Ming fleet outside the port of Shanghai. Our entire naval fleet in Shanghai was destroyed just to hold off the enemy's ships, and the Army is still here making baseless accusations. Baka! If you hadn't concealed the information, we wouldn't have suffered such a great loss. Army idiots, don't you know how to ask questions? And haven't you ever seen a battleship? Haven't you seen the power of its main guns? Baka! The Japanese Navy and Army were arguing fiercely. The conflict that had been suppressed by Tenko had erupted again. Just as the two sides were about to come to blows, Tenko spoke up once again and stopped the conflict. Enough. You are all responsible for this. Stop arguing. Send liaison officers to each other's command posts and share any intelligence or information immediately. Also, the Navy will share the intelligence you have with the Army, and the Army will share the intelligence you have with the Navy. Hi. After seeing that Tenko had spoken, Private First Class Tojo and Shigetaro Shimada also fell silent. Does the Navy have the confidence to destroy this fleet in a day and a half? The Japanese soldier looked at Shimada Shigetaro, who hated Zhigan's fleet with a deep vengeance. Your Majesty, as long as the Army can keep them tied down in Shanghai, we can destroy this fleet. The Japanese soldier, Tenko, looked at Private First Class Tojo. Faced with Tenko's gaze, Private First Class Tojo could only grit his teeth and say, Your Majesty, we have done our best to keep them in Shanghai, but Your Majesty, their ships are at sea, and we have no fleet to intercept them. No matter what method we use, we must stop them near the port of Shanghai and let the Navy encircle and annihilate them. Hi. Private First Class Tojo had no choice but to lower his head and agree. Back in command post, Private First Class Tojo pondered for a moment, and immediately began issuing orders. In addition to mobilizing all available aircraft in the surrounding area, he also ordered the troops around Shanghai to gather all the puppet troops and send them to Shanghai, intending to use them to hold back the Marines landing in Shanghai. If the naval guns are powerful, then let the puppet troops keep charging forward until they reach their positions. I don't believe their fleet can still fire at their own positions. Hi. The Shanghai command post was gone, and the Japanese commander in Shanghai became the commander of the 17th Division, Morito Hirabayashi. When Hirabayashi Morito received the order, he also frowned. This was no easy task. Having witnessed the power of naval guns, Hirabayashi Morito had lost all confidence in retaking the dock. As long as the warships are in port, it is impossible to retake the dock. At this time, the dock and the area around it were controlled by Zhigan's Marines, who were expanding their occupied territory. Although the 2,000 Marines were not a large number, they had taken control of the Xiaobei area under the cover of naval gunfire. Many people who had received the news had already sneaked out to sea for themselves. People like Wu Junwen, who were preparing to follow Zhigan, had already arrived at the dock. Chapter 57 gives them hope. Commander, I don't understand why you came to the port of Shanghai. According to the intelligence we have, although the Japanese do not have a main fleet nearby, they have many airfields in the area, as well as some other scattered fleets. At the same time, the Japanese ground forces are also very strong. If we are trapped here, your safety cannot be guaranteed. Zhigan did not set foot on the land of Shanghai, but only gazed at it from afar. The captain of the Mi beside him asked with a puzzled look. Do you know what hope is? Zhigan looked at Shanghai in the distance, and slowly began to speak. I hope so, I know, but I don't understand what this has to do with the commander coming to Shanghai. Zhigan looked at Yumi and smiled. Although the clones produced by this system behaved much like normal people, their thinking was quite different from that of ordinary people. I want to give hope to China. Zhigan silently lit a cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and said, Many people cannot imagine how desperate the people of China felt at that time. In 1937, the Japanese invaders launched a full-scale invasion of China. Within 6 months, most of the country was lost, and the main battlefront suffered defeat after defeat. Beijing, Shanghai, and the capital fell one after another, the army was routed, and the country was lost. At this moment, most people felt only despair. These people were not time travelers. They did not know that this battlefield would last for 8 years, nor did they know the day of victory. All they could see was darkness, with not a single glimmer of hope in sight. Later, Wang Tianhai defected to the Japanese, and put heavy shackles on these desperate people, making their steps even more difficult in the darkness. At that time, the compilation of the outline of the national history had already begun. Many people genuinely believed that the country was doomed and the race was to perish. They hoped to leave behind some cultural heritage and traditions of the Chinese nation, so that future generations would not forget and that the country could be restored. Although the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in late 1941 and their declaration of war against the United States gave many people a glimmer of hope. But that hope is too far off. It was so far away that it was just a tiny point of light in the darkness, and the light was so faint that one could not even feel it. Perhaps the leaders of Chongqing knew that the Japanese were doomed after attacking Pearl Harbor, but they didn't know when they would be defeated. But for ordinary people, the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor was too distant a memory. They still couldn't see any hope. The bombing and destruction of Dongjing Bay by the Japanese will give them some hope and a glimmer of light in their eyes. However, none of these are as effective as Zhigan's fleet personally arriving at Shanghai port, bombing the Japanese troops in Shanghai, and taking control of the port. Zhigan believed that the news of the Japanese troops in Shanghai suffering heavy losses from the bombing and the Shanghai docks being taken over would spread like wildfire throughout the country. Although Zhigan is currently unable to drive all the Japanese soldiers out. But at least we must give them hope, which is also Zhigan's purpose in coming. Besides that, there are people. Previously, we met a few people who were forced to stay in Japan, and Zhigan needs more people now. Whether now or in the future, Zhigan needs people to control Australia. Moreover, with clones around, Zhigan can confidently and boldly use all sorts of people. A considerable number of people arrived at the dock. At first, there were only a few scattered individuals, but as the sounds of gunfire within Shanghai began to subside, Zhigan's Marine Corps planted their flags on some buildings in Shanghai, and many people left their homes and came to the dock. Is it really the Ming Dynasty's fleet? That's wonderful! When will you fight back and drive the Japanese devils away? Various questions kept arising, and Zhigan's soldiers answered them according to the script Zhigan had prepared. If Zhigan had arrived in Shanghai in 1937, the pier would undoubtedly be packed with people now. However, this was in 1942, and most of the passionate young people and those with patriotic fervor had already left Shanghai to participate in various events. Most of the people who came to the dock were ordinary people. When they learned that it might take half a month to travel by boat to the Ming Dynasty, many people backed down. Most of them were ordinary people with families to support, and it took a lot of courage for them to come to the dock. However, quite a few people still chose to sign up and leave with Zhigan's fleet. Most of them were young people, some of whom were students and others were workers. In the end, it took Zhigan almost a whole day to recruit more than 3,000 people in Shanghai who were willing to leave with him. However, the Japanese did not give up on Shanghai. The first plane to arrive in Shanghai was a Japanese plane. Having experienced the Battle of Dongjing Bay, the Japanese also knew that Zhigan's fleet had very strong anti-aircraft firepower. Therefore, the Japanese were not targeting ships on the sea this time. The Japanese army had repeatedly warned the pilots not to rush in on a whim. The Japanese had a clear objective: to land the Marines at the Shanghai docks. It's impossible to hold off the fleet with just these planes. But surely this fleet wouldn't abandon these landing soldiers, right? According to intelligence obtained by the Japanese army, the number of troops that landed was approximately 3,000. All we need to do is keep these people occupied. So when the Japanese planes flew over Shanghai, they headed straight for the Shanghai docks. However, the Japanese pilots soon discovered this. Even without the support of the fleet's anti-aircraft guns, the carrier-based aircraft escorted by this fleet were no match for them. The first planes were from the Japanese Army Air Forces flying over the Qiantang area. Compared to the carrier-based aircraft of the Japanese Naval Air Force, the Japanese Army aircraft were even more backward. These planes, after being intercepted by the Hellcats, were completely powerless to fight back. One by one, they were shot down like dumplings being dropped into a pot. As for the bombers behind, without fighter escort, they immediately turned around to return to base, only to be chased down and shot down by the Hellcats. Immediately afterwards, their airport was bombed, and Qiantang Airport was paralyzed. Next came the Japanese planes from Nanjing. These planes were even worse, no different from those from Qiantang. Their only purpose was to add an extra star representing honor to the fighter jets flown by Zhigan's carrier-based pilots. One reason there were so many inferior aircraft was that the Japanese had transferred all their main aircraft to Wuhan to bomb the mountain city. Another reason is that, at this time, the Japanese Army Air Force already had enough aircraft on the Chinese battlefield, and some even had excessive capabilities, even though new aircraft were being developed. However, the army has never equipped itself with these weapons. Now, even if the Japanese army wanted to buy them, there's nowhere to buy them anymore, as the production line in the east has been destroyed. Zhigan's Ming Dynasty fleet also became famous worldwide for bombing Dongjing Bay and Shanghai. Chapter 58 Return to Sun and Moon Island. The Ming Dynasty fleet? Descendants of Zhu Yunwen? When the group from Chongqing saw the message from Shanghai, they looked at each other in silence, unsure of what to say. If the Military Intelligence Bureau hadn't repeatedly confirmed that the news was true, and that the Japanese Marine Corps headquarters building that had blocked their advance had been bombed, they would have thought it was just a story made up by a novelist. Regardless of their identity, we should still send someone to make contact with them and try to secure their assistance. Since they are the Ming Dynasty's fleet, and our original slogan was also to expel the Tartars, we are all on the same side. Have the Military Intelligence Bureau contact them immediately. Yes. Meanwhile, on the American side. Not long after the cripple, Luo, fell asleep, Grace Tully knocked on the door. Come in. Luo the cripple didn't sleep well, and he opened his eyes as soon as he heard the noise. Grace Tully was Ralph Rowe's personal assistant. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, she usually wrote the speeches he gave. Sir, I don't want to disturb your sleep, but there's news about the Ming Dynasty's fleet. Upon hearing this, Luo the cripple reached for his glasses and put them on. This is indeed major news. Ever since Zhigan's fleet attacked the Japanese in Dongjing Bay, Luo the cripple has ordered a close investigation of this Ming Dynasty fleet. As a result, even with the help of British intelligence, no records of this fleet were found. The only useful information was that the British did find some records among the artifacts in their collection, but they could not verify their authenticity. Part of this fleet appeared outside Shanghai harbor and bombarded the harbor, killing approximately 6,000 Japanese soldiers. They also sank a Japanese detachment in Shanghai and landed at Shanghai harbor. They even dropped off flyers in Shanghai, claiming they were descendants of the Ming Dynasty and recruiting people in Shanghai. After hearing the report, Luo the cripple pondered for a moment and said, even if they are not descendants of the Ming Dynasty, they should still have some connection with China. Thinking of this, Luo the cripple frowned. He couldn't understand where this Ming Dynasty fleet came from. Could it be that there really were places in this world that they hadn't explored? But that's not what Luo the cripple is concerned about right now. After quickly tidying his clothes and calling over several assistants and staff on duty, Luo the cripple began to assign tasks. This Ming Dynasty fleet first attacked the Japanese in Dongjing Bay, and then landed in Shanghai. It can be confirmed that they have some connection with China. In that case, the battleship that attacked Pearl Harbor should not be theirs, but a Japanese warship. Although Luo the cripple initially suspected that Zhigan might be behind it. But if Zhigan attacked Pearl Harbor, then why did he also attack the Japanese's Dongjing Bay? This is a very contradictory point. If we rule out this fleet, there is only one possibility. It was done by the Japanese. This Ming Dynasty fleet also bombed the Japanese in Dongjing Bay, and they even helped the United States avenge themselves. We are now in a military vacuum in the Pacific region. The Japanese will expand rapidly. We need an ally to help us curb their expansion in the Pacific. This fleet is the best choice. Their arrival has filled the vacuum in the Pacific Fleet, so I need to send someone to make contact with them. At this point, Luo the cripple turned his gaze to his assistant, Harry Hopkins. I'm leaving this to you. Make sure it's done as soon as possible. No problem, but sir, there's a small issue. How do we get in touch with them? Hopkins nodded. He was quite adept at this kind of thing. This person was Luo the cripple's personal assistant in diplomacy. He was once an official in Luo the cripple's system, but resigned due to illness. He was then rehired by Luo the cripple and given important responsibilities, serving as chief advisor, special assistant, and personal representative. In 1941, he flew to Moscow on behalf of Ralph Rudd to discuss aid to the Soviet Union, and also met with Churchill Cigar to consolidate relations between the United States and Britain. After these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Indeed, they did not know how to contact Zhigan's fleet. Perhaps there's a way on the Chinese side. Let Stillwell and the people in Shanshu make contact and see if they can get in touch with them. No problem. The reason Zhigan was recruiting people in Shanghai was actually because he also had the idea of revealing his contact information because he needed to contact Americans, at least at this stage. Although Zhigan's future goal was to have Americans sing, "The Mississippi River is wide," to reminisce about their hometown, he did not intend to break ties with the Americans before the Japanese were defeated. As for the bombardment of Pearl Harbor, the Japanese also had a Yamato-class battleship, and the bombardment of Pearl Harbor was definitely carried out by the Japanese. Even if someone recognizes that the extinction ship and the Yamato are different, it's useless, since they've never seen what the Yamato looks like. Moreover, even if the Americans knew, they would pretend not to know until the Japanese surrendered. The Americans now need Zhigan to keep the Japanese occupied, while Zhigan needs money and supplies from the Americans. Although Zhigan has a naval base, he lacks other things. After taking over regions like Odalia, Zhigan will need to develop industry. Some equipment is still needed. After all, Zhigan can't just occupy land without people. As long as there are people, there will be development, and in Zhigan's future plans, he intends to set foot on the American continent. That night, Zhigan's fleet left Shanghai under the cover of darkness. The more than 3,000 people recruited were mostly men, and some of them had families with them. 80% of these people are young people, and most of them are students. After leaving Shanghai, Zhigan's fleet first headed east, and after traveling a certain distance, it immediately headed south. When passing by Oshima, it bombarded a port city on Oshima, destroying 2 Japanese warships. This allowed the island, which had been under Japanese rule for nearly 50 years, to hear the call of its mother for the first time. However, the Japanese fleet had no intention of letting Zhigan's fleet go. The fleet that came from the mainland has been in pursuit, and at the same time, it is also mobilizing fleets from Southeast Asia in an attempt to encircle Zhigan's fleet. However, when they arrived near the island, Zhigan's fleet had already disappeared. Yamamoto judged that Zhigan's next target might be Yangqing, and immediately mobilized his fleet to Yangqing. However, after waiting in Guangzhou for several days, they still did not find any trace of Zhigan's fleet. Zhigan's fleet returned to Ryu Island half a month later. Zhigan earned numerous military merits during this trip. The plan is to convert these military achievements into combat power in preparation for the next expedition. I owe 13 chapters from the last book, and I've started making up for it. I still owe 12 chapters, so please give me some free gifts to urge me to update. Thank you all for your continued support. Chapter 59 The Military Intelligence Bureau. Wah! A long whistle rang out. After sailing at sea for nearly half a month, the Mi arrived at Ryu Island after confirming that it was not being followed by the Japanese. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at Sun and Moon Island. Please collect your luggage and prepare to disembark. When those who had followed Zhigan from the Shanghai area onto the ship heard the news, they all erupted in loud cheers. Nearly 3,000 people were scattered across more than a dozen different ships. After calming down, some of them began to worry about their future. Some people get seasick, purely seasick, like Wu Junwen. Although he was cared for by doctors and his friend Wang Jia during this period, he still vomited so much that he was dizzy and disoriented. It wasn't until there was nothing left in his stomach to vomit that he gradually got used to it. However, his face was still somewhat pale. Have we finally arrived? Wu Junwen carried his luggage and came to the deck. What you see at first glance is just a small island, not very big, but from a distance you can see that there are quite a few buildings on the island. Meanwhile, a number of warships were also docked at the pier. They must have arrived at one of the islands belonging to the Ming dynasty. After looking around, Wang Jia had his answer. It seems that the Ming dynasty is much stronger than we thought. Look at that ship, it's huge. Wu Junwen pointed to the extinction ship moored at the distant dock. The damage to the deck of the Sun Destroyer had been repaired by this time. In addition, the Shinano was docked not far away from it. The reason it seemed so big was because of the other ship on the side of the Sun Destroyer, the Dragon's Roar. They were on a supply ship that occasionally needed to resupply the Longxiang. Their ships had come close to the Longxiang, and they knew how big the aircraft carrier was. Everyone, please line up and disembark in an orderly manner. After the ship entered the port, the group of people finally set foot on the land of Ryu Island. Everything looked so new and exciting. Meanwhile, Zhigan was still working hard to build dormitories for this group of people. They couldn't let these people see through their scheme, so they chose to build a living area next to the warehouse area on the back of Sun and Moon Island, which could accommodate 5,000 people. In addition, factories such as the Naval Equipment Manufacturing Plant, Naval Radar Equipment Plant, Naval Carrier-Based Aircraft Manufacturing Plant, and Naval Engineering Team, which were not built before due to insufficient military achievements, were also completed. Soon, more than 3,000 people, led by the crew, arrived at the open space of the naval base. A small number of people looked excited and somewhat bewildered, but most of the young people looked curious. After disembarking, these young people, like curious children, looked around and asked questions, their eyes very clear. Commander has arrived! With a shout from an officer, Zhigan changed into military uniform and entered the naval base. All soldiers stood at attention and saluted. When Zhigan brought these people back, some of them immediately put down what they were holding and saluted like soldiers. Some were at a loss, but everyone's eyes were uniformly turned to the entrance of the naval base, focusing on Zhigan. Zhigan, dressed in the pure blue general's uniform of the People's Liberation Army Navy, entered the naval base with an upright posture. So young! So handsome! Is he the commander? Whispers rippled through the crowd, but all eyes followed Zhigan until he stepped to the front. Then everyone turned their attention to the young man, who looked much like most of them. Fellow countrymen, hello everyone. My name is Zhigan, and I am the 16th successor of the Ming dynasty. I know you have many questions right now, but don't worry, I will answer them one by one. This is Sun and Moon Island, the northernmost island controlled by the Ming dynasty, and also the gateway to the Ming dynasty. This is also the starting point for the Ming dynasty's return to the world stage. You will also be heroes of the Ming dynasty. I will assign you jobs based on your skills. I know many of you are students, and I also have a university here, the world's most advanced naval university, where you can learn. I know that many of you want to fight the Japanese. There is also a naval military academy here. As long as you can pass the exams and graduate, you can join the fleet. Among you are some skilled technicians, and others with other talents. I will arrange corresponding jobs for you. Now please register according to your occupation. Someone will arrange jobs and housing. Zhigan said only a few words before ending his speech. Those below were completely confused. After seeing Zhigan about to leave, Zhou Qianghua immediately asked, Mr. Yu, may I ask where exactly is the Ming dynasty? Upon hearing this, Zhigan paused and looked at them. Everyone was filled with curiosity, and wanted to know the exact location of the Ming dynasty. Go south, keep going south. That area isn't very suitable for human life, which is why it's been isolated from the world for so long. That's also why we haven't brought you back. You need to adapt to life here. Many people were puzzled upon hearing this. However, some people know what going south represents. Antarctica? Someone gasped in surprise. Where is Antarctica? Some people have doubts. It's the southernmost point of the earth, covered in snow all year round. No wonder Zhu Di couldn't find Emperor Zhengwen back then, he had gone there. A group of people were discussing the matter, but some people ran over to talk to Zhigan, but they were all blocked by the naval soldiers. One of the women, wearing a cheongsam, had the loudest voice. Mr. Zhigan, I am from Chongqing, and I have something to say to you. Zhigan knew that there must be some intelligence agents mixed in with this group, including Japanese, people from Chongqing, and even people from Germany, the United States, and perhaps underground organizations. However, Zhigan did not conduct any screening beforehand. Because they are here, they have no way to transmit intelligence to the outside world. Before they boarded the ship, their belongings were checked. Even if someone could disassemble the small radio and bring it on board, with the vast ocean surrounding Sun Moon Island, the small radio would be unable to maintain contact with the outside world. May I have your name? My name is Yingyin. Upon hearing this, Zhigan stopped in his tracks. Come with me. The woman named Ying is very beautiful and is considered a well-known film and television star in Shanghai. However, she has another identity. The Kuomintang agents, relying on their fluent Japanese language and social skills, maneuvered among the high-ranking officials of the Japanese puppet regime and devised a plan to lure and kill 9 Japanese and puppet traders within 2 years. On January 8, 1942, before Zhigan arrived in Shanghai, his partner and colleague from the Military Intelligence Bureau, Ping Zuren, was arrested and killed. If Zhigan had not arrived in Shanghai, Ying would have worried that her identity being exposed would implicate more comrades, and she would have committed suicide by poisoning herself at the Shanghai International Hotel on January 19. This is a respectable woman, and the character Gu Xiaoming is based on Ying. She also has a grandnephew named Yingda. Chapter 60 The Ming Fleet Responds. Mr. Zhigan, I am Ying from the Shanghai station of the Military Intelligence Bureau. In Zhigan's office, Ying took the initiative to extend her hand and introduce herself. They sent you from the mountain city to use your beauty as a trap? Zhi chuckled as he sized up the woman in front of him. She was indeed quite good-looking. In this era, becoming a movie star required certain assets. Mr. Yu is joking. We would like to establish contact with you and cooperate to fight against the Japanese. Cooperate? Zhigan lit a cigarette, a significant trophy he had seized in both Japanese territory and Shanghai. Zhigan exhaled a smoke ring and looked at Ying. He had never really thought about cooperating with Shanqing. The supplies and equipment given to them will not end up in the hands of the soldiers fighting on the front lines, but will end up in the pockets of their superiors. However, it's still possible to make use of them. Yes, you are a descendant of the Ming dynasty, which was wiped out by mites more than 270 years later. You don't need to explain history to me, I already know this part of history. Upon hearing this, Ying smiled and said, Our founding father, Mr. Sun Yat-sen, had the ideal of expelling the Manchus and restoring China. We have now achieved that. We are of the same mind on this point, and we share the same bloodline. Therefore, we hope to receive your assistance. Upon hearing this, Zhigan nodded. That's no problem. After all, as a descendant of the Chinese people, I don't want to see China being bullied by the Japanese. However, as far as I know, all of China's ports have now been occupied by the Japanese. Even if I wanted to provide support, I couldn't transport the supplies in. Moreover, because our Ming dynasty is located in a remote area and has a small population, it hasn't developed a strong army, making it difficult to capture a city. Zhigan said this intentionally, so that Ying could convey a message to the mountain city, that Zhigan has a powerful fleet, but not enough people to launch amphibious assault. In that case, even if the Japanese devils drive him away, he won't be a threat. So how should we cooperate? This time it was Ying's turn to be silent. Indeed, as Zhigan said, China was now blockaded by the Japanese, and coastal cities were occupied by the Japanese. Only the Burma Road in Myanmar was open to traffic and international aid could be received. I need to consult with my superiors. Do you have a radio? Ying shook her head with a wry smile. She boarded Zhigan's ship on a temporary mission, and she didn't bring much clothing, let alone a radio. I have a radio here. Tell me the frequency and give us the code book, and we'll contact the Military Intelligence Bureau, okay? Ying nodded. He had no choice but to agree to Zhigan's suggestion. Compared to Ying, who directly revealed her identity, this group also included many people from other forces, such as the Wang Jingwei regime, the Japanese, and even some intelligence brokers. Wu Junwen, what are you good at? Report, my major is mathematics. I am very interested in topology and mechanics. This is my graduation certificate. At the registration area, Wu Junwen took out everything that could prove his identity. The mathematics department at Shanghai Jiaotong University has a good graduation thesis titled Proving Pascal's Theorem Using Mechanics Methods, but we don't currently have a mathematics major. If you're interested in mechanics, we have weapon design and mechanical design departments here. You can give it a try. By the way, we're planning to build a university here. Would you be interested in teaching there? After reviewing Wu Junwen's identification information, the soldier in charge of registration immediately took it seriously. No problem, I'll follow your arrangements. Go to the mechanical design department on the left to register first. Thanks. Next. After Wu Junwen finished registering, he looked behind him at his companion, Wang Jie. Come on. Wang Jie nodded and went to the registration desk. Hello, my name is Wang Jie, and I graduated from the Department of Mathematics at Shanghai Jiaotong University. What are you good at? Wang Jie scratched his head and said, I know a little bit of everything, but I'm not good at anything. My family wants me to inherit the business, but I'm interested in engines. I like listening to the sound of engines. Upon hearing this, the soldier quickly assigned Wang Jie a job at a machinery manufacturing plant. Next. 3,000 people is not a large number. Apart from some people with ulterior motives, many of them have a special skill. These people will be assigned to various positions based on their abilities. Secondly, you should arrange your work according to your own interests. Currently, Zhigan's main work relies on clones. After they arrive, their main task is to assist and learn skills. For example, ship repair requires a lot of workers. Most of these people used to be ordinary workers in Shanghai. There are currently no civilian factories here in Zhigan. They are all military factories. So they were assigned to learn how to produce artillery shells. Those majoring in mechanical engineering were assigned to machine factories, where engines and artillery were produced. Besides that, the most important thing was the group of students who came along. These students were all assigned to the Naval Academy, where they will receive approximately 2 years of naval training and will become members of the Zhigan fleet in the future. In addition, there were some couples who came with them. The women were usually assigned to easier jobs, such as food processing plants, so that the original clones could get some rest. Although these clones didn't know what to do while resting, Zhigan still decided to arrange for them to take turns resting. They were accompanied by a small number of children, about 30 or so. Zhigan also chose a building near the dormitory area and established a school to provide them with an education. The principal was Zhigan, and the teachers were selected from among the group of people who came together and had higher educational qualifications. The teaching content was also randomly assigned to each teacher. Zhigan is also the principal of a naval academy, where the teachers are all clones with extensive experience in maritime warfare. Meanwhile, in the mountain city, Stillwell arrived once again. Have you heard from you yet? Stillwell received orders from the cripple, Luo, to obtain the communication methods with the Ming Dynasty fleet. However, when Stillwell first came, the people of Yamashiro were also completely bewildered. If they had known that there was such a powerful Chinese force overseas, they wouldn't have been bullied by the Japanese like this. All they could tell Stillwell was that they had sent agents from the Military Intelligence Bureau to board Zhigan's ship, and when they would be able to make contact was up to fate. Stillwell's orders were absolute. He could only come to inquire every few days. More than half a month has passed since then, and there has been no news at all. Just when Stillwell was about to give up, he finally received good news. The Ming fleet had responded. P.S. If you reverse the last 2 characters of Wu Zhenwen's name, you'll see that this big shot was indeed in Shanghai in 1942. Chapter 61, Expanding the Fleet Again. Yin has successfully made contact with the commander of the Ming fleet, named Zhigan, who claims to be a descendant of Zhu Yunwen and changed his surname to Yu in order to avoid persecution. This is the telegram they sent. The mountain city authorities had their own agenda. They didn't want Zhigan to contact the Americans directly, but wanted to make the contact themselves. However, the mountain city had been infiltrated too much. Just as they made contact, Stillwell received the news. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, he had no choice but to confess to Stillwell. Thank God, we finally have a way to contact them. That's great. I'll report to the White House right away. After confirming that he could make contact with Zhigan, Stillwell immediately sent an invitation to Zhigan through the mountain city's radio station, wanting to invite Zhigan to visit the Americans and discuss how to fight against the Japanese. Zhigan readily agreed to the request, as his original intention in contacting Chongqing was to establish connections with the Americans. The objective has now been achieved. As for the request for assistance from the mountain town, Zhigan did not refuse, using the same reason he had given Yin. If the mountain city can recapture a port city, Zhigan is willing to provide some support. This promise was not a burden for Zhigan. If Chongqing could win a great victory and boost morale, it would be a good thing for the country, and he could send them some gifts. If you can't do it, then you can't blame Zhigan. After all, you don't even have a port right now, so there's nothing Zhigan can do. Once Zhigan and Stillwell had finalized the visit dates, they began to consider the possibility of a trip to the United States. This visit to the United States is definitely about establishing connections with Americans. However, the location of Sun and Moon Island cannot be exposed for the time being. But areas such as Oud area are still in the hands of the white people and the Japanese have not yet occupied them. Before setting off, Zhigan needs to provoke the Americans and find a reason to intervene in Oud area openly. Tell the Japanese that there are limonite deposits with an iron content of 50 to 57% and hematite deposits with an iron content of 60 to 61% in the Pilbara region. Note 1. The previous text has been revised. Yamamoto knows about the iron ore deposits in Oud area. Thanks to the expert for pointing this out. Before Auderia confirmed in 1963 that the high-grade characteristics of these high-quality iron ore deposits in the Pilbara region extended to more than 200 feet underground and that the reserves were enormous, Auderia had always been labeled as having scarce iron ore resources. The Japanese took a liking to Auderia because of its gold and wheat resources. The gold could fill the huge gap in the Japanese funds, and the wheat could fill the gap in the Japanese food shortage. In addition, there were Auderia's factories. After the Japanese occupied the country, they could seize and use these factories instead of investing in and building their own, unlike when they attacked Southeast Asian countries. However, the Japanese did not have much ambition for this place. If Dongjing Bay had not been destroyed, the Japanese would not have even set their sights on this place. At most they would have bombed it. But now that Dongjing Bay has been bombed, the Japanese need an industrial area to recover, and they have their eyes on Auderia. If it is revealed that there is high-quality iron ore here, and that the purity is 2% higher than the current smelting standards of the US and Japan, and that it is a high-quality iron ore that can be directly put into the furnace for smelting, they will go crazy. Zhigan did not intend to break ties with the United States before the end of World War II, since his anti-fascist stance could not be changed. Therefore, we cannot openly launch a preemptive attack on Odalia. We need to let the Japanese invaders take over Odalia first, and then we can appear in Odalia as the savior. Moreover, during this process, Zhigan also had to negotiate with the United States, since the US Pacific Fleet was now completely gone and the Hongshan oil depot had become ruins, making it impossible for them to extend their reach into the Pacific Ocean in the short term. They will definitely seek help from Zhigan, who can not only openly enter Odalia, but also obtain the light industrial equipment they need from the Americans. Once the war is over, let the Americans know what it means to invite a god but find it hard to send him away. However, before that, we need to give the Americans some deterrence. The Americans should know about the bombardment of Pearl Harbor by the USS Zhigan, but Zhigan needs to know that the Americans don't. The current size of Zhigan's fleet is not enough to instill fear in the Americans. During this trip, Zhigan earned over 800,000 military merits, allowing the Navy to expand further. First, there are submarines. Previously, there were only 6 UXXI type U-boats, which was not enough. This time, Zhigan plans to exchange for 30 U-boats to form a submarine fleet and send them out to earn military merits. The UXXI type U-boat is the ultimate upgrade of the U-boat, with a surface displacement of 1,600 tons and a top underwater speed of over 17 knots. It also has a strong endurance, and can stay underwater for 2 or 3 days at a speed of 5 knots, which is more than 3 times that of the previous generation Type 7 submarine. In terms of weaponry, it is equipped with 6 torpedo tubes, can carry 23 heavy torpedoes, and can launch 6 torpedoes within 12 minutes. In addition, the vessel is equipped with a radar alarm, which can effectively evade detection by anti-submarine vessels. The reason for choosing German submarines was that these submarines were not intended for the Japanese, but for the Americans. The Japanese combined fleet was only so large, and Zhigan did not intend to wipe them all out for the time being. He still needed to nurture the enemy for a while. The US is the easiest way for him to gain military merit. If he is discovered, it will be Germany's fault. Anyway, Germany's submarines are now all over the world, so it's not impossible for them to launch a surprise attack on the US west coast. Besides submarines, there are battleships. Zhigan currently has 2 battleships and 1 unfinished ship, the Shinano. Zhigan originally planned to have his men build this battleship slowly, but now that he was going on a visit to the United States, he planned to send it to the refit factory and directly convert it into a Yamato-class battleship, named the Destroy the Japanese. At the same time, his anti-aircraft firepower must be upgraded in all aspects, at least to the level of the Mio-class. In addition, the strength of his hull structure must be strengthened, and he must not be allowed to achieve the feat of diving after being hit by a torpedo. In addition, Zhigan also plans to exchange for a Montana-class battleship. Compared to the Iowa-class, which is a small, weak ship, the Montana is the pinnacle of American battleships. Since the Americans cancelled it, Zhigan should redeem it. I imagine the Americans' expressions when they see this warship will be quite interesting. As for how the Americans investigate their own internal affairs, that's beyond Zhigan's control. He can only try to distract the Americans a little bit. Zhigan named this Montana-class battleship the Eagle Extinction. It is estimated that only Zhigan himself knows the true meaning behind this name. As for aircraft carriers, Chapter 62 Naval Commander. The choice remains the Midway-class aircraft carrier. Zhigan was very satisfied with the performance of the Dragon Roar and Dragon Sword during this expedition. Both aircraft carriers performed exceptionally well in the battle. However, the number of aircraft carriers is still too small, and they can only form a flight formation of about 80 fighters, bombers, or torpedo bombers. It's enough to deal with the Japanese Army's Air Force, and it's also enough to deal with the old planes on the Japanese mainland. However, if they encountered the main Japanese fleet, these aircraft would not be enough. Although fighters like the Hellcat could take on multiple opponents, with one fighter shooting down several Japanese planes. However, the number is still too small. If the enemy has enough carrier-based aircraft, they can easily sacrifice some to hold you back, and then launch subsequent attacks on the carrier. In addition, the quality of the carrier-based aircraft of the Japanese main aircraft carrier was also higher than that of the Japanese aircraft encountered in Japan's homeland and Shanghai. At least when facing Zero fighters, the Hellcat could not easily shoot down several of them. 1 Montana-class battleship, 24 submarines, Zhigan check the remaining military merits. Choose to redeem 4 Midway-class aircraft carriers. With 4 battleships and 6 aircraft carriers, totaling 10 capital warships, they were practically invincible in the Pacific, except when directly engaging the Japanese combined fleet. At the same time, such a lineup, when it travels around the United States, can also make Americans feel at ease and have a proper chat with them. If you appear weak and easily bullied by the Ansa Whites, they will take advantage of you and shamelessly demand to command your warships, even if they need your help. The reason given was the formation of a joint fleet. If 10 main warships were docked at an American port, Zhigan could have the Americans translate what a joint fleet is, what the hell a joint fleet is. In addition, last time I didn't have enough military merits. Zhigan chose to skip cruisers and instead opted for a large number of destroyers to build his fleet. The main reason is that Zhigan's ideas were influenced by the naval system of later generations. I felt that cruisers were not very useful. However, in actual combat, it was found that cruisers still played a significant role in this era. While the Fletcher-class destroyers performed exceptionally well in air defense during the invasion of the Japanese mainland, they were largely relegated to spectator roles in subsequent engagements with the Japanese mainland fleet. It was mainly thanks to carrier-based aircraft and 2 battleships that the 3 Japanese battleships were able to be launched into the sea. In addition, the main guns of the Fletcher-class destroyers were somewhat inadequate when attacking land targets. In naval battles, they performed somewhat poorly, mainly serving as escorts and lacking offensive capabilities. Zhigan's fleet currently relies primarily on carrier-based aircraft and battleships for offensive operations. However, sometimes when dealing with less important targets, such as the Izumo, battleships are still needed to attack, as there is a lack of weapons to deal with small and medium-sized targets. This is where the role of cruisers comes into play. Smaller in tonnage than battleships, but equipped with large-caliber naval guns, they could, to some extent, compensate for the firepower of battleships and improve the overall firepower of the fleet. Meanwhile, its main gun has a caliber of about 200 to 300 millimeters, which gives it tremendous destructive power when dealing with small and medium-sized targets. If we encounter a target like the Izumo again in the future, we won't need to meet Suhiro and Mitsuwaro to take action. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? In addition, the reconnaissance capabilities of light cruisers are irreplaceable by destroyers. Although destroyers can also conduct reconnaissance, their own combat power is relatively weak, and once they encounter enemy ships, it is difficult for them to escape. Light cruisers possess a certain level of combat capability and can serve as the flagship of a destroyer fleet, engaging enemy destroyers, protecting their own destroyers, and buying time and space for the destroyers to launch torpedoes. In scenarios such as amphibious landing operations and port bombardment, the main guns of light cruisers are more lethal than those of destroyers, and are also more flexible and have a faster rate of fire, which can provide support for troop landings. Just like when they landed in Shanghai, the Jinhai's guns couldn't clear out the enemy's firing points, and they ultimately needed the support of the Mi to successfully land. If there had been cruisers, the Mi wouldn't have needed to be involved. After all, the main gun barrels of battleships have a limited lifespan, and each time they fire, the wear and tear is considerable. Heavy cruisers, on the other hand, serve as the core of a fleet's escort. Their main guns, exceeding 200 millimeters in diameter, possess a certain deterrent and destructive power against enemy warships of any class. At the same time, heavy cruisers can also form their own fleet to deal with smaller fleets or attack merchant ships. Zhigan turned his gaze to the cruiser option that could be redeemed. Ultimately, their focus shifted to the Cleveland-class light cruisers, which were the most produced cruisers by the United States during World War II. Cleveland-class light cruisers. The standard displacement is 11,932 tons, the maximum displacement is more than 14,000 tons, the total length is 185 meters, the waterline length is 180 meters, the width is 20.22 meters, the average draft is nearly 8 meters, and the maximum draft is 7.6 meters. With a maximum speed of 32.5 knots, its maximum range at 15 knots is nearly 9,000 nautical miles. It was equipped with 4 triple 152mm main guns, 6 twin 127mm secondary guns, 12 40mm Bofors guns, 2 quadruple and 2 twin, and 20 20mm Oerlikon air guns. The Americans produced a total of 27 ships. The Cleveland-class cruiser's greatest achievements were shooting down a large number of Japanese aircraft during the Turkey Hunt, in the Battle of the Philippine Sea and the Battle of Leyte Gulf, demonstrating their outstanding performance. However, the first Cleveland-class light cruiser was laid down on July 1, 1940, by the New York Shipbuilding Corporation, and was officially completed and commissioned into the U.S. Navy on November 1, 1941, a year after its launch. At that time, the United States did not yet have the Cleveland-class cruisers, so this warship should be named by Zhigan. Cruiser Zhigan planned to use the character, Jing, as the prefix for each of the following names, Jingri Hao, Zhenghua Hao, Jingbei Hao, and Jingdong Hao. As for heavy cruisers, Zhigan used the character, Ding, as the prefix. Heavy cruisers are considered one of the core components of a fleet, so using is not a big problem. Zhigan named the 4 warships Dinghai, Dingyang, Dingri, and Dingwo respectively. As for the heavy cruisers, Zhigan did not choose either the American or the Japanese heavy cruisers. Instead, they chose Takuzo's heavy cruiser. The Admiral Hipper-class heavy cruiser, touted as the strongest in history, was actually the most deceptive cruiser in history. The quality inspector of the hood was the Admiral Hipper-class heavy cruiser. Thanks to the awesome "I'm so hungry, let's supplement our household expenses" for the certification. With this extra chapter, plus the debt from the last book, I still owe 12 chapters. Old 9, are you alright? I also hope everyone will point out any typos. I don't dare let Dobao fix them, lest it be said to be AI. And please give me some encouragement to update and some free gifts. Finally, please everyone, give it a rating. A 6.3 is way too low. Thank you. Chapter 63, The Strongest Heavy Cruiser. The Admiral Hipper-class heavy cruisers are quite famous on Chinese websites in later generations. Germany originally planned to build 5 ships, but only 3 were actually built, Admiral Hipper, Blücher, and Prinz Eugen. Among them, the Admiral Hipper sank 7 merchant ships and was known as the Dog of the Sea, while the Blücher was hit by coastal artillery fire during the invasion of Norway in 1940, causing a massive explosion that sank it. It was jokingly referred to by military enthusiasts as the suicide truck. The most famous of them all is the Prinz Eugen. It has various nicknames such as Phoenix, Yukikaze, Panty Prince, and Squirtle. With a standard displacement of over 14,000 tons and a full load displacement of over 18,000 tons, exceeding the 10,000 tons stipulated in the naval treaty at the time, the main guns consisted of 4 twin 203mm gun turrets, totaling 8 guns, arranged in a 2 forward and 2 rear configuration. It has 12 105mm dual-purpose guns, 12 37mm anti-aircraft guns, and 8 20mm anti-aircraft guns. In addition, there are torpedo tubes and depth charge launchers. The specifications on paper are good, similar to those of Japanese warships, and the firepower is extremely fierce. However, the armor is very thin, with the main armor belt made of only 80mm of nickel-chromium alloy steel, which can only stop the 152mm main gun. The main guns of heavy cruisers of the same level can easily penetrate it. The deck armor can withstand 500 kilograms of aerial bombs. However, the ship is very fast, with a maximum speed of 33 knots, and even exceeded 33 knots during the sea trials. It also has good endurance, and the Prinz Eugen has a record of sailing 15,000 kilometers without any accidents, making it suitable for long-range operations. Zhigan chose him for a reason. He needed them to do something, and Descend's heavy cruisers were the best choice. After all, it was commonplace for American ships to be sunk by Descend's heavy cruisers. In addition, the main reason why Zhigan dared to ask for this warship was that he planned to build a warship conversion plant. As the name suggests, the conversion factory is responsible for modifying warships in various aspects. For example, the Japanese Yamato-class battleships have always had weak anti-aircraft firepower, and Zhigan is preparing to modify their anti-aircraft firepower. Zhigan also plans to modify these 2 naval heavy cruisers of the Shandong class to improve their anti-aircraft capabilities and increase their armor thickness. He can sacrifice some space and speed, as long as they don't become fragile turkeys. Besides the 2 German-class heavy cruisers, Zhigan set his sights on the construction of the remaining 2 heavy cruisers, namely the American Alaska-class heavy cruiser destroyers, which were dubbed the Perfect Mistake. This ship is called a perfect mistake because it was the most powerful heavy cruiser in World War II. Apart from the Japanese B-65, which remained on the blueprints, it was the strongest heavy cruiser to serve in World War II. Unfortunately, by the time he entered service, the Japanese surface fleet had been almost entirely destroyed, and after entering service, he could only serve as a foil to the aircraft carrier. It has a standard displacement of 27,000 tons, and is equipped with 9 305mm main guns with a range of 35 kilometers. The main armor belt is 241mm thick, which can withstand the frontal impact of naval guns with a thickness of about 300mm. It has a maximum speed of 33 knots and a range of 12,000 nautical miles. In addition, there were 12 127mm dual-purpose secondary guns, 56 40mm Bofors anti-aircraft guns, and 34 20mm Oerlikon anti-aircraft guns. Whether it was firepower, speed, range, armor thickness, or anti-aircraft capabilities, it was top-notch. Unfortunately, it was born at the wrong time and was not able to demonstrate its power. It was retired after only 3 years of service and was finally scrapped in 1960. That's why it became the most perfect mistake. However, Zhigan is prepared to let the Alaska-class shine. The Alaska-class heavy cruisers can be described as invincible below battleships, capable of trading one battleship for another. The 2 Alaska-class heavy cruisers, named Dingri and Dingwo by Zhigan, were primarily targeting Japanese warships. These 2 heavy cruisers will operate alongside Zhigan's main warships. After purchasing 1 battleship, 4 aircraft carriers, 4 light cruisers, 4 heavy cruisers, and 24 submarines, Zhigan has already used up 2/3 of his military merits. Building a modification plant requires 50,000 military merits, and further modifications will require even more military merits. In terms of logistics and supplies, a portion of military merits also needs to be reserved, and in the end, 100,000 military merits will be left behind, which will be of great use to Zhigan. Zhigan's warship exchange took place at night, and the surrounding area was under martial law to ensure that everyone who landed on the island was in their dormitories and would not be discovered to be anything unusual. Sun and Moon Island is still a bit small, so Zhigan plans to expand his controlled area this time he goes out. These 100,000 military merits were the military merits needed to build the sub-base. Sub-bases can also exchange for warships, but a level 1 main base can only build 1 sub-base. That's why Zhigan didn't choose Shanghai, but waited for a suitable location. After exchanging these warships, Zhigan and his men all left the dock. The sun rose once again over Sun Moon Island. As a new day dawned, all 3,000 plus people who had arrived on the island got up and began their busy preparations. They have been on the island for about a week now and are gradually adapting to life there. Their daily lives consist of studying and working, and most of them cherish this opportunity. Those assigned to the shipyard wished they could stay there 24 hours a day. They all knew very well why China had become what it was today. It was because foreign powers had forced open its doors with their powerful ships and cannons. Therefore, given the opportunity to learn the most advanced shipbuilding knowledge, they all studied with great concentration. People who are willing to risk their lives to follow Zhigan all have strong beliefs in their hearts. Even the intelligence personnel who went to the island needed to integrate into this atmosphere and learn from it. Among the Naval Academy students, the 600 students who enrolled were the earliest risers on the island. From the moment they entered the school, they had been receiving military-style training, getting up at 6 o'clock sharp to wash up and then begin preparing for morning exercises. As the sun rises, the entire Sun and Moon Island begins to awaken, bursting with vitality and teeming with life. At 7 o'clock in the morning, as students finished their morning exercises and prepared for breakfast, and workers headed to the canteens of their respective factories to have breakfast, a ship's horn sounded from the sea. There's a ship on the sea. Where? There. Wu Junwen pointed to the distant sea, and those around him looked closely, and saw more than a dozen warships heading towards Sun and Moon Island. On paper, the Alaskan cruiser is the strongest in World War II, right? Chapter 64 Deliberate Leakage. So many warships. Those are aircraft carriers, 1, 2, 3, 4 aircraft carriers. The Longxiang and Longyin are still in port. Is this a newly arrived aircraft carrier? What kind of warship is that? It's huge. It looks like a battleship. People who were originally on their way to work were all drawn to the dock, and many stopped to look. As time went on, these warships drew closer and closer to Sun and Moon Port. Then they began preparations to dock at the port. 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 4 battleships and 6 aircraft carriers. Wait, there are 2 more battleships over there. Some people mistake the Alaska-class heavy cruisers for battleships. Is the Ming dynasty really that powerful? With these warships on the expedition, won't they be able to conquer the Japanese homeland? A group of people looked at the warship in the distance, and discussed it animatedly. Amidst the crowd, Yingyin stared dumbfounded at the distant warship, swallowing hard. She knew that the Ming dynasty was very powerful. Although she was a woman and a celebrity, as a Kuomintang agent, she still knew some common sense. Maintaining a warship required a lot of resources, let alone supporting a huge warship. The fleet before us consists of 12 main warships and more than 30 auxiliary vessels, making it a very large fleet. Without a strong nation, it would be impossible to support such a massive fleet. Meanwhile, among the crowd, Wang Jingwei's intelligence agents were questioning the meaning of life. He now has only one thought: can he erase his records from the Wang Jingwei regime? He is a man of the Ming dynasty. Could the Japanese really defeat the Ming dynasty? A battleship, an aircraft carrier, and a few destroyers could land in Shanghai. With such a massive fleet sailing back to China, what could the Japanese possibly use to stop them? The three traitors of the Wang Jingwei regime looked at each other, each with their own thoughts. Some people wanted to clear their names, while others thought that if they eliminated the other two people, no one on Sun and Moon Island would know their true identities. Meanwhile, the Japanese intelligence agent, Rikuto Irita, stared in disbelief at the warship before him. These warships were the largest he had ever seen. The combined fleet was enormous, unlike anything he had ever seen before, but this fleet was now right in front of him. He was a Japanese soldier who grew up in China, learning Chinese and the customs of the Chinese people, but he remembered his identity. Can the empire truly conquer China? Even if it does, can the empire withstand the Ming dynasty's purge? The Japanese intelligence agent was now completely confused. Now he has only one thought: to find a way to send the news that the Ming dynasty has many main warships back to China so that the country can make preparations as soon as possible. Previously, the Ming dynasty fleet dispatched 4 warships, turning Dongjing Bay into a scorched wasteland. Now, with 12 main warships deployed, what will be the outcome? At this moment, Zhigan arrived at the dock with his men. Captain Yu Miang, the captain of the Montana-class battleship, led the captains of the other warships to Zhigan's side. All the captains of the warships were named by Zhigan, and all of them had the surname Yu plus the name of the warship. Reporting to Commander, the 3rd Fleet of the Ming Navy has arrived at Ryu Port. Requesting instructions. Reporting to Commander, the 4th Fleet of the Ming Navy has arrived at Ryu Port. Requesting instructions. The fleet is resting in the port. Where is the rest of the fleet now? Report. The 7th and 8th fleets are on patrol, the 10th fleet is exploring the Pacific region, and the 11th and 12th fleets are resting at their home port. The captains responded loudly, and those nearby could hear them clearly. When these words reached the crowd, everyone became even more excited. The fleet approaching was not the full strength of the Ming dynasty's fleet, but rather several of its subfleets. At least 5 Ming dynasty fleets have yet to arrive at Ryu Port. Is the Ming dynasty that strong? May the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers endure forever, and may the Ming dynasty last forever. Compared to the excitement of ordinary people, the traitors of the Wang Jingwei regime had already made up their minds that they must not expose their identities, so they could only ask their other comrades to compromise. Choosing the Wang Jingwei regime was already a mistake, and on Sun Moon Island, I absolutely cannot make another wrong choice. I am absolutely loyal to the Ming dynasty. Meanwhile, the Japanese intelligence agents were even more anxious. He felt he had obtained classified information. The Ming dynasty not only has the main fleet in front of us, but also many branch fleets, and the branch fleets are quite large. He now had only one thought: he had to get this important intelligence out. However, he did not carry a radio, so he had no way to transmit intelligence. He carefully recalled the factory where he worked, but there was no radio station there. Finally, he sighed and came up with an idea: a message in a bottle. Let's throw this into the sea first. Maybe the Imperial fleet will find it. Secondly, he was prepared to take a desperate gamble and try every means to get his hands on a radio to transmit the intelligence. They would not hesitate to expose themselves. After listening to the report, Zhigan boarded the warship and began inspecting the newly arrived vessels. The reason for this was twofold. Firstly, to reassure the more than 3,000 people who had come with him. Let them know that the Ming dynasty is very powerful, so they can work with peace of mind. The next step is to catch the rats among these people. With such a powerful fleet appearing, intelligence agents from the Wang Jingwei regime, the Japanese, and other countries would certainly try every means to transmit the intelligence. If these people don't take action, it will be really difficult for Zhigan to catch them. It's hard to identify them. They'll give themselves away as soon as they make a move. In addition, Zhigan also had to lead this main fleet on a visit to the United States. This information should be shared with the Americans in advance to prevent them from having any ulterior motives and to make them wary. In addition, Zhigan also planned to leak an important piece of intelligence. It's about the iron ore in Alderia. The Japanese are currently attacking Alderia only for its land and industry, but if they knew that Alderia's iron ore was of such high purity, they would go crazy. Once the Japanese capture Odalia, Zhigan can use the pretext of supporting Odalia to land there. In the early stages, you can stall the Japanese on the island, allowing them to discover iron ore and develop mining operations, and then reclaim those mines. You can even save yourself the trouble of using the equipment. As for how to let the Japanese know that Odalia had an iron mine, Zhigan had already figured it out. All we need to do is let the people in the mountain city know. Once the mountain city found out, almost the whole world would know. Chapter 65: The Shocking Mountain City. As for the problems that arose after the exposure of the Odalia iron ore mine, Zhigan was not worried. The US no longer has a Pacific fleet, and it doesn't have enough strength in the Pacific region. Even if it mobilizes the Atlantic fleet, it wouldn't be enough to deter the Japanese combined fleet. Even if the Americans were to mass-produce drugs like dumplings, Zhigan wouldn't be afraid. He had his own system, and when it came to speed, Zhigan had never been afraid of anyone. Zhigan has now passed the novice stage, and his current strength has given him the ability to earn a living. Moreover, having these ship captains announce false information was also to make the Americans hesitant to take action against them. As for Britain, it is currently struggling to survive, and Odalia is too far away for them to take care of. Their Far East fleet will also soon be attacked by the Japanese, suffer heavy losses, and eventually return to Africa for rest and reorganization. Not to mention the other European countries, they simply didn't have the ability to intervene in Odalia. As for the Japanese, now that the fleet has expanded, Zhigan is not afraid of encountering the main force of the combined fleet. At most, it will result in mutual destruction. As long as you achieve some success, you can return to replenish your warships. Zhigan revealed this information to drive the Japanese completely mad and make them continue building warships at a frenzy. These warships were all thanks to Zhigan's military achievements. Ms. Zhigan, I have decided to accept the American invitation and will lead a fleet to visit the United States in a month. This radio station will be handed over to you. From now on, you will be responsible for contacting the Chongqing side. If there are any important matters in China, please inform me immediately. After inspecting the fleet, Zhigan went to his office, where Yin was already waiting. Upon hearing this, Yin's eyes lit up. Thank you for your trust. There's no question of trust or distrust. You can report any news from Sun and Moon Island to Chongqing at any time. At this point, Zhigan paused for a moment and said, By the way, our intelligence organization has received news that the Japanese are preparing to attack Odalia. Have Yamashiro relay this to the United States and Britain, and tell them to prepare. The Pilbara region of Odalia has abundant high-quality iron ore deposits, with limonite bodies containing 50 to 57% iron and hematite containing 60 to 61% iron readily available. We absolutely cannot let the Japanese occupy Odalia, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Yin's expression immediately turned serious. Commander Zhigan, I will definitely pass on this message. Zhigan waved his hand and said, Just call me Commander Yu. Yes, Commander Yu. Soon, Yin relayed the news back to Chongqing. First, there's the news about Zhigan's planned visit to the United States. Thank goodness, he agreed. That's great. Stillwell breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. After learning that he had established contact with Zhigan, Luo the cripple asked him to find out where Zhigan was from or to invite Zhigan to visit the United States. Stillwell felt a bit overwhelmed by this task. A country had suddenly appeared in the world, and it even had battleships. The United Kingdom, the United States, and France had not discovered it for so many years. Where was he supposed to find it? The only thing we could do was try to contact Zhigan and get him to visit the United States. After all, this sounds more plausible. At first, he thought Zhigan would refuse, but Zhigan agreed, which surprised him. What other intelligence is there besides these? Stillwell is now very interested in Zhigan, and not only him, but the whole world is interested in Zhigan. The appearance of Zhigan suggests that there may be an undiscovered continent in the world. Upon learning this news, Britain immediately dispatched its fleet to search for the New World. Although they had been soundly defeated by Germany, it did not deter them from their plans to discover the New World. After all, if the New World had a favorable geographical environment, they might consider moving away from those villains, France and the Germans. The Japanese were the same, some wanted revenge, and others had similar thoughts. The fact that they could develop battleships in that place, which had never been discovered, meant that it must be a habitable place with abundant resources. Therefore, the Japanese also had a fleet searching for the exact location of the Ming dynasty. The Japanese even searched all over China for Ming dynasty history. The officials of the puppet Manchukuo regime were in trouble, and they were forced to hand over Ming dynasty materials every day, whether it was books or various unofficial histories and legends. Upon hearing Stillwell's report, the intelligence officer glanced at the mountain city and, after receiving approval, immediately continued reporting. Currently, Ryu Port has a large seaport with 12 main warships docked there, including 6 battleships, 6 aircraft carriers, and dozens of other warships. Upon hearing this news, everyone in Shanqing fell silent, especially Commander He and others, who remained completely silent. Stillwell's eyes widened and his mouth gaped open. Oh my god, 12 capital warships, 6 battleships and 6 aircraft carriers? This is insane. That's at least 500,000 tons. That's already among the top 10 navies in the world. He couldn't believe that there was such a powerful country that we didn't even know about. Stillwell's expression was exaggerated, as were those of Commander He and the others. They glanced at each other without saying a word, while cursing under their breath. Damn it, if China has such strong overseas influence, why didn't it come out sooner? Why didn't it come out sooner, so we could sit down and talk? You restore the Ming dynasty, and we'll serve you, right? After all, the Ming dynasty is the legitimate dynasty of China, and surrendering isn't shameful. But what happened? It only appeared now. Could this be fake news? Some people expressed doubts. After all, it is indeed unbelievable that the whole world was unaware of such a strong fleet. It should be genuine. These are photos sent back from Shanghai. Although the photos of the battleship are not clear, it is at least a 50,000-ton battleship. Such battleships are technically very difficult to build, and every country in the world that can build such battleships is a powerful nation. Moreover, their main guns have a caliber of over 400 millimeters. Only a caliber of over 400 millimeters can produce such great power. The Kuomintang agents took out photos one by one, all of which were taken by the Kuomintang agents in Shanghai. Although there were only a few photos of warships among these photos, a lot could still be determined based on the traces of the battlefield. Stillwell responded with a smile. It's normal for your country to have doubts since it hasn't systematically developed its navy. Developing a navy is a very long process. Every country develops its navy in the order of gunboats, frigates, destroyers, cruisers, and battleships. Technology needs to be accumulated. Chapter 66: The American Shock. Developing battleships requires a complete industrial base, including advanced engine technology, artillery technology, metallurgical technology, and so on. The fact that 4 main warships attacked the Japanese mainland shows that they have a complete long-range replenishment capability. It's not surprising that they have such a large fleet. Let's not doubt these things. Let's continue and see what else will shock us. Once Stillwell spoke up, the few who had been questioning him fell silent. Stillwell was right. China had indeed not developed its navy much for decades. Sun and Moon Island possesses complete and advanced industrial equipment, enabling it to build ships and produce steel on its own. It seems that Sun and Moon Island is an important place. It should be an important port for them, just like the Japanese's Kure port. Stillwell once again offered his assessment, finding it unsurprising that there were so many factories on the island. Without these factories, where would the warships come from? It couldn't have just appeared out of thin air, could it? This joke isn't funny. The Ming Empire has a total of 12 squadrons. 6 of them are docked at Ryu Port, while the remaining 6, the 7th and 8th fleets, are on patrol missions. The 10th fleet is exploring the Pacific region, and the 11th and 12th fleets are resting at their home ports. The home ports are currently unknown. The whereabouts of the 9th fleet are unknown. This intelligence was given to Zhigan this morning by senior officers of the 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets who had just arrived at Ryu Port. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent once again. Zhigan always manages to give them some unexpected surprises. The more they learn about him, the more frightened they become. What kind of monster is this Ming dynasty? What have they experienced over the years? What has it developed into? If these 6 fleets are exactly the same size as the fleet on Sun and Moon Island. So, the Ming dynasty had 24 main warships. What does that mean? The Japanese are currently the 2nd largest navy in the world, but their combined fleet doesn't seem to have 24 main warships. These main warships all have a tonnage of over 50,000 tons, and the total tonnage of these warships exceeds 1 million tons, not even counting the auxiliary ships that are just there to make up the numbers. Once everyone is mobilized, there's no need for a world war. The Ming dynasty can simply unify the world. Stillwell's expression turned serious. He realized that the Ming dynasty might be a terrifying country, and that if they became enemies, it could really affect the future course of the world. Shit, I hope this visit won't cause any misunderstandings. No, I must give the president a special reminder so he's prepared and won't be impolite. Stillwell's mind raced as he began to devise a plan. He even decided to find 2 books on etiquette from the Ming dynasty and send them back to the mainland as quickly as possible so that Luo the Cripple could greet Zhigan according to those standards. Zhigan relayed to the British and Americans that the Pilbara region of Australia has high-quality iron ore deposits, with limonite bodies containing 50 to 57% iron and hematite containing 60 to 61% iron readily available. We absolutely cannot let the Japanese occupy Australia, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Upon hearing this, no one else reacted except for Minister of Economic Affairs and Chairman of the National Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, Ong Wen-hao, who stood up and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. There couldn't possibly be such a high-quality mine in the world. The Mesabi Ridge Hematite Mine in Minnesota is already the best iron ore mine in the world. There can't be anything better." Wen Wenhao is a domestic geological and mining expert and the first person in China to receive a doctorate in geology. The Economic Commission is the highest-level department in Chongqing that manages the domestic economy. It is responsible for the entire industrial chain management of iron ore exploration, mining, and smelting, and also oversees its affiliated iron ore enterprises. He was a domestic expert in this field, the author of the first Lectures on Geology, the compiler of the first colored National Geological Map, and the writer of the first Annals of Mineral Resources in China. Moreover, he was a man of integrity and honesty. Despite being in charge of the economic department, he was incorruptible and made a will before his death, requesting that all his books, property, and savings be handed over to the state. He is considered one of the few upright individuals in the mountain city. The great assessment of him is that he is a patriotic military and political personnel in the mountain city, knowledgeable in technology but not in politics, and has a head full of geological maps but cannot draw a way to save the economy. However, he has a well-known stain on his record. He implemented the gold yuan reform in 1948. Upon hearing his words, everyone looked at each other, not understanding what he meant. After all, in the eyes of this group of people, it is better to buy than to make. At this time, the steel production in the mountain city was not as good as in the Han dynasty. This group of people did not understand mining at all. Stillwell didn't understand it either, but he did understand the significance of a high-quality iron ore mine. "This is indeed important intelligence. I need to report it immediately. Is there anything else?" The confidential secretary, who was in charge of reading the telegrams, shook his head and said, That's all. Excellent, I'll start generating electricity back home right away." After finishing his speech, Stillwell hurriedly left the office, quickly organized his thoughts, and then sent out this important intelligence. In the old, beautiful, white palace. "Sir, Stillwell has sent a message that Zhigan has agreed to visit our country." Upon hearing this, Luo the Cripple, who was working, put down his pen. "This is good news. However, sir, Stillwell has also sent other intelligence. You'd better take a look." After he finished speaking, he handed the telegram to Luo the Cripple. Luo the Cripple carefully examined the contents of the telegram in his hand. Upon seeing the size of Zhigan's fleet, he silently calculated in his mind, then looked at the naval assistant. "Bard, can the Ming dynasty's fleet threaten us?" Ralph Austenbud was the U.S. Navy assistant at the time. This was a position that Ralph had also held before. Although it sounded like an assistant, it was actually a powerful position. If things went well, there was a chance that he would later become the Deputy Secretary of the Navy, and so on. "Sir, Zhigan currently commands 12 main warships, which pose a certain threat to us in the short term. However, if we develop our shipbuilding industry to the fullest extent, we can make up for the gap in our navy in about a year." Upon hearing this, Luo the Cripple nodded and said, "What if we include the other 6 fleets of the Ming dynasty?" After a moment's thought, Bard said, "According to normal fleet organization, a squadron usually consists of 1 main warship plus some destroyers. However, the fleet that Zhigan has exposed so far is organized in a 2-to-2 configuration, with 2 main warships forming 1 squadron. The Ming dynasty should have 24 main warships. This size is indeed a major threat to us. Even with the Atlantic fleet we are currently building and refitting, it may take us about 2 years to be able to compete with them." This is the 4th update, 11 chapters still owed. Please give me some free gifts and click to urge me to update. Thank you all for your support. If you feel this book isn't enough, you can check out my old book, The War of Resistance. This Li Yunlong dared to attack Taiyuan, which has a 9.4 rating and was once read by millions. Chapter 67, Rest assured, it will be kept secret. Upon hearing Bard's words, crippled Luo nodded in agreement. A navy cannot be built overnight. The US military can build naval warships, but where do naval officers come from? It needs to recruit retired soldiers and train new recruits, all of which take time. If the Ming Dynasty fleet truly possesses the scale of intelligence, the US Navy would indeed be unable to counter it in the short term. How's the investigation into the attack on Pearl Harbor going? It can be confirmed that both the Japanese and the Ming Dynasty have battleships of that size. The Japanese codename is Yamato-class, which was a highly classified battleship. The intelligence we obtained about the Japanese building a super battleship refers to this battleship. Upon hearing this, Luo the cripple pondered for a moment and asked, "Then why does the Ming Dynasty have battleships of the same size?" That's unclear at the moment, but the Ming Dynasty's battleships look more like the warships used in the attack on Pearl Harbor. After hearing this, Luo the cripple fell silent. Pearl Harbor was attacked by the Japanese. We need the Ming Dynasty before the Japanese and Germans are defeated. We can't afford to have another enemy in the Pacific region. What if the Ming Dynasty and the Japanese join forces? Luo the cripple's mind raced as he pondered this question. Now, two problems are facing Luo the cripple. One option is to make a brief reconciliation with the Japanese and eliminate Zhigan. The second option is to join forces with Zhigan to eliminate the Japanese invaders. The American people would probably not agree to reconcile with the Japanese. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, public opinion in the United States has been consistently directed at the Japanese. If they wanted to cooperate with the Japanese, they couldn't get past the people. Moreover, if we join forces with the Japanese, giving them time to develop, the Japanese will become a major threat in the future. In particular, the Japanese invaded their interests in Southeast Asia. Perhaps there will be conflicts of interest with Zhigan in Southeast Asia in the future, but that's a matter for the future. However, by cooperating with the Japanese now, Zhigan's fleet could potentially launch a direct attack on their homeland. Most importantly, they genuinely don't know where Zhigan's Ming Dynasty is, which is terrifying. Once they become enemies with Zhigan, he can hide at any time and launch a sneak attack on them, leaving them with no idea how to fight back. Moreover, even if they could annihilate Zhigan's fleet, how many fleets would the Ming Dynasty still have? Given the Ming Dynasty's ability to build warships, it would definitely be able to build another powerful fleet, at which point all coastal cities in the United States would have to be on high alert. If the US chooses to join forces with Zhigan to fight the Japanese, at least in the short term, the US will gain an ally in the Pacific region, which can contain the Japanese offensive. At this point, the Americans could focus on the European theater, leaving Zhigan to handle the Asian theater. After dealing with Europe, we can then turn our attention to Asia. At that time, we could unite with countries like Britain to put pressure on Zhigan. Even if the Ming Dynasty were powerful, would it be able to fight against the world? Bud, remember this, Pearl Harbor was attacked by the Japanese. The battleship that bombarded Pearl Harbor was the Japanese battleship Yamato. Yes, sir. By the way, Stillwell reminded us to receive him according to the highest Ming Dynasty etiquette. Go and make arrangements, find some experts in the relevant fields. I remember that our country has a lot of things from the Ming Dynasty, and I think Zhigan will definitely like them. After thinking for a moment, Luo the cripple realized that Stillwell was right. Zhigan should indeed be respected, at least because the strength Zhigan had demonstrated had earned Luo the cripple's respect. In Luo the cripple's eyes, Zhigan's attack on Pearl Harbor was intentional. The Ming Dynasty must also want control of the Pacific region, which is why it bombarded Pearl Harbor, causing the US military to lose such a base. However, the Pacific region is not very important to the United States, which is why Luo the cripple is willing to take a step back and temporarily put this matter aside. After all, the center of world civilization is now in the United States and in Europe. And then there's the matter of the iron ore mine in Odd area. After Luo the cripple finished speaking, he thought for a moment and said, "This is indeed a troublesome matter. We can't let the Japanese know. Let's notify the British Army and have them strengthen the vigilance in the Odalia area, and at the same time prepare for combat." At this point, Luo the cripple suddenly raised his head and asked, "Was this news first transmitted to Shanshan?" "Obviously, yes." Bud shrugged helplessly. Upon hearing this, Luo the cripple sighed helplessly and shook his head, saying, "Immediately send a telegram to Stillwell, informing Shanshan that this news must be kept secret and cannot be leaked." "Shit, it's probably already leaked." Luo the cripple gave a helpless, bitter smile. He felt that Zhigan probably didn't know the situation inside Shanshan. After all, no one would have thought that the core location of a country would be like a big sieve, an open window, where anyone could reach in and take something. The classified documents were a joke. The mountain city knows, and almost the whole world knows. This is not a joke, it's a fact. After receiving a reply from the White House, Stilwell immediately and hurriedly contacted the mountain town authorities. General Stilwell, what can I do for you? Seeing Stilwell return, everyone looked at him with some confusion. You must keep this matter of high-quality iron ore in Audalia a secret. Upon hearing this, the confidential secretary patted his chest and assured him. General Stilwell, please rest assured, we will keep this matter strictly confidential and there will be absolutely no slip-ups. Hearing this, Stilwell breathed a slight sigh of relief, then continued. This matter is of utmost importance. Washington has personally ordered that it must be kept secret and not leaked. Otherwise, if the Japanese get this information, the consequences will be unimaginable. Don't worry, we will definitely keep it confidential at the highest level. That's good. After saying this, Stilwell asked someone for some information about Chinese etiquette for entertaining guests before taking his leave. Does Audalia have high-quality iron ore? Goethite bodies with 50 to 57% iron content and hematite with 60 to 61% iron content are everywhere. The reserves are enormous? Yamamoto Shichika held the intelligence report, his hands trembling, his emotions running high. I took several deep breaths to calm myself down. This is important intelligence, extremely important intelligence, intelligence that concerns the life and death of the Japanese. Japan is an island nation with scarce resources. Before the attack on Pearl Harbor, 60 to 70% of China's iron was imported from the United States. After occupying China, the Japanese began to search for iron ore in large quantities, but the iron ore in China was of low grade and required multiple processing steps. Now, a treasure trove with 50 to 57% iron content limonite and 60 to 61% iron content hematite, and with enormous reserves, is right in front of the Japanese devils. They even marked the areas, so the Japanese didn't need to go and explore. As long as the people arrived, they could find out whether it was real or fake with a single visit. Yamamoto Shichika, the old gambler, knew that it was time to gamble on the fate of the nation once again. Chapter 68 Cooperation between the Japanese Navy and Army. Yamamoto-kun, what is the purpose of this urgent meeting? Inside the Japanese Imperial Palace in Kyoto, the Japanese General Tenko looked at Yamamoto Shikiya with some curiosity. This imperial conference was convened by Yamamoto Shikihachi, who said he had something important to announce, and the Japanese Devil Tenko was also very curious. At this moment, most of the Japanese Navy personnel had smiles on their faces and were discussing the issue in hushed tones. Your Majesty, I have some important intelligence that I have just obtained. It concerns the future of the empire. After Yamamoto Shikiya finished speaking, he respectfully handed the intelligence in his hand to the palace attendant. The Japanese soldier's curiosity was instantly piqued. Was it related to the future of the Japanese? After reading the intelligence report, the Japanese soldier Tianhuan couldn't help but become excited. Yamamoto-kun, is this information true or false? Yamamoto Shikihachi bowed and replied. We cannot confirm its authenticity at the moment, but we have already sent people to the Pilbara region to investigate, and we will have results soon. The Japanese had great ambitions. They sent out a large number of intelligence agents all over the world. Besides China, which they focused on, the Japanese also had many intelligence agents in Southeast Asia and Australia, as well as in the Americas and Europe. Your Majesty, if this intelligence is true, as long as the Empire takes this place, all crises will be resolved. The Japanese knew their weakness, a lack of resources. As an island nation, they had few domestic resources and relied on imports for everything. They finally managed to occupy the puppet state of Manchukuo, which relieved some of the pressure, but they still lacked key resources such as high-quality iron ore and oil. Later, the invasion of China began, and China occupied many areas and obtained a lot of resources. However, the Chinese people had guerrilla forces led by the 8th Route Army that continued to wage guerrilla warfare in the occupied areas. Although no decisive battle was fought with them, it greatly delayed the Japanese army's speed of acquiring resources, preventing them from supplying their homeland even after occupying the land. This is why the Japanese became poorer and poorer as the war progressed. Occupied territory cannot be converted into combat power. Moreover, China has neither high-quality iron ore nor much oil. But Audalia is different. It is sparsely populated and vast. Even if there are guerrillas or something after it is occupied, the Japanese can suppress them because they are few in number. Unlike China, which has been besieged and suppressed countless times, the Japanese can still keep appearing, as if they are not afraid of death. Private First Class Tojo listened to the conversation between the Japanese soldier Tenko and Yamamoto Shichijiya, and was completely bewildered. The two were talking back and forth, and he couldn't understand a word they said. Your Majesty, may I take a look at this important intelligence? Gui Zishanhuang nodded and said, All right, in this operation, your army must fully cooperate with the Navy. Upon hearing this, Private First Class Tojo, who hadn't even seen the intelligence report, immediately became furious. What does it mean for the army to fully cooperate with the Navy? Does it mean making the army work as the Navy's assistant? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Imperial Army should be the mainstay of the Empire. How can it remain subservient to the Navy for long? Tojo-kun read the intelligence. Hi. Private First Class Tojo glanced at the excited-looking Navy personnel and slowly opened the intelligence report. Upon seeing the contents, he couldn't help but frown. Does Audalia have large iron mines? And with a high iron content? Private First Class Tojo instantly understood why the Navy's group of idiots were so excited. With these iron ore deposits, the Japanese Navy could build a large number of warships. Thinking of this, Private First Class Tojo bowed and said, Your Majesty, this matter can be left to our army. Our army can land in Aldaria. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Navy was stunned. Turning to look at the army, Private First Class Tojo continued as if he hadn't seen them. Your Majesty, our army has the most sophisticated intelligence agency in the Empire, capable of verifying the authenticity of intelligence. Army transport ships can also land in Audalia, and the Imperial Army will occupy this area for the Empire. After hearing this, the Japanese soldier Tianhuang nodded, agreeing that it was indeed true. As is well known, there were indeed some minor conflicts between the Japanese Navy and Army. They both wanted to kill each other. Therefore, the Army dared not use the Navy's ships, so it built its own fleet to transport Army soldiers and logistical supplies. After invading Southeast Asia, the Army realized that its strategy was correct and is currently making great efforts to develop transport ships. As for the Navy's transport ships gathering dust at the dock, the Army doesn't care at all. They belong to the Navy, not the Army. Upon hearing this, Navy Minister Fantaro Shimada quickly replied, Your Majesty, our Navy also has Marines, who can take down Aldaria on their own. The Japanese commander, Tianhuang, watched as the Navy and Army below clashed once again. This time, he did not allow the Army and Navy to continue arguing. Enough! This incident concerns the very survival of the Empire. I also hope that the Army and Navy can cooperate with each other. After saying that, he looked at Private First Class Tojo. This time the Army has deployed 3 divisions. I need you to quickly occupy Audalia. As for your Navy, deploy your main fleet and take down Aldaria. At this point, the Japanese soldier Tianhuang said with some worry, According to intelligence, the Ming dynasty's fleet is very large. How can this problem be solved? Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Shichika stepped forward. Your Majesty, the Empire should focus all its efforts on developing its navy. According to intelligence, the main fleet of the Ming dynasty consists of about 24 ships, which is similar to the Imperial Combined Fleet. The Empire needs to continue to maintain absolute dominance at sea. I suggest we continue building capital warships and build more aircraft carriers. Yamamoto was a fervent advocate for aircraft carriers. He had initially opposed the Yamato-class battleships, but at the time, his voice carried little weight, and aircraft carriers had little combat record, so he was unable to stop them. However, the attack on Pearl Harbor, as well as the events in East China Sea and Shanghai, all demonstrate the importance of aircraft carriers in future naval warfare. Upon hearing about the large-scale construction of aircraft carriers, the Navy fell silent, and the Army also wanted to object. If the Navy wants to build aircraft carriers, it will inevitably spend more budget. If the Navy becomes larger, then the Army will become smaller. The Army does not want to see this situation happen. However, Yamamoto Shichika had anticipated this, and looked at Private Tojo and said, I think many of the Army's transport ships can be converted into aircraft carriers. We can start by converting these transport ships into aircraft carriers. At the same time, we can also learn from the Americans and convert some large cargo ships into aircraft carriers. The Japanese intelligence agencies had already obtained some information about the American movements, and Yamamoto Shichika knew about the American Bogue-class aircraft carriers. At the same time, Yamamoto Shichika realized that with the current national strength of the Japanese, it was impossible to build a large number of aircraft carriers in a short period of time, and refitting them was the fastest way. Besides the Navy, the Japanese Army had the most surface ships. Doing this would also win over the support of the Japanese Army. Chapter 69 Departure, Visiting the Americans. Sure enough, when Yamamoto Shichiji said that the Army's transport ships could be modified, Private First Class Tojo and some Army generals who originally wanted to oppose Yamamoto Shikihachi all shut up. They looked at each other and thought Yamamoto's 7x8 plan was a good idea. However, many people in the Japanese Navy were somewhat dissatisfied with the 7x8 plan. They believed that Yamamoto Shikihachi had betrayed the Navy by helping the Army develop, which could threaten the Navy's future position. It's settled then. The Army will take your large warships and send them to Wu Port for refitting. Your intelligence agencies will immediately confirm whether there are any high-quality iron ore deposits in the Pilbara region. Navy, intensify your offensive against Eldaria. The Japanese Navy had previously advanced towards Odalia, but instead of directly attacking Odalia, they were clearing out some important islands around Odalia. Meanwhile, since Odalia also had a navy, although its naval strength was not strong, it was still a naval fleet, the Japanese Second Fleet, and they had been looking for an opportunity to fight them. However, this Odalia Navy had received orders from the British Army not to fight the Japanese and had been hiding and running away. Hi! Soon, the meeting ended, and the Japanese Army's battle strategy was formulated. Once the existence of the iron ore mines in the Pilbara region is confirmed, all resources will be mobilized immediately to launch an attack on Odalia. At the same time, the Japanese combined fleet must continue to strengthen itself to ensure that the homeland is not attacked again. The army was quite satisfied, as it had gained a lot of initiative in this matter. At the same time, the army's fleet was also transforming from transport ships to aircraft carriers. Although they had to be sent to Kure port for refitting, they could now be considered to have a proper aircraft carrier. The only ones who were unhappy were a portion of the navy. Yamamoto-kun, why did you say something like helping the army to refit aircraft carriers? Aren't you afraid that the army will become too powerful? A naval minister, panting, caught up with Yamamoto Shikihachi and loudly questioned him. This Japanese naval admiral was originally a staunch supporter of big battleships and heavy guns, and he wholeheartedly supported the construction of the Yamato. He already looked down on Yamamoto Shikiya, who was in charge of aircraft carriers, and now that Yamamoto wanted to build aircraft carriers for the army, he was extremely angry. How can the navy and army, who are mortal enemies, help the enemy grow stronger? Admiral Osami Nagano, Pearl Harbor has proven that battleships are just big targets in front of aircraft carriers. Times have changed, and aircraft carriers are the future. Upon hearing this, Nagano Osami immediately retorted. Baka! That's because the US warships are all in naval ports and cannot retaliate. Counterattack? It's 200 nautical miles away. How long will it take them to get there? How can we counterattack? At this point, Yamamoto Shikiya looked at the naval personnel who had gathered around him and said, As for helping the army build aircraft carriers, the army has no experience in naval warfare. Even if these aircraft carriers are built, will they know how to use them? Upon hearing this, the naval officers who were originally dissatisfied with Yamamoto Shikihachi all smiled. This group understood Yamamoto Shichiji's meaning. He was planning to rip off the army to the point of exhaustion, forcing the army to fund the construction of aircraft carriers for their navy. Yamamoto-kun, well done! Some veteran naval officers gave Yamamoto Shikihachi a thumbs up, saying that he was a young man with a sharp mind. Of course, my goal has always been to make the Imperial Navy the strongest navy in the world. At this point, Yamamoto Shichika looked at Nagano Osami. Admiral Nagano Osami, believe me, in the next year, you will find that the ocean will belong to the aircraft carrier. Baka! You're hopeless! Nagano Osami, of course, did not believe Yamamoto Shikiya's nonsense, and angrily turned and left. As Yamamoto Shichika watched Nagano Osamu's retreating figure, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although he is now the commander of the Japanese Combined Fleet, he is still far from the position of Minister of the Navy, and the main obstacle is these old guys. You are all hopeless! I'm doing this for the Empire! Yamamoto Shikiya sighed. He knew that the conflict between the Navy and the Army was irreconcilable, but he couldn't understand why, when the Empire was facing a life-or-death crisis, these people could still fight amongst themselves. Thinking of this, Yamamoto Shikiya couldn't help but rub his temples. Aside from internal problems, what terrified Yamamoto Shikiya the most was the strength of the Ming Dynasty fleet. During the previous meeting, Yamamoto Shikiya did not express all his concerns because he knew that the veterans of both the Navy and the Army had become arrogant and believed that they were very powerful. However, Yamamoto Shikiya knew very well that if the Ming fleet really had 24 main warships, and all of them were the warships used when it invaded Dongjing Bay, the combined fleet would be no match for them. Even if all of the Army's transport ships were converted into aircraft carriers, they might not be a match. The only thing that can save the Japanese now is the iron mine in Odalia. If that iron mine is real, the Japanese Navy can build a large number of warships in just 1 year. Will the Ming fleet give the Empire a year? Slow down, don't go too fast. The Japanese need to confirm their intelligence before taking any action. We don't need to move too quickly. Give them some time. I've already set off to generate electricity for the Americans, and I expect to arrive in San Francisco in about a month. Yes. Zhigan had already boarded the battleship USS Extinction Eagle, preparing to visit the United States. Since the agreed-upon timeframe is to arrive in San Francisco a month in advance, there's no need to rush. We plan to cruise slowly towards the American mainland at the lowest possible speed. This would prevent the Americans from calculating his location based on time, and it would also buy the Japanese some time. Zhigan hoped that after he arrived in America, the Japanese would be able to take Odalia. The Americans will be the ones who are anxious, not Zhigan. As for why he boarded the Extinction Eagle instead of the Extinction Sun, it's mainly because the Extinction Sun attacked Pearl Harbor. Even if the Americans swallow their anger, Zhigan has no intention of going all out. They will maintain a superficial respect for each other. At the same time, the Japanese are still a bit weak, so let them develop a bit more. When Zhigan prepares for the next decisive battle with the Japanese, it will be the time he upgrades his base to level 2. However, in addition to 1 million military merits, a level 2 base also requires a lot of buildings, all of which require a significant amount of military merits. This is why Zhigan, despite having 800,000 military merits, did not accumulate enough to upgrade to level 2. It's not that I don't want to be promoted, but that I can't afford to. Research on radar, missiles, and various other related technologies is needed, and these things all require military merit. The total tonnage of the Japanese combined fleet was approximately 1.2 million tons, so these military achievements were still somewhat insufficient. Therefore, Zhigan needs the Japanese to develop for a while, slowly wear them down, earn more military merits, and then take them down in one fell swoop. In reality, Zhigan was not worried at all about what trouble the Japanese could cause. With the size of the fleet that Zhigan currently had, as long as the Japanese commander was still Chuchi Nagumo, there wouldn't be much of a problem. In addition, the surprise attack on Dongjing Bay essentially destroyed the Japanese army's war potential, and it was only a matter of time before the Japanese were wiped out. Chapter 70 Traders and Japanese Intelligence Agents. A massive fleet is sailing on the surface of the Pacific Ocean. This fleet consists of 2 battleships, 4 aircraft carriers, 2 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 15 destroyers. More than 30 support vessels followed behind. The Extinction Eagle was located at the very center of the fleet, and Zhigan stood on a high point gazing into the distance. Watching the fleet sailing through the waves before me, with the 406mm main gun barrels of the Miang pointing straight ahead, I couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. It has to be said, although aircraft carriers will inevitably replace battleships. But battleships are a man's romance. On board the ships, many people are busy ensuring that the fleet can sail freely and orderly in the Pacific Ocean. On this voyage, Zhigan did not take all the warships with him. The Extinction of the Sun was undergoing repairs, and the Extinction of the Japanese was still being refitted. Zhigan's idea for modifying the Myo ship was to turn it into a sea-based air defense fortress. The Yamato-class battleships have a displacement of over 70,000 tons. It would be a waste not to make good use of them. Therefore, Zhigan planned to cram as many anti-aircraft weapons as possible onto the ship to use against the Japanese kamikaze pilots. Regarding aircraft carriers, 4 out of the 6 carriers have been deployed, while the remaining 2 remain on Ryu Island. This is partly to prevent Ryu Island from being discovered and partly to provide some defensive capability. Secondly, it is for the purpose of cultivating talent. The soldiers of the Naval University have been classified. Some of them may become pilots, while others may become ship crew members. Some warships need to be left for them to board and learn. It also gives some people with ulterior motives a chance to see if they can stand out. 4 days after Zhigan left, a disappearance occurred on Ryu Island. A student from the Naval University vanished without a trace, either alive nor dead. The next day, another person disappeared. 2 people disappeared for 2 consecutive days, which made Rikuto Irita anxious, because the soldiers on the island began a large-scale search of the entire island to find the 2 people. Looking at the film in his hand, Rikuto Irita knew that if he stayed any longer, he would definitely be discovered, so he decided to take a risk. However, his risky gamble was not to bomb warships or kill people, but to prepare to escape from Sun and Moon Island. As an intelligence operative for the Japanese Special Hire Police, Rikuto Irita had received professional training. After learning about the surrounding terrain, he already had a general idea in mind. The first was to use a message in a bottle. After throwing it out, it would drift with the ocean currents. If he was lucky, it might appear in the waters around the Japanese territory a year later. If he was even luckier, it might be discovered. Of course, he was very well prepared for this method that relied purely on luck. He prepared 10 message bottles, which he secretly threw into the sea under the cover of night. The second method was another plan he had prepared, to escape from Sun and Moon Island. Although he didn't know the exact location of Sun Moon Island, he had lived by the sea since childhood and was very interested in the sea. He wanted to be a sailor, but later became a member of the Special Higher Police by chance, so he was able to roughly determine the approximate location. He decided to take food and some water, then use the planks he had hidden in a secluded spot to make a simple raft, and head west in search of land. The reason for choosing to head west was that Rikuto Irita was able to determine that he was currently in the southern hemisphere. After all, it was still winter in Japan, while it was summer here, and there are differences in the seasons between the northern and southern hemispheres. Moreover, while on the ship, Rikuto Irita calculated the distance, and knew that they should be in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Heading north, although it was in the direction of the Japanese mainland, there were few islands to the north. Further south, they might reach islands such as Odalia or Southeast Asia, where they might encounter the Imperial Army. After devising his plan, Rikuto Irita secretly stored some food and took photos with his camera. During this period, in order to avoid arousing suspicion, he cut back on his own food and only ate foods that were easy to preserve. He now felt he was ready to go. At night, after listening to the breathing of the other students in the dormitory and confirming that everyone was asleep, Rikuto Irita carefully got up and left the dormitory. Then, he easily made his way through the path to where he had hidden his supplies. After taking out the water, film, and food, he ran towards the beach. He had some wood hidden there. He used a hammer and nails he carried with him to nail the wood together, and then secured it with rope. A simple raft was thus completed. Without hesitation, Rikuto Irita threw the raft into the sea during the low tide, picked up a piece of wood to use as a paddleboard, and began his sea voyage. Meanwhile, another person in the dormitory was also very nervous, because he had killed the two missing people and thrown their bodies into the sea. He was an intelligence agent for the Wang Jingwei regime. After arriving at Ryu Island, he knew that neither the Wang Jingwei regime nor the Japanese could succeed, so he decided to kill those who knew his identity so that he could survive there. At this moment, he kept recalling various details in his mind, wondering if he had given himself away and been discovered. "Don't blame me! Don't blame me! You all wanted to kill me too!" Li Jun kept reminding himself that he just wanted to live a good life and didn't want to serve the Wang Jingwei regime anymore. Meanwhile, intelligence personnel from other countries on the island did not take any action. They knew that Zhigan was visiting the United States this time, and that the Americans might come later, at which point there would be plenty of opportunities to leave or send out intelligence. After drifting at sea for 15 days, Zhigan's fleet finally arrived at Pearl Harbor at a leisurely pace. This once important American port has now become a ruin, and even from a distance, the sea appears completely black. An explosion and leak occurred at the Hongshan oil depot, although the island was not destroyed. However, it had a huge impact on the ecology around Pearl Harbor. Nearly 2 months have passed since the bombing of Pearl Harbor, but the sea is still pitch black. You can also see various dead fish and shrimp floating on the sea surface. These dead fish and shrimp would normally be a meal for deep-sea predators, but now they just float on the dark surface of the sea. The Hawaiian Islands have also changed. Although the volcano did not erupt, the power of the explosion still affected the surrounding islands, and several islands have become uninhabitable for humans. Many people have already moved, and the remaining people are gradually moving away. Meanwhile, on the sea, several warships were waiting. The U.S. Navy's Enterprise, leading several destroyers, was waiting for Zhigan's arrival at the agreed location. This is the 4th update. Please give me some free gifts and urge me to update more. I still owe 10 more chapters. Please give me a 5-star review, the score is still a bit low, please. Chapter 71. I made up my own identity while traveling. On the USS Enterprise, the newly appointed commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, Nimitz, was on the deck, observing the fleet in the distance through binoculars. 4 aircraft carriers, 2 battleships, shouldn't it be 4 battleships? That's strange. Nimitz carefully observed the fleet in the distance, his brow furrowing slightly. Commander, what happened? Raymond Ames Spruance, the admiral among admirals, noticed Nimitz's unusual behavior and asked in a low voice. This man became Nimitz's confidant not because of his abilities, but because of his excellent ability to read people. He could interpret Nimitz's every move, which is why he was able to rise through the ranks like a rocket alongside Nimitz. That warship looks familiar, but I'm sure I've never seen it before. It just feels so familiar. After Nimitz finished speaking, he pointed to the battleship USS Mitsuho in the distance. Upon hearing this, Edwin Layton, another of Nimitz's assistants and an intelligence expert whom Nimitz hailed as more valuable than any cruiser squadron, looked in the direction Nimitz was pointing. As an intelligence expert, he knew a lot about the Navy, and when he saw this warship, he had a very strange feeling. They could confirm that they had never seen a warship of this caliber before, but it seemed somewhat familiar. This warship looks somewhat like our Iowa-class. After thinking for a moment, Layton gave his opinion. Upon hearing this, Nimitz felt as if he had been enlightened, and picked up his binoculars to observe carefully. It does indeed look very similar to the Iowa-class battleship model he had seen. The Iowa-class battleships were started by the United States on June 27, 1940, and have not, however, before construction of such large warships, a model designed to a certain scale would be made. Nimitz had seen the model of the Iowa-class battleship, and was quite fond of it at the time. Sir, I think we should focus on another battleship, which we are seeing for the first time. Layton, standing beside him, spoke up again to remind him. According to U.S. intelligence, Zhigan's fleet included 2 battleships, the Mi and the Miari. The battleship, Destroy the Sun, was designed to compete with the Japanese Yamato-class battleships. While the overall specifications of the Yamato-class battleships have not yet been released, the fact that it was sunk in the Gulf of Tonkin has brought news of Japan's super battleships to the attention of countries around the world, who have also received its code name. However, a new type of battleship appeared in the distance. Moreover, it looks similar to the Yamato-class, but it is not the Yamato-class, which means that Zhigan's fleet has at least 3 different types of battleships. The replacement of battleships generally represents a performance upgrade, with each generation being better than the last, except for the Elizabeth-class. Nimitz could tell from the details that the Ming dynasty's fleet had a complete battleship construction system. 4 aircraft carriers, and perhaps not all of their main carriers, they are truly terrifyingly powerful. Nimitz slowly lowered his binoculars. He had to admit that the fleet before him was extremely powerful. Send electricity to the other side. We are the U.S. Pacific Fleet, and I am Fleet Commander Nimitz. Welcome to the Ming Fleet. Welcome to Zhigan's visit to the United States. Yes. At this moment, Zhigan was also observing the aircraft carrier fleet in the distance. Looking at the legendary U.S. aircraft carrier before him, the Lucky Great E, the Grey Ghost, the Phoenix, CV-6 Enterprise. The USS Enterprise was the second ship of the Yorktown-class aircraft carriers in the U.S. Navy. Its keel was laid on July 16, 1934, at Newport News Shipbuilding in Virginia, and it was launched on October 3, 1936. It was commissioned on May 12, 1938, with the hull number CV-6, thus beginning its legendary life. When the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, they were busy delivering carrier-based aircraft and doing the dirty work, thus escaping the attack. If it weren't for Zhigan, he should have launched a surprise attack on the Marshall Islands in early February, catching the Japanese off guard. Later, in the Battle of Midway, he single-handedly took on 3 enemy aircraft carriers, Akagi, Kaga, and Hiryu, and destroyed them, completely changing the course of the Pacific War. During the Guadalcanal campaign, the ship was hit by 3 aerial bombs, resulting in over 70 deaths and nearly 100 injuries, yet it continued to fight. It also participated in the Battle of Leyte Gulf. He fought throughout the entire Pacific War and made many contributions. However, this legendary aircraft carrier appears quite weak in the face of Zhigan's 4 Midway-class carriers, the Dragon Wing, the Dragon Falcon, the Dragon Royal, and the Dragon Soar. If Zhigan wanted to take action, he could sink this lucky biggie within half an hour. Report, Commander, the U.S. fleet has sent a telegram in plain text welcoming our arrival. Zhigan took the telegram, glanced at it, and immediately smiled, saying, Reply to the American fleet, Zhigan, Crown Prince of the Ming Empire, left Vice General of the Naval Commandery, General of the Cavalry, and General who conquers the Japanese pirates, is hereby appointed by the Emperor of the Ming Empire as the plenipotentiary envoy of the Ming Empire to visit the United States and requests that they land on our fleet to discuss matters concerning the visit. These titles were all made up by Zhigan himself. First of all, Zhigan couldn't claim to be the Emperor of the Ming dynasty. After all, if Zhigan were the Emperor, what if those Anglo-Saxons in the US had some ulterior motives? At the same time, the fabricated status couldn't be too low. It had to be a position that the US would be wary of but also have to respect. The title of Crown Prince was the best. Meanwhile, the titles that followed signified that the Ming dynasty possessed a well-established administrative system, and also granted Zhigan the status of a plenipotentiary envoy, meaning that Zhigan could represent the Ming Empire in signing any treaty. When traveling abroad, one's identity is fabricated. The United States may not believe Zhigan's words, but it will definitely believe the fleet under Zhigan's command. As for inviting the U.S. military to board the ship, this was also a prelude to future events. Upon arriving in the United States, Zhigan did not plan to go to Washington. He would stay on the warship in San Francisco. If Luo the Cripple wanted to see him, he would come to San Francisco in person. Otherwise, there would be no point in discussing anything. If Luo the Cripple is unwilling, then send a representative over. Zhigan will absolutely not disembark. After all, the US is a country where even its own president can't be protected. They've had all sorts of wild ideas, and open chest surgeries are nothing new. Given the deep hatred the Japanese had for Zhigan, he would never allow himself to be put in danger. Moreover, this is also a negotiation skill. When negotiating with the Ansar, you must never follow their steps. The more arrogant you are, the less they will think you are being rude. Instead, they will think it is a perfectly normal thing to do, believing that the strong should be like this. The word humility doesn't exist in their dictionary. If you are powerful, they will respect you from the bottom of their hearts. However, if you are powerful but act humble and polite, they will not think you are humble, but only hypocritical. At the same time, you are better off being truly powerful, otherwise they will test you. On the contrary, the more arrogant you are, the less they dare to test you, for fear of angering you. If you are weak, they will turn from the so-called gentlemen they speak of into bloodthirsty butchers. Chapter 72 Kneeling is required for an audience. Zhigan, Crown Prince of the Ming Empire, left Vice General of the Naval Commandery, General of the Cavalry, and General who conquers the Japanese pirates, is hereby appointed by the Emperor of the Ming Empire as the Plenipotentiary Envoy of the Ming Empire. Nimitz looked at the translator beside him. What do these titles mean? The translator, Zhigan, was a Chinese who had come to the United States to study in his early years. He was fluent in both English and Chinese, and his expression became somewhat excited upon seeing the contents of the telegram. The excitement stemmed not only from the telegram in their hands but also from the distant fleet. After a century of national weakness and humiliation, these students, having studied abroad, harbored a desire to change their country, unlike the banana people of later generations who went abroad to study and then looked down on their homeland. Seeing that this powerful fleet belonged to China and the Ming dynasty, I couldn't help but feel my back straighten up. General, the Great Ming Empire is the full name of the Ming dynasty. The Crown Prince is the prince who is destined to inherit the throne. In our Chinese culture, of all the emperor's sons, only the Crown Prince has the right to inherit the throne. His Highness Crown Prince Zhigan will be the future emperor of the Great Ming. Upon hearing this, Nimitz nodded, understanding the importance of Zhigan's identity. The succession of royal families in Europe and America is different from that of ancient Chinese dynasties. Zhigan knew the difference, so he wanted to explain it in detail. The left Vice General of the Naval Commandery is an official position in the Ming dynasty, similar to the Secretary of the Navy in the United States. He is responsible for managing all of the Ming dynasty's navy. The General of the Cavalry is a title, an honorary title. The General who conquers the Japanese pirates is also an official position, but it is a temporary one. His job is to conquer the Japanese pirates, who are the devils. Once the Japanese are defeated, the term of this official position will end. The meaning of the Plenipotentiary Envoy of the Great Ming Empire is that during this visit to your country, His Highness Crown Prince Zhigan can exercise the powers of the Emperor and do anything. Zhigan straightened his back and explained, completely losing his usual cautious demeanor. My Ming fleet is right across the way. If these Americans are not satisfied, I can simply follow the Ming fleet back to Ming China to help build it up. There is no need for me to stay in America. I see. After listening to Zhigan's translation, Nimitz's initial annoyance at Zhigan for asking him to meet on the Eagle extinction disappeared. Who is he? The commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet. The United States is the most powerful country in the world right now. For an American general to go to someone else's warship to pay homage to them is an insult to him. However, Zhigan's current identity is that of the Crown Prince of the Ming Empire, the future heir to the throne. Moreover, the Ming Empire is clearly a very powerful country. He is just a general in the United States, so there is nothing unreasonable about him taking the initiative to pay homage to the emperor. Zhou, what etiquette should I observe when meeting the future emperor of the Ming dynasty? Zhigan was also a little confused after hearing this. The Ming dynasty disappeared for nearly 300 years, and he didn't even know its etiquette. After thinking for a moment, he said, Shouldn't we need to kneel and worship? What? Upon hearing this, Nimitz looked at Zhigan with a puzzled expression. I remember I needed to do that. Upon hearing this, Nimitz blushed and exclaimed, Impossible! Absolutely impossible! But he quickly calmed down, thought for a moment, and said, Send a telegram to the president, and let him make the decision. Yes. Soon, Luo the Cripple sent a telegram instructing Nimitz to receive Zhigan according to the standards of the Ming dynasty. Upon hearing this, Nimitz sighed, glanced at the distant fleet, and clenched his fist. Although he was reluctant, He knew very well that the United States needed such a powerful fleet to protect the security of their west coast. The U.S. military has now deployed a large number of Army Air Force aircraft to air bases on the west coast in order to prevent the Japanese from launching a surprise attack on the west coast. These moves severely hampered the deployment of U.S. troops and also drastically reduced the number of U.S. aircraft aiding Britain and Russia, resulting in the complete fall of English skies once again. Nimitz quickly adjusted his mindset, boarded a small boat, arrived next to the Falcon Extinction, climbed up the cable ladder for a distance, and then boarded the Falcon Extinction via the ship's side-mounted staircase. When Nimitz stood atop the Falcon, one word came to mind: big. Another word was extremely big. The largest battleship currently in service with the U.S. Navy is the North Carolina-class, which Nimitz once boarded. However, compared to the Montana-class battleships, the North Carolina-class is like a child facing a grown man. It is 60 meters shorter, about 1/5 the length, and about 4 meters narrower. Not to mention its displacement, a fully loaded Montana-class is almost equivalent to 2 standard North Carolina-class ships. On the warship, the crew of the Extinction Eagle, dressed in neat sailor uniforms, with ribbons on their hats fluttering in the sea breeze, lined up to welcome Nimitz aboard. These clone soldiers stood at attention, motionless, strictly following Zhigan's orders, and paying close attention to Nimitz. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on you, moving with your every step, which made Nimitz feel uneasy. Previously, Nimitz had comforted himself by thinking that the U.S. Navy sailors were all exceptionally good young men, highly trained naval elites. Although their equipment was somewhat outdated, they could make up for the gap in technology. But when Nimitz saw the naval soldiers on Zhigan's ship, he felt a sense of despair. They were also elite, and judging from their spirit and morale, they were even more elite. Their eyes were sharper, and they all seemed to be one person. Their movements were uniform and their discipline was strict. No one spoke, they just watched him silently. Zhigan, who was standing next to Nimitz, also came aboard the ship. When he saw that these soldiers were not white, but Chinese people with yellow skin, black hair and black eyes, and that they were all elite soldiers, he was instinctively frightened. After all, in the midst of warlord conflicts in China, ordinary people would be very cautious when they saw soldiers. But then, Zhigan raised his chest high. Meanwhile, they were carefully observing the attitudes of Nimitz and the other Americans who had boarded the ship together. Seeing their surprised expressions, Zhigan felt his spine straighten up considerably, as if it had been reinforced with steel bars, unable to bend even a little. "General Nimitz, I am Ying, captain of the battleship Extinction Eagle. This way, please. His Highness the Crown Prince is waiting for you up ahead." "Thank you, please lead the way." Upon hearing this, Nimitz responded with a smile, and the word, "thank you," was a Chinese word he had only recently learned. Nimitz swore to God, no, he swore to the heavens that he would never have imagined that one day he would take the initiative to learn Chinese. After passing through the ranks of soldiers, they arrived at the position of the number 1 main gun. At this moment, Zhigan was holding a telescope, admiring his victory, which was the beautiful scenery of Hawaii. After hearing the noise, he slowly lowered his binoculars and looked at Nimitz, who was walking towards him. Chapter 73: The Shocked Nimitz. Commander Nimitz of the U.S. Pacific Fleet greets the Crown Prince of the Ming Empire. Nimitz knelt down on one knee a short distance in front of Zhigan. He couldn't kneel down, so Nimitz decided to use the British way of paying homage. This way of meeting was not a sign of submission, but simply a sign of respect for the Ming Empire. In fact, the reason why Luo the Cripple sent a telegram to Nimitz asking him to respect the traditions of the Ming Empire was entirely because of Zhigan's visiting fleet. 4 battleships, 4 aircraft carriers, a dozen or so destroyers, and a bunch of supply ships. If the conversation with Zhigan goes well, then Zhigan is here for a visit. If the conversation with Zhigan doesn't go well, then he might be here to attack the Americans. After all, Luo the Cripple already knew that Zhigan was also involved in the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Therefore, the Americans dare not offend Zhigan now, if Zhigan really finds a pretext to launch an attack on the Americans. The result would be absolutely disastrous. Even the Americans were afraid that Zhigan would suddenly lose his temper. Even though Luo the Cripple had deployed a large number of army aircraft in the West Coast region, no one could guarantee that these aircraft could sink the fleet. That's why Nimitz was given the order to respect the traditions of other countries. It sounds absurd, but this is the world rule that Americans, or rather these white supremacists, adhere to in their bones, the law of the jungle. Even decades later, it is still the same. If you are a small country without power, and you visit them, they won't even offer you a chair. Giving you a small stool is already considered a great favor. That's why Zhigan chose to send 8 capital ships to visit the United States, because these people are afraid of power but not morality. They only recognize the guns and cannons in your hands. Get up, General Nimitz. I've heard of you. Zhigan said something softly, and Nimitz and the American officers behind him all stood up. It's my pleasure. After Zhigan led Nimitz on a brief tour of the ship's deck, they went up to the command room on the bridge. To match Zhigan's status as the Crown Prince, the command room of the Extinction Eagle was simply modified in the modification factory, costing about 1,000 points. The main color was gold, and a layer of gold plating was applied. Nimitz wasn't interested in the room decorations. What he was most interested in was Zhigan's data on these aircraft carriers. When he heard that the battleship beneath him had a full load displacement of 70,000 tons, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. This is only the second largest of the Empire's nation destroyer-class battleships. The Empire's most powerful battleships are even larger. Seeing Nimitz's surprised look, Zhigan calmly said. Upon hearing this, Nimitz glanced at the giant ship before him, composed himself, and said, Your Highness Zhigan, however, I believe the era of warships is over, and the future belongs to aircraft carriers. Zhigan nodded in agreement and said, The ministers of the Empire also think so the Empire is also allocating resources to produce new models of aircraft carriers. The Dragon Roar-class aircraft carriers that the Empire is currently using are indeed somewhat outdated. Nimitz opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to begin. What he saw as a behemoth has become a product destined for obsolescence in Zhigan's eyes. Your Highness Zhigan, may I go and take a look at these aircraft carriers? No problem. Would you like me to show you around? Nimitz immediately shook his head and said, I wouldn't dare disturb your highness. I can go and take a look myself. Go. Zhigan did not accompany them. He had no reason to keep the technology of these warships a secret. The Americans had the blueprints themselves, but they hadn't built them yet. Nimitz left some people aboard the USS Eagle to continue their tour, which was actually to confirm some of the Eagle's parameters. Nimitz himself was a staunch supporter of aircraft carriers, so he chose to visit one. When Nimitz boarded the Ryujo aircraft carrier, his first impression was still its size. The Ryujo is a midway-class aircraft carrier with a displacement more than twice that of the Yorktown-class. Especially in terms of width, the two aircraft carriers differ by nearly 10 meters. At this moment, the Ryujo was filled with carrier-based aircraft, and staff members were busy at work. This is exactly what my dream aircraft carrier looks like. Nimitz stood on the deck and couldn't help but sigh. The Enterprise's flight deck is too short and too narrow, making the movement of carrier-based aircraft extremely difficult. A slight mistake could paralyze the entire aircraft carrier's flight deck. However, the Dragon Roar-class aircraft carrier in front of us solves this problem. Could you provide more detailed specifications for this ship? Nimitz looked at his entourage and asked with a smile. Yes, this is the Ryujo aircraft carrier, the third ship of the Imperial Ryujin-class aircraft carriers. Upon hearing this, Nimitz, as if possessed, asked, How many aircraft carriers of this class has your country built? Upon hearing this, the clone responsible for accompanying them was first taken aback, then remembered what Zhigan had instructed them to do before, which was to increase the number of warships by 5. He then replied with a smile. Mr. Nimitz, the Empire has a total of 11 Dragon Roar-class aircraft carriers. Upon hearing this, Nimitz couldn't help but gasp. If 11 aircraft carriers of this size were to launch a surprise attack, they could launch nearly 1,000 carrier-based aircraft at once. Nimitz then wondered why the Ming dynasty maintained such a large fleet, yet it had never appeared. He wanted to ask, but after thinking it over, he decided to keep his doubts to himself and find an opportunity to inquire indirectly. Soon, Nimitz's attention was drawn to the carrier-based aircraft parked on the deck. How many carrier-based aircraft can this aircraft carrier carry? Around 150. The accompanying personnel added a few more to the figure. Nimitz nodded after hearing this. The Enterprise could only carry 90 aircraft, and it could never carry a full complement of them, only 70 or 80 at a time. This aircraft carrier was equivalent to 2 Yorktown-class carriers. With this in mind, Nimitz felt it was time to propose to Congress the construction of larger aircraft carriers, even if the few large carriers already in the planning stages seemed insufficient and needed to be scrapped and rebuilt. This is the Empire's J-3 fighter jet. At this time, the American Hellcat fighter jet was not yet fully finalized and was still in the design stage, so Zhigan was not worried that the Americans would find any problems. He directly turned the Hellcat into the J-3. The reason for using the number 3 was to tell the Americans that there were already 2 generations of aircraft before this. As for what those planes look like, the Americans have never seen them and can only guess. Nimitz was a supporter of aircraft carriers and was well aware that the combat power of an aircraft carrier came from its carrier-based aircraft. Walking over to the carrier-based aircraft and observing its exterior, Nimitz saw the weapons systems hanging outside. Feeling that wasn't enough, he stood next to the cockpit, tiptoed, and looked into the cockpit. Chapter 74 Chinatown. San Francisco, Chinatown. Have you heard? The Ming Dynasty fleet is coming to San Francisco to visit the United States, a Chinese worker said to his companion while eating at a restaurant. A fleet? Didn't our country scuttle it all? The coworker next to him said without even looking up. San Francisco is the second largest Chinese community in the United States, with approximately 70,000 Chinese living there at the time. Many of these people were sold into slavery as indentured laborers, while others came to the United States to work but were unable to return and stayed there. Compared to the banana people of later generations, the Chinese at this time were patriotic. Although these Chinese lived in the United States, they always paid attention to the situation in China. Sun Yat-sen obtained a lot of funds through these Chinese. In addition, during the War of Resistance against Japan, they donated money and supplies as much as possible. When people from Chongqing came over, they would take the initiative to pay for their own support. At that time, most Chinese Americans were engaged in low-level jobs due to the Chinese Exclusion Act. The laundry industry is one of the most prominent sectors. Of the approximately 1,200 laundromats in San Francisco, 80% are run by Chinese, and the majority of employees are middle-aged or elderly men, serving mainly white families and businesses. Secondly, there's the catering industry. Decades ago, during the Western Cowboy era, Chinese chefs were the most popular among Western cowboy caravans. Many Chinese people gradually began to switch careers to become chefs. After all, the gap between Americans and us in cooking is just too big. Besides these industries, after the outbreak of World War II, many Chinese people went to work in American factories. Military-industrial enterprises in the San Francisco Bay Area, such as the Hunter Point Shipyard and Moore Dry Dock, urgently needed workers. Chinese people entered the shipyards to work on ship assembly, repair, welding, and other tasks. Approximately 12,000 Chinese people participated, accounting for about 15% of the total shipyard workforce. In addition, in the aircraft sector, Lockheed Martin, Boeing and other companies employ about 5,000 Chinese in their San Francisco plants, working in technical support roles such as aircraft parts processing and assembly. Chinese women make up about 30% of these jobs, mainly responsible for light physical labor assembly. There were also military supplies, and a large number of Chinese women were involved in them. In addition, there are many Chinese in the medical field, and there are even about 500 Chinese who served in the U.S. military in San Francisco. It can be said that Chinese people contributed a lot to the United States during World War II, but this contribution was gradually hidden by the Americans. Eventually, it was even claimed that World War II was solely the achievement of the Americans and the Soviet Union, and that our contribution was completely erased. It's not from the Mountain City, it's the Ming Dynasty fleet. The Ming Dynasty fleet? The worker eating across from him looked up, somewhat surprised, and then reached out to touch his head, saying, "You don't have a fever, what's wrong with you? The Ming Dynasty has been gone for 300 years, where is the Ming Dynasty now? And even if there were, would the Ming Dynasty fleet come in wooden ships?" As soon as he said that, everyone around him burst into laughter. Despite being mocked by those around him, Zhang Jizu was not angry. Instead, he took out a newspaper. Look. This is what the newspaper says. In 3 days, the Ming Dynasty fleet will arrive in San Francisco to meet with the President of the United States. Upon hearing this, everyone in the restaurant fell silent. Then everyone burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Xiao Zhou, did you drink at noon? Haha, I know you've always said you're a descendant of some general from the Ming Dynasty. I didn't expect you to actually believe it. The Ming and Qing dynasties are both gone." The group of people were all smiles. Most Chinese people don't care much about politics. They just want to make money and fill their stomachs. Some people even called for having as many children as possible, so that if China were to perish, they might be the only remaining bloodline of the Chinese nation. What I said is all true," Zhou Jizu said somewhat anxiously. "Look, he's getting anxious." Ha! The entire fast food restaurant exuded a cheerful atmosphere. But just then, a newsboy's voice came from the street. "Breaking news! Breaking news! His Highness Zhigan, Crown Prince of the Great Ming Empire, will arrive in San Francisco in 3 days. Breaking news! Breaking news! His Highness the Crown Prince of the Great Ming Empire. Breaking news! Breaking news! The Ming Dynasty has not fallen." Big news, big news. Different newspapers had different headlines, but the core content was the same. A Ming Dynasty fleet was coming to visit the United States. The Ming Empire? Fleet? The people eating in the restaurant rushed out and ran to the roadside, shouting, "Give me a newspaper! I'll have one too! Give me one! Give me one! I can't read English, do you have Chinese? Does anyone speak English? I'll give him $1, and he can read it to me." At this moment, the workers rushed out like madmen, scrambling to buy newspapers. Customers in the other shops also heard the commotion and ran out. What happened? Big news! The Ming Dynasty fleet is coming to visit the United States. The Ming Dynasty fleet? What Ming Dynasty? The Ming Dynasty, what else could it be? Don't get excited, don't get excited, let's see if it's really from the Ming Dynasty. Some calm people, trembling, opened their newspapers to read the news, trying to confirm whether this Ming Dynasty was the one they thought it was. It really is the Ming Dynasty. Look, his name is Zhigan. He is the crown prince and a descendant of the Jiangwen emperor. He changed his surname to Yu to avoid being captured by the Yongle emperor. The Ming Dynasty has not perished. 2 battleships, 2 heavy cruisers, 4 aircraft carriers, and dozens of other ships have arrived at San Francisco Harbor. Chinatown turned into a sea of joy, with everyone loudly reading their newspapers aloud. If you can't understand English, stand next to someone who can and ask them to translate what the words mean. What is this battleship? Is it bigger than our cargo ships? Someone voiced their doubts. They're huge. Some of them are more than 10 times bigger than the cargo ships we use to move goods. I've seen them a few times before they've been to the port. What is an aircraft carrier? An aircraft carrier is a cargo ship with airplanes. It carries airplanes, and the airplanes can take off from the sea. The Ming Dynasty fleet attacked the Japanese in Dongjing Bay more than a month ago. At this point, someone read the back of the newspaper, where there was a section about the Ming Dynasty's fleet. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately erupted in loud cheers. Well played! It would be best to wipe out the Japanese devils. Burn the Japanese capital, Dongjing, to ashes and destroy 3 Japanese battleships. Good! P.S. Please urge me to update more. Before, it was 3,000 words for one update, now it's 2,000 words. Please, 2,000 words for one update, plus 1 more for becoming a certified author. I can update a maximum of 6 times a day. Please support me. Chapter 75 America's Preparation. Why is it so lively outside? In a clubhouse in Chinatown, an elderly man listened to the commotion on the street, and slowly raised his head to look at his secretary beside him. I'll go and find out. Before the secretary could even leave, a young man excitedly pushed open the door and rushed in. Dad, good news, good news. Oh? What good news? What big amount of money did you raise? Situmatang looked at his youngest son, Situharan, put down his pen, put away his glasses, and asked with a smile. Situmatang was the founder of the Zhigan party and lived in San Francisco's Chinatown for a long time. During World War II, he served as the head of the American Homemen Zhigan Party headquarters, and spearheaded the establishment of the Overseas Chinese Anti-Japanese National Salvation Fundraising Association. He was the core organizer of fundraising for the anti-Japanese war among the Chinese in San Francisco. He was just calculating how much equipment the collected supplies could buy to send back to China. No, it's our fleet that's coming to visit the Americans. They'll be docked in San Francisco in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Situmatang wondered if he was getting too old, and his hearing was failing him. The Chinese fleet? Heading to San Francisco? All of China's coastal cities have been lost, and the fleet was scuttled in the Battle of Jiangyin. Where is the fleet now? Fleet? Where do we still have a fleet? Situmatang shook his head with a wry smile. It's true, it's in the newspapers. Look, it's the Ming Dynasty's fleet. Situharan said somewhat excitedly. Dad, your English isn't good, so I'll read it to you. His Highness Prince Zhigan of the Ming Empire will arrive in San Francisco in 3 days with the Ming fleet for a visit to the United States. At that time, President Luo the Cripple will arrive in San Francisco to meet with His Highness Prince Zhigan to discuss how to jointly eliminate fascism and maintain world peace. Upon hearing this, Situmatang frowned. The Ming Empire? The Ming fleet? Which country is that? What does it have to do with us? Dad, don't worry, there's more to come. Let me read it to you. Situharan took a deep breath and said, According to news from Huafu, the Great Ming Empire was established by the descendants of Emperor Jiangwen, the second emperor of the Ming dynasty of China. Really? It's true. Look at the newspaper, it says so. As he spoke, Situharan pointed to the newspaper and said, This is an official American newspaper, not a tabloid. Situmatang picked up the newspaper and looked at it carefully. His English wasn't very good, but he still read it attentively, even calling his secretary over to translate it sentence by sentence. After confirming that what her youngest son said was true, tears welled up in her eyes. "Dad, what's wrong?" Situharan looked at his father's tears and asked in surprise. In his eyes, his father had always been a tough man, and he had never seen him like this before. "Go, call everyone to a meeting! Call everyone!" "Yes." Meanwhile, in a villa in San Francisco, Crippled Luo had arrived in San Francisco and was handling his work. If he could, Crippled Luo wouldn't want to travel from Washington to San Francisco, which would require crossing the entire United States and take a lot of time. But there was nothing he could do. Zhigan had said he would only stop in San Francisco. "Sir, Zhigan said that his visit will only be in San Francisco and he will not go to Washington. If people from other countries want to exchange ideas, let them come to San Francisco." Upon hearing this, Luo the cripple pondered for a moment and said, "Understood. Notify the British and have their representatives come to San Francisco." "Yes. By the way, make sure we're all prepared for the day the fleet docks. Don't worry, there are already 300 aircraft parked around here, and radar has been deployed to ensure there won't be any problems. Yes, we also need to maintain vigilance on the sea surface. We can't afford any accidents." "Yes. By the way, we also need to screen the welcoming crowd, and have all the Japanese soldiers in San Francisco been captured? They've all been arrested." At this point, Luo the cripple thought for a moment and said, "Close the roads to San Francisco. No one should be allowed to enter or leave except for Chinese people who can prove their identity." "Yes. Also, have the emotions of the Chinese community in San Francisco been appeased? Any grievances should be dealt with immediately, and we absolutely cannot allow them to complain to Zhigan." "Yes." Luo the cripple attached great importance to his meeting with Zhigan. During this time, Luo the cripple had been pondering a question: where exactly was the Ming dynasty, and why had there been no news of it for the past 200 or 300 years? The Ming dynasty was like a mastermind, secretly observing the world. Luo the cripple even wondered if their influence was behind the events that had occurred over the past few centuries. They were also considering why the Ming Empire would appear at this time, and even attack Pearl Harbor. Luo the cripple even began to consider how to get along with the Ming Empire after the war. But everything must be decided after meeting the crown prince of the Ming dynasty. Hopefully, the worst-case scenario won't happen. Luo the cripple muttered something to himself, then looked out at the distant sea through the glass. San Francisco is preparing to welcome the arrival of Zhigan's Ming dynasty fleet. Meanwhile, as the news spread, some Chinese people in the surrounding areas also took leave to travel to San Francisco, wanting to see the splendor of the Ming dynasty fleet. Chinese people living in San Francisco, however, sensed something different about their surroundings. The white people who had previously spoken loudly and rudely to them now all wore friendly smiles and even greeted them when they saw them. Originally, most of these people would either be indifferent or disgusted when they saw them, and some would even mistake them for Japanese devils and attack them. But now these white people are not only enthusiastic, they even take the initiative to greet each other in broken Chinese. In addition, the efficiency of Chinese people when handling affairs has also improved. Previously, various procedures required running around and could take many days to complete, but now, it only takes 1 day, or even less. The staff greeted them warmly upon hearing this. It was as if their status had been greatly elevated overnight. Meanwhile, the US military had blocked all roads leading to San Francisco. "Shit, why won't you let us go?" "Sir, this is the president's order. San Francisco is temporarily closed due to a state visit. I hope you can understand." "Damn it, get out of my way! I'm going in." The white man angrily pulled out his revolver. But what awaited him was a row of dark gun barrels. The white man looked around, then finally raised his hand and put his revolver down. Several Chinese people from nearby cities who were standing behind the white man were startled when they saw this scene. We're not going. We're going back now." The Chinese man at the head of the group spoke tremblingly. "Are you Chinese?" "Yes, that's us." Upon hearing this, the American soldier in charge of the inspection immediately smiled and said, "Welcome to San Francisco, you can pass through." "Huh? Can I go in?" "Yes, the Ming Empire's fleet will dock at the Hunter Point Naval Shipyard in San Francisco. You can go there in advance to wait." Chapter 76 Welcoming His Highness the Crown Prince of the Great Ming Dynasty. March 15, 1942. Hunter Point Naval Shipyard Dock, San Francisco. This pier was originally a U.S. Navy shipyard. Normally, most of the U.S. warships damaged in Pearl Harbor would come here for repairs. But at this time, The shipyard was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, and red Chinese knots were hung everywhere. The open space outside the dock was crowded with people. It's early spring now, and the sea breeze still feels a bit chilly on your face, but the people here don't feel the slightest bit of coldness. On the contrary, they feel burning hot all over. There are nearly 70,000 Chinese people in San Francisco, and at least half of them, or even more, have come here. There are also Chinese people who have come from other cities, so at least 40,000 people have gathered here. Some people lined up a day in advance to get a better spot, but for security reasons, only a few hundred delegates were allowed into the core area of the pier, while the rest could only watch from a distance outside the cordon. To welcome Zhigan, the US military provided him with the highest level of hospitality and spent 3 days repainting the dock, making the once somewhat dilapidated dock look brand new. In addition, the US military mobilized a large amount of manpower and resources around the dock, with the military responsible for security, and the area was completely surrounded. Anyone entering the area needed to undergo strict checks. Security checks are also required in the surrounding areas where Chinese people congregate to ensure that no one is carrying any weapons or other dangerous items. In the open space in the middle, Situ Mei Tang and a group of Chinese representatives were anxiously waiting, holding flowers in their hands. There was also a lion dance troupe behind them, all ready to begin their performance as soon as the ships docked. "Are you here yet?" "Not yet, they said 10 o'clock, there's still an hour to go." A worker took out a pocket watch from the crowded throng and glanced at the time. Don't push, they're not here yet." About half an hour later, small black dots appeared on the distant sea, indicating that a fleet was heading towards the dock. "They're here! They're here!" A sharp-eyed person spotted the black dot in the distance, and immediately shouted excitedly. "Where is it?" "There! It's too far away, I can't see clearly." Although the fleet was just a small black dot at this point, the enthusiasm of the Chinese people was overwhelming, and they all stood on tiptoe to look into the distance. "I can't see clearly." "Nonsense, it's still far away, of course you can't see it." Don't rush, don't push." As time passed, the fleet drew closer and closer to the dock, and those around could see with the naked eye a majestic and imposing fleet approaching the pier. Wah! A long whistle sounded, indicating that the ship was about to dock. Leading the way was the USS Enterprise aircraft carrier, but as it was about to enter the dock, the Enterprise gave way and handed over the guidance to several pilot ships to guide it to shore. As they drew closer, the people on the dock finally got a clear look at the entire fleet. "Is this really our fleet?" The workers gathered around the dock looked at the ships docking in the distance, their eyes filled with tears, and asked questions while crying. "It should be ours. They're ours. Look, it's the flag of the Ming Dynasty, and the five-clawed dragon flag. Look, that warship is flying the Eagle Extinction. That's the Dragon Royal." Battle flags fluttered atop the warships, all bearing Chinese characters, further confirming to the Chinese onlookers that the fleet before them was indeed the fleet of the Ming Dynasty, a fleet from China. "It's our ship, our ironclad ship." "Wah! Dad, did you see that? Our ship has come to visit America." Outside the dock, the crowd began to stir, and everyone had tears in their eyes. These overseas Chinese know very well how they have survived all these years. Their ancestors were sold like pigs, doing the hardest, most tiring, and most dangerous work for the lowest wages. No one treated them as human beings. They were treated as inferior beings. In this land they live like rats in the sewers, afraid to speak loudly or communicate with others, lest they inadvertently incur the wrath of the locals and be beaten. They knew very well why. It was because the country behind them was very weak, and no one could protect them. They could only survive by relying on themselves. They were called monkeys, piglets, coolies, and the yellow peril by the locals. Therefore, when revolutionary voices are heard in China, they will not hesitate to donate money, and even send their sons back to participate, hoping that China can stand up. Success was achieved, but China still did not stand up. They remained weak and continued to suffer from bullying. Later, more and more Chinese people fled to the United States. Some came to find ways to save the country, some came to study, and some came to seek refuge. But everyone is watching China, and if anything happens to China, they will still do their best to help. They only hope that one day, they can stand tall and be upright people on this land. But as generations passed, hope never appeared, and even news spread that China was about to perish, plunging their world into darkness once again. But today, all that is over. The Ming Dynasty's fleet has arrived. A massive, invincible, and majestic fleet arrived at the port of San Francisco. This steel fleet now appeared before them. Hanging above are battle flags written in Chinese characters, and a five-clawed golden dragon representing Chinese culture. The older generation of Chinese, their hair white as snow, looked at the distant warships and reached out their hands, as if to touch them. The younger generation had tears in their eyes. In these 3 days, they felt that they were not discriminated against, and that they had someone backing them up. "Welcome, His Highness the Crown Prince of the Great Ming Dynasty!" Someone shouted, and immediately the surrounding Chinese people began to shout in unison. "Welcome, His Highness the Crown Prince of the Great Ming Dynasty!" The sound gradually became unified from its initial cacophony, eventually resounding through the sky. Meanwhile, on the dock, the Extinction Eagle slowly approached the pier. Zhigan stood on the deck, surveying the city before him.